Chapter 521, The Sudden Appearance of a Kitten. However, except for Adriana, the cat didn't seem to be interested in anyone else. It now appeared to take quite a liking to Ellen. Seems like it likes Ellen. Adelia, who had been watching Ellen and the cat, quietly said, "It hasn't eaten anything today. Maybe it'll eat if Ellen gives it something." At Kono Lint's words, Ellen turned towards him. As she did, there was a slightly warmed plate of milk that had just been brought over. "Why don't you try giving it some?" At Adelia's words, Ellen carefully took the plate. Ellen looked at the cat, which was silently staring at her. She didn't know how to read the expressions of animals. However, she somehow felt a strange reluctance from the cat. Nevertheless, it hadn't eaten anything, and she had heard that it seemed a little sick. Ellen gently pushed the plate in front of the cat. While squatting down, Ellen looked at the cat. The cat alternated between looking at the plate and looking at Ellen, as if it were being cautious. Finally, in the end, reluctantly, the black kitten began to lick the milk from the plate. Even though it wouldn't eat the milk given by anyone else, it eventually ate when Ellen offered it. Oh, 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 oh. Everyone could not help but feel, in a rather unexpected way, that Ellen could make the impossible possible. Ellen watched the black cat, licking the milk with a clouded gaze. She slowly began to stroke the back of the cat, which was quietly licking the milk. At present, the Allied forces did not consist solely of the Empire's direct troops. As such, there was no reason for it to be the Empire's forces rather than the Allied forces. This was humanity's strongest army, which had combined all of humanity's remaining power. Although they were being underestimated by people, the Grand Duke of St. Owen Duchy and his magicians were enlisted, and all the remaining forces from the surviving nations had been dispatched to the Allied forces. Among those nations, the most powerful force, the number one kingdom Kernstadt, had naturally dispatched the second largest number of troops after the Empire. It was a war and a deployment that would determine the fate of humanity. Thus, the number of troops from Kernstadt, which had succeeded in national survival after the Empire, was quite significant, and they inevitably held a very important position in the Allied forces. Heinrich von Schwarz, the youngest prince of Kernstadt, his pyrokinesis, a supernatural ability related to combat, was now so formidable that it was comparable to Liana de Grantz, who had been handling lightning. Of course, Liana had awakened her weather manipulation ability in a place unknown to them. Krrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrr his horse. The troops that had followed Heinrich were also dumbfounded as they watched the scene. Ellen Artorius had also somehow managed to unleash the true power of a sacred artifact that manipulated flames. But it was only natural that Heinrich, who solely wielded fire, was more proficient in using his abilities. The ground monsters were turned to ashes by the terrifying wave of fire. Next, Heinrich watched the swarm of flying monsters that soared through the sky. Just as the ground monsters were diverse, the flying monsters were equally varied. However, since their mobility was more flexible than the ground monsters, the flying monsters could appear anywhere. That was also the reason they had to keep watching the sky and maintain their guard, no matter how much they cleared the surrounding areas. Heinrich concentrated his powers as he observed the approaching swarm of flying monsters. "Brace for impact!" At Heinrich's shout, the troops tensed up immediately. All the soldiers saw a red flash emanating from a single point in the sky. Flash, a moment of flickering, rumble, and then a fierce shockwave accompanied by an explosion that seemed to tear their eardrums. Heinrich watched as the approaching flying monsters lost their balance due to the shockwave and crashed into the ground. Flames were not his only weapon. All the additional effects that could be generated by flames were also the power of Heinrich von Schwarz. Each supernatural power was different. But as in the case of Liana, all powers related to destruction and strength were considered very important military assets by the Alliance if the ability holders were of a certain level or higher. Heinrich von Schwarz was a representative example, and another example was a person with the power to control wind. Although conditional, Redina's power was also highly valued. Heinrich, due to the nature of his abilities, often undertook large-scale missions similar to Ellen and frequently had overlapping assignments. Thus, he often collaborated with Ellen or took on her mission if Ellen Artorius was in poor condition. As a result, those who graduated from the Temple Royal class, especially ability holders, were well regarded and had a significant position within the alliance since the Gate incident, even if not as much as Ellen. After completing his reconnaissance and annihilation mission, Heinrich returned to the garrison, receiving salutes from the soldiers who recognized him. He was not as renowned as Ellen. Of course, Heinrich could not have the same level of fame as Ellen, who had 2 relics and was considered the archenemy of the Demon King. Your Highness, it's the Prince. Your Highness, please look over here. However, whenever Heinrich passed through the Kernstadt military garrison, he could not help but receive the same heroic treatment as Ellen. Heinrich waved to the soldiers who called out to him. Despite the ongoing massive tragedy, people always managed to find hope somewhere. To the people of Kernstadt, the youngest prince, Heinrich von Schwarz, was regarded as one of those hopes. Whenever people found hope in him, Heinrich felt an immense pressure deep within his heart. But that pressure was never unpleasant. Heinrich, have you returned? Yeah, Heinrich muttered quietly at the sudden voice that seemed to pierce through his head. Ability holders all had their respective roles, even if their abilities were not directly related to combat. The voice that pierced his mind was the telepathic ability of B-7, Evia, who had been relaying messages. Now that Evia's ability had experienced a leap in growth, she had taken on the role of relaying the Alliance Command's intentions to each unit. Although it was not a combat-related ability, instantaneous long-distance communication might be the most critical ability in a war. Thus, Evia was almost forced to stay near the main command center rather than the Royal-class barracks. In essence, Evia was the sole communications soldier in this vast army. Go to the Kernstadt command barracks. The Kernstadt military commander is looking for you. Got it. The voice felt like a direct stab to the brain. No matter how many times he experienced it, Heinrich could never grow accustomed to it. Telepathy. It wasn't a power meant for attack or destruction. But could it really remain unassociated with destruction forever? If one had the ability to interfere with someone's mind from a distance, wasn't it perhaps the most dangerous superpower in the world? Heinrich always felt a peculiar uneasiness whenever he connected with Evia through telepathy. After completing his mission report, Heinrich, as Evia had instructed, headed towards the Kernstadt military garrison. Heinrich, who was as famous in the Kernstadt garrison as Ellen, was saluted with awe and respect by the soldiers and knights, even if he couldn't see them from a distance. He couldn't respond to every salute and cheer, and he was currently on his way to answer the summons of the Kernstadt military commander. Heinrich hurried his steps toward the commander's quarters. It took him quite a while to walk across the vast garrison and reach the hill where the Kernstadt military commander's quarters were located. The knights and guards protecting the area saluted Heinrich respectfully and made way for him. Upon entering the commander's quarters, Heinrich soon saw familiar faces, 2 men seated on his left and right. You were involved in another large-scale operation. Good work, said the serious-faced man. Still, isn't it too reckless to use royalty like that? Is it fine for the royal family of the empire to be expended? It seems like a protest is needed, remarked the discontented man. Both were Heinrich's brothers. Enough. If we argue like that, there would be no one fit to be deployed on the battlefield. But brother, enough. The youngest, whom we rarely see, has come all this way. How long will you keep him standing? And the woman seated in the highest position. You're here, youngest brother. Sit down. The sharp-eyed woman gestured to Heinrich. Yes, sister. Heinrich bowed his head to Louise von Schwarz, the Kernstadt military commander, first princess of Kernstadt, and the heir to the throne. The youngest brother, treated as a sibling. Only after the world had turned out like this did Heinrich receive such treatment from his siblings who had once dismissed him. Eldest daughter, Louise von Schwarz. Eldest son, German von Schwarz. Second son, Alphonse von Schwarz. Fifth son, Heinrich von Schwarz. All the siblings had gathered in one place. Seated at the commander's table, Heinrich slightly avoided the gaze of Louise von Schwarz, the first princess and heir to the kingdom of Kernstadt. In a situation where the king couldn't leave his homeland, the position of Kernstadt's military commander fell to Louise, the heir. Moreover, she was also the captain of Kernstadt's Royal Knights. This meant that in addition to her leadership abilities, her personal skills were also exceptional. Heir to Kernstadt, captain of the Royal Knights, and a sword master at the age of 24. Louise von Schwarz. Heinrich had always been afraid of his sister's piercing gaze. Heinrich's older siblings had all graduated from the Royal Academy of Kernstadt long ago. Louise von Schwarz was even an exceptional talent who had graduated early at the age of 18. Just as the Empire had the temple, Kernstadt also had an academy system. Once upon a time, there was a royal project that was expected to surpass the temple and attract talents from all over the continent to the Kernstadt Royal Academy. Indeed, the Kernstadt Royal Academy boasted an education system that was slightly inferior to the temple's, but was still worthy of being called prestigious. Heinrich's brothers all attended and graduated from the Kernstadt Royal Academy, not the temple, because the credibility of the royal project would be undermined if they did not send the royal family members there. It was akin to the Guardia's imperial family entrusting the education of their royals to the temple. However, Heinrich von Schwarz was sent to the temple, not the Kernstadt Royal Academy. It wasn't because Heinrich was an important person. It was because they wanted to get rid of him. With all his siblings gathered, Heinrich was the fifth son, making him the sixth in line. The fourth and fifth were not present at this gathering. No, they were no longer in this world. In Heinrich von Schwarz's childhood, when his abilities had just awakened, they had perished in the terror he had caused. That's why Heinrich, being the youngest, went to the temple. No, he was chased away to the temple. My lady, why have you summoned me? Is there a reason for brothers to gather? Since you're not in our army, we don't see your face often, so I called you here to share a meal. As Louise spoke, food began to be placed on the table at the command headquarters, one dish at a time. The brothers began their meal sitting around the table. The atmosphere was not lively, and there was not much conversation, but it was important that they were all sitting together. Brothers. At the mention of that word, Heinrich's heart seemed to tremble. It had been a very long time since Heinrich had been treated as a brother by his siblings. He had been unable to attend the Royal Academy that all royals went to and had been practically abandoned at the temple. The temple's elementary education began at the age of 8. Heinrich was sent to the temple at the age of 8 under the pretext of education. It was practically Excel. The Kernstadt royal family may have paid for his education, but they had no interest in how he was doing or what he was doing. From the royal family's perspective, Heinrich was nothing more than a cursed prince with the power to kill 2 of his brothers. It was a simple accident and a story from Heinrich's distant, barely remembered childhood. An accident that occurred when he was too young. A prince abandoned when he was too young. As a result, Heinrich found his brothers, whom he had only recently begun to encounter more frequently since becoming an important figure after the gate incident, to be unfamiliar. Their faces, attitudes, and actions were all unfamiliar to him. This included his 2 older brothers, who had once ignored or despised him. His oldest sister, who had always been cold and now seemed even colder. Only now that he had accumulated achievements and become an important figure could Heinrich be treated as a family member. The abandoned prince. Heinrich had only been able to become a brother again amidst the reluctant attitudes of his siblings after becoming an important figure, holding the name and value of power in his hands, with humanity's fate hanging in the balance. Heinrich had a tendency to overestimate himself. Although he knew intellectually that he was an abandoned prince, he did not accept it. He was a prince of Kernstadt, the second inline empire and the first vassal state. That had been Heinrich's pride and confidence, at least until some madman enrolled in the royal class, and it wasn't long before he was nearly torn to shreds. Now he knew that he wasn't just a beggar with no real talent, but a demon king with a shocking past that was nothing short of extraordinary. Even with this knowledge, nothing would change. Heinrich had heard harsh words he had never encountered in his life, even being struck by him. And in front of his classmates, with whom he had once been fond of, he had made a fool of himself. Heinrich realized he was weak. He had a background to be proud of, but it did not actually support him. He had to accept that he was no better than a beggar, and in fact, much worse. He hadn't even properly honed the power given to him for free. So Heinrich tried his best to turn that freely given power into practical strength. From a ridiculous classmate, Reinhardt had become a terrifying existence. Through him, Heinrich realized what his limits were. Thus, after the gate incident, while killing monsters and saving people with his own abilities, Heinrich did not slacken in improving his own skills. Therefore, Heinrich was now a very important person. He could once again be acknowledged as a brother by those who had abandoned him and treated him as if he didn't exist. In the past, Heinrich had a tendency to overestimate himself. Thus, the Heinrich of that time would have thought this way. Eventually, my worth will be recognized, and my siblings will accept me back into the family. Once these events were over, he would be able to return to the palace, and although he didn't aspire to become the heir to the kingdom, he could live as a member of the royal family. He would have felt proud and filled with self-esteem. Having been abandoned by his family, he would have been happy and satisfied to be able to return to his place, whatever the reason may be. But now the arrogant and reckless Heinrich of the past was gone. Thanks to a certain someone, he learned to understand his place, what he could and couldn't do, who he was, what he needed to do. Heinrich had become quite capable of objectively assessing himself and his surroundings. If this situation is resolved, are you planning to return to Kernstadt? Louise asked softly, slicing meat. If it had been before, he would have answered that he would, of course. He would have said that he wanted to contribute to the rebuilding of the nation and be acknowledged by his siblings and parents. But now, his two other siblings were focused on Louise's question. He sensed that they were concentrating on his answer. I'll return to Kernstadt. I miss the embrace of my family. But he thought of the actions he would have to take for the sake of national reconstruction, his siblings' recognition, and the problems that would arise as his position grew stronger. His older sister was now testing him, how the naive desire to return to his family would be understood and accepted, not only by his siblings, but also by the many others who would think of him, how they would view him. He thought about it, the many problems that his foolish naivete would bring about, yearning for the embrace of his family. He sensed that there would be people who would fear this. Heinrich believed that his older sister was testing him. There is much to do in the world, and it will likely be quite some time before I can return. Even if I do return, I'll only be able to stay for a few days. If the temple is rebuilt, I'll have to finish my studies. I'm not sure when that day will come. Heinrich felt the tense atmosphere around his response relax. I see. The feeling of being accepted as a brother again was only momentary. He realized that a family forced to accept him because of the situation, his fame, or his power could never truly be a family. Heinrich von Schwarz had no choice but to accept this truth. What a shame, truly. Louise looked at Heinrich, cutting a piece of meat and putting it in her mouth, grasping the subject of the conversation. Now, merely mentioning it brought to mind the cursed existence he had become. Ironically, what he had learned, because of that fellow, was proving useful in the most unexpected places. Chapter 522. After having dinner with his siblings, Heinrich was returning to the temple garrison. Night had fallen. On his way back, Heinrich was mulling over the words he had heard from his elder sister. Although she had invited him for a meal, they ended up discussing more than just food. I don't agree with Alphonse's belief that the Empire is only pushing you into dangerous missions, but it's true they are overworking you. Considering the circumstances, there's not much we can do. However, you are a royal of Kernstadt. You are an important talent for the royal family and one of the cornerstones responsible for our future. It's quite uncomfortable that the Empire is treating you this way. That's why I'm thinking of incorporating you into the Kernstadt command structure. This doesn't mean it'll continue indefinitely. If necessary, you'll have to cooperate with the temple forces, including Eleanor Torius and the general headquarters. But before being a student of the temple, you are a royal of Kernstadt and our sibling. Therefore, I believe we should have authority over matters concerning your safety. Youngest brother, do you agree? Cornerstone. Royalty, sibling, future. The words spoken by his sister were tickling Heinrich's heart. How much he had longed to hear those words. Could a few simple words make one's heart race like this? Despite how much Heinrich wanted to hear those words and how much he treasured them, he felt strangely alienated, as if he had really returned to his family. Heinrich was walking through the garrison, now shrouded in night. Yes, with this much power, he couldn't help but be recognized. The moment this thought crossed his mind, Heinrich stopped in his tracks. He stopped as if putting a brake on the rising arrogance in his head. Standing still, he looked up at the night sky. That's all it was. He had merely been that lonely. It was indeed strange for his heart to race at just a few words. He had been abandoned at such a young age, turning him into a strange person. Thinking about it, Heinrich had little memory of living like royalty, even though he was a royal. So he didn't know what sibling love was like among royals. That's why he realized the odd fact that he was yearning for something he didn't even know. There is no such thing as baseless kindness. This will be the same for siblings, especially those who carry the title of royalty. He was accepted as a sibling again because he had power and influence. It wasn't him that was needed, but his power and influence. Louise's words about taking control of his safety from the general headquarters. On the surface, it seemed logical that he should be protected because he was a Kernstadt royal and an important person who needed to contribute to the nation's reconstruction before being a temple student and an imperial citizen. However, the truth hidden behind it was different. Louise wanted to make sure Heinrich couldn't be manipulated without her permission. That meant strengthening Kernstadt's military influence over the Allied forces. He had become useful, so Louise wanted to control him. Sibling love. Not even knowing it, and never having tasted it before, the truth was that he couldn't get drunk on the sweetness of such an unfamiliar emotion. Once the veil of false emotions was lifted, the truth was revealed. What if he thought about it from Ellen's perspective? Ellen Artorius was very important to the Allied forces. She had both symbolic and actual military significance. The Allied forces' general headquarters could decide which operations to deploy Ellen in. They could order Ellen to aid the operations of the Kernstadt army, the operations of the Holy Knight Order, or be mobilized in the operations of other Allied nations. All members of the Allied forces would want Ellen to fight alongside them. If the decision-making authority was not with Ellen, but with the Supreme Command, everyone would have no choice but to silently follow the orders and directives of the Supreme Command. Emotional decisions should not be made, but ultimately, the Allied forces are a group of humans. If those who are not in the Supreme Command's favor do not receive proper support, many casualties will occur. Ellen is even capable of single-handedly resolving the battlefield. Since Ellen's body is just one, if two operations occur simultaneously, one side cannot be helped. The influence the Supreme Command possesses by holding the decision-making authority should not be underestimated. Heinrich's case would be no different. Ellen, who showed almost the strongest form in close combat, gained a wide range of attack abilities by awakening the sun god's divine relic. Before Ellen gained such power, Heinrich had even more destructive power. Heinrich's destructive ability shines when facing a large group of enemies. Therefore, Louise does not want to be swayed by the Supreme Command's influence as she is now, but rather, she seeks to have authority over Heinrich's well-being as an important strategic weapon to gain influence. From the moment Heinrich is incorporated into the Kernstadt army, that influence will come into effect. It is not because they are siblings, but because of the usefulness of the weapon. What should be done then? Is it right to follow the words of an elder sister who merely tries to use him under the pretense of family? She wouldn't even think of him as a sibling, would she? What good ending would there be for a brother with the sole purpose of being used by his sibling? Is it not a grand army marching for the sake of saving the world and rebuilding humanity? Is it right for such conflicts to arise within the army merely over trivial leadership? Isn't it foolish? Very much so. Isn't this a foolish matter? There is not enough time to focus on a single goal. Why should such conflicts of interest arise? Heinrich walks, looking at the night sky with a lonely expression. Who? Heinrich knows nothing of brotherly love. He was separated from his siblings too early. He knows even less about politics. He was removed from politics at a very young age. Both were difficult issues for Heinrich. Whether or not to follow Louise's words, Heinrich could not know. Returning to the temple base, Heinrich felt a slight commotion within the base. It was because Rainian Sessa was playing the guitar in the very center of the base. The base's management, soldiers, the passing knights, and even the temple students were gathered around Rainian, quietly listening to his performance. Rainian Sessa, who leads the military band, plays music and sings as he travels to each base. The talent of music. Rainian Sessa was not only capable of playing almost all instruments, but he also had aptitude in composing, conducting, and singing. If it were peacetime and Rainian Sessa could graduate from the temple normally, he would undoubtedly have become a famous performer, composer, and conductor across the continent. However, at the onset of humanity's last march, Rainian Sessa plays music and sings for the soldiers who have lost or left their hometowns. Music is a talent utterly unrelated to battle. However, Heinrich knew that the role entrusted to Rainian Sessa was of great importance. Heinrich often felt the value of music, which breathed life into the depressed and soothed the heart with gentle melodies, whenever he listened to Rainian's performances after the gate incident. Though it was a talent unrelated to combat, Heinrich thought Rainian's gift might be what people needed most. Rainian played the guitar with a serene melody and sang to the people in a low voice. The song carried a message that peace would someday come. Most of the people at the temple garrison were listening to Rainian's song. Rainian Sessa had composed quite a few songs since the gate incident. In fact, there were quite a few popular songs about Ellen defeating the demon king Valia. After seeing Ellen's face turn pale and her retching when she heard the song about herself, Rainian decided not to create any more songs with her as the subject. Though songs about heroes were the most popular, Rainian had neither created nor sung any songs about Ellen since then. Whether it was due to the pressure or something else, Rainian knew that Ellen was terrified of such songs. Heinrich saw Ellen, sitting on a wooden box in a secluded corner, concentrating on the song. Ellen, burdened with too much weight, was pitiable to watch. Heinrich could not tell what had changed, but he saw a necklace around Ellen's neck that he had never seen before, and she held onto that necklace with one hand as if it were something precious. Had the fatigue finally been resolved? Heinrich, too, was entrusted with a heavy duty, but he knew the burden Ellen carried was of a different magnitude. It was a weight that one person could not bear. Ha! However, Heinrich couldn't help but notice something slightly different than usual. People were focusing on Rainian's music, but they kept glancing at Ellen. There was something on Ellen's lap. A cat! A black cat sat on Ellen's lap, and she continued to stroke its back. "You're here." Turning his head at the sound of his name, he saw Kono Lint, who always had a playful expression on his face. "Ah, what's that? A cat?" At Heinrich's question, Kono Lint shrugged his shoulders. "Oh, you came late, so you don't know. It was quite a commotion today because of that cat. It suddenly came and was left behind." "Really? Ever since Ellen returned, the cat has only clung to her. I don't know if it knows something or not, but I'm glad Ellen seems to like it." Kono Lint looked at Ellen with a sympathetic expression. Everyone in the royal class knew the real danger and pressure Ellen faced. While she was admired and worshipped elsewhere and had expectations placed on her, in the royal class, Ellen was perceived as the most unfortunate and vulnerable person in the world. Except for a few, Ellen absent-mindedly continued to stroke the cat's back, and the cat entrusted its body to her touch while looking at the garrison. The cat, an unexpected presence, but there was no law that it shouldn't be there. I don't know if someone is secretly raising the cat or if it escaped from someone who was raising it, but since people like it, I think it's fine. Is that so? Yes, more importantly, it seems like Ellen enjoys it too. Maybe she'll end up taking care of the cat, but does Ellen even have time for that? Well, someone else can take care of it. True. These days, Ellen seemed extremely exhausted, but she now had something to focus on. Whether it was a source of comfort or not, she was paying attention to something. Maybe that's all that mattered. The sight of Ellen stroking the cat was quite unusual to Heinrich. He also felt something strange. He had the feeling that the cat was staring directly at him. It was a penetrating gaze. An animal's gaze, but for some reason it felt like something was being analyzed, a very eerie sensation. He felt that the creature was looking right at him. "There's no way." Heinrich laughed softly, thinking he was being oversensitive because of the events of the day. The performance continued, and although Heinrich was fascinated by the cat's presence, he didn't want to distract Ellen, who seemed to be focused on something. Meow, as the cat let out a low meow, Ellen blankly nodded and tickled the cat's chin. Just as the cat seemed to like Ellen, it was unclear, but it appeared that Ellen liked the cat too. No matter what it was, if it could breathe life into this gloomy garrison, Heinrich thought it would be a good thing. It could be the music of Rainian Sessa or the unexpected kitten that appeared. Kono Lint patted Heinrich's shoulder. "Anyway, a letter came today. The kids and I are going to open it together. What do you think? Sounds good." Heinrich nodded at those words. It was a quiet night filled with the sound of a cat's meow, instruments, and singing. Chapter 523. In these times, where the grand magic of mass teleportation is essential for supplies, letters are considered somewhat of a luxury item. Still, letters arrive at regular intervals. For the soldiers on the battlefield, receiving letters inquiring about the well-being of their families can provide a significant boost to morale, as it allows them to remember those they are fighting for. Of course, considering the size of the army, the number of letters inquiring about loved ones could be so large that it might disrupt the delivery of other crucial supplies. Under normal circumstances, that would be the case. Regrettably, a significant number of soldiers have lost the families with whom they would have exchanged letters. Therefore, the number of arriving letters is small, and ironically, due to their limited volume, the High Command can occasionally deliver them. After Rainian Sessa's performance had ended, Heinrich headed to Lint's barracks. The letters had already been sorted by recipient. In the barracks were Kono, Lint, Heinrich, Cliffman, and Erich de Laferry. As usual, Cliffman was coldly tearing open his letters one by one. "Where's Care?" At Lint's question, Erich shrugged. "He's probably hugging the Arc Crystal. He said he can't come and that he'll sleep there tonight." The Arc Crystal, a large-scale magical energy storage artifact. Although Redinna nagged him daily, Care felt responsible for the only task he could do. Although they missed each other, neither shirked their duties. However, they couldn't help but resent each other, even though they knew that it wasn't the answer to blame one another in unavoidable circumstances. The best duo, yet they can't stand each other. "Then I'll just deliver these to him." Kono Lint picked up a few letters for Kea, and in the blink of an eye he vanished. Whoosh! Reappearing from thin air, Kono Lint no longer held the letters in his hand. He had teleported to the Arc Crystal, handed the letters to Kea, and returned. "Wow, you've really grown." At Erich's words, Kono Lint grinned. "Indeed, I have. Even I can see that." At Kono Lint's words, both Erich and Heinrich laughed. Gone were the days of the weakling. Having moved beyond the era when only naked teleportation was possible, Kono Lint's abilities were now free of penalties. "Anyway, you've got the most letters this time." At Lint's words, Heinrich took a seat. Heinrich had received the most letters, an almost suspiciously large number. Most of the letters on the table were not from their families. Neither Kono Lint, Erich, nor Cliffman had any letters from their families. Their hometowns had disappeared due to the gate incident, so there were no letters from family members. Although they hadn't all witnessed their families' deaths, at some point they had to accept that their families were gone from this world. Their grief and anger were buried deep within their hearts, but they didn't bring it up. Yet there were letters in front of Erich, Kono Lint, and Cliffman. Among them, Heinrich had received the most. Erich grinned, arms crossed. "It's only natural that the guy who saved the most people gets the most letters." These were letters from the people they had saved. "No, if you really want to compare, I've saved a lot too. Killing monsters is difficult, but nobody can match me in rescue missions." At Kono Lint's words, Erich chuckled. "Well, I know that, but it's natural to be more shocked by the sight of a monster horde being burned to death right before your eyes. You move so quickly that people don't even realize they've been rescued. Wouldn't Heinrich be the more impressive one?" Kono Lint sighed deeply, picking up an envelope. "You're right, darn." At the Royal Class Garrison, Heinrich was the officer who received the most letters, not Ellen. The number of letters addressed to Ellen was so overwhelming that they weren't even delivered. Even if Ellen were to receive them, she couldn't possibly read them all, and if they started delivering the letters, it would cause disruptions in the transportation of other supplies. The letter delivery office even had warnings posted that letters addressed to Ellen could not be sent. That's why Heinrich, who was next in line in terms of fame after Ellen, inevitably received the most letters. "Hello, Heinrich. You may not remember me, but I'm Syria. You saved me in Aristal last year. I sent a letter before, but I'm not sure if you received it." To be honest, Heinrich couldn't remember the faces of those he had saved. There were just too many. However, when they mentioned the region, Heinrich could vaguely recall what he had done there, how many people had died, and how many he had saved. Those who sent letters were children, adults, and even soldiers who had once fought alongside Heinrich. Most of the letters from soldiers were from those who could no longer participate in battle. They had suffered life-threatening injuries and had become disabled due to not receiving timely treatment. They would send letters wishing Heinrich well. Some would send letters periodically, not just a single greeting. Although Heinrich didn't know their faces, he would remember their names. There were times when he couldn't spare the time, but when he was based in the Empire, he would occasionally make time to send replies. The contents of the letters varied, but ultimately they were all expressions of gratitude and well wishes for Heinrich. Heinrich usually tried to read all the letters that arrived in front of him. Having witnessed so much death, he sometimes felt despair, wondering what the meaning of it all was. These letters would remind Heinrich that what he had done was not meaningless. So just as they found hope in Heinrich, he found hope in these letters, that they could somehow continue to live, that they could somehow survive. And so Heinrich would read the letters with a solemn expression. Kono, Lint, and Erich read all the letters that had arrived. Erich, too, had been someone who was just a little stronger than others at the beginning of his admission, not particularly pulling his weight. But talent. Only a very few people with talent could be admitted to the royal class. Talent was rare. Erich had no choice but to accumulate a vast amount of practical experience, in addition to a growth enhancer called Moonshine. As a result, Erich de Lafurie acquired combat abilities and divine power comparable to those of a high-ranking knight of the Holy Knight Order. They were the chosen talents from across the continent. It might have been natural for such talent to grow so quickly. It was perhaps inevitable for someone to achieve a level that would take decades of bone-crushing effort in a short period. Furthermore, Erich's growth rate to reach the level of a high-ranking knight in just a few years was actually average within the royal class. Compared to Ellen and Reinhardt, everyone else's growth rate seems painfully slow. After all, these two are beings of a different dimension, incomparable to anyone else. One is a hero, the other a demon king. Excluding those two, there are few individuals within the royal class who have exceptionally fast growth rates. A prime example would be Cliffman, who received the most letters after Heinrich, or B-11 Ludwig. Both of them had awakened their magic body strengthenings on their own before the gate incident. With the assistance of Moonshine, they have both reached the cusp of the master class. Their refined power and magical abilities indicated that they might reach the master class before the year's end. There are others, like Delphin Izzard, who awakened a completely new power, the spirit arts. Scarlet, for example, was highly regarded as a top-level power, although not quite on the same level as Ludwig or Cliffman. With a stern expression, Cliffman read all the letters and carefully tucked them away. "I'll be going." As Cliffman tried to leave the barracks, Lint called out from behind him. "Hey, how long are you going to keep going solo? It used to work, but now we move with the army. There are limits to acting alone." At Lint's call, Cliffman remained silent in his place. After a moment, Cliffman spoke tersely. "Alone is better. No matter how confident you are, that's not wise. You might really die." "Maybe," Cliffman murmured quietly. "It's always worked out somehow. It'll work out in the future, too." Leaving those strange words behind, Cliffman left the barracks. Kono Lint stared at the entrance and laughed bitterly. "I'm worried he'll really die in some tough situation like that. Leave him be. In my opinion, his talent is supernatural." Erich sighed deeply at Kono Lint's words. "I do think that, but Cliffman, a combat genius. The purpose of his talent is victory. Achieving victory somehow is the function of his combat talent. I would be scared to lead a unit too if I experienced returning alone after all my comrades died several times." "Well, yeah, but combat is always unpredictable. Unforeseen situations may arise, and there are experiences of facing far too many enemies or encountering extremely unfair opponents. During the long, arduous time dealing with the gate incident, countless units were annihilated, unable to cope with these variables. Cliffman killed numerous monsters and saved many people in response to the gate incident. And countless times, he faced unexpected situations. His comrades were wiped out, whether they were with him or led by him. There were even operations where he had been with master class members. There were times when he faced a large number of enemies and times when he encountered extremely powerful foes. Cliffman faced life-or-death situations numerous times, but each time he somehow survived. Even when people much stronger than him were slaughtered, Cliffman managed to kill the monsters, crushing, tearing, and annihilating them, emerging alive on his own. As for who killed the most monsters, opinions vary. It could be Ellen, or maybe Save Turner, or even Redina. But when asked who performed the most miracles, the answer was always Cliffman, not Ellen. Both Ellen and Cliffman always achieved victory. However, the process was different. Ellen was always stronger than her enemies. The enemy's attacks couldn't penetrate Ellen, and her void sword easily tore through the monster's flesh. But Cliffman was different. Cliffman had often faced foes who were stronger than him and beyond his abilities. Yet he still emerged victorious. He always returned, grasping the gruesome results of victory, but many times his comrades did not return with him. Thus, Cliffman started to move alone at some point. If somehow winning was his talent, and if that talent only protected his own life, there was no need to be with someone else, he argued. If some supernatural power beyond talent dictated this ability to fight and always emerge victorious, he would stand alone on any battlefield. He would somehow bring victory. So he didn't need comrades. That was Cliffman's claim. Of course, the royal family and the high command didn't blindly throw Cliffman into any battle, relying on his supernatural power. They wouldn't risk their certain resources on an uncertain force that might lead to death. Therefore, Cliffman moved alone. It was important that he always accomplished what he could with his abilities, but Cliffman also managed to accomplish the impossible. In the battlefield, where even those far stronger than himself perished, Cliffman would somehow resolve the situation and return. Everyone agreed that among the royal class, Cliffman had an extraordinary talent. Of course, everyone watching Cliffman felt the depression and despair that seemed to carry death on his shoulders. Cliffman returned to his quarters, and Heinrich read the remaining letters he had received. Kono, Lint, and Erich chatted together, as they had already read all the letters sent to them. What should I name the kid? What nonsense are you talking about? No, there's a girl who sends me letters every month. She must like me. I don't remember her face, but she must be a girl. What do you expect me to say? Should I say, let's meet after the war? If I reply, let's meet, she'll agree, right? She might agree, but why don't you change? People die when they change carelessly. Kono Lint still had some of his old habits. Heinrich chuckled as he read the letters, overhearing their conversation. Wasn't it a good thing in this situation that they still had their immature old selves? Before he knew it, Heinrich had only one letter left. It was a strange letter. Most letters had the sender's name on them, usually names that Heinrich couldn't remember. The recipient was Heinrich von Schwartz, but the sender, from a friend. It simply said, friend. Heinrich didn't have any friends outside the garrison. Puzzled, Heinrich tore open the envelope. Curious about the contents, he thought it was sent by someone claiming to be his friend. But upon reading it, Heinrich's eyes widened. It wasn't a message of gratitude for the rescue, nor did it explain who the friend was. Your siblings will kill you. The letter contained only that single line. Chapter 524. Heinrich fell silent before the short letter claiming his brothers would kill him. He wondered if it was a misdelivered letter, so Heinrich checked the envelope once again. From a friend to Heinrich von Schwarz. Therefore, it couldn't be a misdelivered letter. What's the matter? What does it say that has you looking like that? Kono Lint, noticing Heinrich's hardened expression, asked. Should he tell him that a strange letter had arrived? But Heinrich folded the letter and tucked it away. Ah, no, it's nothing important. Really? There was no need to mention it if this letter was someone's malicious prank. If this letter was indeed sent to warn him of danger, then knowing it alone would be dangerous enough, so there was no need to share it. I should go now. I need some rest. Heinrich gathered the letters, feeling his mood had dampened. With a rigid expression, he walked through the garrison and returned to his quarters. After organizing the letters, Heinrich closed the entrance to his quarters, sat in a chair, and stared intently at the letter from an unidentified sender. It wasn't a misdelivered letter, and he didn't have any friends who would send such a letter. It wasn't impossible for it to be a mere prank, as anyone could send a letter to Heinrich. It was a simple sentence without any proper context, saying his brothers would kill him. He couldn't believe such a thing. It would be foolish to believe it. But still, once this situation is resolved, do you plan to return to Kernstadt? If his brothers had started to see him not as a brother, but as a rival, could it really be impossible for such a thing to happen? He could dismiss it as a malicious joke, or actually believe it should be that way. But this letter had presented Heinrich with a possibility he had never considered. There was no naive belief that his talented younger self would be welcomed back into the family. However, Heinrich had merely thought that if so, his brothers were trying to use him for their own benefit, using his influence and the influence it would have on the high command. That was how he had understood it. But to go as far as killing him, what nonsense! It couldn't happen. This couldn't be true. Even if his position in this war became much stronger, Heinrich didn't think he could become Kernstadt's successor, nor did he have any intention to. The current heir to the throne, Louis von Schwarz, was also a powerful swordmaster, continually establishing accomplishments. It wasn't as if she lacked merits. Both Heinrich and Louise were simply earning achievements. Moreover, they were in the midst of a war. This very important war hadn't ended yet, so even if his brothers truly intended to kill him, they wouldn't attempt it now. Whether this letter was true or not, it would be a matter for after the war. It had to be that way. Would it make sense to kill him, one of the powerful forces of the Allied army, simply because he posed a threat to the throne at this moment? How dangerous and foolish that would be. He might not know much about politics or his brothers, but rationally speaking, it was something that should never happen. Not before overcoming the crisis at hand. Wouldn't it be foolish to make a choice for the next crisis after that? However, even in this situation, unnecessary politics and power struggles were taking place. Heinrich knew people could be foolish. Even within the army that marched with great purpose, he had seen and experienced the foolish actions of those who looked only a step ahead or too far into the distance. But still, his brothers, his brothers wouldn't. They wouldn't try to kill him, would they? That shouldn't be possible. Yes, they wouldn't do that. Heinrich burned the letter in his hand that had only brought him unnecessary confusion. He watched the remnants of the letter turn to black ash and scatter with a stern expression on his face. It was night time when everyone had gone to sleep, and it was time for Ellen, who had no night operations, to sleep as well. For some reason, she had been carrying a cat that seemed to like her for quite some time, and eventually brought it into the barracks. She had initially intended to return it to the dining hall where it had originally been. Since it's a kitten, wouldn't it be nice to stay with it? After all, it's been abandoned. Because of Adelia's words, Ellen had hesitated for a while before finally bringing the cat to the barracks. The cat seemed to struggle for a moment, but eventually, as if being pulled in, it entered Ellen's barracks without leaving her arms. Somehow, her blurred consciousness and heart seemed to have found a bit of stability. As she removed her ceremonial armor, the cat watched quietly as the armor hung on its stand. Was it thanks to encountering this strange, small creature that had no business being here? Ellen found it curious that her hazy consciousness was restored just by the presence of a single cat. It felt as if she had been caught in an unknown spell. Anyway, Ellen now thought about washing herself. She stared at the cat. She couldn't tell where or how it had come from. It wasn't particularly dirty, but it was clear that it had been rolling around in the dust of the camp. Although she had never cared for an animal before, Ellen thought she should wash the cat. The dust couldn't be good for the kitten. She picked up the cat, which was sitting quietly on the barracks carpet. Meow holding the softly crying cat, Ellen headed towards the bathroom area of the barracks. And then, as if it sensed where it was being taken, meow. Meow, the cat began to struggle in Ellen's arms as if it had an intuition about its fate. We need to wash you. Meow. Ah! As they entered the bathroom, the cat struggled desperately, as if to say it was an absolute no-no, and managed to escape from Ellen's arms. Ellen watched the cat as it hit the floor and scurried away with its tail between its legs. Unable to hide properly, the cat was shivering in the corner of the tent with its head buried. Would it be tormenting the animal to forcibly bathe it when it clearly didn't want to? Ellen didn't particularly want to hurt the small creature. Come to think of it, aren't cats supposed to hate water? Ellen unbuttoned her shirt, thinking the old saying seemed to be true. After washing herself in the bathroom, Ellen swiftly picked up the kitten, which was still frightened and hiding in the corner, and placed it on her lap. While drying her hair with a towel, the kitten sat quietly, shivering. Was it cold? Adelia had mentioned that it seemed to be in pain. Upon closer inspection, its movements were somewhat stiff, as if it were broken. Unlike the image of a nimble cat, it appeared rather scrawny. As she dried her hair, the cat slowly got up and stepped down from Ellen's lap, beginning to cry at the entrance of the tent. Meow, it seemed to be asking for the door to be opened. Ellen's tent, unlike the others, had a locking mechanism in place. Thus, neither small animals nor people could easily come and go. Do you want to leave? Although it felt strange to speak to an animal, Ellen asked the question. The cat was said to have been abandoned by its mother, or at least that's what Ellen had heard. So where could it possibly want to go in the middle of the night? Or maybe it knew a way to return to its mother. Since she couldn't know what it was thinking, Ellen simply stared intently at the cat. The black cat stared back at her. One party remained silent, and the other couldn't speak. How long did they gaze at each other like that? The black cat seemed to give up, walking back from the tent entrance toward Ellen, and attempted to jump onto her makeshift bed. Thud, meow. However, it seemed unaccustomed to jumping and hit its head on the edge of Ellen's not-so-high makeshift bed before falling off. Are you okay? Ellen carefully picked up the pitifully crumpled black cat from the carpet and placed it on her makeshift bed. A cat that couldn't even jump. Purr the cat sat quietly beside Ellen, shivering. Its appearance seemed almost embarrassed, causing Ellen to stifle a giggle. Then she was surprised to realize she had laughed. Could she laugh at such a trivial matter? Had she not yet lost her laughter? Ellen finished drying her hair with the towel and tickled the nape of the trembling, embarrassed cat. It seemed that the cat had given up on going somewhere and decided to stay in Ellen's tent. Now that the operation was over, all Ellen had to do was rest. Proper rest was important. Even if Ellen was strong, the battlefield could snatch her life away in an instant. A restless sleep or inadequate rest would affect her the following day. The fatigue and flickering consciousness she felt lately were qualitatively different from ordinary tiredness. Her combat ability was not diminishing, that much was clear. Even as her consciousness grew dim and her vision blurred, she knew the path her blade must take, and her body moved automatically to strike down her enemies along the optimal route. The strange feeling of being detached from her own consciousness, as if another being was using her body instead, increased. For this reason, Ellen felt as if her body had been hijacked by someone and that someone was wielding her body on her behalf. For this reason, even though she felt suffocated by fatigue and pressure, her combat ability was not diminishing, but rather being strangely elevated. Turning off the lights and lying down on her makeshift bed, Ellen quietly watched the black cat curled up in front of her face. The golden eyes of the black cat and the pupils within grew larger as they stared back at her in the darkness. They were very close. If it had been a person, they would have been close enough to see their own reflections in each other's eyes. Ellen had never raised an animal before. Even in her hometown of Rizera, there were a few houses with dogs, but none with cats. In Rizera, animals were generally referred to as prey. She had never thought about wanting to raise one. It wasn't that she had never seen a cat before, but this was the first time she had seen one up close like this. However, today, Ellen reached out to a cat she had never seen before, one that seemed out of place in such a location. As if it knew something, the cat licked her fingers. The unfamiliar sensation. A strangely familiar feeling seemed to awaken something that Ellen was losing. Before she knew it, she had brought the unfamiliar cat back to her tent, and now it was staring at her from beside her bed. The cat continued to watch her from the shadows. Golden eyes. Eyes that somehow seemed familiar. For that reason, Ellen felt as though the small animal, which knew nothing, understood her. Ellen found herself amused at the thought. Now I understand why people keep pets, or so it seems. It's not that they keep them despite not being able to speak. It's because they can't speak that they keep them, because they can project any emotion and feel understood, because they can delude themselves into believing they are understood even when they know nothing. In the moment Ellen felt understood by the cat's eyes, she realized that it was her own desire for understanding that was projected onto it. The black cat gently rubbed its head against Ellen's face. It seemed to really understand, even though it was just a delusion that she was being understood. Ellen gently stroked the cat's head with her hand resting on its back. It was surprising how such a small being could help her hold onto her fading consciousness. Her fatigue, the pressure, and the despair seemed to have diminished somewhat. And so, her mind was now quite clear. Of course, due to fatigue, Ellen's consciousness was gradually sinking into the depths of sleep. She managed to pull herself together today with the help of that small being, but how long could it last? She could only receive a small amount of help from such a small existence. Eventually, it would disappear. I don't want to disappear. As Ellen's eyes grew heavy with sleep, she gazed at the cat, in her fading consciousness. For some reason, Ellen thought she saw tears well up in the small cat's eyes. Could cats cry? Ellen found the thought amusing, since when were tears exclusive to humans? Humans can cry, and humans are ultimately beasts. Tears must belong to all beasts, not just humans. So naturally, cats should be able to cry as well. However, Ellen didn't know why the cat was crying. The cat was crying when it should be the person crying. Don't cry. Within her fading consciousness, Ellen gently wiped away the tears streaming from the kitten's eyes. As for being a heavy sleeper or not, Ellen tended to sleep a lot. Back in her beloved hometown, Ellen was always the child who woke up late, whether she fell asleep early or late. Nobody scolded her for oversleeping, not her mother, father, or brother. The little girl who woke up late became the young woman who woke up late. But it was in the temple that Ellen realized she was a creature of habit. She could wake up much earlier than her usual bedtime to do morning exercises. After growing up, She learned that if necessary, she could reduce her sleep and sleep less in situations that required it. In the temple, she voluntarily reduced her sleep, and now as part of the military, she reduced her sleep out of necessity. And that wasn't unique to Ellen. Everyone had to start their day early. As the days grew shorter, Ellen awoke in the dark hours of dawn, needing to head to the command center to receive her mission orders. Having made the necessary preparations, Ellen donned her inner armor. Clank, clank, clank. As the armor stand activated, Ellen's ceremonial armor clung to her body, and the seams fit together automatically. The divine sword of the moon god hung at her waist, and the sun god's cape draped over her shoulders. Though there were no significant missions for the time being, Ellen was in charge of a constant campaign, always ensuring the safety of the march to the garrison and eliminating any monsters that appeared. After receiving her assignment and mission orders at the command center, she set out for the field. Camping was exceedingly dangerous, so missions were generally completed within a day, but occasionally they took several days. Meow, you must have been disturbed by the noise. Ellen watched the black cat, who had seemingly been awakened by the sound of her donning armor, rubbing its eyes and yawning on the bed. The black cat stared wide-eyed at Ellen, who was now fully armed. Ellen, clad in her resplendent armor, crouched down in front of the half-awake cat. Then she gently tickled the cat's neck with her index finger. Unpleasant, isn't it? Ellen wondered if the sensation of metal from her gauntlet-covered hand would harm the cat, so she carefully withdrew her hand. I have to go. In just a day, Ellen had grown accustomed to speaking with the cat. The cat seemed to understand her words and hopped off the bed to land beside Ellen. Thump! The cat, seemingly unaccustomed to jumping, failed to land properly even from the small bed and collapsed onto the ground. How could it be so clumsy? Despite its awkwardness, the cat quickly got back on its feet and meowed at the entrance to the tent. Could it really understand her words? Ellen couldn't help but have such strange thoughts. When she unlocked and opened the tent, she saw people who had already started their morning routine, bustling about. Ellen wasn't the only one who woke up early. The black cat that emerged from the tent with her meowed by her side. Meow as if Ellen was going somewhere. The cat seemed to want to go somewhere too. As if she could understand the cat's words, Ellen felt as though she could understand what the cat wanted to do. It was an odd sensation she'd never felt before in her life. Were cats always such free-spirited animals? Ellen didn't know much about that aspect. But like Ellen, the cat seemed to want to go somewhere, even though it didn't appear to be able to run properly. Whatever it was, she couldn't force it. She didn't have the confidence to take proper care of it anyway. Ellen looked down at the cat, who gazed up at her and spoke softly. Come back again. Meow, as if responding to her words, the cat cautiously began to walk away. Ellen had said she was leaving, but the cat went first. Even though she'd asked it to return, would it really come back? That was something she couldn't know. Even if it was only for a day, having a strange encounter with an unfamiliar cat in her life wasn't a bad thing. It was quite an extraordinary experience. But if the black cat were to visit her again, that wouldn't be a bad thing either. With that thought in mind, Ellen walked away. Chapter 525, late afternoon, the designated meeting place. At a hidden location on the outskirts of the garrison, Harriet could see a black cat approaching from afar. A cat! As the cat came closer, it gradually grew larger, eventually taking on the familiar shape of a person. Harriet's jaw dropped. Reinhardt! In just a single day, something had happened that left Reinhardt looking quite disheveled. What's going on? You can transform into a cat. Since when? Harriet couldn't help but be taken aback when a random cat appeared out of nowhere, only to transform into Reinhardt. First, let's head back to Edina. I'll explain everything there. Reinhardt, his mouth tightly closed, seemed to have a lot he couldn't say. Edina, the capital city of Lazak. Ah, so you couldn't enter the royal-class garrison in human form, so you transformed into a cat. Yes, but then Sarkigar just left me there and escaped. He tried to teach me various things for a few hours, but when I couldn't grasp anything, he abandoned me at the garrison and fled. He said that as long as I got into the garrison, it would be fine, and that being cute would somehow work out. He claimed that if I was stealthy, I could manage to escape on my own. Sarkigar. I thought he was a loyal servant. Did he have some grudge against me? It would be strange if he didn't, right? Considering the long history of our troubled relationship, it's actually odd if he didn't hold any resentment. Is it fortunate that he only did this much? Well, my original plan was to transform into a cat, hide here and there, and eavesdrop on conversations, hoping that if I were caught, my cuteness would let me off the hook. But it turned out the opposite. You could say that. In the end, not only did I attract the attention of the entire royal class, but I even spent a night in Ellen's tent. This actually worked out well in the end, but there were too many memories from the process that I didn't want to recall. That bastard Kono Lint? Kono Lint. What about him? Never mind, it's nothing. What is it? What happened? I don't even want to think about it. Did he torture animals or something? No, it's not that. Then why are you angry? He did help in a way. I know he tried to take care of me in various ways. If it weren't for him, I might have turned into a lily. No, I just really don't want to talk about it. It seems like something did happen. Though I experienced a series of unexpected events, I couldn't help but consider the outcome as positive. I was able to closely observe the demeanor of the royal class members, not out of curiosity, but because I was right in front of them. I even got to examine Ellen, who I wanted to scrutinize the most, from up close. I also checked on how Adriana was doing. Ellen is a demigod. Whether it's because of that or not, Ellen was clearly coping better than I was. The spirits tried to kill me, but they might not have had a reason to kill Ellen. Although I can't tell how long it will last, it was clear that Ellen was doing better than me. But maybe I should be even more afraid that Ellen, who is a demigod, is gradually being consumed by it. Sakigar remained stationed at the garrison, gathering information, while I was the only one who had returned for now. By the way, what about the other units? They must still be in operation, considering we finished too early. True. Thanks to Liana summoning a blizzard that turned the area into a deadly frozen wasteland, our operation ended swiftly. Other units led by the vampire lords were still in action. When the allied forces resumed their march, we would start our work once again. I checked the situation at the garrison as well. What about Heinrich? And at this point, a matter as important as Ellen's situation. I sent a letter through Sarkigar, but although I warned them, the future remained uncertain. Of course, I knew that letters were being delivered throughout the royal class garrison, so it was no big deal to include one more letter through Sarkigar. However, I didn't think it would entirely resolve the issue. Will a single letter be enough? Harriet looked at me anxiously. We could meet in person and talk, for sure. Yeah, so wouldn't it be better to discuss things more thoroughly? I wholeheartedly agreed with Harriet's opinion. In fact, although it was an incident I didn't want to remember, Harriet had a similar conversation with Ellen. The source of information is important. Where's the guarantee that Heinrich will blindly believe what I say? They might think I'm trying to disrupt the Allied forces. Only a handful of people knew the truth about the gate incident, so very few would trust the sincerity of my words, and Heinrich wasn't one of them. Contacting Bertus would be dangerous for him, not me, and I could no longer get in touch with Ellen. At best, I could only encounter her as a cat, as I did this time. It was a painful task, nonetheless, and she asked me to come again. I never expected it to turn out this way, but would it be good for Ellen if I visited her regularly? Is there any meaning in me visiting her as a cat? There might be some meaning, but it didn't seem significant. The situation had become so strange that I began to worry if Ellen would feel neglected if I didn't visit. Sakigar, you were too irresponsible. When I return, really, I can't say anything because of my numerous sins. It's now impossible to complain about Sakigar because I had received the most hospitality so far. In fact, my information gathering was more successful than necessary. Anyway, it's best to avoid secret talks with someone from the Allied forces in the name of Darkland. There must have been more than one or two guys among our peers at the temple who wanted to kill you out of resentment. That includes you, Olivia, and Liana. Even if they forgive the cat, they won't forgive me. That's only natural. It's not just because this situation happened because of me. Most of the students lost their homes and families. Unless they were from the imperial capital, many of them experienced such incidents. So, to them, I would be an absolute enemy. And as a kitten, I listened carefully to the conversations among the students while in the cafeteria. Of course, most of them talked only about the cat, but I also heard stories beyond that. Hatred for me, there were many who didn't care at all about kittens or such, being entirely swallowed up by it. Ludwig was a prime example. Something had drastically changed since the death of Asher. In Cliffman's case, it was impossible to know what he was thinking. But the once shy and reticent Cliffman had become less talkative in a different sense. Whenever the topic of the Demon King arose, the atmosphere would become heavy. This was felt even amidst the warmth of the kitten's arrival. Hearing something and seeing it with one's own eyes are indeed different. I experienced this firsthand, seeing the atmosphere of the royal class through the eyes of the cat. There are many who will never forgive me. Would knowing the details change anything? What if people find out that Ellen, Charlotte, Bertus, and the responsibility of the imperial family are involved? People will hate Ellen, the Empire, and me together. Then it would only be the beginning of an era of unending hatred until everything is destroyed. Heinrich didn't lose his family, but he's among those people. So if my people or I were to tell him the truth, he'd be more likely to doubt us first. Therefore, it's better to remain anonymous. If he knew the source of the information was me, Heinrich might be less likely to believe me. If they find out the truth about the gate incident, it could be an even bigger problem. They would know that the responsibility for the underlying cause of the gate incident lies with the imperial royal family, including me, and that we've been hiding it until now. It's better not to know the truth, because knowing it would inevitably lead to divisions within the alliance. But how can you be so sure it'll happen that way? At Harriet's question, I stared out the window quietly. I know the future, but that no longer has any meaning, because now I don't know the future, except for the future I saw in the preview. Sometimes, things that happen between people can be painfully obvious. People remain the same, and the dynamics of power remain the same, and then they begin to change. The events scheduled to unfold in the changing landscape will proceed accordingly. Harriet seemed puzzled by my words. Heinrich von Schwarz is a forsaken prince. As a child, he awakened his abilities and accidentally killed his siblings. That's why he was driven out to the temple. So, at the beginning of my time at the temple, I didn't fear any repercussions when I defeated Heinrich. I knew the Kernstadt royal family had no interest in him. Still, I can't predict everything, and this isn't my area of expertise anyway. I merely know the characters and events I've created, not predicting the complex dynamics of politics. So, for dealing with what comes after this, I'll need to consult an expert. As always, there's the possibility that there's something else I don't know. There's no guarantee that there are no hidden events in this case, too. Charlotte would tell me what else I need to do or learn here. But you know. Ha! Harriet's face reddened as she looked at me. I want to see it too. What do you want to see? I didn't get a good look earlier. Ah, I think I know what she's talking about. Well, why would you want to see that of all things? It's just so fascinating, isn't it? Ha! Can you do it? Harriet, brimming with excitement, approached me and eagerly asked, "Seriously, what's the big deal about a cat?" In reality, I don't like cats that much. There's no reason to like the cats that make strange noises all over the neighborhood when they're in heat. Of course, I've never raised one. I chose it simply because it's easier to hide than a dog and wouldn't need a leash. And kittens are usually cute, so that's why I went with it. But when the people from the royal class garrison came to see me, I couldn't help but wonder why they were all so amazed and excited about it. It does seem cute, though. But is it really worth all this fuss? Even if we are in the midst of a desolate and miserable battlefield. That's how it was. I never even expected Ellen to show that much interest in it. I don't like turning into a cat. I still don't know the controls well, so I'm not sure what to do either. I've managed to walk and run, but I still haven't gotten the hang of anything more than that. Ah, do it, do it. Please, this. Isn't she going to cry if I don't do it? But why does she want to see it so badly? Seeing Harriet this excited was so unusual that I felt awkward. No, I couldn't refuse her when there wasn't much difference with the other options and Harriet was acting like this. How did it come to this? In the end, I gave in. I couldn't bring myself to look away from Harriet's sparkling eyes. I used Sarkigar's ring again. After a short while, Harriet looked down at me, now transformed into a small black cat. Ah, but now that I'm smaller, the angle is that. Hey, you! Harriet hastily covered her skirt. Meow, no. You're the one who asked me to transform. I didn't know this would happen. It's only my second time transforming, so I didn't think about how things would turn out. With a flushed face, Harriet stepped back and then kneeled down to look at me. Wow, wow. Harriet approached me with a wobbly gait and swiftly picked up my cat form. Meow. Ah, cute, so cute. Harriet hugged me tightly. As expected, she has quite the reaction. I love you. Meow, my waist is breaking. Edna's scribe, Harriet de Saint Owen, suddenly began wandering around the castle, hugging a cat. "Scribe, are you raising a cat?" "Yes, isn't it cute?" "Ah, yes, it's cute." Harriet, holding a black cat with a somewhat sour expression, shoved it in people's faces, constantly exclaiming how cute it was. Hugging a cat that somehow seemed forcibly cuddled, Harriet proudly showed it off to everyone. Everyone quite liked seeing the always mature and serious scribe smiling like a person her age. There were many who feared the Demon King, but it was clear that the scribe had a good impression on everyone. As she wandered around the castle, it was only natural for her to run into various people. "What's this? Why do you have a cat?" Olivia Lands, who had come to the castle to talk with the regent, was no exception. "Isn't it cute?" "Cute? What's with the cat's sour expression? Besides, I don't like cats. They're so rude, acting like animals." "Heh!" At Olivia's words, Harriet wore a sly smile. Seeing Harriet's enigmatic grin, Olivia furrowed her brows. "Ha, seems like you're trying to charm me with a cat. But you were disqualified the moment you couldn't seduce Reinhardt despite sharing a bedroom with him for over 6 months." "Heh, hee hee. Is that so?" As Harriet's gaze seemed to ridicule her, Olivia's expression froze. A dreadful suspicion arose in her mind. "What? You couldn't possibly—" "Well, I don't know about that, but watch." Harriet suddenly lifted the cat and pressed her lips to its mouth. Meow. Cute, right? What a show-off. And then Olivia saw it. The cat transformed from Harriet's hands into a human in the blink of an eye. "Hey, what are you doing?" Reinhardt, with a flushed face, covered his mouth, spluttering. "What? I wanted to kiss my cat. Why am I your cat?" "What? What? What's happening? What's going on here?" Olivia gaped, watching the scene of the transformed cat acting indignant. You damned little brat," Olivia shouted in anger, and Harriet cackled as she hurried away. "I prefer dogs too." "What are you talking about, both of you?" This time, Olivia made a plea that wasn't a plea for Reinhardt to transform into a puppy. Reinhardt tried to surprise Olivia by transforming into a wolf-sized dog, but Olivia ended up loving it even more, saying the bigger, the better. Chapter 526. The Lazak royal castle was filled with an unexpected argument between the scribe and the head priest of the Holy Order. "It's a dog. It's a cat, okay? A dog. Dogs are great." "I said it's a cat. Do you really not know?" Naturally, Lyanna de Grance, the Thunder King, had nothing else to do before her next deployment, so she had no choice but to watch this bizarre quarrel. Cats or dogs? What a strange conversation to have in a place like this. "Hey, I'm not doing anything, so why do you two keep fighting and dragging me into it?" Reinhardt, who was in between the two, seemed ready to grab their collars as his face turned pale. He had just returned from scouting the Allied army's garrison. "What are you guys doing?" Lyanna approached and asked the flushed-faced Olivia and Harriet. "Lyanna, what do you think?" "Think about what?" Lyanna tilted her head at Harriet's question. Olivia answered, "Ha, she'll think the same. Obviously, it's a dog. Dogs are better. She'll agree, right?" "It's a cat, I tell you," Harriet exclaimed with a grin. Olivia and Harriet both stared intently at Lyanna. Reinhardt tried to ignore the situation, not wanting to hear any more about it. Dog or cat? Lyanna's dilemma didn't last long. "Well, maybe dogs are more edible." "WH what?" At her brief answer, Olivia gaped, and Harriet was aghast. Reinhardt, too, tried to ignore the situation but couldn't help turning blue. Lyanna shrugged at their reactions. "Weren't we talking about which one would be better to eat during a food shortage?" "You're crazy. Liliana, you should stop taking depressants. Your condition is getting weirder." Lyanna started giggling at the horrified reactions of the three. "Of course I'm joking." Lyanna's taste for humor was deteriorating. "You transformed into a cat." "Yeah." After hearing the details, Lyanna crossed her arms and fell into thought for a moment. Reinhardt had transformed into a baby black cat. He had returned after receiving a lot of affection at the royal class garrison. "You've gone up a notch." Lyanna pretended to feel sick, as if she was about to vomit. "I didn't want to do it." "Then did someone force you?" "No, not that. But that's not the point. The original plan was—" "Never mind. There's no point in explaining." "So Olivia thinks dogs are better and Harriet thinks cats are better, and that's why they were fighting." "Yep. Obviously it's a cat. No wonder you like a creature that doesn't even know loyalty. You're just like the animal you admire." "Ah, so you're saying you're a bitch. Right." As Harriet laughed while covering her mouth, Olivia's face turned bright red. "What, bitch? You've said enough. You said it yourself." Stop it, both of you. It's my fault for transforming into a beast. Can you please just stop? Reinhardt couldn't bear to watch their bickering anymore and shouted, his face flushed. HMPH. Tusk. Both turned their heads away, clearly not wanting to look at each other. Dogs or cats? Liana began to ponder, crossing her arms as if she was troubled. Actually, dogs and cats are too common. I chose it because it's common. I want to try raising a reptile. How about a snake? If not a snake, then a lizard. What do you want me to do about it? But you've had cats and dogs. Why can't you have a snake? That's why I said no. Reinhardt firmly refused in the end. Ha, while pretending not to be interested, you never plan on changing when it comes to not receiving cuteness. You devious creature. It's not like that. Finally, Reinhardt exploded. Having been tormented all day by Liana, Harriet, and Olivia, he couldn't visit Charlotte until late at night. The debate between dogs and cats is age-old, but Liana suddenly wanted to see a reptile and made a bizarre request. Of course, since Liana appeared, there had been no transformations. If it's shown too often, it becomes a habit. However, to be honest, here we go again. Somehow, it felt like it would be necessary to transform into a cat and visit the Allied forces base. Although it was unclear, it seemed like the cat played a role similar to a nerve-calming agent for Ellen. If that's the case, wouldn't the time spent in animal form become greater than in human form if it's shown to others out of guilt for only showing it to Ellen? What is this? It wasn't about finding dignity as a king, but what is this pet-type demon king who can transform into any animal? It's horrifying. I've dug my own grave again. In the end, it was after sunset that Charlotte could be visited. Charlotte, who was in charge of Edna's rule, was incredibly busy. She was stuck in her office until midnight. Ah, Reinhardt, I heard you returned. Wearing a black dress, Charlotte stood up from her seat and smoothed her clothes as I knocked on the office door. Strictly speaking, there was a hierarchical relationship, but acting too much like that was, well, a bit strange. Anyway, she didn't hear about my animal transformation, did she? Are you busy? At my words, Charlotte shook her head. Not really. I finished my work today, but there are some things I need to think about. It's fortunate that she didn't seem to have heard. I wouldn't have been able to refuse if Charlotte also asked me to show her. Since she had finished her work, she looked at me quietly, as if asking me to state my business. Black hair and devilish eyes. Honestly, the appearance of a demon comes to mind, but it's not as cute and lovely as before. Now, she emits an atmosphere similar to a queen rather than a princess. Seeing it repeatedly, this appearance of Charlotte isn't too bad. It's somewhat strange. Well, I have something I need to discuss. Discuss? At that, Charlotte tilted her head, as if asking what I could possibly have to discuss with her. And then, gurgle, the sound came not from my stomach, but from Charlotte's. She said she finished her work, but did she not eat? You should eat while you work. That's true. Charlotte's face turned red, and she vigorously nodded her head, looking sorry. It's not a secret, so let's talk while eating. That. Yes, Charlotte silently followed behind me. Edna Castle was not initially a lavish or grandiose space. The structure itself is not a palace, but a castle. It does not have grand banquet halls, court orchestras, or galleries. Compared to the Imperial Palace, Edna Castle is practically a humble dwelling. Is it uncomfortable living in a place like this? Did I ask you too late? As I walked alongside Charlotte, she vigorously shook her head with a dismayed expression when I asked her. No, no, really. It's fine, really. Don't worry about it. You know I don't care about such things. Her words trailed off, and I couldn't help but notice Charlotte's expression die. Ever since being kidnapped by the Demon King, Charlotte became indifferent to not only food, but also sleep. Unknowingly, and without either of us realizing it, we touched upon each other's vulnerabilities, and Charlotte fell silent. After my true identity was revealed, I couldn't properly converse with Charlotte. Why did I have to do it? Why did it have to happen? Charlotte never heard my story, and it was not a situation where I could explain it to her either. But with only the truth that I genuinely wanted to prevent this situation, we spent the past 2 years unable to share any conversations. It was the same now. Charlotte felt guilty towards me, and we only apologized for it, but we never revisited everything that happened since our first encounter. Why did I deceive her? Did I deceive her from the beginning, knowing she was a princess? About the truth of her abduction, about the days of exchanging letters. It occurred to me that we still haven't talked about anything. In the face of major events like the Gate incident, matters that determine the fate of the world, managing a single country, are these small conversations supposed to be buried? Do we not need to have those conversations? Since Charlotte buried her questions in guilt, do we not need to talk about them? I walked in silence with Charlotte, head down towards the dining hall. Let's eat something first. We'll talk while eating, no matter what. You want to. Do it yourself. As I intended to enter the kitchen myself, instead of calling someone, Charlotte looked at me with an incredulous expression. There's no rule saying the Demon King can't hold a knife, right? Well, I suppose. I barely recognize myself as a king, and I have no thoughts about the discipline or dignity I should maintain as one. And to be honest, after a long time, I wanted to make something with my own hands for Charlotte. If I were to seriously consider it, although I have a hierarchical relationship with them, I don't know if they regard me as their ruler, but to me, they are merely friends. I have limitations in doing things alone, so I seek help from my friends. I'm not sure if it's right to think this way as a king, but my mindset doesn't change from this. Also, the fact is that after training with swords at the temple, the next thing I've held the most is a kitchen knife. I've made countless meals and eaten them just as tirelessly, before breakfast and after evening training sessions, together with Ellen, sometimes with Harriet and Charlotte as well. I couldn't help but pause when I recalled my days at the temple. I thought about the things that had changed, moments that could never be returned to come to mind. Even back then, I had thought about it, that someday everything would change. I knew it had to be that way. Even in those moments, I kept thinking that a day would come when I would reminisce about those times, and those moments could never be eternal. Those thoughts had ultimately become reality, and I had no choice but to live in the present, unable to return to that moment. But just because I knew it would happen, and even if I expected it, it wasn't as if I could easily accept it when it truly came to pass. Moments I couldn't return to, relationships I couldn't turn back. I found it infuriating, unfair, and sad. It was somewhat amusing that the kitchen there couldn't provide the same environment as a kitchen of a mere school operated by the Empire, but the Empire was inherently on a different level. It wasn't quite the environment of the temple, but it was still the king's castle. There were ample food supplies, and since it was late and Charlotte didn't eat much, I made a light sandwich. A cup of water and a sandwich. Thank you, Reinhardt. It's nothing. Still, despite it being nothing special, Charlotte seemed touched, her eyes shining as she began to eat the sandwich. Since I made one for myself too, I ate a sandwich as well. When do you think we'll set out next? Well, that depends on the movements of the Allied forces, not on my will. We'll have to keep a close eye on their actions. Right, I suppose so. The decision of the Allied forces' advance wasn't up to me. Therefore, due to the nature of our work, which required us to follow the movements of the Allied forces, we couldn't know when our next departure would be. When the Allied forces advanced and dispatched their vanguard to secure the route, we would strike a more advanced position. It's fortunate that nothing's happened. The other units should also be without incident. Probably. We've all agreed that if our strength is insufficient, we'll retreat immediately. There's no need to push ourselves. The number of personnel deployed was small, so the loss of personnel would be devastating. As long as the vampire lords followed instructions, there shouldn't be any major problems. Maximize restraint in engagements with the Allied forces. Retreat immediately if personnel loss is expected during a battle. As long as these two principles were adhered to, there should be no major issues for the other units either. On reflection, there was something I needed to tell Charlotte. It wasn't crucial information for Charlotte, but still. By the way, we destroyed a gate. It was a small one, though. I heard about that from Harriet, but I'm worried that destroying a warp gate is a bit reckless. We didn't push ourselves. To be precise, it was pretty much all done by that girl, Liana. Although we were a mere five-person squad, excluding Liana, the four of us didn't even have a chance to exert ourselves. She summoned a massive blizzard, turning the area into a virtual snowfield. Flying monsters crashed, a considerable number of creatures froze to death, and the remaining monsters either suffocated or were crushed under the snow. Still, it's best not to rely too much on that method. We can't know how long it'll work. Charlotte, who had already received a report from Harriet, nodded quietly. You're right, but I think this will be a pretty important card for our strategy moving forward. Yeah, I guess so. It was a strategy to reduce the number of monsters by exposing them to extreme cold, and once we tried it, we realized it had considerable side effects. As I said, monsters are diverse. If we want to kill them with the environment rather than direct attacks, we need to employ various methods. There are creatures similar to ordinary living beings, but there are also entirely different ones. That's why various types of death were required. Death by poison and falling. As I was considering those, I could also see the effects of suffocation and being crushed. I confirmed that a blizzard could be quite a versatile weapon. Of course, the fact that there were monsters that survived in such extreme conditions could be seen as even more horrifying. With just us, we should be able to advance by dealing with small gates like this. I'm not sure about medium or large gates, and we certainly can't handle super large ones on our own. While a blizzard is a very useful weapon at the moment, there will come a time when it will not work against certain enemies. When the Allied forces arrive, they'll be quite bewildered. It doesn't seem like the snow will melt by the time they arrive, but well, we'll figure something out. With Heinrich present, a bit of fire magic would make the snow melt quickly. If that doesn't work, Liana can step in again. Technically, it would cause large-scale environmental destruction, but it's not like I care about nature. My priorities lie elsewhere. After finishing her sandwich, Charlotte gazed at me absent-mindedly. Right, we agreed to discuss something. Somehow, sitting together like this, eating something we made late at night, I feel like just chatting about various things. Perhaps I should say that it makes me feel sentimental. Even though I know this is not the time for it, it's been so long since I've felt sentimental that it feels rather strange. Still, I must do what needs to be done. I don't know everything, and there's a lot I can't do. That's why there are many people around me. People who can think about what I don't know, and people who can do what I can't. They're all precious to me. Do you know about the Schwarz royal family? Are you talking about Kernstadt? Yeah, that's right. Charlotte tilted her head, as if she didn't understand why I was asking. I know as much as I need to know. It's not some minor country, it's the second-ranked human nation. In other words, number 2 among the human countries. That's why Charlotte knows as much as she needs to. That phrase was quite interesting. Not I know as much as I do, but I know as much as I need to. It means that she knows not just the commonly known knowledge, but also the knowledge a princess must possess. In other words, she has knowledge about the undisclosed details as well. You know Heinrich, right? Yes, Heinrich von Schwarz. He was our classmate. I know that he's been quite active since the gate incident. I think he's likely to be assassinated by his own siblings soon. What? Assassinated? It was natural for Charlotte to react with disbelief. Chapter 527. Upon hearing the rumor that Heinrich von Schwarz would soon be assassinated, Charlotte wore an expression of disbelief. No, I know it's unbelievable, but what if it does happen? It's all my fault, really. Assume for now that it happens and tell me about it. All right, the problem. One day, Heinrich takes on a mission as usual, but he is killed during the assignment. Instead of an assassination, his death is disguised as having been caused by monsters. At that point in the original story, Heinrich was still an unlucky fellow, but his position had become crucial. As a result, not only would the Allied forces be severely shocked, but the royal class would also be shaken. Ludwig watches Heinrich's funeral, which is held at an alarmingly fast pace by the Kernstadt royal family, and realizes that something is amiss. Ludwig reports this to Bertus, who grants him permission to investigate the matter discreetly. While the Allied forces mourn Heinrich's passing, Ludwig, with the help of several others, uncovers that the Kernstadt royal family is behind the incident. Following the incident, Bertus, furious that such an event could occur due to petty political games, executes the entire Kernstadt royal family and forcefully integrates the command structure under the empire. At the time of the original story, Bertus acted as the regent for the deceased Emperor Neliod de Gardias, taking on the role of supreme commander of the Allied forces. However, since Bertus is now the emperor, he cannot leave his post, and so he must travel between the imperial capital and the Allied forces' base. Anyway, after this, an immense backlash occurs within the Kernstadt army, and some even attempt to desert. In this situation, Ludwig passionately appeals to the Kernstadt army not to abandon the war that determines the fate of humanity. In the original story, Ludwig is a symbolic figure because he possesses the Allsbringer, a powerful artifact. As a result, the Kernstadt army continues to serve the Allied forces following Ludwig's appeal. If left alone, Heinrich will die. Heinrich is not only a classmate, but also a crucial part of the Allied forces. The loss of Heinrich causes a rift within the Allied forces, but they eventually reunite due to Ludwig's persuasion and sense of duty. Nevertheless, tensions continue to exist between the Imperial Army and the Kernstadt Army. It's a disastrous event with no positive outcomes. That's why I hope this incident won't happen. I've warned Heinrich in a letter, but I cannot be sure if it will be effective. Assuming Heinrich is assassinated, I want to resolve this situation without him dying and the Allied forces suffering significant damage. Is that possible? Contacting Heinrich directly would likely be a bad idea, as he doesn't trust me. What if I kill all of Heinrich's royal siblings? This would cause massive chaos within the command structure. Moreover, if I were to personally take action, it would be like the Demon King himself attacking the Allied forces base and killing the Kernstadt royals. Hatred towards me would skyrocket among the Allied forces, and unease would spread. They'd constantly fear that the Demon King might attack at any moment. And even if I did kill his family, Heinrich would never forgive me. He wouldn't know that if I hadn't killed them, he would have been the one to die. If there's no proper way, I could choose to kill all of Heinrich's brothers myself. But I know very well that's neither the best nor the average choice, and it's a terrible one at that. No matter what I do, their hatred for me would pierce the sky. So even if Heinrich thinks of me as the enemy of his family, would my burden get any heavier? There's no particular need to deliberately shoulder more hatred. It's possible to disguise my actions as someone else's, whether through sarkigar or directly by assassination. In the end, an assassination would occur within the Allied forces, causing a disturbance and slowing the march of the army. The command structure would be reorganized, and when the Allied forces start commanding the Kernstadt army as they used to, problems would arise. Even if subordinate commanders inherit the command, the confusion won't subside. It's a problem even if Heinrich, the only heir of Kernstadt, takes over the command. That guy may be strong, but he has no experience or talent in leadership and command. Ultimately, the three trying to kill Heinrich are people who clearly have their own usefulness. The three royal members are doing their immediate duties well, causing accidents if left alone. They are villains who, if removed, cause problems equivalent to the indispensable factors they possess. Getting rid of them is easy. However, the problems arising after their removal lead to even more problems. So, with as little noise as possible. Passing this incident over entirely in a way that doesn't kill Heinrich or cause significant trouble within the Allied forces. Is that possible? I sought Charlotte because I couldn't think of anything more here. I don't know the situation of the Allied forces very well, but I think I have a rough idea of what you're thinking, Reinhardt. Charlotte begins to seriously consider my question. Because Heinrich is forced to stand out suddenly, his brothers will be tense. So, they try to eliminate him beforehand to avoid greater consequences. It doesn't seem entirely impossible. Charlotte tilts her head. But it's a matter of probability. Can we be sure that such a thing will happen? There's a possibility, but there's no guarantee it will happen. Perhaps if it's an assassination, they'll disguise it as a death on duty. But I wonder if the Schwarz are really reckless enough to be that foolish. A foolish act. I couldn't help but agree with Charlotte's words. The gate incident hasn't even been resolved yet, and the brothers kill Heinrich, who is a powerful force, just because he is too outstanding. In the original, Bertus couldn't believe the truth and was beyond furious. At a time like this, at a moment like this, killing one of the most important forces of the Allied army, a brother even, for a mere struggle for the throne. That's why Bertus loses his sanity, and using his authority as the supreme commander, executes all the Kernstadt royals, deciding that it's better to kill them and face some disturbance rather than wage war with such madmen. In reality, the Allied forces are on the verge of division, but they are saved from ruin by Ludwig. In the end, Charlotte clearly judged this incident as too foolish to happen. Right, it might be a possibility, but there's no harm in preventing it if we don't know if it will happen, right? The bleeding of the Allied forces is also our bleeding. Well, that's true. So let's assume the situation unfolds like that and think about it. Well, if we really consider the possibility of an assassination, by the time this war is properly resolved, Heinrich would be in a position where even the royal family of Kernstadt couldn't easily interfere with him. It doesn't seem entirely impossible. That's true. He would receive treatment almost on par with that of a hero like Ellen. While Ellen's status is excessively high, Heinrich is no pushover either. Frankly, the original protagonist, Ludwig, can't even begin to catch up to the reputation Heinrich has now. So by the time the Gate crisis ends and humanity's reconstruction truly begins, Heinrich will inevitably be treated as an unparalleled hero, not only in Kernstadt, but also in every place where humans have survived. In that case, even if Heinrich himself doesn't want to be king, he might have to become one. Ah, indeed, that's a possibility. The darker the era, the stronger the power of symbols. As the youngest member of the Kernstadt royal family, Heinrich might almost inevitably be pushed onto the throne. The youngest, who, whether they like it or not, would possess enough influence to become king if he is alive. Older siblings who, feeling the injustice and resentment of having the succession taken away from them, would try to kill the youngest before he became too famous to be touched. Charlotte seemed convinced that there was more than enough possibility of that happening. In the end, the important thing isn't whether Heinrich's assassination happens or not, but how to prevent that situation if it does happen. Charlotte furrowed her brow as she pondered. It would be easiest to resolve the matter through Bertus, but if Heinrich were to completely become an imperial figure, in other words, severing all ties with Kernstadt, it would just take convincing Heinrich. Then the situation would be maintained, but this carries a risk. Making contact with Bertus is indeed dangerous, but if there's no other way, we have no choice. That's not the only issue. Charlotte shook her head. The Schwarz royal family is likely to perceive this as interference in their internal affairs. Even if we're trying to save them, they might take offense and view it as internal interference. Of course, Charlotte sighed. Kernstadt is the Empire's foremost vassal state. Is that so? Don't you remember the Orbis class? Ah, the Orbis class would also be participating in this gate crisis, and although the class itself has disappeared, the students remain, so the Orbis class alumni would still be present at the Templar base. One of the numerous incidents that occurred due to my actions was the collapse of the Orbis class. In short, the relationship between the Orbis class and the Royal class can be described as one of inferiority, a perpetual first and second place. The Empire and Kernstadt have a similar relationship. Kernstadt is the nation closest to the Empire, and as a result, Kernstadt harbors tremendous feelings of inferiority not only towards the Empire, but also its own citizens. But how much greater would the inferiority complex of the Schwarz royal family be? Ah, I see. The nation closest to the Empire ultimately has the strongest desire for the Empire. To be precise, the Schwarz royal family of Kernstadt envies the Guardia's imperial family more than anyone else in the world, and due to that, suffers from an inferiority complex. The Empire had not remained safe and stable up to this point without struggles. It was just that these conflicts were not recorded in history. There had been countless attempts by the Schwarz family to overthrow the Empire. Mankind had an enemy. The Empire was established under that flag. However, that did not mean there had been no turmoil. As a princess, Charlotte would be well aware of the many unrecorded power struggles and intrigues that had taken place. That's why it's crucial for the Emperor of the Empire to maintain a relationship with Kernstadt that is neither too close nor too distant. Kernstadt is the most important diplomatic target, a potential enemy, and yet, at the same time, the most crucial ally. For the Empire, Kernstadt was also important, whether in a good or bad sense, leaving aside the fact that our approach to Bertus is dangerous for Bertus, completely excluding Heinrich from the Kernstadt royal family and integrating him as an official of the Empire could be seen as a gesture that the Empire is trying to swallow the Schwarz family. So, of course, they would consider it interference in their internal affairs and resist. Shouldn't they be happy if a strong contender for the throne gives up their claim willingly, even if they hate the Empire? At my words, Charlotte shook her head. Reinhardt, with this approach, the issue isn't just about gestures and possibilities. It actually becomes feasible for Bertus to swallow the Schwarz family through Heinrich. What? Succession rights are just a facade. Even if Heinrich were to give them up, the influence he would wield after the war could still affect the royal succession structure. And if Bertus wanted, he could really make Heinrich the king of Kernstadt. It's an opportunity to completely replace the Schwarz family, which has been a thorn in their side, with Heinrich as his man. It would be strange if Bertus didn't do it. Why wouldn't he do it when he can? Kernstadt's perception of interference in their internal affairs is not mistaken. It is actually interference. By severing Heinrich's connection with Kernstadt entirely to eliminate the possibility of his assassination, the Empire could use Heinrich to swallow Kernstadt's royal family instead. Charlotte pondered and shook her head. Come to think of it, this method won't work. Heinrich would die because of his situation if that happens. So, it would rather provoke the Kernstadt royal family. Yes, the current heir, Louise von Schwarz, is not a fool. On the contrary, she's quite clever. If the Empire makes such a decision, she would predict what's about to happen in an instant. Then, not only would they try to eliminate Heinrich even faster, but their relationship with the Empire would also be completely ruined. The solution to deal with assassination creates an even greater possibility for assassination. Severing the relationship between Heinrich and Kernstadt is actually a more dangerous choice. If Heinrich remains within Kernstadt's sphere of influence, the royal family, feeling threatened by his growing stature, would likely assassinate him. If Heinrich remains within the Empire's sphere of influence, the Schwarz family, fearing a future where the Empire swallows them through Heinrich, would assassinate him. A fate that can only lead to death. Is that it? No matter what is done, Heinrich ends up being assassinated. Is there no way to avoid Heinrich's assassination through a moderate approach? Do we have to kill the people of the Schwarz royal family stationed here, no matter the method? At least not Louise von Schwarz. Why? Because it would surely lead to greater chaos. Not only is she the supreme commander, but she also has a strong foothold in Kernstadt. What would happen to an army that lost its commander? There's likely no one within the Kernstadt military with better capabilities. But if we kill the others, except for Louise von Schwarz and Heinrich, eventually, Louise von Schwarz will try to kill Heinrich anyway, so it would be meaningless. In the end, Charlotte had the same concerns as I did. This headache is too painful. They are both too important. Both Heinrich and Louise von Schwarz are crucial. If either of them dies, it would be a problem, and if there's no other way to resolve the issue than death, what should we do? Let's bring them in. What? For a moment, I didn't understand what Charlotte was saying. Heinrich is entangled in too many political schemes within the coalition forces. I think it will be after the war if an assassination happens, but if Heinrich is assassinated during the march, every moment would be dangerous. So, in the end, the only way to protect Heinrich's life is to have him with us. Is that so? I had thought of that kind of plan before, but there's no guarantee that Heinrich will willingly join us. That's true. With everything that has happened so far, it will undoubtedly be difficult for him to accept us. And you? The likelihood of Heinrich willingly joining my side seems very low. Force or violence might be the only options. Still, the only solution that comes to mind right now is this one. Charlotte spoke while finishing her remaining sandwich. Capturing Heinrich. We could try, but would Heinrich accept? To ensure your safety, not to increase our power. There's no way Heinrich would accept that reason when no assassination attempts have been made. Let's think about it from my perspective. If in secret, Bertus approaches, and the core forces of Edina, including Charlotte, try to drive me away, conveying the intention to join the Empire, would I believe that? I definitely wouldn't, right? We'll capture Heinrich. At the moment, there doesn't seem to be any other way. After finishing our meal, though late at night, Charlotte and I had a cup of tea on the royal terrace. I like to climb up the tower and look down at Lazak, but the view from this terrace is just as good. I don't know about other things, but in my opinion, the view from the palace is better than that from the temple. We need to think a bit more about how to capture Heinrich. The Kernstadt royal family. It doesn't concern me now, but they were quite the notorious bunch. From what I've heard, they especially seem to have been so from the Empire's perspective. The number one vassal state and the ruler of all vassal states, the imperial royal family. It made sense when I heard that the Schwarz royal family couldn't help but envy and be jealous of the Empire. They had the potential to become the Empire, but the Guardia's royal family was too strong. Though it may be rude to say this to you, the influence of Darkland played a big role in the Guardia's royal family remaining intact and the Schwarz royal family not being able to take down the Empire beyond a certain point. It must have been like that. It wasn't exactly the same, but in the past, Bertus had said something similar. That's why, when I caused a terror incident in the Empire to rescue the demon prisoners, Bertus, despite suffering substantial losses, was rather pleased. He believed that the incident could help prolong the life of the Empire. If I hadn't existed, and the gate incident hadn't occurred, there might have been an uprising by the revolutionary forces, or the empire might have been divided under the leadership of Kernstadt. One enormous event had swallowed up everything in the world and reset it to nothing. Do you know there's an academy similar to the temple in Kernstadt? Really? That was the first time I'd heard of it. Kernstadt must feel inferior to the empire. That's why they couldn't help but envy the temple, which was a very important project for the empire, nurturing and securing talent. So, Kernstadt created a system that benchmarked the temple instead of sending their royal family members there. I've heard that the quality of education there is quite good as well. I don't know much about it, but they're quite diligent in trying to catch up with the temple. Just as the royal class wasn't particularly interested in the Orbis class, the same was true for the Kernstadt Academy, which was trying to catch up with the temple in some way. Why bother when there's no comparison? It must have felt like that. And that's why it was quite surprising to the Empire and the temple when Heinrich entered the temple. The royal family of Kernstadt's Schwarz lineage sent a member to the temple. It must have felt like that. Well, that's true. There had been an accident. That's why he had been sent to the temple as if being expelled. It was the first time I had heard about the backstory of him not being able to enroll in the internal academy of Kernstadt. I know the circumstances, but does Charlotte know as well? Reinhardt, you might not know, and it might be rude to talk about this behind the scenes, but there's an incident that made it almost inevitable for Heinrich to go to the temple. I have a rough idea. Really? Pretending not to know, and then acting surprised after hearing it would have been pointless, so I made a gesture that I had a rough idea of what Charlotte was trying to say. Charlotte didn't specifically ask for the source of the information. When he was very young, his abilities awakened, and during that time, his two older brothers died. That's what I heard. Ah, it was probably something like that. Charlotte took a sip of her tea. Anyway, it was an accident, and it couldn't be helped. Even though Heinrich entered the temple back in elementary school, which was a very long time ago. What is Charlotte trying to say? While it's true that the death of the direct royal family members was a very dangerous and significant event, was it really necessary for Heinrich to be almost chased out to the temple? That's what I'm thinking now. Really? Yes. After all, it was an accident, not intentional. But if you think about it, he was sent to the temple, the academy of the empire they hate so much. Since he's royalty, they couldn't execute him just because of the accident. It's as if they couldn't stand the sight of him, so they sent him far away. And then they cut off their interest in him. Well, even now, there's the perception that supernatural powers are ominous forces, but back then, that's true, ominous power. Supernatural powers, the mysterious origins of supernatural powers, often led to them being perceived as ominous, with the stigma likely being even stronger in the past. Doesn't the punishment seem a bit excessive? Someone had died, and even siblings had died. But in the end, it was still an accident. It felt like the punishment Heinrich received was somewhat harsh. He was royalty, after all. I couldn't help but think that he was being excessively hated. The temple was a school attended by the children of influential people, royalty, and nobility from various places. They gathered together, socialized, and received an education. But in the end, it was a school filled with the children of the influential. If you look at the backgrounds of the students who come to the temple, you can get a sense of the political situations in various places. The temple also serves as an intelligence gathering place, sifting through that information to gauge the state of the continent. Really? Why wouldn't it be? In the end, the temple collected information about the students. Of course, it was limited to those from powerful families, royalty, and other prestigious lineages. Well, they don't actively pry into the students' lives, but they simply deduce from the information provided. There's even a dedicated department in the temple for that. I had just learned one of the temple's secrets. Though it wasn't a specialized intelligence department, the temple had no reason not to use the vast amount of information that accumulated there. So, the information I received about Heinrich von Schwarz, it's speculative, but there's one important thing. What is it? Heinrich is hated by the royal family, quite severely at that. I see. Supernatural powers often awaken in extreme mental states, right? Yes, that's true. I wonder what kind of situation Heinrich was in when his powers awakened. However, he can't remember the process because it happened when he was too young. Supernatural powers awaken in extreme mental states. Heinrich had killed his siblings. Because of that incident, he was hated by the Kernstadt royals and was forced to come to the temple. What lied beneath that? I think he was abused. It's not that he was hated for killing his youngest sibling. The sequence of events is different. Charlotte spoke calmly. He was hated from the beginning. Due to his siblings' abuse, Heinrich von Schwarz experienced immense pain at a young age. In the midst of that, he awakened his pyrokinesis and killed his siblings. Though it was a homicide, it was still an accident. His supernatural power awakened after emotional distress due to abuse. And the reason for the abuse. He wouldn't have been abused for no reason. There's a possibility that Heinrich von Schwarz is an illegitimate child. Charlotte made a chilling deduction. That would explain why Heinrich has received so much hatred from his siblings, and why, as you mentioned, the Schwarz royals stationed here are trying to kill Heinrich in this situation. It was a terrible thing to say about Heinrich, but Charlotte's cruel deduction revealed another truth about the situation that I was unaware of. The gaps in the story were filled. I couldn't shake the feeling that we were close to the truth. In that case, Heinrich would be unaware that he was an illegitimate child. Chapter 528, the notion that Heinrich might be an illegitimate child, was no more than a conjecture. However, when viewed in this light, the loose threads of various incidents seemed to tie together perfectly. Why hadn't Heinrich been sent to the academy within Kernstadt? Why did they have to kill Heinrich, who was gradually becoming a hero in these circumstances? The base-born illegitimate child might be mentioned as a potential successor to the throne of Kernstadt, surpassing even the noble Louise von Schwarz. This would be absolutely intolerable for the pure-blooded royal family. If this is true, Heinrich probably doesn't know about it either. It was impossible to know whether this was the truth or not. The current Queen of Kernstadt, Solanin, is an extremely fastidious person. Her obsession with etiquette, dignity, and court appearances is no joke. Can you believe if I and Bertus have to learn about it? I haven't seen her in person very often, though. The queen of a vassal state, a queen with a higher sense of etiquette and dignity than the empire itself. However, this was ultimately a mere facade, and nobody considered the Queen of Kernstadt to be equal or superior to the imperial royals. And an illegitimate child. Just the existence of such a rumor would be enough to make her have a fit. No, if such a rumor were to spread in the world, she would go beyond chills and hang herself with a rope. So, instead of an illegitimate child, she might have accepted him as her own child. Killing and disposing of him would have been easier, but well, King Constantine von Schwarz of Kernstadt is known for his obstinate personality. He might have been equally obstinate about the treatment of the illegitimate child. But well, accepting him might have been possible, but loving him would have been impossible. The King of Kernstadt would have been unable to intervene in that aspect. Finishing her story, Charlotte drained the last of her tea and exhaled. In the end, it's all conjecture. It might be that he wasn't an illegitimate child at all, and the royal family simply loved the fourth and fifth children so much that they couldn't help but hate the youngest. Charlotte said that she was merely suggesting a possibility, a reasonable possibility. She was only telling what Temple had speculated, but it was a brutally cruel possibility. It was a possibility that was all the more cruel because it was close to the truth. Could Heinrich accept or believe this? That's all I can tell you. I don't know how to persuade Heinrich. You are an illegitimate child. You might be killed by your siblings because of that. No, your siblings have to kill you. They have to kill you before you receive even greater hero treatment in order to eliminate the possibility of the throne going to an illegitimate child. An illegitimate child who killed two pure-blooded royals. Wouldn't it be strange if they didn't hate Heinrich? He has even become undeniably strong, receiving hero treatment in Kernstadt. He was supposed to live in a corner, out of sight, confined to Temple, but now they had to reluctantly treat him like a brother because of the situation. It would be enough to break their spirits. I guess I have no choice but to tell Heinrich that he'll die if he doesn't side with me because he's an illegitimate child. That's true, Charlotte laughed weakly. The midnight consultation had come to an end. Although I hadn't obtained the answer I wanted, I knew what needed to be done. I could deduce to some extent how the fragile pieces I had set up were interwoven. We had eaten and had tea. Yet somehow we both felt unfulfilled. Charlotte and I, perhaps it was because we had had a proper conversation with each other for the first time in a long while. We sat idly on the terrace, unable to do anything. There was something to discuss. Shall we go for a walk? Ha! Oh, yeah, sure. As if she had been waiting for those words, Charlotte nodded vigorously. Charlotte and I left the castle and walked through the plains on the outskirts of Lazak. Following the path, Lazak City was on the left, while the refugee camp formed on the right. As Charlotte had planned, we occasionally saw people who we presumed to be members of the vigilante group, carrying torches and wandering around. They were bound to be corrupted. Charlotte's cruel plan was to purge these corrupt vigilantes and form a new group when the time came. It was cruel not because Charlotte allowed corruption among them, but because their corruption was a sin caused by their own choices. The corrupt vigilante group, who would later be punished, could not escape the shackle of having chosen their sins. Though they were merely being used, they would be judged without even realizing it. Charlotte knew how humans would behave in certain situations, because there were people who would crawl into the predicted quagmire without even being instructed, and because they would be replenished by others. That's why this policy was cruel. I had no idea how far it had gone. We no longer brought survivors from the continent. Thus, Edna's population would no longer increase due to external influx. We only needed to manage the people remaining in Edna. We saved many people. However, compared to the actual number of people who died, it was ultimately a mere handful. Because of the chain of other events that happened as a result, unthinkable things occurred in the end. Charlotte and I watched the torches moving in the refugee camp from afar as we walked together. How is the administration going? Is it manageable? I don't know if it's manageable, but I'm somehow doing it. I've come to grasp the overall situation in Edna to some extent now. Things will gradually improve. That's a relief. There was no other option but to improve. Although it sounded good, it also seemed as if the situation was so dire that it couldn't get any worse. Was I too pessimistic? Most of all, it's fortunate that there are no complaints from the demons. If it had been a normal situation, the resistance from the demons would have been greater than that of the humans. True. Although there was no reason for the demons to live with humans, they obeyed without question because the Demon King commanded it. The rule of the Demon King was thus both ideal and strange. In a society made up only of demons, the Demon King could practice lifelong dictatorship without any resistance. Hadn't Elleris said that when she was an archdemon, she did just that, only to be defeated and exiled by her only demon son who could resist the Demon King, and the princess, Charlotte, who is now my regent. When we first met, was this future predetermined? Charlotte. I have no memory of living as a prince of the demon world. At my words, Charlotte stopped walking and looked up at me. I was thrown into the world knowing only that I was the son of Demon King Valia. Suddenly, on the day I spoke of those times, Charlotte gazed at me in silence. When I met you, I didn't know who you were. I won't bother making excuses for the many lies I told you, saying I had no choice. Charlotte quietly listened to my story. But I should apologize. I'm truly sorry for all the lies I've told you so far. I don't know how to apologize so that my sincerity is conveyed. I don't think I can be forgiven for deceiving Charlotte with just this one sentence. However, I believe I must tell the story properly. I think this is something I can't put off any longer, using business or having too many tasks as an excuse. Charlotte watches me apologize and smiles quietly. 3 times. 3 times. Once in the Demon King's castle, once in the Spring Palace, and here, that's 3 times. Charlotte looks at me. The number of times I've saved Charlotte. It seemed that's what she was talking about. It feels like the world hates me, and somehow I have to die, but you keep saving me. I wonder if there will be another incident where I have to die. It was a night when neither stars nor the moon were visible, perhaps due to the cloudy sky. You're strange. You should hate me. Hate you. Yes, Charlotte looks up at the night sky. I couldn't trust you even though you saved me several times, even if I had no choice but to think that way. You saved me with pure intentions, but I couldn't trust you and cursed you. I thought that could happen. Numerous lies built a tower of misunderstandings, which was more persuasive than the truth. That's why I thought it was inevitable. I don't blame Charlotte. I had no choice but to do that. At my words, Charlotte smiles bitterly. You saved and protected me so many times, but I couldn't trust you. If you had cursed me and blamed me, that would have been inevitable too. Blaming Charlotte for not understanding my feelings. That could have been entirely possible for me as well. I did what I had to do in that situation, but you didn't blame me in a situation where you had no choice but to blame. What's the difference? I think it's huge. You did something I couldn't do. And whenever I feel that you still don't blame me even a little, it feels strange. What am I? I haven't done anything for you, always received help, and even pushed you into the abyss at a crucial moment. But you saved me as if it were a given. I don't know. That's why you feel distant now. I don't know if I can ever do anything for you. I think I'll never be able to repay you even in my lifetime. Something that Charlotte must do for me. Not a duty of a servant, but something Charlotte must do for me. There's nothing like that. I don't particularly want anything. Just live a healthy and good life. I thought you'd say that. Charlotte covered her mouth and chuckled. Should I have said more? I need you, not just for duties like a servant, but for you to be present where my eyes can see. I wish you were always there. Should I have said that? Charlotte was the first life I saved when I arrived in this world. It was true that Charlotte felt a different kind of attachment to me than she did to others. I want to do something with you. Charlotte quietly spoke to me. Something you want to do together. Yeah, something we can do right now. Something she wanted to do with me at this time. As I looked at her as if asking what it was, Charlotte rummaged through her belongings and pulled out something. Let's eat this together. It was a biscuit wrapped in paper, an item that symbolized the time we first met. So she carries this with her. Had she been saving it for a moment like this when we could eat it together? Sounds good. At my response, Charlotte laughed lightly and unwrapped the biscuit, precisely breaking it in half. It had been the same back then. She had broken the biscuit I offered her in half and handed me a piece. In that moment, when she was starving, I felt a strange emotion as I watched Charlotte, who couldn't just eat it herself, hand me half. When I handed her the biscuit, had she been thinking the same thing? Though the actual circumstances were different, she had given me all of the precious food in that moment. Charlotte handed me the half of the biscuit she had split and bit into her own piece. She had been carrying this biscuit to give to me someday. She must have wanted to talk to me that much and had always been prepared to do so. In the end, it wasn't until quite some time after Charlotte had arrived in Edna that we were able to bring up the stories from our first meeting. We sat leaning against each other on a hill overlooking the refugee camp and the city of Lazak, eating biscuits. Of course, these biscuits were not the same as the ones we had then. It tastes different from that time. It can't be helped. Charlotte and I munched on the biscuits as we talked. The situation was different, and objectively, these biscuits were not as delicious as the ones we had back then. Naturally, the biscuits the Demon Prince had carried were of a higher quality, and the ones available in Edna were bound to be inferior. The luxurious biscuits that we had eaten when we were so hungry that anything would have tasted good. Ordinary biscuits eaten when we weren't particularly hungry. They couldn't taste the same. Charlotte had thought that she could never eat anything more delicious than the biscuits she had eaten back then, so she didn't really care what she ate after that. That had happened in the imperial capital, though the taste wasn't the same as that time. Still, we could eat biscuits together. In the end, after going around in circles, we could be together. We don't resent or hate each other anymore. I don't have to lie to Charlotte anymore. Reinhardt. Yeah, what do you plan to do when all this is over? As she took a bite of her biscuit, Charlotte asked me, after everything is over, after the gate incident, if I survive the final battle and somehow manage to settle matters with Ellen. If I'm still alive then, what should I do? I don't know. It's overwhelming to think about the distant future when I don't even know whether I'll be able to exist that far ahead, given the current situation. I'm not the kind of person who can think about an uncertain, excessively distant future. Heinrich is in danger of being assassinated, and I haven't found a solution to that problem yet, let alone thinking about what will happen after everything is over. War, it will probably be inevitable. I guess so. Yeah, after everything is settled. Eventually, the fact that we have a foothold in Edna will be known throughout the continent. I don't know when, but it'll certainly happen. Charlotte is in charge of the preparations. It's a position that demands thinking about the future. And that is a problem I, as the king, must also think about. After the gate incident is resolved, humans will deal with the remaining monsters on the continent and lay the groundwork for reconstruction. We could create our own paradise here, far from the continent, hiding in plain sight. But we can't avoid encountering each other forever. At some point, a collision between humanity and Edna is inevitable. Charlotte's mention of war isn't exactly new. I've been thinking about the issue as well. But such a war cannot be avoided. As humanity rebuilds and the situation improves, their desire for revenge against me, the cause of this calamity, will want to be appeased. When word spreads that the Demon King has established a base in Edna, the moment will come when we must battle the punitive forces of humanity. It's something that may not happen in the short term, but is bound to occur eventually. Charlotte gently pats my shoulder, seemingly aware of my dilemma. When I turn my head, Charlotte gazes at me with a slightly tilted head. Want to hear something interesting? What? Because you're with me, you can claim to be the heir to the Guardia's royal family. What is she talking about? Also, you possess two sacred artifacts. You can assert enough influence over the five great religious orders. Or you could reform them into the United Holy Church, putting Olivia Lands at the forefront and absorb their power. That's possible too. What are you talking about? It was a terrifying idea. Of course, the demons will follow your rule. That goes without saying. Charlotte looks at me. Reinhardt. What is she trying to say? I felt a shiver run down my spine. You could become not just the ruler of an empire, but of the entire world. Not the emperor of humanity, nor the king of demons, the ruler of the world. Do you think humans will hate and despise you, and therefore won't accept your rule? As if she already knows, Charlotte has a subtle smile on her face. People don't live as citizens of the Guardia's empire because they support it. Rule is passive. It doesn't matter if it's the Guardia's royal family at the top or the despised demon king. There's no need to persuade from the beginning. There hasn't been any persuasion either. Rule is just rule. It doesn't require the support of the masses. A ruler just needs to be strong. As long as you're so powerful that no one beneath you dares to defy or overthrow you, that's all. Whether you rule Edna's people with a protective hand or become humanity's oppressor under the guise of oppression and fear, it's the same. The hatred of humanity. If that will eventually overwhelm me, am I allowed to strike at them first? If the war is to happen someday, should I consider confronting it head-on or even launching a preemptive attack? What about Bertus? What will happen? At my words, Charlotte speaks with her head buried between her knees. I believe he'll be saved. Emperor of the continent, king of the world. It's not that I never considered such possibilities. I didn't necessarily think that a ruler of humanity had to be from an empire. But now, Charlotte is saying that I must consider that enormous proposition. It just feels like you're only thinking about what you might lose after everything ends. It seems like you're only afraid of that. You might not just lose something, you could gain something too. It was a thought that seemed quite far from my perspective. Charlotte looks at me. I want to let you know that you could make up your mind to have everything and not miss out on anything. After the gate incident ends, war breaks out and someone dies. Someone from Edna will be lost. But that's not it. You can try to have everything in the world. That's what Charlotte was saying. Can a country exist where all citizens dislike their king? Can such a thing be established? Even if it could be established, should such a thing be allowed? Speaking in terms of possibility and impossibility, it's possible. If hatred is turned into fear, that rule can be established. If the fear is greater than the hatred towards me, no matter how much humanity despises me, I can keep them under my feet. But can I handle that? I, who can barely manage this small island nation and have entrusted it to Charlotte. Do I have even the slightest capacity to pull off such a crazy feat, becoming the ruler of the entire world? Just because I don't want to lose a single thing, is it okay to try and have everything? Chapter 529, In the Depths of Night. Charlotte had gone to her bedroom, and so had I. Harriet had apparently dozed off while studying, as she was asleep with a book on her lap, leaning against the bed. Carefully, I placed the book on the study table and laid Harriet down properly. Seemingly sensing my touch, Harriet chuckled in her sleep. Reinhardt, cat, good nice. So adorable, I wanted to bite her. I too leaned against the bed, preparing to sleep. Since I had told Airy to rest today, she would not be coming. The king of the world. It wasn't something I hadn't considered, but I had never really delved deeply into the subject. It was something I couldn't know until I thought about it now. The problem at hand was the assassination of Heinrich von Schwarz. It was difficult to interfere carelessly, and Charlotte said that capturing Heinrich was the best method. A method. I had a secret method that no one knew about, although I had stopped using it well since the world began to turn in a way that somehow tried to screw me over. The system function still existed. I couldn't tell when or how it would screw me over, and its reliability had decreased. After a very long time, I decided to use the rollback function. The assassination of Heinrich von Schwarz would not occur. Please specify the date range. Date range. Well, I guess I need to specify a date range, since using rollback would ensure Heinrich wouldn't be threatened by assassination for the rest of his life. I could prevent the assassination for a week, but the assassination could happen the day after that. It's a temporary solution until I can solve the real problem. For now, how about 10 days? To cause the event, 2-0 achievement points are required. The required achievement points are 2-0. My total achievement points, including those I had secured while roaming the Esren mountain range, amounted to around 30-0. I could do it. I could guarantee Heinrich's safety for 10 days, and then for another 10 days after that. However, this campaign won't end in just a month or two. Naturally, it would span years. But if I continue to postpone it like this, I would eventually run out of achievement points. I already knew that I couldn't do anything significant with the rollback function. I couldn't cause extremely significant events, nor could I avoid crucial ones. From the beginning, it was only meant to function as an auxiliary. There was just too much I couldn't expect from the rollback. So, what about something else? Another long-forgotten system cheat. Advice of the Oracle, 150 points. The advice of the Oracle had not been of much direct help. It mostly threw me into new situations. It typically provided help and danger simultaneously. Considering that I'm still alive, it must have been helpful, even though I didn't use it often. One way or another, the first piece of advice from the Oracle led me to Elaris's shop, which is the root of all these stories. However, I hadn't used it much since then. It wasn't particularly necessary, and it often caused confusion, and there was always the possibility that it was a trap. In the current situation, where I must make the best choice in almost every circumstance, relying on the potentially risky advice of the Oracle might be better left untouched. It could just complicate things further. That's why I didn't even look at the advice regarding Ellen's case. I didn't even try the rollback since it was obvious that it would be useless. What about this time? As the assassination of Heinrich von Schwarz loomed, I wondered what I should do. I hoped it wouldn't be one of those pieces of advice that only served to further complicate matters. Absolute fate advisor's advice. Do nothing. Just as I suspected. It was advice that only complicated things, telling me to do nothing. I couldn't tell if it meant that I should just let things be, or if it would be better for Heinrich to die, or that trying to make direct contact would only make the situation worse. What if I do nothing? So what? Are you saying it's better to let him die, or is it better to leave him alone? If you're going to talk, finish what you have to say. The advice was direct, but the outcome was anything but intuitive, making my head feel like it would explode. In cases like these, ambiguous advice was even more ridiculous. Are you one of them too? Ambiguous fate advisor's advice. Why is Heinrich von Schwarz alive? What kind of nonsense was this now? Was it suggesting that it was strange for Heinrich to be alive in the first place? Achievement points used. 300, there was still quite a lot left, but still achievement points. Sigh, my head ached. I should just sleep. Ah, good night. Good night, lullaby. What kind of dream was our blockhead having? Was it a dream where a cat like me was putting her to sleep? In the end, I couldn't help but stroke the blockhead's head a few times. Kernstadt Army Headquarters. Late at night, only 3 people remained in the headquarters, while all the other commanders and soldiers slept. Sister, I'm not sure if this is the right thing to do. What are you talking about? Is it right to integrate that bastard into our army? Alphonse von Schwarz chimed in at the words of German von Schwarz, the second and eldest son. I can't stand the sight of that brat. Why do we have to command the army alongside that filthy bastard? Just seeing him being treated like a big shot lately makes me nauseous. Didn't I tell you not to use that word? At Louise's words, German and Alphonse's expressions hardened. We apologize. We apologize. Even in private, mentioning such a word so carelessly is a problem. How many times have I told you that people like us should never utter such an ominous word? What will you do if someone hears you? Bastard. If anyone found out that the Schwarz royalty had mentioned the word bastard, it would cause a problem. People would sense the implication that there was an issue with a bastard. The siblings picked up the problematic word too easily. Alphonse, the third, broke the silence that followed Louise's words. Anyway, I don't understand why we have to integrate the youngest one into our army. His position will only grow stronger. That's right. Wouldn't it be better to keep him away from our army, perhaps with the temple or the allied forces? Changing Heinrich von Schwarz's affiliation to the Kernstadt army was risky. It might be different in ordinary situations, but the bastard's position was gradually solidifying. The second and third siblings judged that their positions as heirs could be threatened. However, Louise von Schwarz shook her head. Whether he returns as a hero or is treated as one here, it's all the same. After all, we are part of the enormous system called the Allied Forces. No matter how far apart we are, as long as we belong to the same system, there are no gains to be had by distancing ourselves. We should utilize what we can, shouldn't we? Just by bringing the youngest to our side, the Supreme Command will need the approval of the Schwarz royal family to deploy Heinrich in future operations. Do you not understand what this means? The youngest, who had become too influential to be simply dismissed as a bastard. It doesn't matter where a useful person comes from or their background. Think about the aftermath of the war. After that, Louise von Schwarz's cold gaze shone. Do you think the Empire will still be the same? Eldest sister. At the mention of the forbidden word, the siblings' expressions hardened. The Empire will exist. A smile hung on the corner of Louise von Schwarz's mouth. But there is no law stating that the Guardia's royal family must always be the ruler of the Empire. In this situation, Heinrich von Schwarz's studying at the temple will only serve to prove the Empire's capabilities. It means he will be treated as a talent nurtured by the Empire. Heinrich must establish his merit. He must rise through the ranks in this Kernstadt army, in the name of the Schwarz royal family. Why should we hand over any achievements we secure to the Empire? Will we be content living in a mere facade of the #1 imperial vassal state forever? Where is the law that says the Schwarz royal family cannot become the Schwarz imperial family? At no time has the Empire been weaker than now. And if the Empire is thinking about the aftermath of everything, why shouldn't we? The person who could change the Schwarz royal family into the imperial family is, yes, a bastard. The unspoken word emerged from Louise von Schwarz's mouth. If a bastard can help, then by all means. No, even if it's the bastard's child, we should use him. Is this the time to care about personal pride? At Louise's words, Alphonse and German's expressions became strange. In this situation, Louise von Schwarz is trying to topple the Guardia's royal family after the war. Kernstadt will take their place. Receiving Heinrich von Schwarz into their command structure is just the beginning. But elder sister, the support for the youngest from the army and the people. After the war, we might not be able to interfere with him so easily. In the eyes of the two siblings, Louise von Schwarz read the fear of an uncertain future. As much as they disliked Heinrich, they were afraid of him. I said we'd use him. Did I say we'd go all the way with him? Eldest sister. Louise von Schwarz shook her head as if to say not to worry. The epic of a hero is always created only after that hero has laid down his body on the cold ground. At the cold expression of the eldest sister, as if everything was calculated, Alphonse and German held their breath. Savelin Turner, who was in charge of the Vanguard mission, sat on her horse, quietly observing the surrounding scenery. This area wasn't supposed to be part of the operational zone. Savelin Turner and the soldiers she led silently looked around the surrounding scenery, positioned on a hill. Their role was to wait for the next advance, check the enemy's monster hordes, plants, and dense areas in front of them, and then strike and annihilate them if possible. Ellen had also taken on a similar role, but she was currently dispatched to a different operational area. Thus, the location where Savelin Turner now stood had never been designated as a coalition operation area, and no army had ever been dispatched there. However, amidst the silence, what Savelin Turner saw were the scattered corpses of monsters, as if someone had already swept through the area once. The monsters in this place were not supposed to be exterminated, yet their corpses were strewn about as if a wave had washed over them. Some monsters were seen coming and going, but it was assumed they had migrated from other locations. Has someone other than us already swept through and passed this place once? Savelin Turner and the other members of the squad sensed that something peculiar had occurred. Let's return to the garrison. We need to look into this further. Though not having witnessed it directly, Savelin Turner couldn't help but have some inkling of the identity of the mysterious support force. At about the same time, the vanguard led by Ellen encountered a similar scene. Reconnaissance, tracking, and extermination when possible. If the enemy's numbers were too great, the original directive was to retreat and bring a larger force. However, since Ellen had gained the ability to harness Lapelt's power, she had annihilated most of the enemies she encountered. In fact, her squad members hardly had to exert themselves, sweep through once with flames, and any enemies not killed by the fire are cut down with a void sword. No enemy had survived the void sword yet. However, Ellen, who had overcome the limitation of only being able to engage in close combat, was capable of performing feats akin to a one-person army. Ellen and her subordinates saw the same remnants of slaughtered monster hordes that Savel Turner's squad had encountered. They were either burned to death, slashed apart by something, or shattered into pieces. The different manners of death indicated that this wasn't the work of a single individual, but rather several. An unidentified squad capable of using various types of power had already dealt with the monsters. It seems all the monsters in this area have been wiped out. There are still some, but their numbers are extremely low, suggesting they have migrated from other areas after the extermination. Is that so? After confirming the absence of monsters in the area, the squad members who had gone out to scout in all directions returned with the same report. Monsters in the vicinity of the planned march route had been completely wiped out. There were still some monsters, but they were believed to have appeared from other areas after the extermination. There were unidentified collaborators. Ellen stared at the scene, clutching her necklace in her left hand. Reinhardt. Ellen seemed to know whose work this was. She struggled to hold on to her fading consciousness. Just thinking of that name caused anger and hatred to consume her mind. It wasn't a cursed name. Every time she thought of the Demon King and Reinhardt, Ellen felt negative emotions devour her entire body, down to the last cell. Sometimes she even lost her consciousness. But it wasn't a loss of consciousness that made her collapse. For a moment, it was as if someone else was controlling her body, not causing her to fall, but rather taking control of Ellen's body. It didn't do anything strange. It simply carried out its mission like Ellen, hunting monsters and following military orders. The only difference was that it wasn't Ellen. Someone was controlling her body. Although the frequency wasn't too high yet, Ellen was secretly certain that it would gradually increase. Clutching the necklace in her left hand, Ellen gazed at the plain where the monsters had been slaughtered. Let's go back. Ellen turned the horse's head. Some already had an inkling of the truth about this mysterious situation. Of course. Could it be? Ellen couldn't help but wonder if that black, fluffy creature would be waiting for her when she returned to the garrison. The spirits that hated the Demon King did not hate or dislike small animals. That's why she didn't feel the agonizing pain that seemed to tear her head apart just by thinking about it. Something that wasn't pain just by thinking about it. Having such a thing wasn't necessarily a bad thing. Of course, when Ellen returned to the royal class garrison, the black kitten was nowhere to be found. Feeling somewhat disappointed, Ellen spent the entire day brooding for a different reason than before. Upon returning to the garrison, Savelin Turner shared the current situation with the High Command on a top-secret basis. Unknown individuals were clearing the way ahead. Savelin Turner didn't mention that they were suspected to be forces of the Demon King. If that information spread throughout the garrison, it would only cause more confusion. If the information were to spread carelessly, it might lead to soldiers and commanders panicking, thinking that they were entering a trap set by the Demon King rather than speeding up the march. The fact that the Demon King's forces were cooperating would actually hinder the army's advance. The secret must be kept, but if it became known, it had to be presented as if it were part of the Allied forces' strategy. After reporting the events on the march route to the High Command, Savelin Turner sought someone out. Someone who could grasp this situation more quickly and accurately than anyone else. Frontline reconnaissance. Yes, we need your power. It was none other than Kono Lint, a teleportation ability user. Chapter 530. Kono Lint's supernatural powers had mostly been used for rescuing people since the Gate incident. Although his abilities had developed, his personal combat skills remained lacking due to his lack of overall growth as an individual. However, his supernatural power of spatial teleportation allowed Kono Lint to move not only himself, but also others without any limitations. If one were to ask if Kono Lint's power couldn't be used for offense, the answer wouldn't be a definite no. However, to kill a monster, he needed to teleport along with a monster possessing less than roughly 200 kg of mass. For example, he could move to an extreme altitude and drop the creature from there. Of course, After experiencing immense pain from air pressure, Kono Lint gave up on using his ability offensively. Initially, while Kono Lint was busy trying to capture a monster his size, Ellen Artorius and Heinrich would commit massacres. That's why Kono Lint had taken on the role of rescuing survivors from battlefields. At this point, Lint's power was responsible for evacuating incapacitated soldiers from massive battles to safer areas. His spatial teleportation ability made him akin to a mage who could use magic without casting. Although he couldn't teleport across continents, he compensated by increasing the number of uses according to distance. Using consecutive teleportations, Kono Lint could return to the faraway imperial capital within 5 minutes. He was a scout that could be deployed and retreated from any situation at any time. The instructions he received from Seva Linterna were simple. Verify up to which point the monsters on the path of the march had been annihilated. He had heard about unidentified forces sabotaging the Allied forces' march. As a supernatural who didn't need to cast, Kono Lint immediately set off. Pop. In less than a minute, Kono Lint reached the point where Seva Linterna and Ellen had arrived previously. Unidentified forces. Ha! Kono Lint glanced at the traces of the slaughtered monsters and disappeared once more. After some more movement, ha, what? Suddenly, his surroundings were so bright that he had to squint his eyes. Thud. What? He found himself buried in an unexpected pile of snow. His face drained of color as he stared up at the sky, still buried in the snow. Ah, it's freezing. Kono Lint hastily used his teleportation in the suddenly transformed snowy landscape. He didn't have the ability to fly, but he could teleport into the air. Although he couldn't stop falling, he could virtually float in midair if he kept teleporting upward. Of course, the sensation of falling was so horrible that he rarely used it. From high above, he gazed down. What is this? Kono Lint couldn't help but be dumbfounded as he faced the vast white expanse where nothing but snow could be seen. Snow? Yes, Commander. There was an immense amount of snow falling. Unnaturally so. An enormous amount of snow had fallen over a huge area, far surpassing a single urban district. Seva Linterna furrowed her brow at Kono Lint's report. Kono Lint had already grasped the scale of the area where the snow had fallen. It's not the season for snow. It must be an artificial phenomenon. Yes, perhaps. The monsters. There were some alive, but most of them seemed to have been buried in the snow and wiped out. I see. Snow had fallen over a vast area. Seva Linterna quietly stared at the area marked on the map by Kono Lint. There is a top-tier magic called Blizzard. It's a large-scale weather-changing spell that summons a snowstorm over a certain area. However, there is no magician capable of casting such a spell on this scale. Unless it's a legendary dragon, there is no magic to bury monsters under the snow and kill them within this range. Is it magic or something else? The advancing army has its limits, so by the time it arrives, the snow will have almost melted. With a drastically reduced number of monsters to deal with during the march, the path ahead will be easier. Reinhardt's forces are aiding the Allied forces' advance. Not only have the monsters been physically dealt with, but they have also caused a large-scale weather anomaly that eliminated the horde of monsters. The advance will surely become easier and faster. What is this situation? Seva Linterna shook his head at Kono Lint's question. There's no point in knowing. Ah, I suppose so. Reinhardt's name is forbidden in this world. The Demon King is aiding the Allied forces. That is certain. If the fact that the Demon King is aiding the Allied forces were to be revealed, it would only cause chaos at the garrison. To those who don't believe in the Demon King's goodwill, this phenomenon appears as an unknown horror designed by the Demon King for the Allied forces. A few, including Seva Linterna, know there's no need to fear the Demon King's assistance. But what if this large-scale weather anomaly occurred at the garrison? It is humanity's strongest and last army. If this army disappears, humanity will be extinct. So the Demon King can destroy humanity at any time. Turner knows there's no need to fear the Demon King. But she confirmed that the Demon King has an undeniable power to be feared. At any moment, humanity could disappear if the Demon King changes his mind even slightly. I shouldn't be afraid. I'm sure I shouldn't. Seva Linterna, pressing down on her eyelid, let out a deep sigh. It's too scary. Humanity exists because of the Demon King's mercy. However, most humans hate the Demon King. A few who know that humanity's end comes when the Demon King's mercy disappears can't help but fear him even more. Cats are naturally like that. Originally, it's like that. You think you're close, but you're not. They suddenly disappear and reappear. That was Christina's explanation. A few days had passed since the cat disappeared. Everyone was missing it. Not only Ellen, but everyone at the garrison had been disappointed when they tried to check on the cat upon returning. The command center had delayed the advance date by a few days to gather detailed information on the events in the forward area. However, since the horde of monsters was nearly exterminated, Ellen had no reason to deploy and remained at the Royal-class garrison. The kitten that had caused a stir in the Royal-class garrison for a day had vanished without a trace. Cats can suddenly disappear and reappear. It could be hiding somewhere in the Royal-class garrison or have gone to another garrison. The garrison was vast, making it difficult to find a single black kitten. It was absurd to search for it as if it were her own after having it for just one day. Ellen knew full well that her situation did not warrant such concern for a mere cat. It was just one day. To be so troubled over a small creature she had only cared for a single day was laughable. Did she like cute things? Ellen wondered about herself but couldn't quite tell. What mattered was that she worried for the kitten that had gone somewhere. The small creature could hardly manage to climb onto the bed, let alone descend it. It didn't seem capable of prowling around the garrison. The thought of it getting stepped on by someone unknowingly sent shivers down her spine. The blanket on which the cat had sat in the dining tent remained untouched. Like Ellen, no one had removed it, hoping the kitten would return and sit there again. Ellen quietly ate her meal while looking at the blanket. "Do you miss the kitten?" It was a question from Christina, who sat across from her. Did her expression give it all away? Ellen muttered, staring at her stew plate. Did she miss it? What she truly missed was something else. But just thinking about that name made her head feel like it was going to explode. She had taken it all in, so it should be fine. It had to be fine. Buzzing, "Are you okay?" "Yeah, just a moment. I'm a little dizzy." Ellen breathed deeply, trying to calm herself from the pain of tinnitus that threatened to take her consciousness. After a few deep breaths, clutching the necklace in her left hand, her mind regained some stability. The feeling of emotions splitting. Hatred and anger, along with affection, manifested simultaneously, creating a bizarre pain that never became familiar, no matter how many times she experienced it. She consciously tried not to think about Reinhardt. That name had become too painful for Ellen, physically, mentally, and spiritually. It was better to think about something else, something so small and insignificant. It was better to think about a seemingly meaningless existence. Thinking about Reinhardt wouldn't make anything better, it would only hurt more. It feels strange. What does? Just it's an animal. The strange feeling wouldn't go away. I'm worried. Ellen found it strange that amidst a battlefield filled with countless humans in danger and dying, she worried for a small creature that could hardly fend for itself. That night, the image of the small kitten, crying as if resonating with her own pain, did not leave her mind. It was an animal, but it didn't seem like just an animal. Was it right for her, who should be worrying about people, to be concerned about a single animal? No, beyond worry. Was it even more absurd to feel hurt? There was no promise made, and the kitten couldn't possibly understand her words. Telling it to come back was just a casual remark, and the kitten couldn't have understood it. It was strange to have such expectations for an animal. I'm worried too. I wonder where that tiny thing went. Christina sighed deeply, as if understanding Ellen's feelings. She comforted Ellen, assuring her that it wasn't so strange. The kitten couldn't even run properly, and soon they would be leaving the garrison. How could it possibly keep up with the marching army without anyone to look after it? It could hitch a ride on a carriage, but what if something went wrong? Knowing that it was ridiculous to worry, they couldn't help but be concerned. Anyway, it's strange how much it liked Ellen. Do cats have some kind of eye for recognizing heroes? There's no way. Is that so? Many people talked about the guest who had come and gone in the blink of an eye, seemingly disappointed like Ellen at the royal class. Anyway, I heard Anna requested something strange for the supplies. Something strange. Yeah, she said it's something a cat would like, but I don't know what it is. No matter how you look at it, how can she put such a thing on the research supply request list? We don't even know if it exists, and the request has already been sent, so we can't cancel it. Sigh. Anna, a talent in dark magic, not only went on battle dispatches, but also assisted Christina's alchemy experiments for quite a while during the temple period. That's why she still helps Christina's alchemy experiments when she has time. But it seems she added cat-related items to the supply list after seeing the cat last time. In other words, it's a kind of military corruption. Although the degree is not severe, it's not a good action. That's not okay. Even Ellen muttered as much. It's not the first day Anna has done something unexpected. Before that, too. Christina tried to say something, but then closed her mouth. Ellen seemed to understand what Christina had stopped herself from saying. It was about when they were in the Magic Research Club. She tried to feed Reinhardt some strange potion or something. Ellen took a deep breath and slowly ate the stew. Adelia stayed up all night making something like a cat house. What on earth is she doing when she has free time? She doesn't even seem to have time to sleep these days. Really? But actually, I also tried to find someone who has raised a cat before. Ah, Ellen was rather sympathetic. All of the royal class were extremely upset. But in the end, the cat didn't show up after it disappeared. It's like closing the barn door after the cow is gone. The cow doesn't even think about coming back, yet everyone is building barns. So dogs are better than cats, huh? Whether it's a dog or a cat, it's good to have one. Can we afford to choose? That's true. There were more students who were more upset than Ellen. There were, of course, talks like, "This is why cats aren't good," or "This is why dogs are better." But there were also stories about how cuteness is the best. There were also stories about how dogs are cute too. It may be sad that they can be so excited about one small existence in this barren and rigid place. The underlying reality where they can't find joy in anything, but that is revealed. In the grand scheme of things, there's despair and pain, and in the battles before their eyes, they don't know who will die. If they talk about heavy matters, the atmosphere becomes heavy, and only gloomy stories can be exchanged. So they talk about small things. Only cute things, only pitiful things, only pitiful things. A small thing that they can be sure they can help and protect. Small beings can be taken care of with small efforts. Saving humanity is more difficult than protecting and feeding one small animal. So, is that why they talk about small things? Ellen realizes why people can only talk about the story of the missing cat in the seemingly warm and friendly atmosphere. Isn't this close to giving up? Abandoning thoughts of exceeding the limits of one's abilities and focusing on small things instead. Merely cuteness, of all things. Pouring attention into something that isn't even human. If that's not defeatism, what is? Ellen thinks she mustn't be like that. Others might be able to, but she mustn't let her heart be stolen by such small creatures. I have more important work to do, carrying a greater burden than devoting my heart to small animals. People have expectations of me. There are things I must do. In any case, it was just a strange event that happened overnight. While it remains a rather unusual experience, there is no need for such experiences to continue. Cats are like that, after all, suddenly appearing and suddenly disappearing. Animals without loyalty or affection. So, devoting attention to a single cat in matters involving the fate of humanity is not something Ellen can allow herself. Ellen takes a deep breath and narrows her eyes. It doesn't matter if it doesn't come. It must be upset. It liked Ellen the most. So what, it's just an animal? Ellen says that and scoops up a spoonful of stew. Ha, ha, it's here. Where have you been? Suddenly there's commotion outside. Ha, could it be? Christina tilts her head, looking at the commotion outside the tent. Thud. Ellen involuntarily leaps to her feet. The wooden chair Ellen was sitting on tips over with a loud noise. From afar, the cat that could barely walk properly comes running as if it's flying. The cat runs like the wind, entering the dining tent and stopping in front of Ellen. Meow. Ellen looks down at the cat, gazing up at her. Ellen cautiously crouches down and looks at the cat. Really, what a creature, suddenly appearing and suddenly disappearing. Finally reappearing, thinking it's such a strange animal. Meow. Ellen embraces the cat. She called for it again. She definitely said that, and although several days had passed, it returned. You kept your promise. Meow could it really understand what she's saying. Ellen couldn't tell anymore. Didn't you say it didn't matter if it didn't come? At Christina's words, Ellen's face, unusually, turns red. This must be resignation. In the end, it's defeatism. Even so, Ellen couldn't help but tightly embrace the small cat. Chapter 531. The Allied forces march once more. The High Command treated the information that a group, presumed to be the Demon King's army, was clearing a path at the front lines as top secret. This was enough to be considered a scheme within the Alliance. By the time the Allied forces reached the area where the heavy snow had fallen, the snow that had once covered the region had already melted away. It's a bit chilly. Indeed. Has autumn already arrived? The soldiers passing through the area could only feel a slightly cool temperature, completely unaware that a vast amount of snow had fallen here. The Allied forces, which had been sluggishly advancing, now quickly proceeded thanks to the suddenly cleared path. Although groups of roaming monsters appeared occasionally, they were small enough in scale to be dealt with by the reconnaissance squads of the Alliance. The Alliance advanced, embracing the unidentified ally. Soon, they crossed the border of Rhys Ellen, confirming that the small warp gate in the border area had already been destroyed. At last, after commencing their march, they successfully entered the operation zone. In the siege of Senkelion, the Kernstadt army will take charge of the right wing. At the words of Louise von Schwarz, Heinrich and other members of the Kernstadt royal family nodded their heads. Heinrich von Schwarz had been incorporated into the Kernstadt army, the city of Senkelion, near the Rhys-Ellen border. Although it was not a major city, it was one of the key strategic points with two medium-sized warp gates. Naturally, the vicinity of Senkelion was teeming with monsters around the gates, so the Allied forces preparing for the operation had set up a base at a considerable distance from the city, holding their meetings there. Warp gates are fountains from which monsters pour forth. To reach the gates, the forces had to advance while pushing back the monsters that lurked nearby. Once they approached to a certain distance, they would launch an all-out attack on the warp gate, causing it to collapse. However, the destruction of the warp gate was not the end. It was also necessary to eliminate the monsters that had already emerged from it. Previously, the operation had been carried out by a reconnaissance squad led by Seyvalin Turner, who would destroy the warp gate after a single breakthrough and then escape. But the warp gates themselves had become increasingly powerful, and the number of monsters pouring out had become overwhelmingly large. A one-shot destruction was now impossible. Of course, it was not impossible to destroy the warp gate while maintaining the previous tactics. However, in that case, not only Seyvalin Turner, but also the highly valuable forces of archmages and masterclass knights would have to face immense risks. Most of them were irreplaceable at this point in time. If Seyvalin Turner or Ellen Artorius were to die during such an operation, it would not only break morale, but also render future reconnaissance operations impossible. Hence, an army was dispatched to offset the irreplaceable forces with the deaths of replaceable individuals. In this operation, we will eliminate the monsters on the right side of the Allied forces. After annihilating the monsters with rear artillery support, when the army successfully advances and reaches the outskirts of Senkelion, the reconnaissance squad led by Ellen Artorius and Seyvalin Turner will enter the city. Louise explained the operation details received from the High Command. Heinrich, you will be responsible for eliminating the monsters before the vanguard of our army advances. Yes, sister. Heinrich nodded with a serious expression. Heinrich's opinion on being incorporated into the Kernstadt army did not matter. Louise von Schwarz wanted Heinrich's affiliation rearranged, and the grounds and justification for it were clear. Protection for the direct royal lineage. The Empire had no reason to refuse and did not particularly object. Refusal alone would have already caused conflict. Heinrich also could not object to Louise von Schwarz's decision. Your brothers will kill you. He didn't believe that. However, recognizing that statement and not recognizing it were different matters altogether. Moving his quarters to Kernstadt headquarters and acting together with them, Heinrich lived with a sharp sense of unease. He couldn't pinpoint the exact reason, but he felt as if someone was constantly stabbing him in the back. Up until now, the objective had been the advancement of the Allied forces. But ultimately, that was just a secondary issue. Just before the Allied forces' first operation to destroy the warp gates commenced, the garrison was rippling with the tension befitting a unit facing a large-scale battle. It wasn't about wandering monsters in the wasteland, but destroying the warp gates from which they poured out. If they completed their missions from the first to the last operation, the gate crisis would end. Heinrich looked at the garrison, where fear, determination, and fighting spirit were swirling. Are you worried, brother? In front of the headquarters barracks, Heinrich spoke with a tense expression. Alphonse von Schwarz, his second eldest brother, approached him with a smile. Tap, tap, with your power, you can wipe out all monsters. What are you worried about? It's not always like that. There are many monsters that aren't affected by fire. Others will handle that. I'm more worried about when our sister will join the fight. Aren't you being too optimistic about the situation? This isn't a war for glory. It's a war for survival. Heinrich had such thoughts but didn't voice them. To Heinrich's eyes, his second brother didn't seem to take the war very seriously. He overestimated the Allied forces' strength, and he believed that, no matter what happened, he would survive, as if it were an inevitable outcome. So he made sarcastic jokes that if Heinrich defeated all the monsters, he'd be nothing more than a henchman. Many people are willing to die in their stead. The certainty of survival that comes from knowing others will die instead. Whenever Heinrich saw that, a feeling of discomfort welled up deep within him. He didn't know his brothers well. However, the aspects of his brothers he saw while staying at the Kernstadt headquarters barracks were often disappointing. What a convenient ability to easily sweep away monsters from a distance. Isn't it? Alphonse, with a hand on his shoulder, grinned slyly. Heinrich felt the sarcasm in that expression. A superhuman who can defeat monsters and gain glory without any danger. It was a blatant contempt, not because he was better, but because he was a superhuman. Feeling the sarcasm and contempt in that expression, Heinrich nodded his head. Why is he like this? Why like this? Is he deliberately trying to make me angry? Heinrich wondered. Yes, brother. Ha! Compared to Ellen or Turner, I do have it much easier. From the beginning, Heinrich himself thought so, thus those words couldn't provoke him. Compared to those who had to fight directly, Heinrich thought it was true that he was nothing, as he could only annihilate monsters from a distance using his supernatural abilities. Alphonse stared intently at Heinrich's face, which had no response to the obvious sarcasm. Are you saying you're a person who can be compared to the hero or Save-Eileen Turner? That's not what I meant. Our youngest. Quite unfortunate, isn't he? Unfortunate. Becoming arrogant enough to cross the line after being with those imperial bastards. Even though it wasn't twisted, it was perceived as twisted. Heinrich forgot what to say as he looked at Alphonse, who ultimately took his answer as sarcasm, even though that wasn't his intention. His brothers didn't like him. They accepted him, but only because he was useful. Heinrich couldn't help but know that his brothers disliked him. The accident from his childhood. Since then, his brothers saw him as worse than an insect, and it was no different even after so much time had passed. Heinrich couldn't help but think that way. Heinrich saw a messenger running frantically. Urgent news. What is it? Approaching the messenger, who was catching his rough breath from running, Alphonse asked. Reports from the scouting unit say a tornado has occurred in the current planned operation area. A tornado, Alphonse, and of course Heinrich, couldn't help but tilt their heads at the unexpected news. Vroom, despite the considerable distance, the fierce wind was whistling past their ears. The massive tornado, visible from a distance, sucked up all the monsters in its path, hurling them into the sky. Vroom, vroom. It was not just a ferocious wind. Zap! Lightning flashed dozens of times per second within the tornado. If sucked into the tornado, one would be torn by the wind and burnt by the lightning. The monsters that couldn't withstand the wind and were lifted into the sky would die when slammed back into the ground. Liana, Harriet, me, Olivia, and even Airy. The five of us were taking preemptive measures at Sinkelion, the target of this operation for the Allied forces. Although monsters would continue to pour out of the gates, reducing their numbers beforehand would make the operation of the Allied forces easier. Summoning a blizzard like last time would only harm the Allied forces. That's why this time we chose to summon a tornado and turn Sinkelion into a wasteland. This place was indeed an outer area of Sinkelion, but a very important one. Quara! Ha! Olivia summoned Death Knights to buy time for Liana, who was changing the weather, and block the monsters rushing towards us. This place was in the middle of a swarm of monsters. Slash! Cutting, cutting, and cutting monsters caught in the aura blade covered with blue mana, we held on, protecting her until Liana completed her mission. That was our role. Harriet also dealt with the approaching monsters using magic, while Airy put the monsters to sleep with her sleep magic. But her combat prowess was also top-notch. Vroom, vroom. How much time had passed as we dealt with the waves of monsters. We could all confirm that another massive storm was occurring in the area opposite the direction where the tornado had formed. Two tornadoes holding lightning. It's done! At Liana's shout, I stepped on the accelerator. Crash! As the wave of magical energy erupts, the monsters rushing towards me are simultaneously repelled and engulfed in flames. Return. Regroup. At those words, Olivia, I, and Airy rush towards Harriet, who is standing beside Liana. There's no need to kill all the monsters. The tornado summoned by Liana will take care of that for us. Let's go. The power cartridges around Harriet's neck emit light, and blue magical lines begin to form all over her body, radiating a blue glow. She may not be as powerful as Redina. However, Harriet has mastered the art of casting magic nearly instantaneously. Mass teleport. In a flash, we've left the operation area. I think she might be able to manipulate the weather. That seems likely. Bertus nods to the report from Sava Linterna. As the highest-ranking decision-maker of the Allied forces, Bertus also had no choice but to be stationed at the base garrison, with a crucial operation looming. It's the first operation. That's why it's so important. As it's the first step in a matter concerning humanity's fate, the Emperor must be personally involved in this situation. Bertus had already received a report about the situation. He was speculating that the magic used was either by Harriet de Saint-Ouen or the vampire lords. However, this time the report mentioned a tornado, not a blizzard. Snow and tornadoes. Is it Liana's supernatural power rather than magic? We can't rule out that possibility either. Somehow, there's an excessively large-scale weather anomaly. Whether it's magic or supernatural power, they can't tell. But a massive weather anomaly has appeared in Senkelion. It's a definite boon. The Allied forces have no magician or supernatural capable of such destructive power. Monsters continue to appear from the gate, but the tornado should be cleaning them up right now. Naturally, they can't advance into Senkelion, which has turned into a living hell. When the tornado subsides, we'll advance as quickly as possible. They can't assume the Demon King's help will always be there, so they shouldn't include Reinhardt's aid within the scope of the operation. However, for some reason, Bertus had a feeling that this help would continue until the gate incident was completely resolved. I don't know if I deserve such assistance. Bertus covered his face with both hands, letting out a deep sigh. The crucial first operation, and the tornado sweeps through the area designated as the battlefield. The Senkelion campaign might end rather anticlimactically. But if there ever comes a time when the Demon King and the Empire are destined to wage war against each other, what will happen then? After the Gate incident, would humanity face annihilation instead? Bertus was already feeling the same kind of fear that Sava Linterna had felt. By the way, how is Ellen's condition? At Bertus's question, Sava Linterna's expression turned slightly strange. If you're asking about her condition, I wouldn't say it's good, but it doesn't seem to be getting worse. That's a relief. Does the necklace Detamorian gave her have any effect? I'm not sure about that. Sava Linterna's expression was odd, as if it was awkward to speak about something. She's been raising a cat lately. A cat? Yes, I don't know why, but it definitely seems to be having an effect. Bertus couldn't understand what Sava Linterna was talking about. Your Majesty, can we deploy that weapon in this operation? Ah, Bertus nodded, as if understanding what Sava Linterna was talking about. It seems it's not quite ready yet. The Archduke and Adelia are doing their best to expedite the process, but there appear to be many issues since it's not a stable environment. I heard it would be completed before the year ends, but I'm not sure about the specifics. I see. It would be great if it could be completed sooner. On one side of Bertus's desk, there was a document titled Plan for the Development of Strategic Weapons through the Integration and Application of Mana Automation Machinery and Optimization of Power Stones, placed on the table. Chapter 532. It was 2 days after the tornado had swept through and subsided near Senkelion. Before the monsters could pour out again and fill the empty plains, the Allied forces had already completed their preparations for the march. As soon as the weather anomaly had ceased, the Allied forces immediately advanced towards Senkelion. The battle was surprisingly easy. The Allied forces, divided into 3 large units, attacked Senkelion, which had been reduced to a wasteland after the tornado swept through, from the east, south, and west, as if encircling it. It wasn't just the monsters that the tornado had reduced. With the entire city in ruins, The exterior walls and debris of the buildings where the monsters could have hidden were all swept away. The Allied forces only had to face the newly emerging monsters from the conquered city and the powerful monsters that had survived the tornado. And there weren't many of these powerful monsters. They were swept away like fallen leaves by the vanguard, composed of master-class fighters. Given Senkelian's 3 warp gates, one could not say the number of monsters was small. However, compared to the size of the Allied forces, it was pitifully few. The colossal weapons that had been brought along were installed, but they couldn't fire a single shot due to the quick infiltration of the skirmishers into the city. In the first place, there was no need to fire. These weapons were designed to cause devastation in the midst of a massive swarm of monsters. There was no need to shoot at the already devastated horde, and if they did, there was a greater risk of friendly fire. The Allied forces' first offensive operation ended in less than half a day. 2 medium-sized warp gates were taken by the squad led by Ellen Artorius. Savelin Turner destroyed the barrier of the large warp gate and caused it to collapse, concluding the conquest of Senkelian. It was a surprisingly easy conquest. The number of Allied casualties was less than 100. These were casualties, not fatalities. The number of monsters had been drastically reduced, allowing the elites to quickly enter the field and strike at the warp gates. Swoosh, Ellen sheathed her void sword while gazing at the ruins of the collapsed warp gate. Of course, it wasn't over just because the gate was destroyed. There was still work to be done to eliminate the surviving monsters, but they were very few in number. Operation complete. Good work, everyone. Yes, Ellen nodded quietly. The operation was successfully completed. Casualties were minimal. Ellen had some intuition as to whose assistance had brought about this outcome. She clenched the necklace, steadying her breath. When she returned, she planned to hug the cat tightly and pet it. She intended to tell it that everything had gone better than expected. She wished that everything would continue like this, that every matter would be resolved this easily. Of course, this would only be possible when that cat, who disappears and reappears suddenly, was at the base. The Allied forces successfully occupied Senkelian. The High Command of the Allied forces knew that the large-scale natural disaster had not occurred by coincidence. A considerable number of commanders in the Allied forces believed that it was the Empire's hidden power. Although the battle had ended surprisingly easily, it was a great victory nonetheless. Their first victory since the expedition began. Starting from this, they would reclaim all the small and large cities, as well as the capital of the Kingdom of Riceland, and the Gate crisis would be over. There was still a long way to go. However, there was no reason not to celebrate this first victory. After the cleanup near Senkelian, a feast was held at the garrison. There was no reason not to celebrate, as there were hardly any casualties in the battle where a large number of casualties were expected. Though it was not an excessive amount, the emperor permitted a certain degree of alcohol consumption. Songs filled the garrison, sung by soldiers hoping for the complete end of the war, peace, and the death of the demon king. It was natural for such a feast to take place within the royal-class garrison. Some of the capable students had a drink or two, and Rainian Cessor played his instrument while intoxicated. Of course, his skills were not extraordinary, but even in his drunken state, the performance was lively, if not entirely accurate. Azahara. So far, the Allied forces had fought many battles, but today was the first time they could claim a victory, so it was only natural for the students to be intoxicated by the sensation of victory. For the sake of maintaining their sharp senses, or because some didn't believe this was a true victory, a few people didn't dampen the atmosphere today and listened to the songs of victory. The Allied forces' base was bustling. Of course, not everyone was drunk, and everyone enjoyed the feast in their own way. In a corner of the royal-class garrison's banquet hall, some students watched a black kitten twisting its body and rolling around on a pile of blue leaves. Is this all right? Ellen looked back and forth between the kitten twisting its body and the unidentified leaves Anna de Journa had brought, with a worried expression. It's fine. The kitten, as if intoxicated by something, sniffed the scent of the leaves and rolled around, twisting its body. As always, the black kitten disappeared somewhere and returned to the royal-class garrison after the occupation of Senkelian. The royal-class students had become accustomed to the kitten, which would disappear for a few days and then reappear, and then disappear again for another few days. By now, everyone believed that it would return eventually, even if it disappeared for a week or so. But this time, as soon as Anna de Journa saw the kitten return, she laid out some mysterious leaves for it and placed the kitten on top. It had been like that ever since. The kitten rolled around. Scarlett, Christina, Adelia, and the other royal class students watched the kitten twist its body as if intoxicated by alcohol. Anna said it wasn't dangerous, even though it looked like it might be. Is this what you snuck into the supply list last time? Yeah, it's called catnip. When they wondered why she had slipped something strange into the list of essential alchemical supplies. It's like a drug for cats. At Anna's words, a shocked Ellen quickly lifted the kitten from the catnip leaves and glared at Anna. What are you doing to our baby? That was the thought clearly visible in her eyes. A drug, just a figure of speech. It's not a real drug. Really? Another senior student nodded. Right, it shouldn't be harmful to the body. That's what I know too. The kitten continued to roll around, still stretched out. It seemed to be completely out of it, as if intoxicated by something, but it certainly looked happy rather than upset. Ellen hesitantly placed the black kitten back on the pile of leaves. The kitten began rolling around on the catnip leaves once more. Of course, only the cat itself, who couldn't quite grasp its situation, would know what kind of internal screams it was letting out. A banquet was also taking place in the Kernstadt Army's command headquarters. A lavish spread was laid out on the table, celebrating the victory of their strategy. Do you think the gate incident will soon come to an end at this rate? It's easier than expected. I don't understand why we didn't do this earlier. If it was only going to amount to this, there was no need for such a large-scale military organization. Once this war is over, all those who participated will have their names etched into history. Heinrich quietly listened to the commander's conversation. Alphonse, Louise, and German sat side by side at the clearly designated head seats, with Heinrich seated next to German. But Heinrich felt a palpable distance between them. "Milady, how much longer until we reach the next operation area? About a week's journey." "That's quite close. But it's just a small town. The operation should be easier than this one. There's only one small gate, so perhaps a raiding party could handle it." German von Schwarz blatantly turned his back towards Heinrich and conversed with Louise. He was clearly shunning him, but Heinrich was not someone to be ignored. "Prince Heinrich, do you not drink alcohol?" A commander, his face flushed from drunkenness, asked from afar. "Ah, I don't particularly enjoy it. But on a day like today, shouldn't you at least have one drink? One drink, I suppose." "To the prince." As the man shouted, others raised their glasses and downed their drinks. Heinrich reluctantly took a small sip from his wine-filled glass. Heinrich didn't know much about the structure of the Kernstadt army. He simply followed the orders of Commander Louise von Schwarz, unaware of the military hierarchy or even the names of the other commanders. But Heinrich von Schwarz, always at the forefront in battle, sweeping away enemies in the exceptional situation of war, could not have a low status. The one who killed the most enemies saved those who would have died fighting the monsters. No matter what the royal family seated next to him thought, Heinrich had the support of the overwhelming majority of soldiers and commanders. Although they didn't show it, Heinrich couldn't help but notice Alphonse, German, and Louise's expressions harden. The rolling stone was growing larger, so it was inevitable that the lodged stone felt threatened. Heinrich seemed to understand that now. But why? Why did they treat him like an eyesore to this extent? "Youngest one." "Yes, sister. You must be tired. Go inside and rest." Why, though the banquet wasn't very enjoyable, did they want to drive him away as if he didn't deserve to be seated there? Was the praise for the youngest prince's martial prowess so detestable? Why? Why do they hate me so much? "Yes, sister." Suppressing the surge of emotions welling up inside him, Heinrich left the banquet at the command headquarters. The commanders encouraged the departing Heinrich von Schwarz, the hero of the Kernstadt army, to rest comfortably. In that nauseating scene where praise and disdain coexisted, Heinrich had no choice but to escape. The garrison was shrouded in night. The banquet was in full swing, and although they would stay nearby Senkelion for a few days under the guise of rest, they would soon depart. Not only in the banquet hall, but also in various places of the garrison, soldiers could be seen eating and drinking. The banquet hall was stifling, and the air felt oppressive. There was still a little time. Watching the soldiers carry food and drink, Heinrich approached them. "Ah, your highness, excuse me for a moment." Heinrich took a bottle of wine from a crate that was about to be moved into the banquet hall. "Alcohol. His first time drinking it was at Liana de Grance's mansion. After hearing that he had been shocked by Liana for causing a scene, he realized that he had no self-control when it came to alcohol. Of course, the situation at the time was strange in many ways. Since his first experience wasn't a good one, Heinrich had no reason to seek alcohol. But now he was an adult, and no one could say anything about him drinking. Since he hadn't had a chance to drink since becoming an adult, this was the first time Heinrich had drunk alcohol since that day. In his own quarters, Heinrich sat on a chair and drank the wine straight from the bottle, without a glass. Was his past sin so great? He had no choice but to accept it. Still, he was doing his best in his position. It was a long-forgotten event from a very distant past. Could his brothers still not forgive him? He was nothing more than an eternal, unwelcome guest. Who? Heinrich had no taste for alcohol, so he couldn't tell good wine from bad. However, he could feel that the wine's taste wasn't particularly good. The Empire still had a surplus, but the state of the wine provided to the commander's quarters showed that it wasn't abundant. Heinrich knew that this operation had been too easy, suspiciously easy. If they continued to suppress the gates this easily, the complete end of the gate crisis would come soon. And then what? What would happen next? Not only the commanders who treated him like a hero, but also the soldiers were uneasy. The soldiers returning to Kernstadt would talk about the youngest prince's prowess, and songs about him would be created. His resentful brothers would hear the songs of their youngest sibling echoing throughout the country. Your siblings will kill you. Heh, ha! Heinrich felt the truth of that statement was not far-fetched. Seeing his siblings, who strangely despised him, made him think that it could happen. Despite being siblings, he tried to suppress such thoughts, but they kept surging. Heinrich didn't understand politics. He didn't understand familial love either. That's why he didn't understand why he should be hated enough for his family to want to kill him. He didn't know love or hate. He couldn't remember tasting something he'd never eaten, so how could he dislike it? Heinrich was merely frustrated. Why do they hate me so much? Do they really want to kill me? Heinrich drained the remaining wine and stood up. If you don't know, ask. If you're still unsure, find someone who knows. Heinrich von Schwarz mustered his courage. Since he didn't know politics, he had to seek someone who did. Borrowing the courage from the alcohol, Heinrich intended to find someone he hadn't seen in a long time. Bertus de Gardiers. He would surely still be at the garrison. Chapter 533. The garrison was in the midst of a lively banquet, and naturally there was a feast at the headquarters as well, where Bertus held overall command. Ellen Artorius had been invited to the banquet at the headquarters, but she declined, preferring to rest at the barracks. Of course, she was actually playing with her cat at the time. Heinrich was certainly someone who had the right to meet the emperor, who was hosting the banquet. Although the temple had already fallen into obscurity, he was a classmate of the emperor and was in charge of one of the very important forces of the Allied army. When Heinrich requested an audience, Bertus slipped away from the banquet hall and brought him to the barracks he used when visiting the garrison. Have you been drinking? Well, it is a day for celebration, after all. At Bertus's words, Heinrich knelt before him and nodded his head. Yes, your majesty, a little. Relax, it's just the two of us here. All right. Sit down. Heinrich sat down where Bertus had gestured. It was in front of the emperor. No matter how close humanity was to ruin, the emperor was still the emperor. Heinrich found it quite remarkable that he could summon the emperor with a single word and sit face to face with him. If anything, the days of the temple were even more remarkable. Bertus opened a bottle of wine, poured some into the glass in front of Heinrich, and then filled his own. It's a good day. So there's really no reason we can't have a drink together, especially since you've already had one. Thank you. Heinrich took a sip of the wine the emperor had poured, and a bitter smile crossed his face. It was the same mediocre wine that had arrived at the Kernstadt military headquarters. Was this all that even the emperor could drink now? Bertus also took a sip of the wine and let out a deep sigh. It would be nice if things could continue like this. Yes, it would. Bertus's gaze, looking off into the distant mountains, didn't seem to focus on anything in particular. If only every day were like today. If only every battle ahead was as easy as today. But everyone knew that was impossible. It wasn't the conquest of a large city with a colossal warp gate. In such a case, there would have been casualties on an entirely different scale. The ease of the first operation may cause the Allied forces to lower their guard. But Heinrich wasn't in a position to worry about such things. All he had to do was fight where he was told to fight. He didn't pay much attention to other strange matters. It was presumptuous to look beyond what one could do. Heinrich was now quite adept at understanding his place, unlike before. Of course, today he had done something quite presumptuous by summoning the Emperor while under the influence of alcohol. So, it's not just that you wanted to see my face after a long time. Is there something you're curious about? Bertus wondered if Heinrich had come for some other purpose, but Heinrich shook his head. There's a problem I don't understand. I thought you might know. A problem? What would you do if you were in my situation right now? Bertus tilted his head at the unexpected question. It's such an abstract question, I'm not sure what you're asking. I mean, if you were in my situation right now. He couldn't even mention the details of the matter, as it was too cursed to utter, and so he could only speak in vague terms, because Bertus was smart and knew about politics as much as an emperor. He felt that by simply thinking, he could get answers he didn't know. What do you think is the best choice for me if you were in my situation right now? How should I act? His brothers hated him. But his position would continue to grow, and it had nothing to do with Heinrich's intentions. He couldn't figure out what he should do with this unintended power growing within him. He only knew that staying or leaving the Kernstadt army would be problematic. Bertus could only answer based on the assumption that he knew Heinrich's situation and the internal affairs of the Kernstadt royal family. I don't know these things, and I don't know what the right answer is. It seems like whatever I do will be problematic, and no matter what choice I make, more problems will arise. That's why. The only person I can think of who would know is you. And so he committed this rudeness. Heinrich added softly, well, Bertus swirled the red liquid in his wine glass, lost in deep thought. Bertus had already noticed what Heinrich was asking. Do you know what your sister's intentions were when she transferred you to the Kernstadt army? Louise von Schwarz, I mean. A little, just a little. Yes, she intended not to be swayed by the high command. Rather, she wanted to have something to hold and wield. Heinrich knew that too, though it's ridiculous to discuss what will happen after the war has ended. In any case, you'll undoubtedly become an important figure in the Kernstadt or Schwarz royal family. That's just the natural flow of things. Yeah. I don't know what you should do. First of all, I don't know what you want. I don't know what you should do, but I think I have a rough idea of what might happen to you. What will happen? To me? Yes. Bertus took a sip of his wine, quietly looking at Heinrich. Your siblings will probably try to kill you, whether it's during the war or after. At those words, Heinrich's eyes widened. He didn't know who sent the letter, but he knew it wasn't Bertus. However, Bertus was giving the same answer as the anonymous letter. Why? Why do they have to go that far? What did I do so wrong? Heinrich, don't get angry and listen. Bertus, having finished his wine, breathed out heavily and quietly looked at Heinrich. You might be a bastard child. If Charlotte de Gardiers knew something, it was natural for Bertus de Gardiers to know it too. Heinrich could only stare blankly at Bertus with wide eyes at his words. That's impossible. Don't lie. Stop lying. That's why Heinrich had no choice but to deny Bertus's cruel suspicion with trembling lips. I said it's a possibility, not a fact. Yeah, so that's not why I came to you to hear such an absurd story. You know it too. Bertus spoke with a stern expression. If this is true, it would explain all the hatred you've received. Hatred, contempt, and loathing beyond measure. Although it was only a possibility, if it were true, he could understand and accept the environment he was in. Heinrich could only stare blankly at his glass with a stern expression. Heinrich stumbled out of the headquarters, trudging along. Bastard. A word he had never thought about in his life had become lodged in his mind, refusing to disappear. Bertus had only mentioned it as a possibility, not stating it as a fact. But Heinrich felt that the puzzle pieces in his mind were starting to fit together. Why he had awakened his superpowers in a childhood he couldn't remember under immense stress. Why his siblings had died in the fires he had created in his childhood. Why he had to go to the temple at the tender age of 8 instead of the Kernstadt Royal Academy. Why even now they looked at him with disdain, as if he were a repulsive war hero, constantly ignoring and belittling him. Was it not an accident, but a murder he had committed unknowingly in his childhood? Was it merely the fact that a bastard had risen to prominence in the Schwarz royal family, and that it was difficult to accept him since he had devoured 2 of their siblings? If so, why? Why not kill him when such an accident occurred? Why did they keep him alive and banish him to the temple? The cold gazes of his siblings and parents, memories of his childhood that he barely remembered, began to resurface, albeit faintly. Had he not been hated after the accident, but from the very beginning? Or had it been the hatred of his siblings that turned him into a supernatural? Was the root of his supernatural power the abuse from his siblings, dating back to a time he couldn't even remember? Heinrich walked through the bustling Allied territory, staggering back to the Kernstadt barracks. Before he knew it, he heard the sound of salutes and cheers of encouragement directed at him as he approached the Kernstadt military base. Usually, he would have waved back with a smile, but Heinrich did not have the energy for that now. So, what am I supposed to do? If it was confirmed that he was a bastard, it was highly likely that the rumors of the Schwarz siblings wanting to kill him were true. It would undoubtedly happen after the war, and there was no guarantee that it wouldn't happen during the ongoing conflict. If you ask me to protect you, I can do that, Bertus had told Heinrich. But it's the matter of retrieving the recruit that Louise von Schwarz took, so she'll probably resist. I'd be overturning her explicit decision. Really? She might doubt my intentions. It's a plausible situation. It's only natural for you to become a war hero, and your presence, while not quite as much as Ellen, is still significant. She could say I'm trying to use you for some ulterior motive, and even if I don't have that intention, she can still make that claim. I'd be handing over the pretext of meddling in internal affairs to them. The Emperor's protection was available, but in that case, the Emperor would have to bear a considerable burden, and it would most likely put your life in even greater danger. I suppose so. Staying in the Kernstadt army is also difficult, as you'll be constantly exposed to danger, and if you insist on staying at the temple's garrison, you'll be suspected of having ulterior motives of your own. Complicated, bastard. If that word was true, there was no path for Heinrich but death. His siblings were trying to kill him. Even with the Emperor's protection, death was inevitable. Staying in the Kernstadt army would also lead to death. As long as he belonged to this alliance, and as long as Heinrich's position remained unchanged, it was clear that one day his siblings would try to kill him. So what should I do, Heinrich? Yes, it's obvious, isn't it? Bertus shrugged his shoulders. To live, you have to kill. We're killing monsters because we want to live, right? What's the difference? Of course, if all the Kernstadt royals die except for you, there will be great chaos. That's why I don't wish for that situation. Chaos in the alliance is as disastrous as your death. If Heinrich were to kill the royals plotting against him to survive, it would cause great chaos within the alliance. But to survive, you have to do something, whatever it is. Bertus said he couldn't help Heinrich himself, but he could keep his mouth shut. This army, too, was gathered by the will of humanity to live. So if Heinrich wanted to live, he had to do something. Was he really an illegitimate child, as the anonymous letter stated and as Bertus predicted? Were his siblings really trying to kill him? Did he have to kill his siblings to live? He didn't want to be killed, nor did he want to kill. He just wanted to be treated like a brother. But the situation was such that he couldn't help it. This shouldn't have happened for just one reason. Heinrich arrived at the Kernstadt army headquarters, walking aimlessly. The banquet was still in full swing, and the sounds of boisterous chatter flowed from within the banquet tent. He didn't want to see anyone inside, no matter who it was. Heinrich tried to go around to the back of the headquarters and return to his own tent. He didn't know what he had to do next. Nothing was certain yet, so he had no plans. No, he even thought it might be better to be killed. Where have you been? But behind the headquarters, Heinrich had no choice but to turn at the sound of someone calling him. Brother, the eldest son and the second heir to the Schwarz royal family, German von Schwarz, and the second son, Alphonse von Schwarz. Whether they were out to get some air or had some separate conversation, the two were talking outside the headquarters. Alphonse was the type to pick a fight openly, but German von Schwarz treated him as if he was barely there. I went to the general headquarters. What for? It was a question from German that seemed almost like an interrogation, because he was an illegitimate child. Is that why he was treated like this? Because his bloodline was only half as good as the others, he had to endure these harsh questions. Was it because he was considered less than others, and had to acknowledge such a person as a family member, that they always looked at him with such cold and stiff expressions? On one side there was disregard, on the other contempt. I went to see a friend. Which friend are you talking about? Who else but His Majesty the Emperor? In the general headquarters, the only one who could be called friends was only Bertus. When the word emperor was mentioned casually, Alphonse von Schwarz began to laugh maliciously. Wow, our youngest is amazing. Are you boasting about being friends with the emperor now? Heinrich glared at the blatant mockery. I don't think so, but it seems that His Majesty the Emperor thinks that way. Ha! At Heinrich's seemingly mocking response, Alphonse's expression hardened. It seemed he hadn't expected Heinrich, who always listened silently, to respond like this. You've become quite arrogant, little brother. It was German von Schwarz who spoke. It's true that you are an important asset, but you fundamentally belong to the Schwarz royal family. Although you claim to be friends, the decision to personally visit the Emperor should be made after consulting with me or our older sister. He was saying that every step Heinrich took should be reported to them. As long as Heinrich belonged to the Schwarz royal family, all his actions could have political implications, so he should be cautious. That statement in itself was correct. But is it only at times like this that they treat him like a brother? And going to ask them whether they want to kill him or not, would it even be possible to consult with them? Don't act recklessly. Even on a good day, as a royal, you must maintain proper conduct. If you don't want to attract unnecessary misunderstandings, refrain from such behavior. Misunderstandings. What kind of misunderstandings? It's them who are guarding against him without any thought. German's cold words and Alphonse's sneering attitude. As if their words were finished, they both averted their gaze from Heinrich altogether. They had drunk alcohol, and Heinrich wanted to know. Heinrich stared at his brothers with a determined expression. Brothers, there's nothing more to say. Go in, am I a bastard? What? He wanted to confirm if the possibility he had heard was true. Chapter 534, Am I a Bastard? Upon hearing Heinrich's bombshell of a question, the brothers remained silent, with their eyes wide open for a long while. Then German von Schwarz approached Heinrich slowly, glaring down at him with bulging eyes. Where did you hear such nonsense? Surely, the Emperor didn't say that. If the source of the information was the Emperor, German seemed ready to march straight to the Allied command headquarters to dispute it. Heinrich knew that what he said was a grave issue, and it was certainly not something to be mentioned within the Kernstadt garrison. But the frustration and sadness were unbearable, and he couldn't remain silent. When I see how you treat me, I can't help but doubt whether that's true. No, I can't help but doubt. Is it such a great sin to wish for a single word of warmth? But no matter what I do, what field I excel in, or what tasks I undertake, you always treat me like this, so I wonder if I truly am your blood brother. Smack. Before he could finish, German von Schwarz grabbed Heinrich by the collar. There is a time and place for words. German's eyes were ablaze with anger. Do you really think this is an appropriate place to discuss such a topic? This was the Kernstadt military headquarters, where a banquet was underway. It was dangerous and foolish to bring up the topic of illegitimacy when someone might be listening. Furthermore, the youngest prince, who had garnered massive support within the Kernstadt military, discussing the subject of illegitimacy, could plunge the military into a great shock, whether it was true or not. I suppose your fancy academy didn't teach you that. Ha! Heinrich stared directly into German's furious eyes. The academy is a place where commoners and nobles study together. How could I learn something like that there? What? And you still can't say that it's not true, can you? German's expression froze at Heinrich's now icy tone. Brother, just tell me. It seems like you already know, anyway. Alphonse, who had been watching the scene, approached Heinrich with his usual lazy tone. Then he whispered into Heinrich's ear, so that no one else could hear, so that only Heinrich could hear. You are a bastard, little brother. So, I hope you now understand your place. Heinrich stared at Alphonse von Schwarz with a stern expression. We were never meant to converse as equals. Do you understand how uncomfortable and unpleasant we have been until now? You get it now, don't you? We dislike you because you are either incompetent or too competent. That's our position. So, stop making that disgusting expression as if you're upset and sad for being treated like a brother, as if you're wronged somehow. Our origins are different. We were never siblings to begin with. Know your place, bastard Heinrich. Do you understand now? Hey, look at his eyes. What are you going to do with those fancy abilities of yours? Are you planning to kill me like you did Cain and Samuel? What? Heinrich's heart felt shattered as he looked at Alphonse mentioning the two royal family members who died in accidents. Seeing Alphonse trying to cross the line, even German held him back. Alphonse, stop it. Are you drunk? No, but this bastard's eyes are so arrogant. Despite Heinrich's disapproving gaze, which seemed to already have twisted into a harsh judgment, Alphonse approached him once more, ignoring his brother's restraint. Go on, you filthy bastard. Try it. Are the two of them not enough to bring down the royal family that you need a third? Smack. Alphonse could no longer continue speaking. This wasn't something German would do. Out of nowhere, Louise von Schwarz strode forward and slapped Alphonse across the face. See, sister. Alphonse's eyes filled with terror, and soon he began to step back hesitantly. You're discussing matters that should not be discussed in a place where they should not be discussed. All three of you. Were the people of the Schwarz royal family really behaving so shamelessly and without dignity? Just like Alphonse, German was also frozen in fear. Louise's icy stare. Under the swordmaster's intimidating presence, everyone was left breathless. No one dared to speak up in response to Louise's words. Alphonse von Schwarz was pale-faced upon her arrival as well. But Heinrich was different. Heinrich stared straight at Louise von Schwarz. Do I, a bastard who can't even receive acknowledgement from my brothers, have any dignity or face to protect? What? Louise von Schwarz's eyebrows narrowed at the defiance in Heinrich's growl. Where is the decorum that I'm supposed to protect? Alphonse and German were terrified. The rightful heir and eldest daughter of the royal family. They were shocked to see Heinrich openly defy Louise von Schwarz's words. A bastard like him had no dignity or honor to protect. Louise von Schwarz looked at Heinrich coldly, as if to question whether it made sense to insist on protecting it after having never treated him royally. Enough. There's nothing more to gain from this conversation. There will come an appropriate time and day to settle this matter. Louise seemed reluctant to continue the discussion. Will that time ever come? What did you say? I asked if that time will ever come. Heinrich's words further hardened Louise's expression. Will you have this conversation with me before this war ends? As it is now, everyone secretly despises me as a bastard and doesn't even treat me as a proper human being. When will that day come? Youngest. Louise interrupted Heinrich's words and coldly spoke as she gripped his shoulder. Stop acting worse than a bastard. Actions that not even a bastard would do. Arguing over an unsuitable subject with his brothers near the military headquarters. Regardless of whether they were royalty or not, Heinrich could only grit his teeth at the remark that it was a lowly act. It was a conversation that could only bring chaos to everyone. They were discussing an issue that shouldn't spread at a place where it could potentially reach the entire army. Worse than a bastard's actions. Those words pierced Heinrich's heart. Louise looked at her frozen younger brother Heinrich and her two other brothers as well. Alcohol can be good, alcohol. It was usually absent, but it was present today. But it seems to be bad for you guys, so don't touch it from now on. With those words, Louise left for the command post. German and Alphonse, no longer speaking to Heinrich, quietly returned to their own quarters. Heinrich stood motionless in the same spot for quite some time. After the feast ended, late into the night, not all the troops were asleep. Even with the ongoing festivities, monsters could still appear near St. Kellyan, so a few of them remained awake, guarding the area throughout the deep night. The area near the Kernstadt military headquarters, where a somewhat ominous commotion had occurred, grew quiet as if the previous revelry had never happened. Yet there was still one tent with its fire burning. My lady, should we not take action? I don't know where he heard that he's a bastard, but we can't leave things like this. Alphonse and German sought out Commander Louise's tent in the middle of the night. Louise sat on a makeshift bed, listening to their story. So, the youngest may try to kill us, is that it? It would be strange if he didn't. It's certain he won't think of us as brothers now that he knows the truth, and he'll surely try some sort of scheme. Yes, why did you confirm his suspicions when you knew he might take drastic measures? Ha, well, you could have just said no to such an absurd question. Why did you both bring about this crisis by failing to say we're brothers? At Louise's gaze, both Alphonse and German fell silent. Crisis, you say? Yes, it's a crisis. Unable to say a few kind words to a sibling with the power to annihilate an entire army with a single gesture. It seems like a crisis, given that you've ended up in this mess by trying to belittle and shun him. Neither Alphonse nor German had any words to say in the face of the situation. Isn't your foolishness already a crisis for the Schwarz royal family? If they had treated Heinrich warmly, he wouldn't have felt such sorrow. But it was just their pride, not wanting to treat a bastard like a brother. Their pride and inferiority complex ruined everything. Heinrich von Schwarz now knew that he was a bastard, and that those he wanted to believe were his siblings saw him as inferior to everyone else. The current situation of the Kernstadt army was one where no one knew what sudden actions Heinrich might take. Though she hadn't personally intervened, as the commander, the person in charge of the military, and the successor to Kernstadt, Louise von Schwarz had to take responsibility for the mess her foolish brothers had created. You think the Emperor is the source of this information? Yes, my lady. He said he met the Emperor at the military headquarters, boasting about being friends with the Emperor. How infuriating. Alphonse tried to add a useless comment, but when Louise glared at him, he closed his mouth. Louise von Schwarz couldn't know what conversation took place between the Emperor and Heinrich. But Heinrich, after meeting the Emperor, couldn't help but ask if he was a bastard. Even without hearing the conversation, it was clear what they had discussed. I'll have to meet the Emperor. Louise's stern expression seemed to suggest she wanted to chew up and spit out the Emperor. But regardless of where he had gotten the clue, the direct cause of the problem was the straightforward response from German and Alphonse. Don't cause any more trouble before discussing it with me. Yes, yes, my lady. Action had to be taken. Heinrich and the Schwarz royal family had crossed an irreversible river. Louise's plan to raise the prestige of the Kernstadt army through Heinrich, exploit it, and ultimately have the Schwarz royal family take the place of the Gardia's imperial family after the war, had failed. I can't stand the sight of you both. Get out of my sight. Louise silently glared at the retreating backs of the brothers, who had been given a brief expulsion order. The Emperor, Bertus de Gardias. Louise never imagined she would feel the Emperor's influence in such a place, in such a manner. The division within the Schwarz royal family. Had they not fallen victim to the Emperor's schemes instead? To be precise, it was almost as if they were manipulated by the stupidity of the two brothers other than herself, and Heinrich's recklessness. If they could be predicted to be so reckless and foolish after being born out of wedlock, was there anything left in the Schwarz royal family that the Empire hadn't grasped? Louise couldn't shake off such thoughts. Heinrich sat on his barracks bed. The night was deep, but he couldn't sleep. How could he sleep peacefully after hearing such a story? A bastard. When Bertus told him the story, he had no choice but to admit there was some possibility, but deep down he denied it. There was no way. It was an absurd story. That's what he couldn't help but think. But that absurdity turned out to be true. When he finally faced the hidden contempt and disdain in their eyes, Heinrich felt suffocated. Everything until now. That's why it was like that. The origin of the siblings' inexplicable alienation and hatred was rooted there. Heh! Heinrich let out a hollow laugh. Yes, a bastard had killed two members of the royal family. It was rather fortunate that he was exiled to the temple rather than being killed outright. It was clear that the Schwarz royal family was still a magnanimous group. Although they hated him, it wasn't enough to end it with hatred alone. Now that he knew the truth, Heinrich could feel how much his non-brothers had to endure. They must have seen their actions of openly ignoring and despising him as unavoidable. It was fortunate that they only did that much. However, your siblings will kill you. Now he couldn't help but feel the reality of that message. A bastard. The position of a bastard was growing, and eventually it would even surpass Louise von Schwarz's influence. They wouldn't stand by and watch it happen forever, so they would try to dispose of him when the time was right. They didn't know how he knew, but Heinrich and his brothers had shared a conversation they shouldn't have. Heinrich knew he was a bastard. His brothers had told him he was a bastard. So he sensed that he would face another phase different from before. His siblings would try to kill Heinrich, not knowing what actions he would take. When would it be? It could be tonight, or tomorrow, or during a later operation. Even knowing the date, he didn't know the method. It could be poisoning, assassination, or a disguised death during an operation. Should he just sit still like this, while his brothers might try to kill him? As Bertus said, to survive, he had to kill. It was clear that his brothers would try to kill him, so he had to kill his brothers. But could he really do that? In this desperate situation, even if it's for the sake of survival, is it really the right choice to kill one's own siblings in a war that determines the fate of humanity? Heinrich sat motionless in the darkness of his tent. This place was far too vulnerable. No matter how thick the tent's fabric, it could be easily cut through by a blade. And unlike Ellen's tent, Heinrich's had no locks or security measures. Most tents were like this, so there was no room for complaints. From the outset, with monsters as the enemy instead of humans, the safety of the tents themselves held little meaning. This wasn't a war with assassins or spies running rampant. The entire garrison was an all-too ideal environment for night prowlers, since monsters didn't conduct ambushes. Hey, just like right now. Who are you? A man clad in a black robe, who had not been there moments ago, suddenly appeared in the center of the tent. Heinrich summoned a flame in his right hand, his eyes wide in surprise. Were they acting so quickly? Even so, right now. As Heinrich hesitated between attacking and fleeing, the robed man pulled off his hood. He wasn't an assassin. Don't worry, it's me. Who are you? But he was something far worse than an assassin. Despite his reassurances, Heinrich was gripped by a fear that felt like his heart would burst. Ray Reinhardt, did you receive the letter well? Upon the appearance of the Demon King, Heinrich's eyes widened in shock. Yo, you can't be. Yeah, we're friends, aren't we? Reinhardt grinned and shrugged his shoulders. Aren't we? Somehow, it seemed as if nothing had changed from before. That's what Heinrich thought. This is troubling. However, Reinhardt's condition seemed a bit strange, as if he had been drinking alcohol or something. Chapter 535. Heinrich was frozen in place as he realized that Reinhardt had somehow entered his tent. The Demon King was a curse upon humanity. Although Heinrich found it hard to believe that Reinhardt, the object of the world's hatred, was the same being as the Demon King, it was not untrue. Reinhardt was the Demon King, and the Demon King was behind all of this. Knowing this, Heinrich could not help but be confused. How, in this moment before him, and as the sender of the letter, could Reinhardt be the Demon King? It must be a thorn in your side, Reinhardt bluntly said, as if knowing the entire situation. We don't have much time to talk, so I'll keep it short. You know that if you die here, it's a problem, and if you kill someone, it's also a problem, right? Follow me. Once you do, I'll explain everything step by step. What has happened so far, what we will do next, and what you can do about it. They didn't have the luxury of a lengthy conversation, nor could they afford it. Heinrich could not help but freeze when faced with Reinhardt, someone he never thought he would see again. How did Reinhardt know he would be killed? Had he been watching him? And where had he heard about the illegitimate child? But Reinhardt had appeared after Heinrich confirmed he was indeed a bastard, as if he had been waiting for this moment. The moment when Heinrich sensed he had no place in the coalition forces and would soon be assassinated, Reinhardt appeared and offered his hand to leave the coalition forces. Heinrich hadn't thought the day would come when he would face Reinhardt again, but he had imagined it, amidst the countless deaths and the tragic desolation created by the gate incident. Why did you do all this? Did you hate humanity that much? Even if humans destroyed your world, was this really necessary? I may not know you well, but the Reinhardt I saw wasn't like this. Was everything just a mask and a lie? Did you hide your thirst for revenge behind that mask? But when Reinhardt appeared before him, Heinrich could not ask anything. Not even a thought of becoming humanity's hero by killing the Demon King crossed his mind. He could not think of anything other than the topic Reinhardt had brought up. Following Reinhardt would mean survival. Reinhardt's expression suggested there was a reason for everything. Despite still not knowing much about Reinhardt, Heinrich realized one thing: the Reinhardt of the temple. He may have been a ruffian, but he was never a villain. Heinrich sensed that this persona was nothing but the truth. Had the gods' choice been wrong? He didn't know, but there must have been a reason that things had turned out this way. He had come to accept that his siblings would eventually try to kill him. Thus, there was no place for him in the Kernstadt army. As Bertus had said, even as a member of the High Command, he couldn't escape the influence of the Kernstadt army. As long as his origin as a member of the Schwarz royal family and the fact that he was a bastard remained unchanged, his siblings would eventually try to exclude him. That now felt like an established fact to Heinrich. By taking the Demon King's hand, he would become a traitor to humanity. For some reason, there were already 3 people who had betrayed humanity and sided with the Demon King. Olivia Lanz, Harriet de St. Owen, Liana de Grants. To these 3 names is added Heinrich von Schwarz. Heinrich knows well the treatment that the Duke of St. Owen, who is more dedicated to the war than anyone, receives. If he were to side with the Demon King, And if it were revealed that he had sided with the Demon King, the royal family of Schwarz would be treated the same as the St. Owen ducal family, a family with a traitor among their bloodline. The prestige of the Schwarz royal family would plummet. Revenge. Could there be a better revenge against the brothers who have scorned and ignored him for being a bastard? Regardless of what they dream, wouldn't the fall of the royal family's image, due to the betrayal of a bastard, be the surest revenge for the neglect and disdain Heinrich has endured thus far? Heinrich stares at Reinhardt, who waits silently for his answer. By siding with the Demon King, he would first guarantee his own survival and deliver a tremendous sense of humiliation to his siblings, who have despised him for being a bastard and who value honor more than life. The political blow that the Schwarz royal family would face just by having a traitor among them would be immense. It would be laughable to reveal the truth that Heinrich von Schwarz was not a legitimate child, but a bastard. They've been using him so far for their benefit, after all. I won't rush you to decide. It's not a matter to decide hastily. Reinhardt leans against one of the pillars of the tent and crosses his arms, falling silent. It's unclear whether he doesn't think of attacking or if he's confident he can handle it if attacked. Reinhardt gives Heinrich time to ponder. He begins to think that following the Demon King might be the right choice, if there's some unavoidable circumstance for Reinhardt, and if it's valid. If it's not out of malice, but a series of events that couldn't be helped. Reinhardt is only trying to save Heinrich's life by coming into enemy territory. Even though they weren't that close, he's trying to save him. If that goodwill is true, there's no reason not to join hands with the Demon King. If staying with the allied forces only increases the danger, he should do something else elsewhere, and he can also take revenge on the Schwarz royal family who have shunned him. However, the royal family is the royal family, and the people are the people. The Schwarz royal family and Kernstadt army make up a large part of the allied forces. The Duke of St. Owen is being pointed at because of his traitorous daughter, receiving no recognition for his dedication and serving the army as if it were a punishment. The mages of St. Owen Duchy were also treated the same way. The people must bear the sins of their ruler's family. If it becomes known that Heinrich sided with the Demon King, not only the Schwarz royal family, but also the entire Kernstadt army would become sinners. Regardless of the Demon King's situation, that would be a story only known to a few. The Kernstadt army would also receive the same treatment as the Duke of St. Owen and his mages. This would soon lead to a decline in morale. Beyond that, a division among the allied forces. There would be countless people within the Kernstadt army shaking with immense feelings of betrayal. It might not be known that he sided with the Demon King, but rather that he deserted. Even so, the decline in morale would be inevitable. Heinrich is a hero of the Kernstadt army. Like Ellen, a hero has value simply by existing. There are burdens to bear. Even if one's own siblings seek to kill them, even if such acts are driven by short-sightedness. One cannot betray others. One cannot abandon those who have faith in them, those who find hope in them. Heinrich does not ask Reinhardt many questions. There were many inquiries, but they have become meaningless. Reinhardt has come to save him. Then what choice will he make? As you know, a lot has changed since then. I'm not the stepping stone you used to mock anymore. At the somewhat arrogant remark, Reinhardt chuckles. Yeah, you're not that anymore. Heinrich can now return the words Reinhardt once used to ridicule him. That much time has passed. He is no longer a stepping stone, but now possesses a power capable of setting the mountains ablaze. As his power has grown stronger, some fear Heinrich while others find hope in him. So my backside is no longer light enough to be swayed by what you say, like it used to be. Well, you've certainly grown beyond your station. Reinhardt, who returns a malicious reply with one laden with malice, seems to Heinrich no different than before. I can't go, I'll handle my own affairs. At that answer, Reinhardt quietly stares into Heinrich's eyes. Even if you die, even if you kill, it's a problem. Do you understand me properly? I understand. It's a problem if he's killed. It's a problem if he kills. He will handle his own affairs. In the end, every matter brings forth problems. It's a problem if he's killed. It's a problem if he kills. There will be problems even if he follows the Demon King. If everything is a problem, then Heinrich merely chooses one problem. Well, if that's your choice, there's nothing I can do. If it were the old Reinhardt, he would have used force if things didn't go as planned. You've changed a bit too, haven't you? Heinrich laughs at the sarcastic remark, and Reinhardt chuckles as well. Did you think it was just you? Reinhardt returns the sarcasm with sarcasm. And in this desperate situation, facing Reinhardt was surprising, but also raised a question. It was different from the truth, and quite out of the blue. By any chance, have you been drinking? Reinhardt seemed to sway and struggle to maintain his composure in the darkness. Heinrich had a strange feeling about it. In response to Heinrich's question, Reinhardt shakes his head. Not alcohol, but something similar. Anyway, never mind. Reinhardt seems to try to regain his composure, his eyes wide open. Live if you can. With those words, Reinhardt disappears into the darkness. Heinrich couldn't tell how he had vanished. Reinhardt had appeared suddenly and disappeared just as suddenly. Only then did Heinrich realize that he had experienced something unbelievable. The Demon King had come looking for him. He had offered help and had been refused. Was this something that had really happened? Heinrich couldn't help but be stunned for a while. A place far from the coalition forces base. The reconnaissance team doesn't come this far. How did it go? He said he would handle it himself. What does he mean by that? I don't know. Sakigar narrows his brow at my reply after escaping the base. I was inebriated and disoriented at the Royal-class garrison due to catnip, and Sakigar reported that something had happened. It was an indescribable hellish feeling. It was good, but so good that it made me feel eerie. Who would have thought that in my lifetime I'd get drunk on catnip? And why on earth did that crazy Anna request such a thing to be supplied to the garrison? Anyway, the story had already surfaced, and the situation was riding a rapid current. And Heinrich had rejected my offer to join forces. I had worried about how to deal with him if he tried to attack, but fortunately, that didn't happen. Heinrich, whom I had seen with my own eyes, had changed. Gone was the image of the youngest prince of Kernstadt, who was once arrogant, cheeky, and rude. Whether it was the experiences he had been through that changed him or some other catalyst, I didn't know. If it had been just an arrogant choice, I would have used forceful means. Heinrich seemed to think about others besides himself. He seemed to believe that he had a role to play in the coalition forces. I don't know if Heinrich's choice was just a matter of convenience or something more. But I guess I can handle whatever happens from now on. Don't do anything. The advice of the oracle was that my actions would be meaningless, as Heinrich would refuse my help even if I tried to help him. What will you do? At Sakigar's question, I crossed my arms. Our relationship was already firmly twisted. Heinrich had confirmed that he was an illegitimate child, and his siblings knew it too, so their mutual fear would soon turn into aggression. Heinrich could die, or he might end up killing someone else. Was the division of the coalition forces inevitable? Should I have forced Heinrich to come with me? I don't know, but Heinrich had changed. He made decisions as someone who could think about more than just surviving. But would that change guarantee Heinrich's survival? There were variables, but they were too small to change the environment. As long as Heinrich stayed with the coalition forces, those variables couldn't prevent what was going to happen. No, there could be other incidents where Heinrich kills his brothers, and that would eventually cause more problems. If Heinrich survives and his other siblings die, the chaos in the coalition forces will unfold as planned. Is it right to stand by and watch? I understand the meaning of the oracle's advice not to do anything. It meant that Heinrich would refuse my help. Then another piece of advice. How did Heinrich survive? That vague advice. I still don't know what that means. What does that mean? Let's watch for now. We must avoid extreme situations. Heinrich rejected my help, but I will continue to monitor the situation. 3 days after the occupation of Senkelion, the coalition forces were reorganizing for their next advance while revising their future plans. The path to the next destination was again affected by abnormal weather, and word had already reached the headquarters that the monsters had been nearly annihilated. Because of these unknown factors, the coalition forces didn't have to deploy troops for forward reconnaissance, scouting, or extermination as they used to. Thus, a significant number of troops could conserve their strength. The issue of battle fatigue was also a critical matter for maintaining the military's combat power. Thanks to the cooperation of the Demon King, the Alliance's military forces received significant assistance in maintaining their strength. Among those who benefited from this were Savile Interna and Ellen Artorius, not to mention the supernaturals who originated from the temple. As a result, Heinrich von Schwarz hadn't received any requests for deployment since the occupation of Senkelion and was taking a break. But could this really be considered a break for Heinrich von Schwarz? He had discovered the unwanted truth that he was an illegitimate child, and he had encountered a being who should never have been in that place. As relations with his siblings grew strained, a tense atmosphere persisted like walking on thin ice. Nevertheless, Heinrich had been doing his best to be as courteous as possible to his siblings. While they maintained cold, disdainful, or sarcastic attitudes, there had still been some conversation. But the silence that flowed between the siblings was brutal. They knew amongst themselves that a showdown was imminent. It all started with Louise von Schwarz. 5 days after the occupation of Senkelion, just before the march, Louise von Schwarz gathered all her brothers. The safety of the surrounding area of Senkelion has been definitely secured. Let's look around since the march will begin on such a day. There are matters we need to discuss as well. At Louise's words directed towards him, Heinrich nodded. They discussed a topic that was difficult to mention casually. Heinrich nodded with a stern expression. There were definitely no monsters near Senkelion. Although there were no people left to rebuild the city, the reduction in warp gates had its own meaning. Without any guards or escort forces, the brothers of the Schwarz royal family rode horses and inspected the area around Senkelion. It was more of a stroll than an inspection. In fact, the purpose wasn't that important. They had just come out to discuss matters they couldn't in a place with many ears. Would it really be just a conversation? Heinrich pictured it in his head. While the other brothers could also handle weapons, it didn't hold much significance to Heinrich. The real threat was Louise von Schwarz, an overwhelming genius with 5-star capabilities and the leader of the Kernstadt Royal Knights. Moreover, she had already reached the master class a long time ago. Could he handle her if she tried to kill him? Heinrich knew that Louise von Schwarz wasn't afraid to step onto the battlefield and wield her sword. Having watched Ellen and Savelin Turner fight several times, he knew well how threatening a master-class combatant could be. Heinrich's physical abilities weren't that high. If Louise von Schwarz were to draw her sword and try to kill him, she could easily do so. However, there were problems after that. How would they explain the sudden death of Heinrich von Schwarz, and how would they solve the issues arising from it, including the drop in morale? A life that's too important doesn't disappear easily. That's why his brothers couldn't easily harm him, so there was little chance that Louise would try to kill him during their walk. The area around Senkelion had already been cleared. The excuse that monsters ambushed and killed Heinrich wouldn't be accepted. So Louise von Schwarz couldn't take action. It might be different in another place or in another way, but not today. However, despite saying they would talk, Louise von Schwarz was merely riding the horse from the front, not uttering a single word. Alphonse and German were also silent, waiting for their sister to speak first. How long had they traveled in silence? At the entrance of a ruined building, Louise got off the horse. Get down. It was a spacious building, likely once used as a farmhouse's storage. Heinrich and the other brothers were confused, as nothing had been discussed beforehand. With a stern expression, Heinrich stared at the dark entrance of the warehouse. He thought it wouldn't happen. Was she willing to risk any interference? Did she consider him that much of a threat? Heinrich quietly observed his brothers getting off their horses with meaningful smiles. Didn't I tell you to get down? Louise stared coldly at Heinrich. Yes. If a fight were to break out, how and where would it start? Feeling his heart pounding, Heinrich got off the horse. Should he have followed Reinhardt? Such thoughts were pointless now. Regretting not having acted sooner was simply foolish. To survive, must he kill? If so, wouldn't it be better to strike first? He had to subdue Louise von Schwarz before his other brothers. She had her back turned to him. If he were to act, there was no better moment than now. Heinrich quietly followed her, preparing to use his power. To avoid death, he would have to kill. But upon entering the warehouse, Heinrich couldn't help but be taken aback. There were people inside the warehouse. What is this? 5 people were bound, gagged, and kneeling. Louise von Schwarz drew her sword. Alphonse, German. Louise stared at them. Do you recognize who these people are? Sister. Sister, why are they here? Heinrich didn't know who the bound people were, but Alphonse and German clearly recognized them. Louise pulled out her sword at her waist. Then she coldly looked down upon the terrified, trembling captives. Swish! Her sword, imbued with blue mana, mercilessly sliced through one person's neck. Heinrich could only watch the blood spurting from the severed neck in horror. Youngest one. Louise, after slicing one person's neck, calmly looked at Heinrich. Heinrich, as well as Alphonse and German, had no idea what was happening. You are indeed a bastard. Swish. The second person's neck fell. Seeing two people's necks severed and blood gushing out in an instant, the others began to cry like beasts with their gags still in place. But Louise didn't stop. Without even looking at those who were dying, she stared at Heinrich. He was a bastard. He had already confirmed that. Why was she bringing it up again? However, do you know whose bastard you are? As she spoke, she struck her sword into the third person's neck. Sister, what on earth are you talking about? Not just Alphonse, but even German couldn't hide their bewilderment at her words. It was incomprehensible, strange talk. Strange words that didn't fit the situation. Heinrich's face went pale. You are my illegitimate child. Who? Heinrich's lips were turning blue. Not father's, but my own illegitimate child. Swoosh. Louise, who had just struck the fourth and fifth necks in succession, looked at Heinrich. You are my son. Louise then turned her gaze to German and Alphonse. You didn't know, did you? I had to hide it from everyone, even you too. It was a promise I made to father. Only by keeping it a secret would Heinrich be spared from death. I couldn't tell anyone. So, Alphonse, German, I had no choice but to follow your lead. I've been doing it until now. Louise looked at her brothers with sad eyes. But then, at last, in the end, you two cruelly tried to kill my son. The two had been ordering assassins to kill Heinrich in the past few days. I believed that you wouldn't do such a thing. No matter how much you hated or despised him, I thought you wouldn't go that far. Heinrich remained pale-faced, and Alphonse and German, who had learned the truth about the illegitimate child, turned white as they met their sister's cold gaze. If I must kill you two to save the youngest. No, Heinrich, my son, I must do it now. I can't just stand by and watch any longer. Sister, something is wrong. Something is. No, it's impossible. This is madness. What are you trying to? Louise von Schwarz. I now accept that in order to protect someone, I must kill someone else. The swordmaster approached her brothers. Even if that someone is my own blood-related brothers. With a pale face, Heinrich watched the cruel execution unfold before him. Chapter 536, a few days ago. Louise von Schwarz had sought an audience with the Emperor. She wished to raise objections about the decisive blow that had been dealt to the already strained relationships within the Schwarz royal family. Your Majesty, it seems you take a great interest in the affairs of the Schwarz royal family. How can I not be interested in matters concerning one of the main pillars of the Allied forces, Emperor Bertus de Gardias? Some emperors excel in times of war, while others shine in times of peace. Louise von Schwarz did not know which kind of emperor Bertus was. However, although the empire was not thriving, it still breathed. It had managed to unite the surviving countries and organize the Allied forces. I assume, Your Majesty, that you are aware that casually speaking about such a sensitive subject within the Gardia's imperial family is a great insult to the Schwarz royal family. Though the empire was clearly superior, Kernstadt was not a nation to be trifled with. If the Kernstadt army were to withdraw from the Allied forces, it would be tantamount to losing about 30% of their total power. That was how significant the role of the Kernstadt army was within the Allied forces. Even for a superior nation, the Emperor's remarks about the youngest prince of the Schwarz royal family being an illegitimate child were grave diplomatic faux pas and a mistake on the Emperor's part. Even if the comments were made in private, not in public, Louise von Schwarz's icy gaze was met with Bertus's constant smile, as always. Why do you think I am not aware that it's better to remain silent? The matter of the illegitimate child. Remaining silent would benefit him. If I had remained silent, Heinrich would have been assassinated by his jealous and inferior brothers, and I would have had the opportunity to eradicate the ever-troublesome Schwarz royal family from the empire. There may be a considerable amount of turmoil, but we have a greater cause right now, don't we? We are waging a war upon which the fate of humanity depends. The Allied forces may be shaken, but they will not collapse. We are fighting a war with a justifiable reason. Trading Heinrich von Schwarz's life for the complete overthrow of the Schwarz royal family, whom the Empire has always wanted to eliminate, is the exchange. Everything would have fallen into place if I remained silent. Would it not be better to stay silent? Bertus's malicious words, contrasting with his smiling expression, only hardened Louise's expression further. By remaining silent, Kernstadt would have fallen on its own, and Bertus could have used the chaos to eliminate the Schwarz royal family under the pretext of the greater cause, and then swallow the entire Kernstadt army. There would have been tremendous resistance from the Kernstadt army, but this war was not about personal gain. It was for the greater cause. Bertus knew that, despite the immense turmoil, the Allied forces would not collapse. Kernstadt, a potential major competitor after the war, would fall on its own. There was no reason not to watch it happen. What are you saying now? I merely wanted to say that the reason I caused this diplomatic faux pas was not because I had some hidden agenda, but because I didn't want to see a friend die. That's all there is to it. He could have stood idly by. Bertus didn't have to say anything to Heinrich when he came to seek help. Though Heinrich was an important force, if the Empire could exchange his life for its future, it should have done so. But Bertus didn't do that. Heinrich was not given a direct answer, but was provided with some degree of truth. Not the entire truth, but a certain extent of it. A terrible thing happens when you do not cherish your friends. I know this much now. Louise could not understand Bertus's cryptic remark, but if left unattended, Heinrich will be killed. At that thought, Louise clenched her teeth. Are you so certain that something so unthinkable will happen? Your two brothers are worse people than you think. Trust in the name of siblings. No, it is not even that. Trust in humanity itself. In this situation, facing such a battle, they would try to assassinate a more talented illegitimate child out of jealousy. Louise could not understand that such a foolish and absurd thing could happen. Those who possess more rights than anyone else should also bear more responsibility. She had a shred of faith that they would not commit such a reckless act. Louise von Schwarz did not believe that such an unthinkable event could occur. She did not think her brothers could be so foolish. She did not have high expectations, but she thought it would not be that bad. But the deed had already been done. The other brothers had started to argue that they must act first. Alphonse and German seriously believed that if they did not kill Heinrich, they might die themselves. Up until now, it had been a matter of possibility, but from now on, it would be a question of when. And wasn't it the Emperor who started it all with the word, illegitimate child? If Heinrich had not heard that word, this would not have happened. But was that really the case? Louise had seen, from afar and up close, the scenes of them blatantly ignoring and despising Heinrich. Would it have happened anyway, even without this? In places she cannot see, in places she is unaware of, without even seeking her consent. Would there really be no attempt to kill Heinrich through their own unilateral actions? She did not think they would be so foolish, so naive. Could humans really be that foolish? Louise von Schwarz secretly wanted to grind her fist into the Emperor's face, who was whining after having thrown a bomb so irresponsibly. But had the bomb already been there? Was it just that she did not want to acknowledge that it was a bomb? It's honestly a bit disappointing that you, the commander of Kernstadt, have come like this. Are you saying that you're disappointed right now? Louise narrowed her eyes at the Emperor's remark, which sounded like the pot calling the kettle black. Did he think the Emperor's prestige was as it was in the past? All human forces have diminished, so the Emperor no longer has the same prestige and authority as before. Did he delude himself into thinking that he was standing above everyone else, like the days when the Empire's power pierced the sky after the Great Demon War? The Emperor of the Empire has committed the rudeness of meddling in the domestic affairs of another country to save the life of the commander's son. And instead of being grateful, you come here to argue. Isn't that disappointing? Did you think I wouldn't know? Bertus de Guardius. At the Emperor's words, Louise felt chills run down her spine. In the Schwarz royal family, only the king, the current queen, and Louise knew about it. The Emperor knew. The commander graduated from the Kernstadt Royal Academy at the age of 18. Kernstadt Royal Academy. She was a genius, and she even graduated from the Royal Academy early. That's what everyone knew. After traveling abroad for about a year under the pretext of a graduation trip, Heinrich von Schwarz was born. I don't think it was a coincidence. Louise stared wide-eyed at Bertus, meeting his gaze. Wasn't it dropping out rather than graduating early? Louise felt suffocated by the pressure of Bertus's gaze. Raphael Müller. Do I need to explain more? The Emperor already knew the name that Louise had buried deep in her heart long ago. That name was undoubtedly the name of the man she had loved. He had died long ago. I couldn't understand why the Schwarz royal family admitted a child, who was presumed to be a bastard, into the royal family. King Constantine was so particular about these things that he wouldn't have a bastard, and if Queen Solanine knew about the existence of a bastard, she would faint. But for some reason, Heinrich was not only not dealt with but also accepted. I don't get it. The Schwarz royal family I know is not like this. Louise looked at Bertus with a stern expression. These were people whose character wouldn't allow for the possibility of a bastard, and even if there was one, they wouldn't admit the child into the royal family. But somehow Heinrich was admitted into the royal family. Of course, this is an inference made from the outcome. The youngest prince, who is excessively despised, seems to be a bastard, but if they hated him so much, why didn't they just kill him? There must be a reason they couldn't help but keep him alive. Louise von Schwarz, despite her age, has not married. Although she has not yet ascended to the throne, the successor must have a very important heir. Despite this, she hasn't married and seems to have no intention of doing so in the future. And the Kernstadt Royal Academy is very similar to the temple. Various classes mix and receive education. Bertus's words are both politically and personally very rude. It could be a problem if someone were to question it, but Louise couldn't say anything. That in itself was already a piece of evidence. I have several conjectures in my head, but I won't say them out loud. Any more than this would just be tormenting the commander. That's the point. Bertus put down his teacup and looked at the frozen Louise von Schwarz. You can't protect everything. One has to choose. Heinrich was made aware of the fact that he was in danger, and this led to a dispute. You have to choose, before you lose everything by not choosing this or that. Bertus had accelerated the inevitable. So Louise von Schwarz has to choose something before everything falls apart, thinking that she'll be fine as it is. Is it really just because you wanted Heinrich to live? At Louise's soft question, Bertus chuckled. What else could be the reason for enduring such an uncomfortable meeting when I could have avoided it by staying still? He wanted his friend to live. Even though staying still would have cost him some power, he would have gained a significant political advantage. Still, Bertus didn't do that. Louise von Schwarz risked triggering her own backlash, and Bertus gave Heinrich a hint. So what was that all for? At Bertus's words, Louise could no longer think that the Emperor had any sinister intentions. If you wish to protect your son, you must shed blood. It seemed as if Bertus would no longer interfere in the affairs of other countries' households. Why? Why did you kill Raphael? Why, of all things? Why did you have to go to such lengths? It was a long time ago. You must be out of your mind. We cannot allow the dirty seed of commoners in the royal family. We told you to understand their physiology by mingling and studying with commoners, not to give your heart to them. Despite your wisdom and talent, you couldn't even make that simple distinction. He dared to covet what a lowly commoner like him should not possess, so we gave him a fitting punishment. Do you think there is room for petty emotions like love in the path to becoming the Queen of Kernstadt, surpassing the Guardia's royal family and laying the foundation for the empire? You were foolish. Daughter, yes, humans make mistakes. No one is perfect, so you made a mistake too. Let's move past this mistake. Forget everything and start anew. Upon hearing her father, Constantin von Schwarz's cruel words, Louise's soul left her body. It was a premature love. It could be called naive, but it was love nonetheless. Their awkward love bore an awkward fruit, and they had to pay a cruel price. For the first time, Louise experienced true emotions, free from the suffocating world where everything was forced upon her. In the real world, where she only encountered dignity, hypocrisy, honor, and pretense, it was the first thing she had ever wanted for herself. That was taken away from her. It was brutally trampled upon. I hate it. It was a trade. Please don't take anything more from me. What did you say? If you try to take more, you'll lose me. It was a trade for her life. She couldn't get back what had been taken away, but she didn't want to lose anything more. That's why she threatened her parents with her life. Don't try to take my child. The king and queen could not give up the greatest treasure of the Schwarz royal family, a treasure that only appears once in history. The child born to their daughter was disguised as the father's illegitimate child and integrated into the royal family. Very few people knew the truth, including other royals and even the child himself. At the end of numerous lies, deceptions, and half-truths, events unfolded. Brothers, sister, Louise von Schwarz, who killed her last two siblings with her own hands, stared at the frightened eyes of her son looking at her. Swoosh, she sheathed her sword. Let's go back. Sister, what do you mean? What are you talking about? I just... My brothers. I said, let's go back. Her two brothers had tried to kill Heinrich several times without consulting her. Had Louise not been vigilant, she would have lost her son while wide awake. If the Emperor had had a different intention, he could have used this incident to not only implicate her two brothers, but also herself, destroying the Schwarz royal family. It was unclear what had caused the change in his feelings, but the Emperor had changed his mind. Instead of punishing the Schwarz royal family, he warned Louise to act quickly, or it might be too late. The Emperor told her that she must shed blood if she wanted to protect something. Louise shed blood. By killing her own blood, she was able to protect her bloodline. Louise staggered as she walked towards the horse. Her blood-soaked fingertips trembled violently, as if seized by convulsions. Leaving behind the horses that Alphonse and German had ridden, Louise mounted her horse, and Heinrich, his face pale, followed her command and climbed onto his horse as well. She had killed her siblings. How could she reveal this? Louise had no plan. She didn't even know what to say to her youngest brother, who had just discovered that his older sister was actually his mother, with his face drained of color. She had to make a choice, and she did. That was all there was to it. He. Rushing on their horses, they left the abandoned warehouse, their figures disappearing. Confusion and uncertainty. As the two figures, laden with those emotions, vanished from the warehouse, two more appeared from thin air. Reinhardt and Harriet were there, having heard the unbelievable story. What's going on? I don't know. Harriet lowered her head in response to Reinhardt's pale words. Chapter 537, Heinrich refused to join them, but that didn't mean he would be left to die. Therefore, Sarkigar continued to report on the situation at the Kernstadt garrison, and I was also keeping an eye on things. Believing that an assassination was likely, I followed them with Harriet. It seemed that Louise von Schwarz would lay a hand on Heinrich, but quite unexpectedly, she ended up killing her own siblings. Moreover, I could hear the shocking truth that the illegitimate child was indeed Louise's, not the king's. Charlotte had said this when she heard about the assassination attempt on Heinrich. Louise von Schwarz couldn't possibly be involved in such foolishness. The siblings conspired to assassinate Heinrich. It wasn't a conspiracy of all the siblings, but rather the second and third siblings, or perhaps the independent actions of either one. Louise von Schwarz was a person entirely unrelated to the original incident. She lost her son due to her siblings' foolishness. And whether she knew the truth or not, she was executed alongside her siblings under the Emperor's wrath. In the original work, there were moments that passed too quickly, with reasons and hidden stories that I didn't know. It was the same this time as well. Charlotte's suspicion that Heinrich might be an illegitimate child, and the truth that the child was indeed illegitimate, but belonged to the princess, not the king and queen. While there were events that hadn't happened in the original work, Louise von Schwarz did not stand idly by, but killed her siblings with her own hands. I don't know what triggered this, which event, emotion, or circumstance. However, Heinrich survived. Louise von Schwarz, who was thought to be one of the main culprits, was actually the person who had to protect Heinrich. Seeing her devastated after killing her siblings, it seemed she was shocked by her own actions. In the original work, Louise couldn't choose between her siblings and Heinrich. As a result of her indecision, Heinrich died, and she too perished. But now Louise had made a choice. I don't know what excuse she, as the commander of the Kernstadt forces, will make for her siblings' deaths. Although the deceased had their roles and problems would arise, it was a better situation than Louise or Heinrich dying. Staying put would be enough. It truly was enough just to stay put. The changed world showed a different development, but I couldn't know specifically how and what had changed to lead to this outcome. Harriet and I left the abandoned warehouse area and hid in a nearby forest. I don't know what happened, but it's all right, isn't it? Yes, it seems we don't need to worry any further. Harriet nodded at my words. We knew who really intended to kill Heinrich, and Louise intervened. There would be issues and complications, but Heinrich's life was no longer in danger. If Louise von Schwarz had been the actual monster, things would have become more complicated. Fortunately, that wasn't the case. However, we learned of a more complex family situation. The definite advice of the Oracle was that the changed world would show a changed ending, so we should just watch. I couldn't help but understand the ambiguous advice of the Oracle as well. That's right. The fact that Heinrich has been alive until now, it actually doesn't make sense. What do you mean? If Heinrich really were the king's illegitimate child, there would be no need to accept him into the royal family. The queen was not a person of high enough standing to acknowledge a bastard child. Charlotte suspected that it might have been the stubbornness of the king of Kernstadt that had forced the situation. Even some members of the royal family went so far as to try to kill Heinrich. But in the end, all they did was banish him to the temple. It was strange that Heinrich was alive in the first place. Louise von Schwarz must have tried her best to save Heinrich. That's what happened. I guess so. How Louise von Schwarz gave birth to Heinrich and how that secret has been kept until now is unknown. But even the other royals had no idea that Louise had a bastard child. Only the king, queen, and Louise herself would have known for sure. During past incidents, Louise would have pleaded, "Please, do not kill him. Just let him live outside of our sight." Perhaps such a deal had taken place. The only reason a bastard who would be better off dead survived this long was because he was the son of Louise von Schwarz, who had the most outstanding qualities in the history of the Schwarz royal family, just as Louise had tried her best to use her status and position to save Heinrich. Heinrich's very existence might have been a gag for Louise in some way. They might have held Heinrich's life hostage to control Louise's actions. Heinrich would have been used by the current king of Kernstadt to manipulate the first princess. That's why he survived. If Heinrich died, they couldn't predict the actions of the kingdom's heirs. Why did Heinrich survive? If he was just a king's bastard, he would have died long ago. It's an obvious situation, so how could he have survived this long? It's because there was a use and need for Heinrich. Heinrich was precious to Louise. Heinrich was useful to the royal family. If I had realized the truth, I would have known that Louise von Schwarz could not be the culprit, and I could have resolved this matter more easily or just stood by. The oracle's guidance was of that nature, and the oracle's guidance had the potential to bring about both good and bad outcomes. The good outcome would be that Heinrich's assassination had been averted without major bloodshed. The bad outcome would, of course, be the other issues that might arise from this situation. Those issues could potentially lead to more bad outcomes. What will happen? Indeed, bad things can happen at any time on a battlefield. Therefore, predicting them was meaningless. Heinrich had always thought that his siblings twisted his words, no matter what he said. But the same applied to himself. "Ah, you're here, youngest. Take a seat. There must be a reason for the siblings to gather. Your affiliation is not with our army, so it's hard to see your face. I called you to have a meal together. Will you return to Kernstadt when this situation is resolved? That's a shame, really. You must be tired. Go ahead and rest first." In hindsight, she was just a woman of few words. There was no difference between the other siblings and himself when it came to attributing too much meaning to her words and feeling upset on their own. He just didn't know. He couldn't help but face her, carrying complex emotions after such a long time apart. He didn't know how to deal with someone he had no choice but to face with such mixed feelings. All he could think of were those words, and nothing else came to mind. Naturally a taciturn person, he could only say so much when his heart was weighed down by even more complicated emotions. It was merely a misunderstanding of those few words he could muster from his tangled heart. He was no different from his other siblings. And in the end, unable to bear watching her other two brothers make extreme choices, Louise made another extreme choice of her own to kill her brothers with her own hands. On their way back to the garrison, the horses walked slowly, and no conversation passed between Heinrich and Louise. Because she had killed her brothers with her own hands, Louise's complexion had turned deathly pale, and Heinrich, who had witnessed the scene and heard the shocking truth, was in no better state. No conversation passed between them. It was not a situation for conversation, and nothing had been settled yet. A person who had much to say, a person who had many questions. None could speak a word. "I'm sorry for everything. All of it." The two horses walked quietly. "It's all my fault." In the end, that was the only apology Louise could barely manage. The two princes of Kernstadt had died, not executed publicly, but assassinated by Louise von Schwarz's arbitrary decision. It was illegal and procedurally unjust. The information Louise von Schwarz shared with the army was simple: missing. The two princes had their own forces as well. However, they were no match for Louise von Schwarz. It could be a desertion disguised as a disappearance for the honor of the Schwarz royal family, and most of the high-ranking officers knew there were undisclosed details. But Louise offered no explanation. As Emperor Bertus had said, it was a war for a greater cause, the disappearance or desertion of the two princes, or their death. It was a significant problem, but Commander Louise von Schwarz was alive and well. The void left by the two princes could somehow be filled by reorganizing the command structure. Ultimately, the two irreplaceable beings had survived, and the two replaceable beings had tried to kill the youngest, fearing their own positions would become unstable. Therefore, the void left by the relatively weaker two princes could be filled easily. Emperor Bertus knew what had happened, but made no mention of it. Since the emperor remained silent, the high command, who were aware of the suspicious circumstances, also kept silent. Though the Kernstadt army was in disarray due to the sudden disappearance of the two princes, it wasn't enough to cause a rift. Even with two legs lost, the head was still alive, so there was no fighting over who would be the next head. The Allied forces left Senkelion and began to march towards the next operation site. Although the situation had settled for the time being, the relationship that had changed could not be turned back. Once a secret is revealed, it cannot be undone. The assassination threat had disappeared, and Heinrich learned that he was the child of his elder sister. The relationship between the two hadn't worsened. She had to kill her brothers with her own hands to protect her child, and even lie about it. Louise von Schwarz killed her brothers to protect her child. They just didn't know what to say to each other, not knowing how to rebuild their relationship from the beginning or what bricks of words to stack. A person who had given birth but never lived as a parent. A person who had been born but never experienced having parents. Neither knew how to rebuild this misaligned relationship from the beginning. Louise and Heinrich had not exchanged any conversation since then. Beyond work-related discussions, there was no personal interaction. Until recently, they at least exchanged customary greetings, but now even that had ceased. Despite knowing that they could never be strangers to one another, for some reason, Heinrich felt as if they had become even less than that. Beside Louise, who led the army and drove the horses without conversation, was Heinrich. Suddenly, Louise tensed her whole body as a voice invaded her mind. "I have something to report to the commander." "What is it?" Telepathy. Just as Heinrich received messages from the general command via Evia's telepathy, commanders of each unit also received the general command's intentions through telepathy. It wasn't that messengers or communication magic were not used, but telepathy was immediate and fast since it didn't require magical tools. Of course, many officers found the sensation of this unannounced telepathy quite unpleasant. As a result, a considerable number of people had their adjutants receive the telepathy instead. Louise von Schwarz found the telepathy quite uncomfortable. It felt like an invasion of her personal space. She experienced a strange sensation, as if someone were witnessing something no one else should be able to see. However, Louise was not one to pass this on to someone else. The small warp gate in Ligurian, which was the next target, has already been destroyed, so the Alliance will continue to advance to the Ceta location instead of the next planned garrison. Understood. Carry on. Yes, Commander. Heinrich realized that Louise had received telepathy when he heard her murmuring. Louise looked at Heinrich. The next operation area has already been cleared. That's why we continue to advance. I see. Though they didn't engage in personal conversation, they had to have these dry exchanges due to their positions. Heinrich quietly watched as Louise informed her adjutants of the army-wide broadcast. He observed the messengers riding between the marching armies to relay the new operation changes to each unit commander. Louise gazed at the endless procession of marching troops. Not having to face death in battle at the next operation area would be a good thing. But the extended march was just another hardship for the soldiers who had to walk the distance. Louise pondered what would be better and couldn't help but feel a sense of absurdity. The Emperor, Bertus. It was Bertus who had personally told her that if she didn't kill her brothers, Heinrich would be murdered. What would have happened if the two had known that their youngest brother Heinrich was actually their illegitimate nephew? Perhaps they would have wanted to kill him even more. Louise had never married. If Louise von Schwarz died in this war, the eldest son, German von Schwarz, would become the next heir to the throne since Louise had no official children. Deep down, he might have hoped for her own death. Now that she had realized how foolish and short-sighted her brothers were, that suspicion had turned into certainty. If Louise von Schwarz died during the war, German would become the next heir to the Schwarz royal family. If that happened, perhaps Alphonse, who could never have dreamt of becoming the heir, would have been jealous of his brother and tried to kill him to inherit the throne. Without Heinrich, could German have tried to kill her instead? Then would Alphonse have killed German, and the Schwarz royal throne would have gone to Alphonse? Louise found it amusing that she would even entertain such thoughts. Attempting to weigh the foolishness of her brothers after killing them with her own hands was nothing more than self-justification for their deserving deaths. There were choices and consequences. She killed her brothers because they had tried to kill her child. In exchange, the child survived. All other judgments were meaningless. She never managed to have any real conversation with the child. It couldn't be right to leave things like this. How she had resisted the urge to abandon everything, knowing what had happened, why it had happened, and what words had been exchanged. How many times her life had been weighed on the scales. How many days she had swallowed her tears, thinking only of how well the child would fare at the temple while living a life forced upon her. Louise wanted to tell him everything, but she couldn't bring herself to speak, fearing that it would only come off as an excuse for not fulfilling her parental duties. When the war ends, will they be able to talk once everything is settled? After the veil of darkness shrouding humanity's fate has been lifted, will they be able to share all their stories? The battlefield was too heavy a place for sharing stories of sorrow and pain, and so the only story they could share now was that of the war. Youngest one. Louise opened her mouth to speak, but found herself tongue-tied. Was it appropriate to call him the youngest? But she couldn't call him her son. In this situation, with watchful eyes and attentive ears, wasn't it impossible to raise the subject of her illegitimate child, just as it was for the eldest sister to call the youngest her son? However, it seemed as if Heinrich understood her, looking at Louise. Yes, sister. Things they knew but couldn't say. His expression showed that he understood well enough. Louise felt miserable and bit her lips slightly. But it was a conversation about the war, their current situation. They couldn't avoid discussing it just because of petty matters. Do you think you're close to Emperor Bertus? At the mention of the emperor's name, Heinrich fell silent for a moment. To be honest, I don't think I am close to him. However, we did spend time together in the same class at the temple. I see. Had it not been for Emperor Bertus' words, Louise might have failed to weigh her brother's foolishness and lost Heinrich. The emperor knew that Heinrich was her illegitimate child, and even knew the name of the man she had once loved. But that wasn't the issue Louise was currently pondering. The Supreme Command is hiding something. The excessively rapid advance, the abnormal weather on the level of natural disasters, and the preemption of operational zones. Only good things were happening to the Allied forces. Eleanor Torius, Sava Linterna, Shanefel, and the Royal Mages. They might have achieved this speed by pooling all their resources, but Louise couldn't shake off the feeling that something was off about the whole process. What are they hiding? Do you know? Heinrich stared at the marching route in response to Louise's question. I don't know, just as Heinrich didn't know his mother well. Louise didn't know her son well either. However, she had now learned one thing. I see. Louise discovered that her son was not skilled at lying. Chapter 538, 12th month. Winter had arrived. Starting from Senkelion, the Allied forces went on to destroy the warp gates of the small cities surrounding Riceland one by one, as if going around its periphery. The small warp gates in the minor cities were already devastated by the vanguard of the Demon King's forces, and the Imperial High Command had disguised it as the work of the Empire's vanguard. Only a handful of people knew that the Allied forces were receiving help from the Demon King. The moment that information became public, the confusion felt by the Allied forces could have led to enormous divisions, so it had to be kept top secret. It was a given that a massive army would have to go through winter. This war would continue beyond the year. 7 small cities and 3 medium-sized cities. So far, these were the achievements of the Allied forces. In the Allied forces headquarters, Bertus stood before a map, his face stern as he watched the situation unfold before the many military commanders gathered. It wasn't as if all the battles they had experienced so far were minor. But now the Allied forces were faced with the largest battle they had ever encountered. 3 large warp gates, 1 super-large warp gate, 7 small warp gates, the largest city in the southern part of Riceland, Sarandia. It would be their first time destroying a super-large warp gate. That was the crux of the matter. The chief of operations began the report. Your Majesty, we anticipate that successfully attacking Sarandia will significantly reduce the monster hordes in the southern region of Riceland. By using the Razy River flowing near Sarandia as a water source, we believe we can secure water supplies locally. If we can replace the transportation needed for water supplies with other resources, the Allied forces will have an easier time enduring the winter. However, due to the nature of winter operations, a significant loss of combat power is expected while the main force moves to Sarandia. Also, once the operation begins, a retreat will be nearly impossible. If we fail, we expect irreversible and severe losses. We could focus on defending our garrison and spend the winter before starting the campaign to conquer Sarandia. However, in this case, it remains unclear whether the army can receive necessary supplies smoothly until spring. The monsters gathered in Sarandia will likely launch periodic raids on the Allied forces' garrison during the winter, and since they will continue to be replenished, there will be no loss of their combat power. Bertus narrowed his brow as he listened to the Chief of Staff's report. Winter was a season when everything froze, and soldiers were no exception. A winter march was even more hellish than a regular one. There would be soldiers who would lose their frozen toes, not just from exhaustion. While the priests of the Holy Order could heal with their divine magic, not everyone could receive such benefits. Since the area around a large city was teeming with waves of monsters, the Allied forces' garrison was set up far away from Sarandia. Just reaching Sarandia, the battlefield, would require a forced march. In the midst of a harsh winter, the monsters would become increasingly more numerous. It was by no means an environment where they could rest for a day and fight. At their most exhausted, the troops would have to face the largest number of enemies, and that would be during winter. If only there were a change in the weather that would improve conditions on our way. But we can't necessarily count on that. By marching through the harsh winter, they would proceed with the campaign to conquer Sarandia. In the end, immense casualties were expected in the campaign, and capturing Sarandia wouldn't mean the end of the gate crisis. There were still cities to be destroyed. If they suffered irreversible losses here, the next battle would be even harder, as it becomes more difficult and burdensome if the loss of irreplaceable personnel continues. In the end, they would fail to destroy the last gate, and humanity would lose all hope. But what if they held out here through the winter and attacked Sarandia in the spring? Armies consume enormous resources. People need to eat, and something must be done to withstand the cold. And while they're stationed here, there's Sarandia, where monsters pour out of the giant warp gates, albeit far away. They would have to continue their defensive battles throughout the winter, resulting in not only resource but also personnel losses. However, if they managed to successfully conquer Sarandia, they could at least secure resources to endure the winter. They would also be able to log the nearby forested area to survive the cold. Would they endure the winter there after risking heavy casualties in a large-scale assault to bring down Sarandia? They would lie low here until the weather warmed, engaging in continuous attrition warfare and entering battle in a relatively better condition. We can't hold out here through the winter. We're heading to Sarandia. Help cannot always be expected, but there had always been help. That's why Bertus had no choice but to rely on the Demon King's forces this time as well. The frozen land where the Allied forces were heading would thaw, and an anomalous climate named warm sunlight would appear. The ruler of humanity depends on the Demon King. If I can't get help anymore, he couldn't be confident that he wouldn't panic. Bertus chuckled to himself. Meow, 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 meow. Meow. Ellen regained consciousness at the sound of what seemed like a call for her. A black cat, who knows since when, had been pressing its front paws on her thigh. Somehow, the cat looked up with a pitiful gaze as if worried. Why was it doing this? Ellen was inside a tent, sitting in a chair. Only then did she realize that she had lost consciousness for a moment. She had heard there was a meeting about the Sarandia attack, but Ellen didn't necessarily attend the meeting, though she did have a say, and it wasn't taken lightly. However, Ellen never felt comfortable discussing life and death issues in such a setting, so she was contemplating whether to go or not. But when she came to her senses, the cat that had been absent for a few days was crying in front of her. Ellen didn't bother to lock her quarters in the garrison these days. Royal-class garrison security was strict, and no one in the garrison would rudely enter Ellen's quarters uninvited. So she left her quarters unlocked so the cat could come in whenever it wanted. Thus, it wandered in freely. Meow with her left hand, Ellen held the necklace, and with her right hand she stroked the head of the pitifully crying cat. I'm fine. Ellen now knew that pouring her heart into something could help. She felt as if this little being was watching over her. However, even so, the moments of losing consciousness increased. It'll be okay. The cat just looked up at Ellen quietly, losing consciousness, her existence disappearing. It was a terrifying thing, but Ellen had something more important ahead. The Sarandia attack. The colossal warp gate. The battle would only grow more arduous and challenging. Reinhardt. Ellen knew what the High Command knew. Reinhardt would, in some way, support the conquest of Sarandia. He had always been helping, and now he would once again support this battle in his own way, from somewhere. Meow, undoubtedly, he was watching over her. Ellen's condition was steadily worsening. He had been aware of her occasional losses of consciousness, and though he appeared as a cat, he had witnessed it before. But losing consciousness was not the right term. It was closer to someone else taking control of her consciousness. Her dark eyes, like an abyss, stared at him quietly. With eyes that he couldn't tell whether they were looking at him or not. They stared at him only with blurry, unfocused pupils. Nothing could be read from those eyes other than emptiness. It was an eerie feeling that went beyond being unsettling. Not only Ellen, but also the royal class people had felt a strong sense of unease when Ellen occasionally fell into such a state. Though they did not know how a cat could be of any help, it seemed apparent that Ellen was affected by it. The necklace that Ellen wore was unclear as well, but by now they had somewhat sensed that it was playing a similar role. If her condition went past the point of no return, would he only see Ellen with those empty eyes? Although he occasionally visited the royal class garrison to check on Ellen's condition and the situation of the royal class people, he could not always stay there. He had to not only break through the march route, but also receive sleep training from Airy. And while Charlotte took care of Edna's work, he still received reports on crucial matters. He is a pet-type demon king, and just like Ellen was steeling herself for a great battle, so was he. For now, the imminent issue was the conquest of the huge city, Sarandia. I assume we'll advance. They'll be expecting our help. A council meeting with all of Edna's core members. Since enduring the winter would inevitably become a war of attrition, they would have no choice but to make such a decision. I nodded at Elleris's response. A full-scale battle after a march through the harsh cold. A defensive battle in the bitter cold, followed by a full-scale battle after welcoming spring. Both would entail immense burdens. In the original story, this time was not winter. They faced winter in another metropolis conquest. In that situation, the Allied forces chose to endure. But now, we were assisting them, and Lyanna had awakened her ability to manipulate the weather, which she couldn't use in the original story. Thus, they would expect our help and choose to advance. We would protect the path of the Allied forces not from monsters, but from the weather. We would be able to shield them from the bitter cold on their journey. However, the next problem. We need to decide what to do when the attack on Sarandia begins. It was Luvian's words. Yes, we had to decide that. In previous gate conquests, we destroyed the warp gates within our capabilities before the Allied forces could strike. For the medium-sized warp gates, we swept away the monsters with a preemptive strike and handed them over to the Allied forces afterward. Though we took on the role of a vanguard unit unknown to the Allied forces, we had no intention of drawing their attention when the primary operation began. But the scale of this operation was different. At one massive warp gate, there were 3 large warp gates. Even with the weather changes caused by Lyanna, there were limits to the monsters that could be dealt with, and even if the monsters were annihilated, they would be replenished at an incredibly fast rate. A preemptive strike could yield significant results. However, if the operation were left solely to the Allied forces, we could succeed in the invasion of Sarandia, but casualties would inevitably occur as we didn't fight directly. If we were to join the battle, the number of those sacrificed would decrease, and the Allied forces would be able to conserve their strength. From a practical standpoint, it is right for us to participate in the battle as well. However, our participation may help the invasion of Sarandia in the short term, but in the long term, it may be a significant mistake. That's true. I had no choice but to agree with Galarush's words. Antirianus spoke up. Our army may be small, but it is impossible not to be noticed on the battlefield. Just look at the large-scale magic that the lords and heavenly kings here can use. The lightning used by the Thunder King, The divine power and artifact used by the Demon Lord and by the Holy Order's leader, Tiamata, and the Allspringer used by the Great Being are no exception. Our power was too strong and would inevitably attract attention. Sakigar, who had returned to Lazak for the meeting, spoke up. The current coalition command is aware of our assistance. A small number of people in charge of frontline reconnaissance are keeping quiet, and the personnel of each military command believe that the events at the front are due to the Empire's power. Of course, many are suspicious, but neither the Empire nor the Allied forces seem to be mentioning it. But if we reveal ourselves in this battle, most of the Allied forces, especially the ordinary soldiers, will learn of our involvement, which could lead to unforeseen problems. Your Majesty, I believe it is a wise decision not to reveal ourselves in the invasion of Sarandia. Large-scale magic, meteor summoning. There is no such destructive magic among humans. The moment it is used, they will sense the appearance of the Demon Lord's forces. The moment when meteors rain down from the sky that had turned into a broken mirror and hit the temple is remembered as an unforgettable nightmare for those who saw it in the imperial capital. Moreover, there would be no one who had not heard rumors about that magic. Since the meteor shower began simultaneously with the gate incident, the meteor shower crossing the sky became a symbol of the Demon King's return. If Olivia summons the Death Knights and sweeps the battlefield, the Allied forces might panic and try to attack them. Allspringer goes without saying. If we participate in the battle, we will undoubtedly help the Allied forces. There is no reason to help if it is not with power, but only with minor assistance. If we want to help properly, numerous Allied forces will realize that the Demon Lord's forces have appeared. Our help may lead to the failure of the operation. To be blunt, if someone were to discover me killing monsters on the battlefield and shout, "The Demon Lord has appeared," the entire Alliance would accept it as the Demon Lord attacked the Alliance during a large-scale battle. Bertus faced a dilemma, whether to march after enduring a war of attrition in the winter or to march immediately at the risk of significant damage. The same is true for me. If we help in the attack on Sarandia, the Allied forces' casualties might be reduced, but our presence might create additional problems. If we don't help and merely stand by, we'll be witnessing the deaths of countless people who might have lived had we been there. Among them are the lives of many people I know. They'll probably find a way to survive on their own. Is that a petty thought I should hold on to while I stand aside and watch the assault on Sarandia? There is no such thing as an absolutely right choice. Every choice requires gaining something while accepting something else in return. Throughout my time in this world, every choice I've made has been like that. Choices where I gain something and lose something else. I must make that choice again now. I have not exchanged words with Bertus, but our relationship is practically that of allies. However, only a small number of people accept that fact. To the majority, I am still a name synonymous with terror, and no one believes that the Demon King would fight alongside them. If anything, it would only be more confusing. The Demon King, who caused the Gate Crisis to exterminate humanity, is helping humanity. Only those who have lost their sanity in despair would believe such a thing. What if the other commanders of the Allied forces, or everyone in the Alliance, found out that the Empire had been receiving the Demon King's assistance until now? The Alliance might collapse after the battle for Sarandia. Someday, we too must fight alongside the Allied forces. It's bound to happen. Everyone in the meeting remains silent, looking at me. The moment when we must join the battle will come. That won't change. And the Gate Crisis is becoming increasingly dangerous. During the early stages of the Gate Crisis, a guerrilla force led by Sava Linterna could easily destroy cities with such gigantic warp gates. Now that the situation has grown more dangerous, it has become impossible, forcing us to travel with this large army. Sarandia is dangerous, but the cities we will face later will be even more so. We will only carry out a preemptive strike on Sarandia without joining the battle and watching from afar. Whether someone dies or not, now is the time to watch those deaths. Is turning away from those dying right now in order to prevent more deaths in the future the right choice? I don't know. All I can do, like Louise von Schwarz, is make a choice. Also, if possible, it would be nice to destroy at least a few warp gates, even if not the gigantic ones. A preemptive strike. If that's all we can do, then we must do everything we can within that scope. Chapter 539, in the southern region of Riceland, the largest metropolis, Sarandia. Up until now, We had divided our forces into 5 units to secure the path of our advance. However, now we are initiating a preemptive strike to eliminate the monsters at what can only be called the Eye of the Storm. 5 vampire lords. Alongside them, the holy knights of the Holy Order, the mages of the Vampire Council, and powerful demons. Olivia, Harriet, Liana, Aerie, and myself. Our corresponding armies, hidden within the cloaking barrier created by Harriet, looked down upon Sarandia from the high ground. The city resembled a belt, with a massive river called Razy flowing through its center, dividing the metropolis into northern and southern sections. But the city itself was merely a shell, with monsters already swarming nearby. Harriet muttered, her energy drained. The monsters. Growl, screech, roar, monsters the size of skyscrapers from my past life roamed, while countless smaller monsters swarmed around their feet like ants. There were also flying monsters that filled the sky in blackness, and among them, monsters boasting overwhelming power. Although we didn't have to face the dragons from another dimension just yet, a massive monster resembling a dragon had already appeared. The number of monsters was increasing, as was their strength, making them incomparable to what we'd encountered so far. As the gate incident intensified, the monsters began acting as if they were guarding the warp gates. It was fortunate that the so-called boss monsters were not being produced in substantial numbers. From the high ground, we could see that the number of monsters spewing from the warp gates wasn't particularly high, perhaps due to saturation. However, if the nearby monsters were pushed away, the warp gates would start pouring out monsters again at an incredible speed. No matter how elite our forces were, it was impossible to annihilate this colossal swarm of monsters, numbering in the hundreds of thousands. A hell of boiling monsters unfolded in the present world. It was a sight that made me think the world had gone pitch black. We had to face this, and it would only become more numerous and dangerous. Everyone gathered here, the non-humans and those accustomed to slaughter, couldn't help but feel tense as they beheld this hellish sight, myself included. They've detected us. Even though we were on the outskirts, we were in a location with a clear view of Sarandia. It was only natural that there were monster hordes nearby, and naturally, there were monsters that could sense our cloaking barrier and detect us. Let's begin. At my command, the vampire lords and the clan's wizards began chanting spells. Liana, who had already completed her preparations, began to focus her power as well. Her abilities couldn't be used offensively when a large-scale army was engaged in a frontal battle. Everyone would be swept away if she did. Once again, whirra, a massive tornado erupted in the distance near the horizon, sweeping away the monsters. A wave of monsters poured toward us. All units, battle formation, Olivia shouted, brandishing her demon sword, Tiamata. Whirra, although we were outnumbered, Olivia could summon an army made of the dead. Ha ha ha! Over 100 Death Knights began to crawl out of the ground in response to the demon power of Kier, wielded by Olivia, and the demon sword Tiamata. A single Death Knight had been powerful enough to easily subdue me when I was only proficient in magic body strengthening. Death, lead us. Not only Olivia, but also the Holy Knights of the Holy Order strengthened their own bodies and the bodies of the Death Knights summoned by Olivia. Monsters have no strategy or tactics. However, the best strategy and tactics have always been having more soldiers and a stronger army than the enemy. Strength in numbers is both strategy and tactics. Overwhelming numbers of monsters begin to charge at us. While mages cast large-scale spells together and Liana creates a weather anomaly, the priests of the Holy Order, including Olivia Lands, and the Death Knights protect them. But that's not all. I'm counting on you today, Agren. GRRR. Human, lend me your strength. A priest standing on the shoulder of an ogre over 5 meters tall starts chanting a sacred spell, and the ogre's body becomes radiant. The ogre's tendons, thicker than a human finger, begin to bulge and twitch in its arms. Humans, vampires, and demons. KRRRRR. Lycansloth joins the formation as well. For the great ancestors and the demon king. Gwuora. The orcs, too, are covered in a blue aura. They follow Galarush after me and Charlotte. They must be orcs as well. Galarush himself seemed to dislike it, but he had lived too long to have a racial identity. Undead, demons, and humans. A small army of only about 100. Gwuora, the horde of monsters, clashes with the strangest army in the world. A massive iron club swung by the ogre is imbued with divine light. Jaejeong. The head of a giant monster that charges at the ogre explodes, and the ogre roars. Guorak! Ah, my ears are ringing. The wave of monsters crashes down, and Death Knights, Olivia, and demons stand their ground to protect the mages and Liana. Quang! Quang! Even while causing weather anomalies, Liana summons a lightning storm from the sky, causing the pouring monsters to explode. They're holding them off. They're definitely holding on. But as monsters that can detect magic and intercept spells attack us first, those that can't also start to recognize us and push in soon after. It was a nauseating sight, like waves undulating to engulf us. Krrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrr ground erupts in flames, and a vast area is swallowed in fire. Guora, medium and small-sized monsters that cannot withstand the flames or have no innate resistance begin to die as they try to break through the inferno. Even so, the surviving monsters swarm in and are crushed by Olivia and the Death Knights. The howls of monsters, the roars of ogres, and the growls of lichen-sloths shake the earth. Flying monsters in the sky also recognize us and dive in like arrows. Ugh! Blue magical lines boil over Harriet's body, and space begins to warp around a single point in the sky. JGing. Dozens of strange light refractions, as if the world itself is warping, appear. Then, Quara, a massive shockwave is generated, shaking not only the air but also the earth from the sky. Shockwave. The wings of the flying monsters diving towards us are torn apart, and their bodies explode. A shockwave originating from the sky tore apart or hurled down the 1,000 or so monsters that were flying towards us. Our individual strength could hardly be described as 100-to-1 ratio. But even if we were 1,000-to-1, it would still be insufficient. The numbers were terrifyingly high. Liana's third tornado began to tear apart the ground. Even though the tornado appeared far away, we could feel the violent wind that tore the earth apart. Even at this great distance, we could feel the pressure from the wind. At the site where the tornado appeared, trees were being uprooted and monsters screamed in agony. Aside from facing fire and lightning, enemies that are too close are crushed by the Death Knight and demons. Is this even possible? The appearance of so many monsters and their constant resurgence as long as the warp gate was not destroyed, is this even plausible? I feel a vague sense of despair at the unfairness I've created. Even if they're killed, they reappear. The warp gate that once benefited humanity has now become the greatest catastrophe to humans. The tragic, no, unjust situation I created with shallow and half-baked thoughts makes me realize how superficial I was. Growl. In the midst of the overwhelming sight of the creature's onslaught, I am here seeking salvation. I know that someday this tragedy will end. But how many must die? How many will be sacrificed? Who will die? Who will survive? Quarrorung. A lightning-spewing monster reduced a Death Knight to ashes, and Olivia stepped on the monster's foot and climbed up its leg, driving her demonic sword Tiamata into it as if performing an acrobatic act. Die and answer the call of demon power. As Olivia whispered the curse, a black flash from the demonic sword penetrated the monster's brain. Swoosh! The lightning-spewing monster suddenly turned its head and began to discharge lightning towards the oncoming monsters. Quarrororang! The lightning that once burned Death Knights now began to incinerate the monsters. As Olivia raised Tiamata, the darkness pouring from the sword enveloped the countless dead monsters. Beheaded or torn apart, the monsters came back to life through the power of the divine, now rushing towards the other monsters instead, biting, tearing, and ripping them apart. As more enemies died, the corpses increased, and the power of death grew stronger. The monsters that once engulfed us like a wave now became a wave of undead, charging at the other monsters. Despair covered by despair. Wrapped in the power of the divine, Olivia Lands almost dominated the battlefield. As the dead monsters rose and began pushing in from our side, the tide of battle turned. We shifted from protecting the mages from the monsters to pushing back the horde of monsters. The power to revive the dead, including necromancy. Anna de Journer of Class B also joined the battle in this way. However, Olivia manifested this power through divine might, not magic. The scale and effect were overwhelming. But even so, it was just a small breakwater against a tidal wave. As our battle dragged on, the monsters of Sarandia would eventually focus on this minor disturbance one by one. And as the scale of our fight grew, more monsters would be drawn to us. As the scale of the battle grows, we will reach our limits. 100 people are hardly enough to wage war against hundreds of thousands. Even if we have 1,000 to 1 force, there are tens of thousands of enemies, and they will continue to be replenished. But we haven't come here for a suicide mission. We are buying time. Time for Liana to summon the tornado, and Wulong, the 5 archmages, and the vampires of the Vampire Council to complete their magic. Kurung, the storm of mana, shook the earth as if it would cause an earthquake. I have never seen it before. We don't know what will happen when magic of this level, with this level of mana, is unleashed. When the Archlich Lucran manifested it, numerous shooting stars could be seen pouring out from the void of the torn sky. And now, the magic created by the 5 ancient beings and the mages they have nurtured. Meteor shower summoning, as if a divine fist struck the mirror called the sky. The shattered and fragmented blue sky turns to dark night. The void's darkness, constellations, and the Milky Way were projected within. And from there, beams of light began to fall. Amidst the life and death battle, it was an unreal spectacle that made one stare blankly for a moment. Thousands of beams of light, starting from the distant sky. The white flames of meteors burning as they friction with the atmosphere were so bright that they outshined even the daylight, wrapped in a white light as they fell towards the earth. Though they seemed slow, in reality, hundreds of beams of light were falling to the ground at a speed faster than sound, continuously dropping from the void's rift. Is this preventing the gate crisis and bringing about the world's destruction? Isn't this the saying of burning down the house to catch the fleas? The massive meteors were imposing enough to bring such anxiety. Slow, but surely, the meteors falling towards the earth were gradually increasing in speed. It's not that they were getting faster. The closer they got, the more realistically their speed could be felt on the skin. On the ground, tornadoes raged, and in the sky, meteors rained down. The hell of monsters was covered and crushed by the hell of natural disasters. A meteor exploded near the horizon in the distance. Flash. A massive explosion occurred with the flash, covering the area. That was the beginning. Flash, flash, Kurung. With a thunderous noise tearing the atmosphere, the meteors began to evaporate the surroundings of Sarandia. I desperately hoped that the flashes would blow away the warp gates as well. At the same time, I couldn't help but pray that the meteors wouldn't destroy the world. The meteors struck the world, and the flying monsters were either swept away by the explosion or torn apart and fell. The monsters on the ground disappeared along with the craters. But despairingly, it didn't wipe out all the monsters. Due to the excessively vast range of impact, there were still monsters overflowing in areas not hit by the meteors, and their numbers were still greater than ours. Kakwakwang, and hoping for a meteor to directly hit the warp gate was no different from wishing for a miracle. We could summon meteors, but not aim them. Even if the warp gate was affected by the meteor's impact, it wouldn't break. Due to the exceptional durability of the gate itself, it firmly withstood the impact of the meteor collision explosion. Although I hoped that a massive meteor would strike the warp gate directly, it did not happen. But the important thing is, since monsters are everywhere, they were undoubtedly being massacred within the falling meteors. The number of monsters is drastically decreasing, and that is ongoing. However, monsters pouring out from the warp gate is also ongoing. I already knew that hoping for the meteor shower to directly strike and destroy the warp gate was like wishing for a stroke of luck. Harriet? Yes. At my call, Harriet crossed the space and immediately arrived at my side. Let's go. I begin to plunge towards the hellish landscape where meteor showers and stormy rains pour down. I will destroy the warp gate with my own hands. By the time the Allied forces arrive, even if it is not as bad as it is now, the monsters would have replenished enough to be scattered all over the ground. At this very moment, when the number of monsters is drastically decreasing, this is the only time when a small elite force can act. I don't know how far we can go, but we will destroy as much as we can and then flee. The ones plunging in are Harriet de Saint-Ouen and me, only the two of us. Quararurung, the storm of lightning summoned by Liana opened the way ahead for us, who were rushing towards Sarandia. Chapter 540 Boom. An indescribable roar shakes the ground. As meteors fall and the earth trembles, it's impossible to maintain one's balance. The monsters standing on the ground face the same challenge. A tornado has formed far away, but a fierce wind threatens to rip apart anything in its path. The shockwaves and earthquakes caused by the crashing meteors are accompanied by storms. Like the monsters unable to move properly, I find myself in a similar situation. The reason Harriet is with me is simple. Of the falling meteors, she can use her dimensional gates to redirect any that could cause direct harm to us, and she's prepared for an emergency evacuation. Growl, but the massive monsters are unaffected by the earthquakes, fierce winds, or shockwaves. Crash, rumble, lightning bolts rain down from the sky, striking a monster with a lion's head and a serpent's body. Its flesh twitches a few times, but that's it. Harriet casts an explosion spell, detonating it right in front of the monster's face, but it only flinches slightly and remains unharmed. Fire, lightning, magic. Nothing works against these monsters. As the situation intensifies, more monsters with immunity to these attacks emerge. Howl! I thrust my Owlspringer, wrapped in a blue aura, into the giant serpent's body and tear it apart. Monsters immune to direct physical attacks are rare, especially if it's an aura blade. Close combat is always the best method of fighting and will remain useful until the end of this battle. Once, slash, poof, twice, stab, 3 times, roar. As I cut through the serpent's midsection, its massive body, unable to support its weight, snaps in half like a broken tree. Monsters around us vanish, swept away by the meteor shower and its ensuing explosions. Flying monsters plummet to the ground. Monsters struck by lightning turn to ash. Yet the monstrous horde still screeches, coming closer to kill Harriet and me. Harriet, who has created a barrier to protect us from the gales, runs alongside me. Flash, shockwaves, explosions, and flames engulf everything. We must break through this monstrous wave to destroy the warp gate. The original world could never be called paradise. Misery was always present in the original world, just like anywhere else. But even if the original world wasn't paradise, isn't this hellish landscape a worse alternative? Even if we clean up this hell and end the gate crisis, paradise won't come. The world can never return to how it was. Nevertheless, despite all that, I know we can't achieve paradise, but at least we'll save ourselves from this hell. Rumble, a colossal monster that can fly through these fierce winds, spews fire at Harriet and me. Reinhardt. Harriet's barrier protects us from the fiery breath. Outside the barrier's range, the flames melt everything in an instant, including the monsters charging at us. This is just the beginning. Stronger monsters will appear, and eventually we will have to face the last monster. Rumble. As the ground heaves and turns into crimson lava, Harriet and I watch the monsters melt away beyond the fiery breath. With a deafening crash, the fiery breath that threatened to scorch the land where Harriet and I stood came to a halt. We watched as the monstrous shadow that loomed over the earth was struck by a meteor, losing one of its wings and plummeting to the ground. Instead of the warp gate, the meteor struck the relatively larger monster, and the resulting shockwave followed as an added bonus. Kaya! Kuang! The slow-falling monster crushed hundreds of other creatures as it descended. Disaster met disaster head-on. Not much time left. Right. Harriet froze the molten ground with her ice magic, clearing a path. We resumed our sprint, the goal not far ahead. Soon enough, we found our first target. Krrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrr spilling forth, a tidal wave of flesh pouring from the glowing red warp gate. The spilled monsters surged forward, most of them crushed to death before they could even stand up properly. But from the overflowing wave of monsters, some took shape and rose, charging at us as if recognizing their enemies the moment they were born. Even before reaching the gate, the surging mass of monsters themselves formed a wall we had to break through. Even if we summoned a meteor shower, conjured a tornado, or created a lightning storm, if we didn't destroy the accursed warp gate, monsters would overrun the entire area in a matter of days. We had to crush it. We had to erase it from this world completely to break the curse that had befallen it. Paradise wouldn't come, but we could escape hell. Blue magical lines began to boil from Harriet's entire body. The shining blue magical lines and the glowing power cartridges on Harriet's necklace soon turned into a near-white light. Just one chance, one moment to clear the path. Only Harriet and I stepped forward to destroy the gate. The rest of our party decided to provide long-range support only as it was agreed upon, because we were enough on our own. Facing the wave of flesh, Harriet concentrated her magic at her fingertips. She compressed her magic to the limit, gathering it all into one point and directing it outward. There was no name for the spell. It was just an attack based on Harriet's understanding and control of her mana, compressing and refining it into a concentrated burst. A simple, honest release of magical power. Kiwa-quack-quack-quang. But the blast of magical energy that erupted from Harriet's fingertips was a storm of energy in itself. Even monsters with anti-magic properties were swept away and obliterated by the tempest of her power. For a moment, a path opened, and the warp gate, enveloped in a red barrier, remained intact. Could it really withstand such an energy storm? We knew that the reinforced warp gate couldn't be destroyed by long-range attacks, but was it also impervious to such power? Was there no use even if a meteor struck it directly? There was no time for despair. If the first method failed, we'd try the second, and if that failed, the third, the fourth. We would try until it broke. There was no time for hesitation. Instinctively, I charged down the path we'd opened. Running and running, I aimed for the warp gate that was spewing monsters, pouring all the power I could muster into my sword, Alspringer. As I plunged Alspringer into the warp gate's barrier, I roared. Shatter, with that one, on the outskirts of Sarandia. What is this? Kono Lint couldn't close his mouth as he witnessed the scene unfolding before him. Womb flash. Whirra, three enormous, immeasurable tornadoes were swirling around Sarandia, while hundreds of lightning bolts rained down from the sky every second, killing monsters. Meteors were also pouring down from the heavens. Anyone who saw this scene would say that the end of the world had finally arrived. It was a vision of utter destruction. Suspended high in the sky, Kono Lint was observing the ongoing catastrophe that was befalling Sarandia in real time. Kono Lint hadn't been assigned to scout this area. He was here on his own volition. The High Command provided no explanations for the bizarre events happening in the front lines. At first, Kono Lint had set out to scout the initial few peculiar situations. But since then, only a very small number of units had been deployed for frontline scouting missions. Some members of the Allied forces were already aware that strange events were occurring, and Kono Lint, who had seen the phenomenon with his own eyes, was no exception. Something too enormous and inexplicable to be the power of the Empire was aiding them. Kono Lint had ventured out to scout on his own, hoping to catch a glimpse of whatever it was before the Sarandia campaign began. The sky opened and meteors rained down. Lightning struck. Woo-whoosh. Although Kono Lint was suspended in the sky, a gust of wind so fierce that it threatened to tear his ears apart blew around him. Struggling to keep his eyes open in the raging storm, Kono Lint tried to take in everything that came into his field of vision. On the ground, battles were raging. Facing the tide of monsters was a tiny dot, a mere speck, but there were those who somehow managed to endure. Though meager compared to the Allied forces, they were undoubtedly fighting. Kono Lint couldn't properly discern the identities of those too distant. While he could approach them at any time, he didn't dare to. The battle at the city's outskirts, and within Sarandia city. Flash. Kono Lint clearly saw one of the warp gates shatter in a burst of light. He remembered it vividly, the day the sky opened. The world seemed to have been cursed since that day, and all these calamities began. The gate incident, known to have originated from the Demon King, was also known to Kono Lint. But why was the magic used by the Demon King's minions cast on Sarandia, and why did one of the warp gates vanish? Due to the fierce wind, it was difficult to see who or where the battle was taking place. However, it was possible to guess from the events unfolding. Meteors fell. Lightning was summoned. The Demon King's magic and the supernatural powers of Liana, who disappeared with him. Reinhardt. Why were those known to have caused the gate incident desperately trying to destroy the gates? Was it Reinhardt who paved the way for the Allied forces until now? Kono Lint didn't know what was going on behind the scenes. However, if the forces here belonged to the Demon King, if these forces, capable of annihilating humanity, were trying to destroy the warp gates, wasn't it true that things that should be known were not being revealed? Wasn't there a truth that people needed to know but didn't? Something was different. What people know and what is true often diverge. It was at that moment that Kono Lint had such a thought. Damn rat! Kono Lint widened his eyes as a white-haired old man appeared, the air around him distorted. So you were there. Damn it! The old man's hand reached out to Lint faster than Lint could use spatial teleportation. Reinhardt, we need to get out of here now. Just one more. It's time. Everyone's going to retreat. We've done enough. Still, Just one more. No, one large warp gate, one medium, two small. It was a miraculous feat, and enough to provide significant help to the Allied forces. It was fortunate that Harriet was there. If not, attempting to destroy one more gate could have led to an irreversible disaster. Our troops returned to Edina after providing support for the designated time, and I reluctantly retreated upon Harriet's insistence. Yes, it was a miraculous feat. I retreated after attempting to do something beyond my capabilities, and it was good that our forces suffered no losses. However, I couldn't help but furrow my brow at the sight of a familiar face hanging limp on the shoulder of a vampire clan mage. What is this? I caught a scout, your greatness. Antirianus had captured Kono Lint, an odd spoil of war. Antirianus had caught Kono Lint, who had been observing the situation. His eyes were sharp. How on earth did he spot and capture this guy in that situation? It was certain that Kono Lint had seen the scene. He probably had a rough idea that my forces, including myself, were in Sarandia. I couldn't know what Kono Lint thought when he saw it. But Kono Lint saw something he shouldn't have seen. I couldn't send him back to the Allied forces as is. If he says the wrong thing, it could cause a huge accident. So, I looked at Kono Lint, who had just woken up upon our return to Lazak. As soon as he woke up, he opened his mouth wide and froze. His eyes rolled around, but he said nothing. Planning to run. He was so easy to read. Kono Lint could run away anytime due to his abilities. It's fine to run, but do you know where you are? Ah, well, I guess not. But he didn't know that this place was Lazak, located at the southernmost tip of the Edina archipelago. It would take years to wander around the continent using spatial teleportation and find the Allied forces base. He might be a long-lost acquaintance to me, but it hasn't been that long for me, so I wasn't that unfamiliar with Kono Lint. On the other hand, he looked clueless, his eyes rolling around. If you run away half-heartedly, you'll likely end up as a skeleton when found. Do you get what I'm saying? Ah, yeah, I don't plan to treat you harshly, and there's no reason to. Let's talk. After a few words, I'll send you back to the Allied forces base safely. Kono Lint couldn't handle the situation, his mouth only twitching slightly. Chapter 541. Kono Lint was not imprisoned. In the first place, Antirianus hadn't ordered him to be captured, and they hadn't intended to treat him as a prisoner. Initially, Kono Lint didn't even know where the Edna archipelago was, nor would he understand anything just by looking at the scenery. Of course, that didn't mean he was in an open space. It was just a bedroom that could be considered a guest room. There was no exchange of pleasantries like, "It's been a while," or "How have you been?" Neither the situation nor their relationship allowed for such conversations. So you didn't come here on a reconnaissance mission, but rather because you wanted to see the scene for yourself. Yeah, Kono Lint slowly nodded. Even back at the temple, the three brothers who had looked out for Kono Lint had been quite afraid of me. That hadn't changed now. If anything, it had gotten worse. From a school bully to a bully that spanned the entire continent. It would be strange if they weren't afraid, considering I had become something even more than that. Even if these guys had changed from the past, I had changed even more. Given the circumstances, even being kidnapped, it was inevitable that Kono Lint's complexion would be pale. It was inevitable that the Alliance would become aware of our existence. Of course, I knew that Sarkigar was watching, and even when I was personally stationed at the Alliance base, the rumors didn't spread beyond a certain extent. Shanefel, the royal mages, and the very few units in charge of frontline reconnaissance missions. That was about the extent of those who knew the truth, however vaguely. Everyone else would be aware of something like the Empire concealing its strength or hiding some important information. Kono Lint acted on his own, without orders from his superiors, to scout Sarandia and discovered us. Whatever you saw, it's true. We're also dealing with the gate incident in our own way. That's all there is to it. At my words, Kono Lint stared at me quietly. You're the Demon King, aren't you? That's right. It was a known fact now, but as I calmly nodded, Kono Lint's complexion turned even paler. Are you responsible for the gate incident? He stared at me with bated breath. What should I say? In the end, it was true. Various misunderstandings and circumstances had overlapped, but ultimately it was Elleris who caused the gate incident. It was something that happened in order to save me, so I couldn't deny it. Technically, yes, but it wasn't what I wanted. That's why I'm doing this. There's no point in discussing the details, and it's a waste of time. But everything that's happened from the moment I entered the temple up until now has been to prevent the gate incident. It's true that it happened because of me, but it wasn't what I wanted. Would he believe me? Just because he saw me fighting the monsters of the gate with my life on the line, could Kono Lint understand me? He had also lost his family. No matter how valid the reasons were, if he focused on the fact that I was responsible for the gate incident, I couldn't blame him for hating me. Why should I? Believe you. Fearful, Kono Lint stammered, but continued with difficulty. Anyway, the gate incident was caused by you to take revenge on humans, and you also want it to end. So you might be helping the Allied forces. Once the gate incident is over, you might try to destroy humanity like you did in Sarandia. Who knows? Kono Lint continued to express his doubts about me. Monsters attack both humans and demons indiscriminately. The gate incident occurred to bring about the destruction of humans. But if humans were to be destroyed, demons would be next. So for now, they reluctantly help humans, and after the humans resolve the gate incident, they might just betray them and annihilate them. In reality, it's quite a plausible assumption. After all, both demons and humans want the gate incident to end, so they help the Allied forces. They're only using humans until the whole situation is resolved. Oh, that's a good idea. As I suddenly praised him, Kono Lint lost his composure. It'd be a great excuse later on. Excuse? What do you mean? There's an old saying, the enemy of my enemy is my friend. If the Allied forces learn that the demon army is helping humans and become confused, they can temporarily cooperate with the demon army, knowing that they will eventually become enemies. With such an excuse, it might be possible to form an alliance with the Allied forces openly. No, would the Allied forces fall apart at the mere idea of joining hands with the Demon King in the first place? People need a reason to accept the Demon King's cooperation. A reason that forces them to accept it right away. People have guessed my intentions on their own, and it's not much different from the reason all of this chaos happened. So there must be plenty of things that they can guess on their own this time too. Kono Lint, who couldn't understand what I was talking about at all, was simply dumbfounded. Kono Lint is in Razak for now, but he doesn't know where he is. I originally intended to just let him go. But before that, I need to silence him so he doesn't spread any unnecessary stories. First of all, I'd appreciate it if you didn't tell anyone that I'm clearing the path ahead of the Allied forces or that I'm destroying warp gates. You didn't see anything. Pretend I didn't see anything. Yes. If this gets out, people will think I have some hidden agenda like you picked up earlier. But I don't. I just need the gate incident to end. There's no ulterior motive or scheme. My words about wishing the gate incident hadn't happened are true. If you don't believe me, there's nothing I can do, but it's true regardless of whether you trust me. I can explain the series of events leading up to the gate incident. However, it's too verbose detailed, and there were too many moments where things went awry. Really, you didn't want this? Yes. So, like what I saw today, you're helping the Allied forces in this way. Yes. This guy has seen it firsthand. He must have watched my army fight fiercely in Sarandia. In the end, he saw the destruction of several warp gates and the desperate battle against the monsters. Since he saw it with his own eyes, he should be able to understand the sincerity in my words to some extent. Isn't it? If this wasn't your doing, if this wasn't what you wanted, shouldn't people know about it? Kono Lint looked at me and asked. People believe that all of this is because of you. True. I've heard that too, but I still find it hard to believe. I suppose so. There must be things that are hard to believe even when seen with one's own eyes. Could one easily believe it when they're told that, despite being kidnapped and blamed for everything, they've actually done nothing wrong? Only a fool would believe such a thing. So why did this happen? If it's really not your fault, you must be wronged. People should know the truth, right? If you're truly innocent, it's not right like this, is it? It does sound like you're just trying to convince me with your excuses, but I don't understand why you need to justify yourself to me. Convincing me wouldn't really change anything. Why are you telling me this? Well, I don't know. Anyway, let's assume that what you say is true, although I still can't believe it. But if what you're saying is really true, it's not your fault, but people are blaming you. Is that okay? Kono Lint asks. Would it be okay? It's impossible to say it's okay, even if one were to die and come back to life. It's not okay, and it never will be. However, one can only accept that there's nothing they can do. They don't try to do anything about something they can't control. So, shouldn't they know, if you're innocent, people are hating you for no reason? It's meaningless. Meaningless. If people know, knowing itself becomes the problem. Ignorance is bliss. If they know, knowing becomes the problem. Those who don't know the truth hate and despise me. But what if they find out the truth? They won't discard their hatred and loathing for me, but instead, they'll hate Ellen and the imperial royal family. They'll despise everyone who kept this secret and pin the blame on me. Hatred will only spread, and nothing else can be gained. It's not that I don't want the truth to spread because of some heroic psyche or noble purpose. If it does spread, it will only cause division and chaos. No one benefits from the truth. That's all there is to it. That's why I don't intend to tell Kono Lint what really happened. If they find out, there will only be more people to hate. I didn't want that. I just wished for the gate incident to end. All I could say was that I hoped they would understand or trust me, even though it was an old issue. A truth that divides everyone only leads to everyone's downfall. If that's the truth, it's better not to know. If this problem could be overcome with just my own injustice, I'd accept the injustice. It's not okay at all, and I can't say it's okay. But if it's not okay, and that's all there is to it, I have to accept it. So, pretend you didn't see it. The Demon King fights, wishing for the true end of the gate incident, and doesn't want anything else. It's a truth that can't be understood, and if understood, it causes more problems. Sharing this responsibility with others will only increase the objects of hatred, and the ensuing division will only lead to everyone's downfall. Kono Lint gazes at me silently. He doesn't speak for a while. He probably can't believe what I'm saying. No matter how much he has seen me fighting personally, as he said, I also need the end of the gate incident. He might accept that I'm only temporarily helping the Allied force while postponing the matter of the future for now. In fact, that might be a more credible story. To those who have lost something, my words are nothing but empty tales. Even if it is believable, the fact that I am involved in the gate incident does not change. I always thought you were a weird one, Kono Lint chuckles. But you're even weirder than I thought. The word weird this time has a slightly different, somewhat positive nuance compared to how it was used before. Yeah, who would believe it if I said that the Demon King was risking his life in Sarandia to destroy the gate? They'd probably just think I'm crazy from the war and brush it off. He laughs bitterly. After investigating the royal class base in the form of a cat, Kono Lint has made a remarkable improvement in his abilities, but he's still a bit of a fool. Well, if Kono Lint blabbers about this unbelievable story, most people would not only find it strange, but would also think it's a twisted joke. So, are you planning to continue doing this? As much as I can. Since I can't openly cooperate with the Allied forces, I'll do what I can from where they can't see me. People might find it suspicious, but I can't just leave things as they are. Just like I'm doing something now, I'll continue to do something in the future. Kono Lint stares at me intently. He nods, seemingly understanding my words about not having seen anything. All right, then I'll send you to the Allied base. Hey, but you know. Yeah. Kono Lint tilts his head. His face seems to redden a bit. It's not the right timing for this, but what is he trying to say? Kono Lint scratches his head, then looks at me as if giving up. Was that you? Ha! What is that? What does he mean by was that you? I couldn't understand what he was talking about in just those two words. No, it felt like I knew, but I couldn't accept it. Oh, no way, is it that? No, my response was too slow. My flustered expression gave it away. Was it really you? No, it wasn't. No, no. What's that and what's this? I have no idea what you're talking about. Absolutely no idea, okay. This, no way, should I kill him? Chapter 542, as they spoke about humanity and such. Kono Lint suddenly brought up the cross-dressing contest, a memory that had almost faded away. When did this guy start to suspect me? What's worse, my delayed response only reinforced his conviction. It was you, wasn't it? Kono Lint's face paled, and he quickly retreated. Yeah, I knew you were weird, but not just weird, you're even weirder. No, it wasn't me. What even is that? I have no idea, I don't know anything about it. Why would you even have that kind of hobby? It's not a hobby, I said it wasn't me. So you understood what I was talking about. That means it's true, right? It was you. He got me. He didn't seem to intend to, but he got me. When did he start to doubt me? And why does he still remember it? Give me back my innocence, you bastard. Kono Lint's face turned white, and he yelled angrily. What innocence! It was a cross-dressing contest from the start. I don't care, just give it back, you crazy bastard. Why are we even having this conversation? Finally, I summoned my Allspringer in my right hand. Kono Lint's face went white. You shouldn't know about that. Why am I only threatening him now? I'm sorry, die. But Kono Lint wasn't scared at all, even with the Allspringer in my hand. Try to touch me with one finger. I'll spread the rumor that the Demon King loves cross-dressing. Why? Why is it like this? I don't believe that story more than today, you bastard. Who would believe that the Demon King won a cross-dressing contest? It's true, but nobody believes it. I should really kill him. This is not going to work. Whoosh! As I swung my Allspringer, Kono Lint moved to the other side of the room. You really swung at me. I'll tell Ellen. You crazy pervert. I felt my blood run cold. It was too late. He already found out. Not only Bertus, but now this guy too. If you don't let me go unharmed, you'll hear people singing a song about the perverted Demon King who loves cross-dressing in the Alliance's garrison starting tomorrow, you perverted bastard. It felt like I was losing my grip on sanity. You're calling me a pervert. Well, you are a pervert. If you're not a pervert, then what are you? I couldn't refute Kono Lint's words. There were unavoidable reasons, and I had no choice but to engage in such debauchery. In the end, wasn't it through those debaucheries that I am here now? Yes, I have to admit it now. Fine, I'm a pervert. What? Upon my calm admission, Kono Lint's face turned even bluer. But do you think that's all? Ha! Do you think my perverted acts are limited to just that? My chilling laughter made Kono Lint, who was stuck to the wall and prepared to run away, tense up. You, at the beginning of the school year, first grade, early on, you were eating dessert at a cafe with some kids and got confessed to by a girl, didn't you? At my words, Kono Lint's face went pale. What? And after that girl confessed, there was no contact, right? I utilized the ring of Sakigar. Perhaps that girl looked something like this. A brief silence. To be honest, there's no need to go this far in discussing this. I know it's unnecessary. But you son of a beach, my spirit is broken. Let yours be broken too. Why did you do this to me? Is it because I'm a pervert? That's why, isn't it? I thought that maybe because of that memory I might be accepted by someone. But now, there's no way that's true. You've been deceived by this guy. We're done talking. Now go back to the Allied camp quietly. You demon. No, worse than a demon. It doesn't matter since I'm actually worse than a demon, being the Demon King. Ha 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 ha. What have I done to deserve this? I'll curse you for the rest of my life, Reinhardt. Try it. There are so many people doing that already. You ha 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 ha. Kono Lint, with his sanity reduced to zero, could not fully understand the situation. For some reason, Harriet quietly sent the disheartened Kono Lint back to the Allied camp. Of course, Harriet seemed to be completely clueless while looking at the slightly deranged Reinhardt. The vast Allied camp, filled with a tense atmosphere, suddenly brought Kono Lint back to reality. Listening to the sound of grass being trampled and watching soldiers passing by, and the troops preparing for the march, Kono Lint was unsure if he had truly been with the Demon King up until now. Everyone hates the Demon King. If they knew the Demon King was fighting the gate incident more desperately than anyone else, very few would believe it. Kono Lint thought that people like Savelin Turner and others in the Empire's upper echelons might know this truth. Whatever the case, it didn't matter. A greater truth had deeply penetrated Kono Lint's mind. Cross-dressing. The suspicion that lingered in his mind had become a fact. On top of that, transformation. Kono Lint, who had learned that Reinhardt could transform, was petrified, only able to slightly move his mouth. He's a pervert. Not only does he cross-dress, but he even goes so far as to do that. What was his intention, his thought process, when he deceived him? He couldn't understand why he would do such a thing out of malice, to the point that it was terrifying. It didn't seem like Reinhardt wanted anything from him, like using him or exploiting him for something. Only to mess with him, only to make fun of him. Insane. Bastard. Kono Lint no longer knew whether the Demon King was good or evil. The Demon King was a pervert, that was all. Upon returning to the royal class garrison, Kono Lint saw Ellen in full armor. Did Ellen know the truth about Reinhardt? Kono Lint couldn't tell, but she wondered if Ellen knew about the other truth. Kono Lint was sure that Ellen would never know, even if she died and came back to life. Ellen. Yeah. When Kono Lint called her name softly, Ellen looked at her. Lately, Ellen Artorius seemed a bit more energetic, as if she had something on her mind. Should he tell Ellen that Reinhardt is actually a cross-dressing pervert who also transforms and messes with his classmates? Perhaps not. No, I thought I had something to say, but I forgot. Ellen tilted her head, then seemed to let it go, looking around. By the way, have you seen a cat? A cat? I haven't seen one. I see. Looking for a cat, Ellen quickly left for another place. A cat, a cat. Fortunately, Kono Lint had not yet thought that Reinhardt could turn into a beast. A few days later, the Allied forces, having finished preparations, began their advance. It was more of a march than an advance. The path to their destination, Sarandia, was a long one, but it was not a leisurely march like any other. They were entering the heart of enemy territory, where monsters continuously emerged. The march itself was already a battle. Boom, crash, flash, rumble. Battles were, of course, breaking out, and the whole army was on alert, prepared for monsters that might ambush them from the side during the march. At the end of the march, rest awaited not, but an even more enormous battle. At the time when the army was most exhausted, they had to face the most arduous battle. The march that penetrated enemy lines was a continuous series of advances and battles, with the sounds of fighting never ceasing day and night. The army had to fight while advancing, and even fight while sleeping. One small blessing was that the weather did not freeze the soldiers amidst the harsh winter. Although it was not quite midsummer, the cool autumn-like climate was optimal. Even so, there was nothing that could be done about the fatigue from the march itself and the consecutive battles. Thank goodness the weather is good. What would have happened if it had snowed? Heaven is helping us. As they approached the main strategic objective, Sarandia, the number of monsters could only increase. The Empire's mobile forces have already destroyed one large, one medium, and one small warp gate each through preemptive strikes. This is expected to make the assault on Sarandia somewhat easier. The demon army's strategy had already been confirmed by the High Command. This lie would gradually become an increasingly obvious one. Even those who did not know the truth would soon realize that there was a force aiding this war, and they would also come to recognize that it was the Demon King's army. It was no different from shaking hands with a devil, and if this were to be exposed, the allied forces might crumble. But it was too sweet a temptation. Silence and a few lies now would allow them to preserve their combat strength and save many lives. Everyone sensed that Emperor Bertus of the Empire and the High Command were hiding a crucial truth, but no one sought to know it. Because it was true that someone's help was making the war easier, whoever it was. Among those who remained silent was Louise von Schwarz, who occupied a place in the mobile High Command. Was music really necessary in a war? It was unclear whether music itself was needed, but there could be no doubt that sound was essential. Boom, 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 the deep resonance of the war drum instinctively stirred something in people, driving them into a frenzy. It was said that the sound of a drum carried a soul within it. Made from the skin of a living creature, it is perhaps natural to believe that the drums carry such a spirit within them. Whether their sound truly contains a soul is unknown, but there is no doubt that they have a role in bewitching the human spirit. In other battlefields, it may not be necessary, but in this special battlefield, the sound of the drums is even more essential. Kairarak, Growol, Kie. Only then can they hope to drive away the monstrous roars that boil up from the waves of giant creatures surging from beneath the hill. They must drive away the fear that stems from sound with sound itself. The Allied forces, having completed their long march, finally reached the battlefield and looked down upon Sarandia, which they must conquer and occupy. The replenished monsters are boiling in a crater created by a meteor shower, regenerating in a place ravaged by tornadoes. Boom, 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 boom. The drummers beat the drums relentlessly, as if their hands would split open, as if driving away the monsters' roars would actually make the monsters retreat. They drive away the pitch-black boiling monsters and shatter the warp gate. The seemingly impossible task isn't the end. They must move on to the next battlefield. At any moment, in a fate of unknown death from the fangs and claws of the monsters. Onto the next, and the one after that. Beyond the next and the next. The army of death, which must reach the final battlefield, faces its first despair. There is no need for thought. Despair is worthless. Forget. They must fight. As if to say, think of nothing but fighting right now. Boom, boom, boom. The sound of the drums anesthetizes the soldiers. Within the reverberation that dyes their souls with rage, the soldiers' eyes hold despair, fear, and a premonition of death. Anger swells. There is nowhere to retreat. Behind, beside, and ahead, there is only death. There is no place for humanity to retreat any longer. So onward. If death awaits everywhere, let them fall in the direction closest to the survival and victory of all. After all, the march was meant for this purpose. Choose life over death, rage over sorrow, despair over madness. Give in to it. Boom, 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 the sound embedded in the war drum. And then, oh, almighty and great five gods, grant us protection. Watch over us and defend us. Grant us peace and safety. Many soldiers cried out the names of the gods like madmen. To our enemies! The eyes of the soldiers, intoxicated by fear and despair, glowed strangely. To the enemies of humanity! In despair and impossibility, they could only seek the absolute beings. Death! They prayed for protection. It wasn't only those who had lost their reason, calling out the names of the gods. May Als protect us. Boom, boom, boom. Following the war cries of the holy knights of the god of war, a red aura began to pour from the sky, enveloping the vast allied forces. O god of war, O god of war who chose the demon king, please lighten our steps today. Boom, the drummers of despair played the deathly drums, and everyone entrusted their souls to it. The commanders of each army raised their swords. Though they may break, they will not fall. All troops, they may be broken. Charge, they may have fallen. Ah, they fight, for they must survive. Humanity pours down from the hill below. Monsters surge up the hill, streaking across the sky. And the heavens rumble. From the rent sky, a rain of deathly flames begins to descend. Atop the massive crimson crystal tower, a small girl reaches out toward the waves of monsters. Standing on the arc crystal, Redina speaks. We can do this. Raw, hellish fires pour down like lightning upon the monstrous tide. We can survive. The little mage was summoning disaster from the sky. Chapter 543, The Battle for Sarandia. Monsters spewed flames and lightning from their mouths, while humans unleashed bolts of lightning and fire from their fingertips. On the battlefield where winter had retreated, there was little difference between the lives of humans and monsters. Flames, impossible to discern whether they came from the monsters or the mages, intertwined and exploded in the sky. In the rear, artillery weapons crushed, burned, or froze the monsters to death. Screech, a soldier, cleaved in half at the waist by a monster's jaws, died without even a chance to scream. Splash. Then a heavy hammer struck the monster's skull, shattering it in an instant. Bang! A monster lunging at the hammer wielder was met with a blinding white shield, its head smashed against it. Bang! Splash! After pushing the monster back with his shield, the knight looked around, his hammer dripping with gore. Groan! White light radiated from the knight's body, beginning to heal the wounds of the injured soldiers around him. Yet, what good would it do to heal these wounds? Adriana could only watch as a soldier, whose shoulder was miraculously reattached by her divine power, charged at another monster, only to have his head crushed in its jaws. Huff! The knights were the medics and assault troops of the battlefield. They were the ones who could heal critically injured soldiers, allowing them to flee on their own feet. Not only that, they were the knights who could restore combat strength by healing wounded soldiers on the battlefield. However, the knights also had to witness the most futile loss of lives they had saved. Their hope only intensified their despair. If they didn't have the power to heal, they could simply focus on fighting after swallowing their tears for the horribly injured. But the knights had to save many lives and watch them vanish before their eyes. They had been watching lives disappear in this brutal battlefield as they fought and saved people during the Gate crisis. Why hadn't they shed tears? They had cried out in grief countless times, but tears couldn't bring back the dead. Wailing could only serve as a memory for those who had vanished. Only strength, only fighting, only this heavy, blunt hammer, this hammer of judgment, which he had switched to after realizing that it was easier to crush monsters than to kill them with a sword. This violence, which tore and smashed enemies, was the only line of goodness and the only justice in this cruel battlefield. Splash, HRRR, splat. Adriana, who had learned that there was no justice other than killing enemies, swung her hammer of judgment. Adriana was powerful. Although not a master class, she had joined the ranks of superhumans through Moonshin, and her divine power to strengthen her body made her even more exceptional. Comparing the capabilities of ordinary soldiers with Adriana was impossible, but she couldn't save everyone. She had witnessed countless lives, saved only to fade away. Through countless battles, she had learned that fighting while trying to protect others was futile. Fighting to protect others had often put her in danger as well. However, still, Adriana couldn't turn her back on those who had fallen. Just like when she had reached out to help a despised junior who was about to make a reckless attempt, knowing that there was no need for it. Adriana hadn't changed. She couldn't change. Raw. The moment she saw the monstrous creature, as large as a bison, charging towards the fallen soldier with its dark, gleaming fangs, Adriana was already standing in its way, blocking its path to the soldier. Thud. Unable to withstand the weight of the charging creature, Adriana was flung back, tumbling across the ground. She had fallen. In the midst of battle, losing one's footing could mean death before getting a chance to stand back up. Gulping for air from the impact transmitted through her shield, Adriana saw the monster lunging at her with its maw wide open, aiming straight for her neck. She hadn't regained her proper stance. She couldn't offer her neck, and her weapon was lost. Adriana thrust her right arm into the monster's gaping maw. Crunch, arg, crackle, crackle, her plate armor crumpled pathetically. Creak, creak. Despite the divine protection imbued in her armor, the monster's teeth tore into Adriana's right arm without resistance. Adriana was strong, but monsters were unpredictable in their strength. Some were pathetically weak, but others could pierce through armor with divine protection and magic body strengthening just by biting. At this rate, her arm would be ripped off and her life would follow. Thump, even as she lay on the ground with the monster crushing her arm in real time before her eyes. Thump, thump, crackle, crackle. Adriana relentlessly bashed the monster's head with her shield, which hung on her left arm. It was a battle of whether her arm would break first or the monster's head. Crack, thwack, 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 thud, gasp, ack. One side of the monster's head shattered, and its body went limp. Adriana tried to pry open the jaws of the monster that, even in death, refused to let go of her arm. There was more than one enemy. She had to get up. If she didn't, she would die. Adriana desperately tried to pry open the jaws of the dead monster that seemed to have clenched even tighter. No one would be concerned for her. On the battlefield, everyone was essentially alone. The soldier Adriana had saved had already been bitten in the neck by another monster, blood spurting from the wound, rendering her previous efforts futile. Countless people fought together, but most were preoccupied with their own survival. Those who fought to protect others, like Adriana, were few and far between. Raw. And then, before Adriana could extract her arm from the monster's mouth, she saw another monster charging across the battlefield. It was roughly 6 meters in size. A common soldier couldn't handle it. It wasn't coming specifically for her, but with every step, dozens of soldiers were sent flying, crushed beneath its feet. The monster's path went straight through her. Ah, She had to somehow open the jaws of the dead monster to get out of the incoming monster's path or find a way to counter it. It would be too late at this rate. Should she sacrifice her arm? Losing an arm was better than dying. But how could she cut off her arm in this situation? The monster was already upon her. And as Adriana gritted her teeth, preparing to strike her own elbow with the sharp edge of the shield she had used to crush the monster's head. Fizz! A spark akin to lightning flashed in midair, and something appeared. What emerged from the spatial displacement was a colossal metallic grey mass, comparable in size to a giant. Whoosh! Splash! Adriana stared blankly as the giant's head collided with the massive grey metal, shattering it into pieces. Golem! A giant iron golem appeared and began to trample and crush the monsters. It's a golem, the Archduke's golem. Adriana's life had been saved by the appearance of the golem, and as the other soldiers witnessed the giant golem fighting alongside them on the battlefield, they cheered. Archduke of St. Owen. Despite his disgrace due to his youngest daughter's betrayal, no one could deny the skill of the Archduke and the mages of St. Owen Duchy. In fact, the Archduke, who had participated in the Great Demon War, now used the golem that once trampled demons to crush the monsters emerging from the gate. Screech, growl, Adriana watched the golems fighting valiantly in front of her as she wrenched open a monster's jaws with her shield. Uh, she could feel her right arm's bone completely shattered. Moan. Adriana could heal herself just as she could heal others. With her healed arm, Adriana picked up her fallen hammer and stood up. The duchy's golem fought alongside them. The iron golem battled the massive monsters, devastating the battlefield as befitted its huge form. Adriana chased after the iron golem, running. As she ran, she muttered a prayer. "Oh gods," the young priestess spoke. "The five great gods, with these tears, with this blood, with so many tears, with so much blood. What exactly do you wish to accomplish?" In her despair, amidst the blood of monsters and humans, Adriana cried out, her eyes still alive. How beautiful must the paradise created from tears and blood be? Why do the gods desire so much death and tears? Thud. Staring blankly at the battlefield, Adriana struggled to set her blood-stained hammer down amidst the piles of flesh from the fallen and crushed monsters. Clang, crash. The giant golem swept across the battlefield, opening a path so quickly that the sky suddenly darkened and something fell to the ground like an arrow. Growl A. Dragon. A monster with a pair of wings, a massive body, and a lizard-like head. The creature was already 3 times larger than the huge iron golem, and its impact on the ground caused numerous soldiers and monsters to stagger or fall. The dragon, massive enough to look down upon the over 6-meter tall monster as if it were a toy, opened its jaws toward the iron golem. Roar, rumble, crimson flames burst from the dragon's maw, pouring down on the iron golem. Ah! The iron golem, which had seemed capable of breaking through the waves of monsters and pulverizing them all, was turned into molten metal and disappeared under the fiery breath of an even more enormous creature. A powerful monster, a creation of humans, even more potent, but an even more immense and formidable monster. Humans are strong, but monsters can be anything. Adriana could only freeze as she saw the molten remains of the golem and the dragon standing before her like a mountain. Monsters do not fall into despair, but humans do. Adriana gripped her hammer with trembling hands, and she held her shield. Though it was hopeless, she could not fall. Adriana, clad in protective armor, charges towards the dragon, opening its jaws wide to face her. Rumble. Seeing the fiery breath that had melted even the iron golem pour down on her, Adriana predicts the path of the flames and leaps to the side. Her small stature is a disadvantage. It might be impossible to win because of her size. But her size could also grant her little more freedom from the monster's attacks. Discussing the odds of victory is foolish, if every battle is a roll of the dice between life and death. In war, it is the fate of a soldier to eventually face death's backside, as they must fight countless battles. Despite knowing that, Adriana dodges the ground-melting flames and soon reaches the massive dragon's jawline. She knows that the backside of death will eventually show itself, but she's decided to fight, just as she once offered salvation to those destined to die again. She continues this foolish battle, foolishly determined. Ha! Reaching the monster's face, Adriana leaps up from beneath it, using the dragon's horns as a handle to climb atop its head. The heat from the dragon's enormous head, even larger than her own body, was unbearable for any human, perhaps due to the iron-melting flames it spat. Squeal. Holding the dragon's horn with her left hand, Adriana strikes the dragon's head with the hammer in her right hand. Roar, there's no time for doubt about its effectiveness. Even if she can't defeat it, preventing it from spewing flames will save someone's life. Even if they die next time, they won't die now. That's enough. She can't do more than that, but if she can protect them now, that's enough. Roar, Adriana grips the horn with her left hand to avoid falling from the dragon's violently shaking head and swings her hammer down with her right hand. Bang, bang, bang. Swords and spears wouldn't penetrate this thick hide. Even most magic would likely fail to harm this monster. To kill a monster with impenetrable skin, Adriana abandoned her sword. She chose the hammer to kill such a monster, discarding her long-trained swordsmanship. Whoosh! In the midst of the disorienting shaking, Adriana raises her hammer. Bang! Oh gods, bang! If everything is at your disposal, then what lies at the end of all this? Oh gods! Squeal! 5 gods! Spat! I despise you. Roar! The hammering of the priest who hates the gods continues in order to shatter the massive rock called a dragon. The world might not belong to humans, but at least it should belong to the living, not to these destructive creatures with nothing but their instincts. That's not something that can be called a world. Rah, rah, towards the out-of-order beings, towards the beasts of destruction that lack the path of a living being. An intense white light wraps around the hammer that Adriana raises high toward the sky, to annihilate the out-of-order beings, towards the beast, no different from a machine that lacks the concept of order. Adriana strikes down with her hammer, filled with pure hatred. Squeak. As the hammer comes crashing down, a white bolt of lightning pierces through the sky and penetrates the dragon's head. Roar. The dragon, which had raised its head with a sound like a dying scream, collapses along with its massive body. Grumble. Ha, ha, ha. Adriana lands just before the monster's head touches the ground, staring in disbelief at what she has just done. She cannot understand what has happened, but the monster is dead, its head pierced right in the center by the hammer. It had fallen to a pitiful weapon that, though heavy, was nothing more than a toothpick compared to the monster's massive body. Ha! Ha! Catching her breath, Adriana looks at herself as if she had just performed a miracle and meets the gaze of countless soldiers. Oh, by the five gods! Feeling something from Adriana, who is surrounded by the white light that signifies divine proof, the soldiers show reverence to the divine even in the midst of this brutal battle. Is it a miracle? Is this what they call a miracle? Adriana stares blankly at the sky above the battlefield. The fight is not over just because a giant monster has died. Such miracles happen frequently on battlefields, and countless tragedies unfold beyond measure. As long as the end of the war does not arrive, these monsters will continue to appear. Is there really an end to this fight, where countless creatures like this emerge? A desperate battlefield filled with waves of monsters, fire, lightning, and cold. Is there truly an exit in this hell where slaughter is everywhere? Adriana, who has slain the dragon, falls into despair. Seeing similar-sized or even larger monsters surging in, one can only fall into despair. How many more miracles are needed? Will it ever end? Lost in the despair that follows the miracle, Adriana becomes dazed. The end of this hell. Anyone will do. The conclusion of this hell. Witnessing death, both killing and being killed, is increasingly exhausting. The end of this world. The final destination of pain, despair, and fear. Bring it forth. Boom, coo, boom, from afar. Adriana sees dozens of flashes crossing the battlefield. Swoosh, crack. Those dozens of beams of light cut through, crush, and shatter every monster they touch, racing past the soldiers like arrows. They are not mere flashes. Beings imbued with blue mana throughout their bodies. Superhumans among superhumans. The strongest of mankind, who have reached the master class, are coming. Among those beams of light, Adriana sees one of them rushing past her, grazing her. Dozens of flashes trample over the corpse of the dragon that Adriana had brought down. One of those flashes. Ellen Artorias. Adriana clearly felt the gaze of someone with emotionless eyes briefly directed at her before looking forward again. Whoosh! Despite being a person, the charge was so rough and agile that it created a whirlwind. The hero, Ellen Artorias, leads a guerrilla unit composed of master-class fighters and breaks through the battlefield. Every monster in their path explodes, shatters, is sliced, and trampled, disappearing. That eerily calm and composed expression. In that indifference, Adriana finds a sense of relief. It's no different for the other soldiers. The hero's emotionless expression is neither flustered, scared, sad, nor overly confident. People trust the hero's calmness. They place their faith in that composure, in that inhuman expression of the hero. Transcending humanity, a bizarre trust arises in the belief that they will accomplish what humans cannot. This trust soon turns into faith through the impossible feats the hero achieves. The seemingly emotionless hero, the one who will bring an end to all of this. Swoosh! Ellen Artorias leaps high into the air and swings her sword just once at a monster as large as a mountain. Slash! From her vastly elongated void blade, a curtain of darkness grazes the colossal beast, and with just one pass, it falls, spewing blood. Adriana had to risk her life to fight a monster smaller than that, but for Ellen Artorias, it seemed that one blow was enough to subdue a mountainous creature. Rumble, and then the whip of flames pouring from the hero's son's cloak crashes to the ground, instantly burning and killing thousands of monsters. A calm expression, yet an intense power, overwhelming force. The hero pierces through the waves of monsters and advances. Furthermore, the superhumans she leads cut through the battlefield like beams of light. Overwhelming strength, overwhelming protection. How could people not find hope in Ellen? The miracle Adriana caused is a part of Ellen's daily life. The monsters that Adriana could only kill by causing a miracle are slain with a single blow from Ellen. That's why she is called the hero. Watching the hero and her strike force cutting through the waves of monsters, Adriana feels it. Though there may be no hope, it might be possible with them. If they are that strong, the end of this war might come. That's why the hero inevitably becomes a matter of faith. They will destroy the warp gate. They will bring an end to everything. People believe that they will put an end to the era of sorrow and hatred. Phew! Adriana lifts her hammer once more. Chapter 544. Redinna was responsible for providing massive magical bombardment support to the needed areas while overlooking the battlefield. The spot with a bird's-eye view of the vast battlefield had always been Redinna's, where she had to decide whether to support a particular place based on her own judgment. The situation on the battlefield was always changing, and Redinna had to make decisions on her own. She had to decide at all times, to help or not to help. Using telescope magic, she analyzed the situation on the battlefield and helped where it was most needed. Helping where it was most needed meant that some places would not receive assistance. She had to judge between important units and less important ones. She would leave some units to be annihilated while supporting more critical locations and more important troops. Saving some while watching the deaths of others was Redinna's job, and she had to make that choice every minute, every second. Her decisions were based on intuition, not the kind that could be reached through deliberation and review. The fact that her judgment could be wrong sometimes plunged Redinna into her greatest fear, and it was inevitable that she had made mistakes. The power of the Arc Crystal was not infinite. Thus, countless situations arose where she had to turn away from someone. The moment Redinna chose to exclude someone based on the battlefield's needs, she couldn't help but think of those dying because of her decisions, rather than those she had saved. Grrrr. As she spread dozens of shockwaves to neutralize the swarm of flying monsters approaching the rear base, Redinna couldn't help but watch the soldiers being crushed and killed by the falling debris of the defeated creatures. If she had left the monsters unattended, the artillery would have been neutralized, causing even greater damage. Nevertheless, the fact remained that soldiers had died due to Redinna's magic. She might be known as the magician who killed the most monsters. In the end, however, Redinna would be the magician who killed the most people. With a heavy heart, Redinna looked at the battlefield. She had no choice but to witness countless deaths. It was a chaotic battlefield filled with death and slaughter. Ludwig, too, couldn't help but have his place amidst that death and carnage. Thud, thump, wrapped in blue mana, Ludwig was also killing monsters. A lot had changed since the time when magic body strengthening had just become possible. With the optimized magic power from Moonshine, Ludwig achieved optimal magic body strengthening, just like other royal class members. Even if he didn't reach the master class, Ludwig was undeniably a superhuman. Gasp! He stabbed with his sword, struck with a pummel, and kicked. The smaller monsters couldn't help but be neutralized by Ludwig's gestures and kicks. In such a battlefield, Ludwig's talent couldn't help but shine. Hugh, swoosh, he never tired. Having only the talent of stamina, Ludwig never neglected to hone that ability. However, not even Ludwig could face all the monsters. Grrrr, please save me. The cacophony of monsters' roars and human screams mixed in a frenzy echoed from every corner of the battlefield. Naturally, not all were fighting. Ah, 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 ah. Some had lost their minds, dropped their weapons in fear and crawled on the ground. My leg, my leg. There were those who had suffered fatal injuries, unable to receive healing help and slowly dying. In this hell where countless people met their end, treated worse than dogs, Ludwig stood his ground, wielding the swords and spears of the fallen against the surging wave of monsters. Why must such things happen? Why must there be such events? Why must these people die so cruelly? Gritting his teeth, Ludwig does the only thing he can do since he cannot save the fallen ones. He kills monsters. That is the one unique good left in this world. The other good is the root cause of this situation, the death of the Demon King. But Ludwig cannot face the terrifyingly powerful Demon King. That is the hero's role. So, killing monsters. Killing the monsters he can. Facing those within his capability. That is the one and only righteousness and goodness that Ludwig can enact himself. Some have collapsed, moaning in pain, others have lost their minds. But those who still hold their weapons and haven't given up must be thinking similarly to Ludwig. They fight against the calamity because it is too bitter and unjust to fall like this, unable to let go of their weapons. From afar, Ludwig saw something leap amidst the waves of monsters. Weirk. Something, a black sphere-like object, flew in and crashed among the soldiers. Q1, it wasn't a bullet or a shell. It was a monster. The monster, curled up like a ball, unfolded its body, resembling a scorpion. Where its face should have been, there was only a dark hole, brimming with pitch-black tentacles. Kira! Ah! From the abyss-like hole, a ferocious and eerie screech erupted, causing the surrounding soldiers and Ludwig, who was relatively far away, to lose their balance. The soldiers nearby began to fall, blood pouring from their eyes, ears, and mouths, just from hearing the cursed shriek. Kira! Ugh! In the midst of agonizing pain, as if his head was being torn apart, Ludwig gritted his teeth. Monsters were diverse. Some spewed flames and lightning, while others attacked the mind. It was impossible to know what form of attack they'd use, and some were so illogical. Even with their ears covered, the soldiers could not regain their composure as the shriek of terror seeped through, and Ludwig was no exception. Thud, crunch. The approaching monsters trampled and crushed the fallen soldiers. They were on the verge of being annihilated by this irrational assault, and Ludwig was no exception. At that moment, Kira, with her wild red hair billowing, someone charged straight into the source of the terrifying scream. Despite everyone else vomiting blood and dying upon hearing the scream up close, the girl with red hair seemed unaffected as she rushed toward the center of the scream. Whoosh! She thrust her sword into the gaping abyss and twisted it. Crunch! Crackle! The monster was swiftly dismantled and fell. The girl who had slain the monster approached Ludwig, covered in a blue aura. Are you all right, Scarlet? Get up. We don't have time for this. All right. Ludwig got up, feeling the lingering screams echoing in his head, and steadied himself. A talent called immunity. It applied to monsters as well. For some reason, the strange powers wielded by monsters had no effect on Scarlet. Neither flames, nor lightning, nor the terrifying force that dominated the mind. Scarlet was immune to the power of all the monsters, as long as they didn't launch a direct attack. For this reason, Scarlet sought out and killed monsters that wielded unreasonably strong powers. Without Scarlet, even the formidable Ludwig would have had no choice but to succumb to death. She saved not only countless soldiers, but also Ludwig's life. However, they must continue fighting to avoid the next crisis. Before Ludwig could fully stand, Scarlet had already plunged into the midst of the battlefield. Monsters were everywhere. Scarlet's immunity protected her from the strange powers of the monsters, but it couldn't shield her from the physical strength of the monsters that grabbed, tore, and bit. D, the ground moaned. An earthquake. Now monsters that caused earthquakes appeared as well. No, D. Ludwig, looking at the trembling ground that followed the growing turmoil and rumble of the earth, realized that this was not the result of some special power. In a situation where an unknown enemy could appear, intuition was most important. Intuitive and immediate situational judgment, and then action. When Ludwig realized that the massive rumbling of the ground was not an earthquake, but something approaching from underground, and when he saw that the enormous rumbling had reached the ground beneath Scarlet's feet. Scarlet, get out of the way! Boom! Ludwig watched as a giant, grotesque worm with a gaping maw erupted from the ground, swallowing up Scarlet, along with dozens of monsters and soldiers, as it leaped out. Chapter 545. The cause of the earthquake was merely the vibrations caused by a colossal monster crawling beneath the earth. And that massive creature burst out of the ground, swallowing vast expanses of land in the process. Queeg! As a result, no matter how fast or well prepared they were, the gigantic worm that had swallowed soldiers, the monster, and even Scarlet in an instant, bared its hundreds, if not thousands, of thorn-like teeth and roared. Scarlet was swallowed whole. No, he couldn't let Scarlet, who had just saved his life, die such a futile death. He had no idea how to confront this enormous creature. Ludwig gripped his sword and charged toward the giant worm. Scarlet, unlike other soldiers, could use magic body strengthening to enhance her strength. He didn't know how long she could endure, but she should be able to hold out a little longer than the others inside the belly of that colossal worm. Before that, he needed to dismantle the monster before Scarlet ran out of breath. The sword in his right hand was insignificant compared to the creature's massive body, but he had no choice. Ludwig ran, watching the giant worm bury its face into the ground, exposing its enormous head and devouring the soldiers whose spirits were broken. He didn't know how to cut it, but he slashed at it anyway. Determined to pull Scarlet out, even if it meant diving into the monster's mouth, he charged. Queek. After dodging its attack, Ludwig thrust his sword toward the monster's head. Thud. Coo. It penetrated. The sword wasn't useless. However, the overwhelming size of the creature made it extremely difficult. Could he dismantle the monster's body by stabbing it all day? Could he save Scarlet, who was swallowed by the monster? Woo-wong. As the monster lifted its head, Ludwig, who had been clinging to the creature with his sword impaled in its flesh, was suddenly suspended in midair. The monster was attempting to shake off the human hanging from its body with a sword embedded in it. By doing so, it had inadvertently blocked its movements, saving many lives. But it wasn't enough. He needed to cut through more. He needed to dig deeper into its flesh and pull Scarlet out. Bloodshot eyes filled Ludwig's vision. Thud, thud, thud. He decided to do all he could, even if it was impossible. Gritting his teeth, Ludwig relentlessly stabbed his sword. If he had been a master class, if he had been stronger. Ludwig gritted his teeth, swinging his sword to save Scarlet before her life was extinguished, but it was all in vain. The truth was always cruel. What couldn't be done, simply couldn't be done. Q-woong. Gah! The monster intentionally slammed its head against the ground, shaking Ludwig off. Queeg. It roared at the now vulnerable Ludwig. It seemed intent on swallowing the annoying insect that had been pestering it. At that very moment, when the monster's terrifying maw was about to descend upon him, Tukak, Kaiek, a massive ice spear thrown from somewhere, impaled the worm's mouth, bending it backward with great force. Bang, crash. Following that, numerous attack spells began to rain down on the monster's mouth, which had emerged from the ground without warning. The battle was desperate, but he wasn't fighting alone. Magicians who had been monitoring the situation from the rear saw the appearance of the monster that required urgent intervention and supported him with their magic. Queeg, the worm, was disintegrating in real time. Humans were never weak, nor was the power gathered from the remnants of human strength. The last army of humanity was strong because it was their last stand. And then, move, Ludwig. Ludwig heard Delphin Izzard's voice amidst the screams of the monsters. When he looked back, there was Delphin, a bow in hand and string drawn. Just as a sword was useless against those creatures, Delphin's arrows were no different. However, these were no ordinary arrows. The arrows of Delphin Izzard, who had awakened the ancient power of elemental magic, could never be ordinary. Whoosh! The arrow, condensed with the force of wind, let out a bizarre cry. As the arrow imbued with the power of the elementals was released, the space distorted. Boom! With an explosion-like roar, the arrow was fired at the worm. Blam! Ludwig watched in astonishment as the monster's mouth was torn apart by the shockwave released by the massive force of the wind compressed within the arrow. In the midst of the scattered blood and flesh, Ludwig saw Scarlet, covered in the monster's blood. She was alive. Scarlet, who had been holding on with a blue mana barrier around her body, fell to the front of the battlefield. The other soldiers who had been swallowed along with her were already torn to shreds, but Scarlet was unharmed. However, she was unconscious. The blue mana, the magic body strengthening, protected Scarlet, but it was fading away. To make matters worse, Scarlet fell not in the direction of the allied soldiers, but towards the oncoming horde of monsters, as if pushed away. No. Although the magician's support fire and Delphin's power had helped Scarlet escape from the monster's body, she would be torn apart by the approaching monsters. She was surrounded. Weaponless, Scarlet lay limp in the midst of the monsters closing in from all sides. Ludwig ran. Ludwig, no, Delphin cried out, realizing Ludwig was attempting a reckless charge. But Ludwig ran, gripping a spear he had pulled from a dead soldier's body. He couldn't face the giant monster, but he could kill what he was able to. Thud, bang, crash. With a human body that charged like a tank, Ludwig made his way through. He stabbed with the spear, punched with his fist, and kicked with his legs. He ran towards Scarlet, who was being engulfed by the wave of monsters. Many had died in a moment of carelessness, a sudden turn of events, or an instant of injustice. Grinding his teeth, Ludwig picked up the weapons of the dead, discarded them when they broke, and continued his charge with new weapons. Delphin, realizing she couldn't stop Ludwig, began to support him with arrows carrying fire, lightning, and wind. If Scarlet was swallowed by the wave of monsters, there would be no next time. Get away. Hoping for help from the magicians would be the same as hoping for luck, but luck had no place on a battlefield filled with misfortune. Ludwig ran, piercing through the wave of monsters. Crash! Even as Delphin pierced the monsters with arrows carrying the power of the elementals, other monsters filled the empty spaces. Stabbing, slashing, and crushing, Ludwig finally reached the fallen Scarlet and managed to lift her up. But it wasn't over just because they had rescued Scarlet. They had to escape this hellish realm to survive. Naturally, they couldn't deal with every attack. The only free hand Ludwig had to fight off the monsters while holding Scarlet was his right hand. Thunk, crack, squeal, screech. Ugh! His pace was naturally slower than when he was alone, and his attacks were not as free. The mages were supporting elsewhere, and the soldiers were struggling to fend off the monsters in front of them. Bang! Crash! Only Delphin's arrows, which flew towards Ludwig and Scarlet as she approached to save them, provided any assistance. Without that, they would have already been swept away by the monsters and buried alongside Scarlet. Receiving support fire, Ludwig took one step at a time, kicking and crushing the approaching monsters, struggling to escape the swarm. But inevitably, Ludwig had blind spots. There were overly large monsters, but also smaller ones, which were relatively harder to spot. Just when they were almost out of the monster wave, Ludwig noticed a small snake flying towards him from the side too late. A small snake. Ludwig discovered it a little late, but it wasn't that he didn't react. Thwack! Just before the small snake bit him, Ludwig caught it with his right hand, but not by the head, rather a little further down. If a snake's head isn't held, it will bite. Damn! Thwack! A small size didn't mean its attack was less deadly. The sharp fangs of the small snake pierced Ludwig's magic body, strengthening. And then, arg! Ludwig couldn't help but groan at the intense foreign sensation invading through the wound and the burning pain in his nerves. Ludwig! Delphin, who saw Ludwig bitten from afar, turned pale. Whip. Ludwig swung the snake like a whip a few times, and it soon fell away, but the bitten wound was already poisoned. Ah! Ludwig couldn't bear the pain from the fangs digging into his palm and the venom seeping in, and he screamed. But he couldn't stop moving. Thump! Delphin's arrow once again tore through the wave of monsters swarming toward Ludwig and Scarlet. From a distance, Delphin shot an arrow while watching Ludwig. Run! Delphin's desperate cry rang out. Supporting Scarlet with his left hand, Ludwig endured the burning pain in his right hand and moved one step at a time. Believing that once they reached the rear, they could somehow manage both the wound on his right hand and the unconscious Scarlet. Crack, splatter! Ludwig, ignoring the graying poison in his hand, broke through the wave of monsters. The small snake's venom was clearly having a lethal effect on Ludwig's body. No matter the cost to his arm, he had to save Scarlet. If he fell here, if he crumbled under this pain, Scarlet would die. Gritting his teeth, Ludwig stomped and jumped on the monsters, not relying on his unresponsive right hand. With Delphin's support fire, he raced towards the path, soon escaping the swarm of monsters. Ludwig, are you all right? Delphin's original role was to provide long-range support, including elemental magic, from the rear. But when she saw Ludwig and Scarlet in danger, she ventured deep into the battlefield. I'm fine. We need to tend to Scarlet quickly. No, your hand is in bad shape right now. Whoosh! Delphin had gone too deep. Far too deep. The moment Ludwig and Delphin felt the sky darkening above them, a massive creature was already leaping towards them. Ludwig, behind. But in an instant, the monster that rushed towards them didn't target Ludwig. It leaped over Ludwig and attacked, recognizing a more dangerous presence. Thwack! Gah! Ludwig watched as the enormous wolf, with hundreds of eyes, jumped over the wave of monsters and his head, sinking its teeth into Delphin's shoulder. The blue mana surrounding Delphin's body shattered miserably as the wolf's massive fangs dug in. Sizzle! Delphin! Delphin's body, crushed under the wolf's powerful bite, disintegrated before his eyes. Ludwig could only dumbly watch the death that unfolded in an instant. Run! Coughing up blood and gasping for her last breath, Delphin Izzard mouthed the words with her final strength. Neither the power of magic, nor Ludwig, nor anything else. Nothing could stop the massive monster's charge that happened in the blink of an eye. It was just a moment, merely an instant. But that fleeting moment had taken Delphin Izzard's life all too easily. Chapter 546, the rear area of the battlefield. Your Highness, the final inspection is complete. We're done here as well. In a hellish landscape filled with the screams of monsters and humans, the roars of battle, and the sound of drums, there was a relatively peaceful spot. Duke St. Owen listened to Adelia's report while looking at the massive mechanical devices scattered chaotically in the rear area. It wasn't just Adelia and Duke St. Owen. The mages of St. Owen Kingdom were also busily inspecting the enormous mechanical devices moving to and fro. I'm uneasy since we've never tested its operation. The Duke stared at the devices, which to an untrained eye seemed like remnants of some colossal building, with a stern expression. I believe it will function properly. At Adelia's words, the Duke quietly nodded. Conducting research on the battlefield is an exceedingly difficult task. After deciding to join the Allied forces, the Duke and the mages had been working on this long and arduous project, cutting back on sleep, together with the girl who created the genius artifact called Power Cartridge, Adelia, talent in magic crafting. The Duke's daughter had also contributed to the creation of the Power Cartridge, but without Adelia, it would not have been possible. The Demon King, Reinhardt, had gathered Temple Royal-class children to create an impossible object. And in less than a year, the object was created. Moonshine and power cartridges. These were now essential supplies for the Allied forces. The arc crystal that Rudner was currently using was one of the modified versions of the power cartridge. Duke St. Owen had once denied Reinhardt's idea. However, as the Demon King had said, those two items were created, as if he had known the future. Reinhardt had accurately assessed the abilities of the children. Then, another impossible task. Having created something small, now something immense. Something even larger than the world's largest artificial object. With faith that it was possible, the Duke had devised a plan. The Emperor approved, and the girl who designed the power cartridge fully cooperated. The Duke proposed to accomplish another impossible feat with the child who created the impossible object, teaching her the knowledge and technology of the duchy. And so, after countless trials and errors, experiments, and sleepless nights, it was finally created. I hope it can continue to help us in the future. I wish for that as well, Your Highness. The Duke held a blue orb, while Adelia held a red one. The weapon was too powerful for just one person to activate, Duke St. Owen, the head researcher, and Adelia, who could be considered the chief researcher. The artifact would not work unless both activated it together. Activating. It was an artifact that had never been tested, as they only had time for inspections before the Sarandia offensive. No, could this even be called an artifact? Rumble pieces of the massive mechanical device began to float in the air. It was not a building, but a massive mountain that appeared to be rising. Crack, sizzle, sparks flew as the mechanical devices connected one by one. Clank, everyone could only stare blankly at the massive body that interlocked with a heavy sound. A mountain rose. Amidst an enormous cloud of dust, the massive interlocking components soon formed one shape. A colossal golem, standing on two huge legs, supporting the earth like a towering mountain. The immense figure was so tall that even craning one's neck back as far as possible, its height was impossible to gauge. Adelia gazed at the massive creation and spoke quietly. Activation confirmed. Since the activation time is short, we cannot waste any time. Deploy it immediately. Yes, Your Highness. Wera, the blue magic core embedded in the heart of the colossal weapon, began to seethe with energy. FZZZZZT. As if gradually disappearing, the giant golem's body began to vanish, starting from the tips of its limbs. The colossal golem's body, enveloped in energy, was not vanishing. It was teleporting, in the same rear area. Redinna witnessed the appearance of something as massive as a mountain in the midst of the monster waves, attacking Sarandia City from the top of the arc crystal. Shrouded in blue energy, something revealed itself. Redinna had already heard that it was about to be activated. Wera, a golem 3 times larger than the largest monster on the battlefield. Is that the Titan, the ultimate weapon of the Allied forces, created through the fusion of St. Owen Duchy's technology and Adelia's genius? The colossal golem, Titan. Incredibly, Redinna could barely believe her eyes as she watched the enormous figure perform short-range spatial teleportation. No, actually, the distance the colossal golem traveled wasn't short at all. It was merely due to its immense size that the teleportation appeared to be sequential, as if the figure was gradually revealing itself after melting into the fabric of space. Gruel. Redinna watched, stunned, as the magic cannon that poured from the figure's hand crushed the monsters. Groom. The monsters not pulverized by the magic cannon were crushed and disappeared beneath the footsteps of the colossal golem. Gruum the Titan turned its gaze towards Sarandia city. With each step, the Titan moved closer to Sarandia. Thud! The kneeling Titan aimed its fist, raised high in the sky, towards one of the warp gate's spewing monsters and brought it down with earth-shattering destructive power. Gruum Redinna saw it. The small warp gate shattered and disappeared. Redinna, as if discovering hope amidst despair, clenched her fists and gazed at the Titan's might. It can be destroyed. Even by something not human, the warp gate can be destroyed, at least for now. It worked. Care. Although it was not a laughing matter, Redinna, having discovered hope, couldn't help but exclaim in joy. The Titan destroyed the warp gate. Care was inside the Arc Crystal's core, unable to witness the scene. We can destroy the warp gates with the Titan, she shouted, hoping to share even a bit of her joy. Hey, why aren't you answering? There was no way he wouldn't hear her, as they communicated through an internal communication system within the Arc Crystal. She shouted a third time, but still, there was no response. Then, Redinna noticed that the Arc Crystal's energy reserves were not recharging. Suddenly, Redinna hurried down from the observation deck of the Arc Crystal and headed toward its core. When the girl who descended the tower reached the central power unit of the Arc Crystal, she found Kea collapsed. Kea. Redinna's face turned pale blue. The Titan's activation time was, at most, a mere 7 minutes. Operating a golem of that size required an immense amount of magical power. And the Titan, facing a large-scale battle, could no longer afford to delay its completion and was hastily activated. Because of this, the Titan could only participate in the battle for a very short time compared to the overall scale of the conflict. But 7 minutes. During that time, the Allied forces could not help but be awestruck by what the Titan could do. Even in the midst of the ongoing battle, the Titan's prowess created a majestic spectacle that could be seen from anywhere on the battlefield. A monstrous wave, a mountainous barrier that blocked and crushed the wave. Soldiers, commanders, knights, paladins, and even mages. None could resist feeling a divine power emanating from the massive body of the Titan. It seemed as if the god of magic had descended upon the world in response to the priest's call, crushing and trampling the monsters. Perhaps there should be an additional god added to the 5 great gods. If the essence of magic could produce such a thing, surely magic itself deserved to be called the one true god of the world. All could not help but feel a divine presence, even though the crushing force before them was not divine in nature. Whoosh! The Titan slammed its raised fist into the ground. Rumble! As if a meteor had fallen, the ground shook, and the monsters were buried and crushed, visible to the soldiers of the Allied forces. But divine miracles are not eternal. Crackling. The miracle of magic that had descended upon the world for 7 minutes vanished as it appeared, wrapped in blue light. 7 minutes is a short time. However, the efficiency of time varies depending on who is using it. Charge. The Titan's 7 minutes were enough to create a massive hole in the wave of monsters. Boom, 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 boom. Intoxicated by the miracle, the Allied forces began to charge once again towards Sarandia. The monsters had no fear, morale, or tactics, but that did not make them weaker, nor did it make them stronger. Only numbers and size. Those were the two sources of the monsters' strength, and their numbers had been drastically reduced. So the outcome was inevitable. The Allied forces captured Sarandia. The Battle of Sarandia is over, Your Majesty. It didn't even last a day, fortunately. I was listening to Elaris's report at the top of Lazak. I could have watched the battle, but the place was surrounded by monsters, and the Allied forces were nearby. I didn't want to provoke either the Allied forces or the monsters into an unnecessary battle by clumsily surveilling the area. From the moment I launched a preemptive strike, I had decided not to intervene in the battle. So I stayed in Lazak, with only Elaris sent out. To be precise, I didn't want to watch countless people die in a situation where I couldn't even lift a finger to help. I might be driven by impulse and jump into the fray. And if that happened, the situation would spiral out of control. The Battle of Sarandia was over. With this, the Allied forces achieved one of their objectives. Also, it was confirmed that the Titan was activated during this battle. How was it? It's hard to describe with words. It was like watching a mountain move. The giant Titan. It's a rare sight, even in royal-class garrisons, and Sarkigar was there as well. Knowing that the Allied forces were working on a war weapon project, one of them was the Titan. Though the war did not focus much on security, magic was inherently mysterious. Therefore, obtaining information wasn't an easy task. The collaborative work of Adelia and the Archduke. It wasn't that I didn't want to see it with my own eyes. The original work never described such a massive weapon. In the end, it was created due to variables. The capital of St. Owen Duchy, Arnaca, and almost all the security forces in the White Palace of Arenaria had been replaced with golems. Heriot had gone missing, and the Archduke created a huge war weapon called Titan with Adelia, who had been his daughter's friend. The Titan was one of the derived stories and developments that changed. It was incalculable how many resources the Empire had poured into making it. The activation time is very short, but if improved, it will play a meaningful role in future battles. I guess so. It was a weapon truly suited for war. We destroyed the warp gates in advance due to our preemptive strike, so the Allied forces had relatively fewer gates and monsters to deal with. The battle became easier due to the appearance of the Titan, considering the power of the Allied forces is higher than in the original work. And even we, who were not supposed to exist, joined them. It could only be seen that dealing with the gate situation is easier than in the original work. The war ahead would become increasingly difficult, but the situation would be better than in the original work. However, the incalculable number would still be the same. Just because countless people survived doesn't mean the number of those who died changed. What if someone I know had died? What if someone had experienced something irreversible? The Allied forces had won. But I was afraid to learn the reality of the Allied forces. Above all, I couldn't help but fear the news from the royal class. Chapter 547. In the southern part of Riceland, every warp gate in the large city of Sarandia had been destroyed. In the end, the entire army, including the Titans, was nothing more than a distraction. Ellen Artorius, save Eileen Turner. If the forces led by these two were deployed alone, they would be annihilated within the monstrous waves. Due to the countless factors like magic blocking, including spatial movement, quick deployment, and escape through magic, became increasingly impossible. Thus, others had to draw the attention of the monsters. Weaker ones, those who could be replenished even if they died, would become the bait. In a cruel dichotomy, those who became bait held the attention of the monsters, which even Ellen or Saveilin Turner struggled to handle. They broke through the weakened monster encirclement and destroyed the warp gates with swift operations. In the end, both the bait and the core forces faced unimaginable dangers. Of course, the battle did not end with the destruction of all the warp gates. They had to eradicate the monsters that had already appeared, securing the safety of the surrounding areas before the occupation of Sarandia could be considered complete. There was no rest for powerful individual fighters like Ellen. Even after all the warp gates in Sarandia had been destroyed, they had to leave to clear the monsters swarming around Sarandia. After a long and arduous march, they faced a dreadful battle and ultimately achieved victory. However, those who had fought the toughest battles still could not rest. The sounds of monsters' cries and the smoke from burning their corpses still filled various parts of Sarandia. Casualties were inevitable in war. However, the Holy Knight Order, which had gathered all of humanity's remaining strength, was also enlisted. During and after battles, clergy members had no time to rest, as they were constantly treating the injured. Those with the power to heal wounds, like Adriana, had to tend to the wounded without rest, even after battles. The Holy Knights could not only heal themselves, but also others who were injured. However, not all wounds could be healed. To heal those whose lives were critically endangered, a priest capable of performing miracles was needed, and there were not many of them. Having the power of regeneration and healing did not mean that they could use their powers as if they were omnipotent. Countless people died in the infirmary. Priests had no time to lament their lack of power before moving on to tend to other injured soldiers, not even having enough time to properly close the eyes of the deceased. Ludwig, what on earth happened? Members of the royal class began to gather. Your arm. Seeing Ludwig's right arm wrapped in bandages where it should have been, Christina stifled her tears and began to sob. The snake's poison was lethal. It slowly petrified Ludwig's arm. Treatment was delayed for Ludwig, and his arm had to be amputated to prevent the poison from spreading and endangering his life. However, what was important to Ludwig was not that. Someone was missing from this place. Though it was impossible to know who would not return safely, there was someone they knew would not return. There was still time to deliver the news that no one knew yet. Delphin, she's dead. What? Upon hearing Ludwig's words, those gathered fell silent, a moment of shock, then silence. No, it can't be. He died, trying to protect me and Scarlet. Ludwig mumbled in a daze. The snake's venom was lethal. Before finding a priest, Ludwig realized that if the poison spread from his arm to his neck, it would mean death. So Ludwig cut off his arm, with his own hands. Carrying the unconscious Scarlet, Ludwig retreated to the rear of the battlefield in search of priests, his arm severed by his own doing, unable to even take revenge on the monster that had killed Delphin Izzard. He had no choice but to turn away, tears streaming down his face, as the monster devoured Delphin's fallen body and rampaged through the battlefield. He couldn't lose Scarlet too, so Ludwig retreated. No, he fled. Scarlet sat huddled in a corner of a tent, her hands covering her face, sobbing uncontrollably. Because of me. Because of me. The royal class students, witnessing the inconsolable Scarlet and the absent-minded Ludwig, couldn't help but cry as well. Crying people. And Ludwig, unable to cry, stood still, gazing blankly at the ground. Scarlet had appeared to save Ludwig when he was in danger. Consequently, Scarlet fell into danger, and Delphin saved her. Ludwig had rushed in to save Scarlet, who had fallen in the middle of the battlefield. In the end, Delphin, who had ventured too deep into the battlefield for support, lost her life to a monster's surprise attack. He couldn't even fight back, because he was weak. It was all because of weakness. It's all my fault for being weak, Ludwig muttered blankly. It's all my fault for being weak. Ludwig, having lost his right arm, stared blankly into the void. There were priests who could perform miracles to reattach severed limbs, but none who could restore lost body parts. Thus, those who became physically disabled could not be healed. Having lost his right arm, Ludwig could no longer fight. He could force himself to fight using only his left hand, but it would be drastically different from before. A tremendous number of deaths had occurred, including those from the temple, just as many others had died. The 20 deaths might not have been a significant loss compared to the hundreds of thousands of soldiers in the Alliance. However, the fights ahead would only grow more daunting. Nobody could predict how many more would die in the battles to come. Although the damage had been reduced thanks to unexpected help, in the end, not everyone could survive. There were bound to be casualties among the elite royal class students, just as Ludwig had lost an arm and others from the temple had died. The scale of the battle was just that large. Those who had corpses left behind were fortunate because at least they could have a funeral. No matter how much time passed, some would never return. Accepting their deaths calmly was the reality they had to face. In a medical tent, reserved for the relatively important, Redina stared down at the unconscious patient by the bedside, her face pale. The teacher who had once taught magic-related courses in the temple, including magic sensing and strengthening, looked at Redina and asked in surprise, "Did you not know?" "No, I had no idea. It seems Kea didn't tell you on purpose." All Redina could do was stare blankly at Kea's ashen-white face. In the aftermath of the battle, the garrison was engulfed by an atmosphere of victory and grim death, and this tent was no exception. How much time had passed? Ugh. As Kea raised his eyebrows and regained consciousness, Redina bit her lip. Kea had suddenly lost consciousness, and seeing his condition upon waking, he seemed to realize what had happened, his expression growing tense. Did I pass out? Yes. I did my best, but why now of all times? I didn't want this to happen. Care had expected Redina, who was always nagging and pushing him, to lose her temper and create a fuss as usual, so his face turned pale. That's how it had always been. Moreover, he had lost consciousness during a crucial battle and failed to properly use the arc crystal. In fact, after sending Kea to the medical doctor, Redina had used up all the remaining energy of the arc crystal, rendering her unable to help any further in the battle. Naturally, there was nothing to say. If he hadn't passed out, who knew how many more lives could have been saved? Kea, too, thought that he was pathetic for passing out, and that Redina was justified in being angry. Yet Redina's expression was unusually stern. Kea cautiously swallowed his saliva, wondering what she would say. "Why didn't you tell me?" "What?" Redina was angry, but this time it was a little different. "Teacher said that you would die if you pushed yourself too hard." Care could not help but close his mouth at those words. However, Redinna stared at Care and spoke. "Why didn't you tell me?" Though he possessed a vast pool of mana and an extraordinary recovery rate, there were limits. And Redinna, who could use up even the most immense power in an instant, was no exception. Care had collapsed from exhaustion several times. But Redinna hadn't realized that it had been at the cost of his life force. She was oblivious to the fact that her constant scolding, demands, and violent behavior had been consuming Care's life. "Did you really want to make me such a terrible person? All you had to do was say something. No matter how insane I've been to you, if I knew you were doing all that, would I have kept acting like that? Why didn't you tell me?" Redinna's lips trembled as she sobbed. She had only just realized, far too late, the wrongs she had committed and the pressure she had imposed. Care had never told Redinna that he was dying. He hadn't mentioned that in order to draw more power beyond his limits, he was consuming his own life force. Care silently looked at Redinna. "It's not just you who feels sorrow for the dying. If you knew this, you would have unnecessary thoughts during battles. He was only doing what was necessary to save someone else who would otherwise die, even if it meant shortening his own life. It's just how it is." If Redinna began to realize that the power she was using was not just simple mana, but a force created by chipping away at Kaya's life, she would undoubtedly start to worry. Even now, some units were receiving support while others were being abandoned. From Redinna's perspective, if the number of people sacrificed due to the after effects of magic was deemed smaller than the number of people that could be saved by that magic, then that was the course of action to take. If Redinna had to take into account Kaya's life on top of that, she would have to give up even more. Just as Redinna had scolded Care for the sake of the people's lives, Care had also withheld the truth from Redinna for the sake of the people's lives. "I'm not going to die just yet." Care tried to speak without hesitation, while Redinna clenched her teeth, her eyes wide and filled with tears. "Stop talking nonsense." Their relationship as senior and junior had become deeply strained. Both were absolute to each other, yet they resented each other. "If you die, I'll become useless. Your life is worth more. It's the Arc Crystal that would become useless." At Kaya's self-deprecating words, Redinna's eyes widened. "Why do you speak like that? You always said it, didn't you? That as long as there's a power cartridge, it doesn't matter if I'm not there. That I'm just an efficient power cartridge." Their relationship, built on resentment and harsh words, had already crumbled. Anger, injustice, and frustration had turned every word spoken in excess into indelible scars. It's a good thing, isn't it, for a lowly person who can't even use magic to save lives by shaving off a bit of his lifespan? Amid Redinna's harsh words, Care was not all right. He couldn't be. Care's self-loathing had already reached its peak. Seeing Care like this, Redinna shed tears of regret. I didn't mean to say that. I didn't know. I really didn't. I was bad. I was wrong. I was bad. I went too far with you. I'm sorry. I'll apologize. So please don't talk like that. Don't push yourself. I'm sorry. I'm so sorry. Oh, I'm sorry. Be quiet. Let's just continue as we have been, regardless of what lay between them, regardless of how they thought of each other. Like I said, I'm not going to die just yet. Now it had become irreversible. Chapter 548. Bertus usually travelled between the Imperial Army and the Allied forces. However, this time was special, so Bertus watched the battle from beginning to end. Despite the objections of those who insisted that he should return to the Imperial Army due to the danger, Bertus watched everything. He saw monsters sweeping across the battlefield, numerous spells, and the fallen monsters and humans. 6 minutes and 47 seconds, and he saw the first activation of the Titan. Standing before Bertus were Archduke Saint Owen, the head researcher, and Adelia, who played a decisive role in the design of the Titan. Both had not yet heard of the incident that had befallen their classmates. Considering the entire war, it's such a short time, but it's amazing how the situation can turn in just that amount of time. No, I wonder if that's what war is all about. "I will try to extend the activation time, Your Majesty." Adelia spoke anxiously with a pleading voice in front of Bertus. "I'm not blaming you. It was great. No, it was brilliant. If the Titan is operated for too long and suffers fatal permanent damage, that's a bigger problem. On the contrary, I think it's better to operate it for such a short time." Is that so? We don't have the resources to make another Titan. If the Titan is destroyed, there won't be a next one. It was a project that was no different from betting the fate of the empire. An enormous amount of resources had been invested in creating a war weapon of that level, which would never have been allowed even during the Empire's heyday, because the fate of humanity was at stake in this war. It was only possible to entrust full authority to a magician who was barely 20 years old, even with great achievements. Regarding magical materials, the reality was that the Empire now lacked the resources to create even a golem half the size of the existing Titan. That's why, if the Titan was operated for a long time and permanently destroyed, it could not be recreated. Adelia, who thought that if the activation time was a little longer, more people could have been saved, couldn't help but be depressed by Bertus's words. Materials are more important than people. The Titan is not human. However, in reality, if they had to exchange a division of the Allied forces for the Titan, they would have to do so. War weapons are more important than humans in reality. Bertus's words that it was more important to keep the Titan intact until the end of this war than to save people by operating it for a long time implied a cruel logic that was both a harsh reality and undeniable. Bertus stared at Archduke St. Owen, not the depressed Adelia. What is the damage rate? About 14% of the external frame was damaged. At those words, Bertus furrowed his brow. Is it that much? It had only been activated for just under 7 minutes. No matter how fierce the short battle was, Bertus couldn't help but find it distasteful that the Titan had been damaged so much. The Titan was designed to be divided into an inner and outer armor. The Titan is in a state of wearing a kind of buffer frame that covers the core frame with an outer armor. As long as there is no damage to the internal frame, the external frame can be damaged as much as necessary and automatically repaired. You can think of it as wearing a plate armor that can automatically recover. Thank goodness it can be repaired. The golem was designed for long-term operation rather than short bursts, and due to its immense size, it was at risk of collapsing under its own weight. This is why the Titan's exoskeleton serves as a practical buffer zone and can automatically repair itself. Upon hearing this, Bertus breathed a sigh of relief. It was a weapon project that had taken their all, and it would be a loss if it could only be used a few times. Anyway, I hope both of you continue to maintain and improve the Titan. Yes, Your Majesty. Yes, sir. Hearing their replies, Bertus took his seat. Your Grace, please have a quick chat with me. Yes, Your Majesty. Adelia left, and only the Duke of St. Owen remained in Bertus's tent. From far away, the howls of monsters could be heard. The occupation of Sarandia was not yet over. It would take about 3 more days for the troops to have proper rest. They needed to secure their surroundings, ensure safety, and establish a garrison. The end of the long march and battle did not come easily. Bertus, who had suggested they talk, remained silent for a while, listening to the sounds outside. The Duke of St. Owen was also silent. Your Grace, do you think the Titan could have been built better if Harriet were here? What do you think? At the sudden mention of his youngest daughter, the Duke stared at the Emperor. Neither smiling nor frowning, he maintained a neutral expression. Harriet de St. Owen. It was as sensitive a topic as the Demon King himself, and even more so for the Duke. The Duke had to bear a lot because of what his youngest daughter had done. Neither the Emperor nor the Duke showed any emotion at the mention. The Duke was never very expressive to begin with, but he spoke even less after his daughter disappeared with the Demon King. The Emperor's question, the Titan, and the presence of the youngest daughter. I don't know. That was all the Duke had to say. I cannot say what you mean by built better. If you mean that it would have a longer operating time, more weapons, or a sturdier inner and outer skeleton, then perhaps it could be. However, I don't know if we could call it better built if, as you said, it gets damaged after prolonged use. At the Duke's words, Bertus laughed. Perhaps the Titan does not need improvement. If you think this is an excuse from an incompetent engineer, there's nothing I can do about it. Not at all. I have no reason to think that, do I? Bertus leaned back, crossing his arms. The reason I bring up such a sensitive matter is that I would like to give you all the medals you deserve. The Emperor clicked his tongue briefly. I can give them to Adelia, but I cannot give them to you, Your Grace, or any of the mages of the dukedom. I am aware, Your Majesty. The sin committed. Even though they might wonder if it should be considered a sin, people view it as such. The Titan wasn't made by Adelia alone, but it would be considered as if she did. Everyone knows that the technology of the Duke and the Dukedom of St. Owen was involved, but it will be seen as providing technology to repay their sins. The Duke wasn't resentful or angry about it. He never had any interest in such things in the first place. Only after the war is over can we discuss rewards and promotions. What meaning is there in having such a conversation now? But I felt compelled to mention that, even with such contributions, we cannot grant you a medal, and if people knew that one of the keys to this weapon lies in your hands, many would be terrified. I see. At the Archduke's indifferent response, Bertus blankly stared at the tent ceiling. Terrified people do strange things. If used and gathered properly, an empire could be formed. But when people know a murderer lives in the neighboring house, they might gather and set fire to it. Like how we invaded Darkland, regardless of whether they attacked humanity. Whether or not the neighbor is a murderer, isn't it possible they'd set fire? Similarly, whether you are a collaborator of the Demon King or not, people might set fire to your tent, to the St. Owen Duchy. The Allied forces saw the Titan crush the monster today, and they know one of the keys is in your hands. Your Grace, be cautious of terrified people. I apologize that this is all I can say, terrified people. Those who once revered the Archduke now fear him. Terrified humans drove innocent people into the demon god cult and slaughtered them during the cult's raid. The Archduke is resented because the Demon King's whereabouts are unknown, and the whereabouts of his youngest daughter who followed the Demon King are also unknown. The Archduke had no reason or thoughts to explain the many rumors. Until now, the Archduke has been a great help in the war, and today he was a decisive help. But the weight of that help is too great, and people are now afraid of the Archduke. Titan, they will be afraid of what would happen if it were to step on the Allied forces, because the Archduke might have other thoughts. Terrified people, intoxicated with fear, might say or do strange things. The Emperor warned of this. There are no rewards. In the end, it is only a gathering of criminals. You may return to the duchy if you wish. I must leave the key to Titan behind. Yes, it cannot be helped. The Emperor cannot grant the Archduke a reward, but offers him an opportunity. The opportunity to retreat from this war. No one recognizes the Archduke's honor anyway. Now it will even become dangerous. Thus, he offers the chance to retreat to those who would only receive fearful, contemptuous, or hateful gazes from others. The Allied forces would rather welcome it. The Archduke, who created a dangerous weapon, would retreat on his own. Although this would weaken the power, and other mages would steal the achievements of Titan with their eyes wide open in the St. Owen Duchy. What use is everything in the face of death? Material and intellectual gains are secondary. With a significant accomplishment in history, he can now return home, unable to gain even honor in a life-risking battle. From the Emperor's perspective, who needs to preserve even a little power, this is a huge concession. The Archduke's hesitation was brief. Your Majesty, I know many people resent me. I also know many people fear me. Until now, how many countless angers, hatreds, and contemptuous words have I received from such people? I have never refuted, responded to, or explained their words. But it wasn't as though he admitted to having a sin by not refuting it. Duke St. Owen looks at Emperor Bertus. I do not serve in the military to pay for my sins, and I have never thought that way. Many people talk about the Duke's mistakes, sins, and wrongdoings, but just because he didn't refute them doesn't mean he admitted to having a sin. I don't have even a slight sense of guilt, the Duke says confidently. Unjust hatred and blame for sins cannot influence my decisions in the slightest. Honor exists within me, and I alone can judge whether it has been damaged. Your Majesty, even if they hate and fear me through some delusion, I only act according to my honor and beliefs. I didn't join the war to repay the sins of my youngest daughter, just as I didn't create the Titans. I serve in the military only because I believe it is right. As long as the purpose of war is not wrong, I and my soldiers will hold our ground. It has been a long-standing family teaching, and although not always, I only follow it. Walk the righteous path, because he has deeply established the concept of righteousness in his heart. Duke St. Owen says he has no intention of being swayed by the world's words and principles. The Emperor looks at him quietly, with an attitude that cannot be denied as arrogant. As long as one doesn't admit to one's own mistakes, they are not wrong, nor are they sins. No matter what the world's demands, one does not walk the path someone else tells them to walk if they believe it is right. That is the long-standing teaching of the family. This war is just. That is why he serves in the military, holding his ground with no wrongdoing or guilt in his heart. Because it is right. Indeed. No matter how the world looks at him, how it judges his actions. Wasn't Harriet de St. Owen, who followed Reinhardt, displaying the exact same attitude? If that is your decision, I am pleased, but I cannot promise that I will be able to protect you and your soldiers. It's fine, Your Majesty. As if it was something he would take care of himself, the Duke showed no sign of disappointment at the Emperor's words. Bertus gave the Duke a chance, but he threw it away himself. It was a decision made based on his own beliefs, so if any consequences befall him, the Duke faces the outcome of his choice. Bertus feels there will be no reason for the Duke to blame himself, no matter what happens. It seems our conversation has come to an end. I look forward to continuing to work together. Yes, Your Majesty. The Duke's business is his own. If one cannot handle their own affairs, they will die blaming their own incompetence. Should he be called a mallet, or a person with unwavering faith and pride? The Emperor no longer offered any other options to this person who deserved to be called stubborn. From the start, he wouldn't listen, a truly aristocratic attitude. Bertus found it strangely unfamiliar, having seen it after so long. One last thing. As the Duke was about to leave, Bertus called him back one last time. May I ask one more impertinent question? Yes, Bertus wanted to ask. Do you think you raised your daughter wrong, Your Grace? He was a person who did not mix the world's opinions with his own judgments. Bertus was curious how the Duke thought about his missing daughter. The Duke claimed he felt no guilt. Did he think that his daughter's sins were her own and not his? Did he truly believe that his daughter had not committed any sins? Bertus was curious. The Duke was silent for a while, his back turned. Finally, in a calm tone, the Duke spoke. I might have raised her wrong. Bertus couldn't help but be slightly surprised by these words, as he hadn't expected the Duke to say that. However, she didn't grow up to be a bad person. But the Duke's following words were even more surprising. Ha ha ha, ha ha ha. It was not something one should say in front of the Emperor. It was a sensitive statement that could cause significant political problems in many ways. It was no different from saying that his daughter, who had followed the Demon King, was right. The Duke believed that what he had heard from his daughter was the truth. She would make the same choice and regret it if she were born again or returned to that moment, just like the day the sky opened. He believed her words wholeheartedly. He was convinced that his daughter, who had grown up to be someone who could say such things, could not have been raised wrong. In fact, I think so too. After hearing that bombshell, Bertus laughed emptily and agreed with the Duke's words. Chapter 549. 4 days had passed since the occupation of Sarandia. The Alliance's base was an odd mix of elation and celebration for victory, as well as despair and sorrow for the dead. Praises for the victorious and mourning for the fallen resounded simultaneously from every corner. The Alliance had no choice but to halt, not only to endure the winter, but also to deal with the aftermath of the battle. The recovered bodies had to be identified, sent to their respective armies, and given proper funerals. However, Delphin Izzard's body was not among them. From the outset, it had been a battle where far more bodies couldn't be found than those that could. Dagak, after securing the safety of Sarandia's surroundings without properly resting, Ellen, Savelin, Turner, and Heinrich, along with the Alliance's elite, finally returned. Rest, Heinrich. The Alliance will spend the winter in Sarandia, said Louise von Schwarz. Having reached the master class, it was natural for Louise to deal with the monsters and return only now. Sister, can I go see my friends for a while? Asked Heinrich. Louise looked at Heinrich silently. Friends. He wanted to confirm his friend's safety in this war. It would be difficult to handle even if someone's death was confirmed. Sometimes it's better not to know. But Louise stopped herself from saying more. She didn't want to treat him like a child. Whatever had happened, he would find out eventually. What good would it do to learn about it later? All right, you need to see for yourself. There's plenty of time, so you can stay there for a few days. Thank you. Death was everywhere, and even at the Kernstadt military command, they had to face it. But sister, won't you rest? At Heinrich's hesitant question, Louise shook her head. As a commander, I have duties to fulfill. Despite being directly involved in the battle, Louise had many responsibilities and people to take care of. Now that she had killed her two brothers with her own hands, there was even more to do. Louise gazed at the corpses scattered throughout Sarandia and its surroundings, even noticing a strange, massive crater. Everyone knew something was off, but no one dared to question the high command. What were those traces? Who had caused the massive destruction that was already present when the Alliance arrived? Louise returned to the Kernstadt army base with her knights. There were those whose deaths had been confirmed by sight. A second-year student, Delphin Izzard, had died. A first-year student, Cardinarine Aminus 10, had died. However, even if someone's death wasn't confirmed by sight, if they didn't return for a long time, they were assumed dead. That was the case for Ard de Gritis, a third-year student. Ard, who had dueled with Reinhardt, now the Demon King, hadn't returned even days after the battle's end. The third-year students, including Adriana and Redina, waiting for their long-absent classmate, couldn't help but cry when they learned of Ard's death. He'll come back, he could be at another base. Why do you think he's dead? He might not be. Redina, please. As Redina shed tears of hatred for the world, Adriana also sobbed, holding Redina and choking back her cries. Adriana, who could not accept Ard's heart, had once left the temple. However, though she couldn't accept his heart, Adriana valued Ard as both a dear friend and comrade. His death was unbearably painful. The royal class was small in number, and most of them were skilled fighters, so there were no further casualties or missing persons. It was inevitable that there would be casualties among the lower grades. 3 first-year students had already died in this war, and with the death of Cardinal Ein in this battle, their number was now the lowest among all grades. Due to the small number of the royal class, the death of someone felt even more devastating. Under the guidance of teachers and priests, the funeral was held. Except for Cardinal Ein, the bodies of Delphin Izzard and Ard de Gritis could not be found. Ludwig knew from the moment he saw her die that he would not be able to find Delphin's body. Finding Delphin's torn body would be an even more horrifying task. Delphin, who had awakened the rare power of spirit magic, a unique power in the world, had met an absurdly tragic death. As such, no one was safe on this battlefield. Some wept at the death of someone, feeling the strange fate that they too might someday face death. Ludwig, with a bandage where his right arm used to be, stared blankly at the funeral. Scarlet, too, sat down and cried as she watched the funeral without a body. Hiccup. Hiccup. Christina and Louis Ancton tried to comfort Scarlet, who was gasping for breath and panting. Scarlet was as miserable as Ludwig. Although the process began with Scarlet saving Ludwig, he lost his arm while trying to save her when she was unconscious, and eventually, Delphin lost her life. It was inevitable that Scarlet would blame herself for everything. Scarlet, overcome with guilt, even attempted to strangle herself in her dormitory, but Ellen rushed in to stop her just in time. And so, there were those who could no longer fight because they had died. There were those who could no longer fight because of irreversible injuries. Ludwig belonged to the latter group. With his arm lost, Ludwig stared blankly at the hollow funeral. Delphin Izzard. She was one of the first friends Ludwig had made, along with Rainy and Cessa. Rainy and Cessa stared at the funeral, where not even a body was present, with empty eyes. Everyone was precious, but some people were particularly cherished. Ludwig spent the most time with Delphin and Rainian. They had travelled together, and though they had their disagreements, they were ultimately the most precious people to him. He had lost one of them, because he was weak. He lost her because he was weak. Ludwig and Scarlet would have died in that battle if it weren't for Delphin. In trying to save each other, someone had to die in the end. Ludwig stared blankly at the faces of the people watching the funeral. Heinrich von Schwarz, who had been transferred to the Kernstadt army, also attended the funeral, looking solemnly at the funeral scene. If it had been Heinrich, he could have saved Scarlet in an instant by destroying the giant monster's waist with an explosion the moment it appeared. If Scarlet had fallen in the middle of the monsters, he could have obliterated the area and brought Scarlet out with him. No, from the beginning, the monster that oppressed the mind could have been annihilated with a single gesture. It didn't need to be a supernatural. Even an outstanding mage could do it. This situation only arose because the mage's support from the rear had ceased. It wasn't the mage's fault. They must have been saving people elsewhere since they couldn't support there. It didn't even have to be magic. If it were Ellen, she would have swiftly cleaved the monsters with her divine sword. It didn't need to be a hero with a divine sword. If only he had reached the master class. If he could have just imbued his sword with aura or resisted a little longer. It wasn't the fault of those who didn't help. Someone died and another was injured trying to save him, so it was all his fault. Because he was weak. Being weak is a sin. not wielding violence in a battlefield where violence prevails means that the scale of violence he could exert was far too weak to protect anything. Thus, it is a sin. Everything is my fault. Ludwig looks at his empty right arm. Being weak is a sin. Now, even weaker. Without a right arm, Ludwig can still use his magic body strengthening, but he can't do everything he's learned and experienced as well as before. He lost because he was weak, and now weaker, he will lose even more. No, now it may even be impossible to participate in battle. Is this the end? He had endured the misery of running away and turning a blind eye to his friend's death to save his friend. Must he become even more miserable? He tried, but it couldn't be helped. This is my limit. It's over because I lost my arm. Now it's the end. No, is that really true? Suddenly, Ludwig recalls a phrase he heard long ago. Doing your best is like preparing an excuse for defeat. Even though I worked hard, I'll do better next time. Isn't it creating a way to escape for the defeated self? The root cause of this whole situation. The days when he thought that Guy was just a hard worker. Perhaps those days when he could even say he admired him. On the day he asked for guidance, fearing a disadvantage in the tournament, the Demon King had said that. Ludwig didn't know whether the Demon King was hiding his power or not. Revenge for all this was not his to take. It's the world where there are many more outstanding people than himself. Killing monsters was the only thing allowed, and the only thing he could do, but he couldn't even do that and lost Delphin and his right arm. The Demon King is a hateful existence, and if he could, he would wish for a chance to take revenge on himself, but he doesn't hope for that. He hates the Demon King, but those words back then. The truth was not to make excuses prepared for defeat. It's over because I lost my arm. I am limited. I can't do any more. Nothing will improve with those words. Believe even if you don't get the results, he said. Fight with the determination to win, even if you lose, he said. Only then will a slightly better result come out, he said. Those words, no matter who the Demon King is, cannot be wrong. So what if the right arm is gone? There's still the left arm. He lost Delphin, but if he gives up now, someone else will be lost, and he'll have to wallow in another sense of helplessness. Ludwig takes his eyes off the funeral and stands up. Then he headed for the armory, grasping the sword in his left hand. It was an unfamiliar sensation. Without his right arm, his body's balance was off. He wasn't sure if he could fight with just his left arm. Well then, there was no need for words of effort. Reinhardt, Ludwig, who awkwardly held the cold and sharp sword, aimed it at the empty air. At some point, he had returned to that mindset, to think that someone like me, someone of my level, all I can do is merely this much. He had reverted to the mindset of a loser who lived with the mentality of defeat. As his mindset weakened, he had truly become weak. In the face of great despair and terrifying beings, Ludwig had regressed to the mindset of his past, when he sought only small satisfactions. That's why he was weak. He knew he couldn't become strong just by the size of his mindset, but with a small mindset, he could only gain a small amount of power. In that case, he should think bigger, different from before. Even if the outcome was predetermined, he should aim for something more grandiose. He may not be able to do everything, but he must think he can do anything. The root cause of all this sorrow and hatred, as well as the symbol of despair. He would discard even the thoughts he had given up on, thinking they were Ellen's role. Having lost his right arm and left only with the left, Ludwig made up his mind. He might not be able to face the Demon King. He might not be able to reach the one who had become a being above the heavens. Following the words from that time, urging him to make a vow for victory, not excuses for defeat, such excuses were impossible. No, it wasn't even defeat. It was an excuse for running away, as he didn't even think he could fight. He would discard such excuses, such cowardice and resignation. I will, while recalling the Demon King's words. No, while recalling the Demon King's teachings. I will, Ludwig vowed. I will kill you. As Ludwig, avoiding the funeral, grasped the sword in his left hand and vowed not to give up, Ellen sat blankly in the barracks. She couldn't help but learn about the deaths of her classmates and juniors last. She couldn't help but return the latest, as it was Ellen. The headquarters had declared this battle a great victory, a tremendous victory. Not only did they suffer less damage than expected, but the completion of the Titan had also led to fewer casualties in the conquest of Sarandia. If future battles went like this, they might even see the end of the Gate incident. However, when confronted with the tragic events hidden behind the victory, Ellen couldn't understand what victory was. Someone would die, and such funerals would happen every time they fought. It was fortunate that fewer had died, an undeniable fact. But someone would die, and it was inevitable that Ellen's acquaintances would be included. Unable to face the funeral directly, Ellen had retreated to the barracks. It wasn't just because she was afraid of facing the deaths of her classmates and juniors. If only. With both hands covering her face, Ellen muttered quietly. Having witnessed countless deaths and protected many, Ellen couldn't help but crumble upon facing the news of the deaths of her acquaintances. If only I hadn't been there. If I hadn't been, it would have been enough. She should have died. She should have been killed by Lydia Schmidt in the snowstorm at Fortress Epiax. Due to an extraordinary talent, she achieved the master class on the spot. And so, she survived. And so, this happened. If she had been killed there, she wouldn't have pursued Reinhardt's truth. And after exposing him as the true Demon King, the situation would have become tangled, and the gate incident would have exploded. If she had died in the fortress of Epiax, the truth would never have been revealed, and there would have been no misunderstandings. Not being able to trust Reinhardt was a sin, and thus, not dying where she was supposed to die was also a sin. If she had died in Epiax, if she hadn't gone to the temple in the first place, if she hadn't loved Reinhardt, if she had been indifferent from the beginning and never paid any attention, or if she had only said a word to trust Reinhardt. There were others who believed in him, despite the seemingly unbelievable situation. The son of the Demon King who died fighting her brother. It was difficult to trust such a person, but if she had believed in him anyway, this wouldn't have happened. All this sorrow and tragedy stemmed from her, and people didn't even know that she was the cause. Scarlet tried to strangle herself, thinking that all of Delphine's deaths and Ludwig's injuries were her fault, and Ellen stopped her. She prevented her from ending her life in self-reproach. But Ellen, witnessing this, realized that she was experiencing an even greater self-reproachful impulse than Scarlet. Due to an overwhelming sense of guilt, Ellen eventually came to such thoughts. It would have been better if someone like me hadn't been born. If I hadn't been born, none of this would have happened, so perhaps my very existence is a mistake. If only I didn't exist. I shouldn't have existed. Despite stopping Scarlet's self-reproach, Ellen cried out in her own unending self-reproach, alone in the barracks. The Demon King, the hero, the Emperor, the Princess. Everyone believed that they were the ones who turned the hourglass of destruction. As the war intensified, self-reproach could only deepen. It felt as if I had been hit in the head with a hammer. It doesn't make sense. I couldn't help but be dumbfounded by Sarkigar's report. Could it be a mistake? Your Majesty, I cannot pass on such information carelessly. The situation of the royal class that I heard through Sarkigar. Ard, who I had a quarrel with at the beginning of the semester, went missing. To go missing was to be dead. And first-year student Cardinal Ein had died. Delphine Izzard had died. Ludwig lost his right arm. I was afraid to hear news of the royal class, but I couldn't avoid checking. Delphine should have survived to the end. Ludwig was supposed to die at the end, but not with an injury that cost him his arm. I was dumbfounded as I listened to the report. Someone's death, and a fatal, irreversible injury. I knew that the variables made it impossible to know who would live or die, but to actually feel that through someone's death and a fatal injury was a different matter. Could something like this happen to Ludwig? Delphine had died. Does that mean Ludwig could also die in battle at any moment? Or has Ludwig now lost his role entirely? Is it okay for that to happen? Is it because I possess Allspringer that Ludwig has gone through this ordeal? I didn't steal it. But ultimately, Allspringer chose me. And because of that, Ludwig lost his arm. The one who was supposed to be the protagonist eventually remained in the background of the story and finally became unable to fight any longer. Have I taken too much away from him? Chapter 550, Delphine Izzard, we weren't close friends, but we were classmates, and ever since the deserted island mission, she had been kind to me. She was someone who was supposed to survive until the end, but one of the main heroines had died. It was such a futile end. Now that Ludwig had become incapable of fighting, there was a high probability that he would no longer be involved in battles. If, in the original work, Ludwig, who was supposed to lose his life, would survive in a place unrelated to fighting due to this turn of events, would that be a good thing? Since I've taken on Ludwig's role, shouldn't he be allowed to survive? I couldn't know how Ludwig's vacancy would manifest itself or whether, as it stood, he would lose his role in the war. or perhaps he would still try to fight. But in that case, Ludwig would likely die with a high probability. Trying to fight with his left hand after losing his right arm would be foolish. I hoped he wouldn't dream of such a thing, but I couldn't predict how reality would unfold. I had heard the shocking news about the royal class, and in the end, I couldn't be the only one to know. Harriet, Liana, and Charlotte, their expressions couldn't help but darken when they heard the news about the royal class. Upon hearing of Delphin's death and Ludwig's injury, Charlotte cried for a long time. To her, they were classmates from the same B class, so she couldn't treat their stories as someone else's. Harriet couldn't hold back her tears, and Liana was at a loss for words. But we couldn't just be sad. We had to move on, and there was too much to do to stand still. We had to swallow our tears. I consciously tried not to think or mention the events surrounding the royal class. Although it wasn't as if we had promised not to mention it, none of us brought it up. The Allied forces would spend the winter in Sarandia. We could have resolved the climate issue, but Liana's ability took a toll on her heart every time she used it. Since we couldn't always help the Allied forces, it was fine for them to spend the winter in Sarandia. Not only the climate, but they also needed time to reorganize and regroup after the large-scale battle. One couldn't forget someone's death just because winter passed, but we hoped to overcome it. For the time being, there will be no activity for the Allied forces, so we won't have any either. It was winter, and if the Allied forces didn't move, we wouldn't have a reason to move either. It seemed paradoxical, but even during a war, there would be a few months of rest. The Allied forces would take this time to reorganize, upgrade the Titan, and try to quell the shock, fear, and sadness caused by the many deaths. Your Highness, do we not need a countermeasure for the Titan? A countermeasure? Yes, it was Antarianus who spoke. Only the Lord of Tuesday has seen the Titan directly, but from what I've heard, it's as big as a mountain and can crush hundreds of monsters with just one step. Isn't there a chance that it could turn towards us? First of all, they don't even know our location. Even if they did, would the Titan really be able to cross the ocean and come all the way here? Whether the Titan was big enough to walk across the ocean, I couldn't be sure, but it probably couldn't. Isn't there always a what-if in the world? Even though we're helping the Alliance now, it's true that we don't know when a war might break out. Suppose I have to fight a Titan, me fighting a golem as massive as a mountain. Just imagining it makes me feel insignificant. Come to think of it, there was a similar game. I think it wouldn't be bad if we had a weapon similar to a Titan. At Antarianus' words, I sighed. I understood why he would say such a thing. You don't just want something like a Titan, do you? Well, isn't it fascinating? A colossal golem that has never existed in the world before. Wow. Looking at the expression on the old man's face, like he's been caught, something seemed to come up from deep within him. Is this a joke? No, how can this old man speak of such things with the mindset of approaching a toy, as if he were a child? Has dementia finally set in? I had my suspicions, but is it true? Harriet, can we make something like a Titan? If we have blueprints and materials, there's nothing we can't make. But we don't have blueprints, and even if we did, we don't have the materials. What about using the existing Titan's parts? Shut up, old man. I have no intention of making or stealing something like a Titan. What a shame. Antarianus seemed to be genuinely disappointed by my response. If you suddenly steal control of a Titan and do something like that, I'll make sure you truly experience the feeling of having your neck sliced by a divine sword. Stop fooling around. At my harsh words, Antarianus chuckled and nodded. You can't trust this old man to know what he'll do next. It's impossible to feel at ease. But your majesty, Antarianus' suggestion that we need a countermeasure against the Titan does seem reasonable. Sarkigar, who had finally returned to Edina, joined the conversation due to Antarianus' useless remark. Why should we fight something like that? It's monsters without intellect that charge at things like that. We have intellect and can think. If a Titan is in front of us, we should flee, not confront it. What if a Titan crosses the sea and comes here? We can't abandon this place. Why are you like this too, sister? No, am I wrong? I'm right, aren't I? In the end, Olivia also deeply sighed, as if she had a mountain of worries. Although we anticipate that we might clash with the Empire in the future, why does everyone accept it as an established fact? But still, what if? Suppose a war breaks out and the issue of mobilization time is resolved. Let's say a Titan crosses the continent and attacks Edina. What then? Titans would have defensive measures as formidable as their offensive weapons, right? I can't do anything like cutting down a mountain, and neither can anyone here. Do we have to smash it with a meteor? My thoughts shifted towards needing a countermeasure against the Titan as well. Assuming we can't use spatial teleportation, a Titan wouldn't be able to come here either. The one who gave the answer wasn't me, but Charlotte. Why can't it come? I haven't seen it myself, but the Titan is huge, right? Yes, incredibly so. Could such a massive creature really cross the sea properly? It would be fortunate if it isn't swept away by the currents and shattered. Don't underestimate the sea. Is that so? Besides, we have merfolk. What do merfolk have to do with the Titan? Merfolk can manipulate ocean currents. Really? You didn't know? I had never heard of this before. Charlotte seemed incredulous that I didn't know. I heard that the reason our journey from Edina to Port Mochna has been smooth so far is largely thanks to the merfolk. They couldn't control the weather, but they helped our navigation by manipulating the currents. I hadn't met the merfolk directly, so I thought they just caught fish for us, but that wasn't the case. Charlotte seemed to have learned facts I didn't know, since she was focused on governing Edina. The demons recognized her as the Demon King, so she must have been treated as my equal. Merfolk. They weren't just pretty faces. They could use magic-like abilities like the succubi. Impressive. I chose a good ally. Of course, it was my problem that I didn't know what I should have known. Anyway, if the Titan tries to cross the sea and attack us, the merfolk will subdue it. It probably won't be able to come via teleportation in the first place. Antarianus seemed to have considered capturing the Titan, and Sarkigar and Olivia seemed relieved that a Titan attack wouldn't happen. Anyway, let's prepare ourselves until the Allied forces depart. We still have to consider what to do if they suffer a food shortage, though it hasn't happened yet. The Allied forces need to manage a huge group for a long time, so they might face food shortages. If that happens, we don't know how much help we can provide. While the Allied forces are spending time on preparations, we need to find something to do. Reinhardt, we need to strengthen our forces too. Strengthen our forces? It was Olivia's question. More like replenishment than strengthening. We used up many Death Knights during the Sarandia campaign. Death Knights. Olivia, who could handle Kyr's divine power, could summon Death Knights. They were a significant force during the preemptive attack on Sarandia. Couldn't you summon them anytime? What? Wow, I haven't seen that expression in a long time. A genuinely disdainful expression. Of course, replenishing the Death Knights is possible. We can summon them anytime. But ultimately, the base is important, right? The base. That's right. Would a Death Knight made from Reinhardt be stronger, or would one made from that little weakling over there be stronger? Stop talking nonsense, will you? Let's get to the point. That weak little guy wouldn't even be suitable for a Death Knight. Maybe a tiny, pale, frail skeleton would come out. It would be cute, though. Harriet squinted her eyes at the creepy sound of that. A Death Knight made from me. A Death Knight made from Harriet. I don't like thinking about it, but the outcome would be obvious. Before the demon god cult was under our control, some chose the path of becoming a Death Knight themselves. The Death Knight we saw before was one of those cases. Yes, that must be the case. Indeed, when we brought the demon god cult members, several Death Knights also joined. Integrating them into the Holy Order was no easy task, fraught with many headaches. The followers of the demon god cult had engaged in many unthinkable and outrageous acts, unacceptable by societal norms. Various measures had been taken to eliminate this noise. And then, a significant number of the Death Knights were purged during that time. Their ominous appearance was one thing, but their excessively long existence made it impossible to change their ways. So the Death Knights I summon are either those without a sense of self or those who have perished. These beings are, quite literally, undead, with no other purpose than to obey commands. The Death Knights with consciousness were purged, and those that remained, who had lost their consciousness, had become almost machine-like. These were the Death Knights that Olivia summoned. The power of corruption, Death Knights who answered its call. Anyway, Death Knights don't just come out of the ground. Well, they do come out of the ground, but if 10 of them were used up today, that's it. They're gone. So we need reinforcements, right? Of course. And naturally, it's better to create powerful Death Knights. Olivia folded her arms and nodded. Of course, it's not impossible to create Death Knights by force with Kyr's power, but it's better to have excellent basic conditions. My sister. She's starting to sound no different than an evil dark mage. So we need good ingredients. Whether it's the right term or not, if it's not ingredients, what is it? It's just a bit creepy since it refers to corpses. Surely you're not planning to use the dead from the Sarandia campaign as material to create death knights. Harriet looked at Olivia with a disgusted expression. The others' expressions were not much different from Harriet's. Even Antarianus stared at Olivia with his mouth wide open, which said it all. What a genius idea! They were astonished and puzzled. Many people had died, and many of them were exceptional. It was obvious that using their corpses as material would create outstanding death knights. But wasn't that too cruel, regardless of whether it was possible or not? Well, I did consider that, but I think it's going to be difficult. She was planning to do it if it was possible. First of all, it's crazy to perform the ritual to create death knights in a place swarming with allied forces. And they probably won't be able to bury that many corpses, so they'll inevitably cremate them, right? What do you think, Sir Sarkigar? Sarkigar showed no reaction to being called Sir. It was as if he didn't care. But isn't Sarkigar currently in the form of a lady? Why is my sister always so twisted? Actually, that's what's happening. Most are choosing cremation for the funerals. There are cases where corpses are sent to the imperial capital for burial, but it's rare. Sarkigar's confirmation prompted Olivia to nod her head. How could I raise the ashes of the burnt corpses? It's possible if forced, but the result would be weak and uncertain. Anyway, I can't risk my life doing that in a place constantly garrisoned by both the allied forces and the holy knights. That's true. Amidst the grieving for the dead, the deceased rise as death knights, and there's someone who would do that. It's no different than advertising for someone to kill her. Given the environment of the Alliance's garrison, which is forced to resort to cremation, and the excessive number of people, creating death knights could be a dangerous endeavor. That's why it's impossible to do such a thing in Sarandia. So, do you have a place in mind? Where on earth does she plan to find the materials, regardless of whether it's possible or not? At my question, Olivia grins. The Royal Mausoleum. What? What did I just hear? There are many war heroes and great figures resting there. Let's raise a few and put them to use. Wow, what? What on earth are you saying? Charlotte's complexion turns pale as she jumps to her feet. Well, who would want to raise weak and useless royalty or the imperial dukes? I'm talking about raising the helpful ones. But still, that's just. Charlotte's face grows increasingly pale, unable to accept the idea. This is like, if you think about it, it's like looting a war memorial. That kind of story. Not exactly looting, but something more malicious. That kind of. At Charlotte's horror, Olivia shrugged her shoulders. Come on, the end of humanity is near, so what difference do heroes or great figures make? They should spring up when called. They'd even be happy about it. Where else can they find the glory of saving humanity even after death? They should be grateful to me. Crazy. Woman. Harriet shook her head in disgust. Chapter 551, The Royal Mausoleum is not only the final resting place for royalty, it is also where those who have achieved great accomplishments worthy of being buried alongside the royals are laid to rest. Being interred in the royal mausoleum, despite not being a royal, signifies tremendous honor and recognition of one's contributions to the empire. As such, those buried here are inevitably great heroes or renowned figures from history. In conclusion, Olivia's suggestion to loot the mausoleum to bolster the Death Knights is, in terms of practicality, the best choice. Assuming it is successful, it is a much better location than battlefields such as Sarandia. Replenishing the Death Knights is virtually impossible at the Allied base, and as long as they avoid being seen at the Royal Mausoleum, they should be fine. Of course, Charlotte turned pale and trembled at the thought. If it must be done, I suppose we have no choice. As much as she wanted to protest against the idea, she believed she had no right to do so and sat down hesitantly. But will the remains properly become Death Knights? I'm not sure, as I haven't done this sort of thing often, but the important thing is there are many heroes who haven't been buried for long. Olivia grinned. My sister. My sister is frightening these days. There are heroes who entered the Royal Mausoleum after contributing during the Gate incident, and even before that, there was the Demon War, right? Among the casualties of the Demon War, those who particularly stood out were likely to be buried in the Royal Mausoleum. Ah, I suppose that's true. Charlotte nodded with a miserable expression. It was an era where heroes were bound to be numerous. Thus, Olivia's claim that there would be an abundance of remains in the royal mausoleum to serve as material for the Death Knights was undoubtedly true. Countless sacrifices were happening, and they would continue until the war ended. The living are dying. But does that justify exploiting someone's death? It's uncertain. There's no guarantee that this immoral act won't lead to another. However, the necessity of it remains unchanged. No one could deny Olivia's words that there was nothing to hide, considering the lives of the living were at stake. Should what we are about to do be called grave robbing? Grave robbing typically involves plundering the items buried with the deceased. However, we have no interest in those items and are instead looting the remains themselves. Morally speaking, it's an act even worse than grave robbing. Winter, just as the Allies were regrouping, we too were planning to strengthen our forces by raising the remains in the royal mausoleum as Death Knights. To do so, we would have to leave Edna and head to the imperial capital. There would be 3 members in total. Olivia Lands, who would be responsible for raising the Death Knights, Harriet de St. Owen, who would assist with transportation and prepare for emergency escapes, and myself to handle any physical emergencies. Airy could be helpful, and Charlotte even more so, but there was no real reason to bring them along. What Charlotte would see would be unbearable for her, and Airy, as a demon, would face constraints in her actions. Tusk, I thought I'd finally get a date alone with Reinhardt, but of course, someone has to tag along. Olivia frowned as she looked at Harriet preparing the casting. Without me, how do you plan to get to the imperial capital? You could just leave us there for a couple of months and then come back to pick us up, right? Was it really necessary to take this long in the first place? You never know what could happen with people. Didn't the Alliance troops say they'd take a break too? I want to take a break with Reinhardt as well. Olivia smirked at me, as if to say that we could spend the time doing various things until spring arrived. What is she trying to say? Considering the state of the imperial capital, I doubt you'd say that. Is it really that bad? It's not something I can easily explain, but you'll see when you get there. If we really wanted to rest, Edna would be better. The imperial capital was not a place where one could entertain thoughts of relaxation. The imperial capital in our memories was intact, but the gloomy atmosphere that pervaded the entire city had turned it into an ashen city. After all, we were going there to secure powerful undead. Don't talk nonsense when you should be careful not to incur divine punishment, sister. Technically, since we're awakening them with divine power, why would we be punished? If it's a blessing, then it's a blessing. Why does this sound right when you put it that way? Harriet continued casting, seemingly tired of the argument. That's right. It's not about incurring divine punishment. It's because Kyr's power is divine power in the first place. It's not punishment for raising undead with Kyr's power, but rather a blessing in itself, isn't it? I'm slowly getting dizzy. Let's go. Blue mana lines began to boil from Harriet's body, and soon, with a flash of light, we left Edna, an alley in the imperial capital. As soon as Olivia arrived via mass teleport, she pinched her nose. What is this smell? Harriet, who also had a weak stomach, retched as soon as she arrived. The alley was filled with a nauseating smell, a mix of rot, decay, and an indescribable sour odor. Even for an alleyway, this was extreme. Despite the cold winter temperatures, the smell remained potent. Let's get out of here. I feel like I'm going to vomit. Bleh. No, don't actually vomit. If I do, catch it with your hands. Seems like you can endure it since you're still talking nonsense. Let's hurry up. The fact that she could talk nonsense meant she could endure it. I also wanted to leave this place quickly, as the mysterious smell was unbearable. But then, the sound of someone really retching came from behind. Your Highness, is she really doing it? Olivia stared blankly at Harriet, who was shivering with her hand against the wall. Uh, uh, she was trying to force down the urge to vomit. Don't hold it back. Just let it out. When I think about it, Olivia is from the streets, but our princess, Harriet, was a real princess, not someone who could handle such things. Vomit, girl. Stop it. Stop calling me that. At Olivia's words, Harriet's face turned tearful and her eyes welled up. It was true that I had exposed our princess to many hardships, but now, on top of everything else, I had to watch her retch and vomit in an alleyway. Harriet's eyes were filled with tears, which she blinked away. Despite this, Olivia seemed concerned. When she gently patted Harriet's back, Harriet's eyes widened, and she seemed to feel much better. Don't underestimate the power of the Holy Order's leader. That's not your power, it's the power of the gods. Why do you act like you're so great? If that power manifests through my body, why is it the power of the gods and not mine? Reinhardt, the gods must be crazy. They give their power to people like this. Isn't that right? Harriet looked at me as if seeking agreement. Sorry. Why are you sorry? Ah, nothing. Just, I accidentally apologized. Oh, the gods must be strange, because I am strange. Both Olivia and Harriet seemed to have developed a passive disrespect for the divine. Olivia seemed to think she was the amazing one, not the gods. Harriet believed the gods were mad. Anyway, we left the alleyway and entered the street. We wore our robes inside out, and Harriet cast a spell to keep passers-by from recognizing us. We arrived in the southern Westminster district of the imperial capital. It was a place closer to the temple than the palace. Shouldn't we drink something? Even our thick-skinned Harriet would have cried and made a scene if this had happened in the past. Meeting that brutal person must have been hard on her. A pervasive gloom could be felt throughout the streets, but I decided to buy a drink for Harriet to wash her mouth. Damn, why is a bottle of water 3 silver coins? Not only were there few places to buy, but the prices were also outrageous. It was just water. The price of water in the imperial capital had gone mad, costing 3 silver coins for a bottle. Harriet rinsed her mouth with the water, guilt on her face. We don't need to check the other prices. Olivia seemed to grasp the situation in the imperial capital from the price of a single bottle of water and clicked her tongue. We walked through the streets, seeing the hungry faces of the people and the clearly starving passers-by. Death lurked in the battlefield, but here, death came in the form of hunger. It was winter. Fortunately, we didn't witness it, but homeless people who had lost their way would freeze to death in the alleys. This place is relatively better. The situation in the refugee areas on the outskirts is even worse. The imperial capital had lost its ability to support the excessive population. Yet the empire had to maintain a massive army. Those neglected in between perished. Why are people gathering over there? Is it a distribution? Line up, line up. Following Olivia's pointing finger, we saw people bustling in one corner of a square. We thought it might be food distribution, but it wasn't. It's a recruitment office. Harriet recognized what it was. Security guards controlled the crowd from above, and above them, people dressed as imperial officers shouted loudly. Their voices were drowned out by the clamor of the people. In the army, at least you won't starve, Olivia said with a bitter smile. If they were going to starve to death, they might as well enlist. Dying by a monster or by starvation was the same. It wasn't for a lofty cause, humanity's mission, or dedication. Becoming a soldier meant at least not starving. Ordinary, expendable soldiers were replenished in this manner, and it wasn't such an unexpected thing. Thrown into battle with no proper training in weapons, wearing shabby armor, and carrying a single spear, they were mere cannon fodder. These people would avoid starvation only to be endlessly replenished and sent to their deaths. If we do our job right, the war will end sooner, and that'll be good for them too. Let's not waste our time looking elsewhere and focus on where we need to go. At Olivia's words, Harriet and I follow her lead. Her words were optimistic, yet eerily cold and calculated, but that was the reality of the situation. Sis, this is kind of scary. If crying could end all of this, I'd cry for everyone in the world. But that's not the case, is it? Nothing could be resolved by shedding tears, so we didn't cry. Just as I had changed, just as Liana had changed, Olivia had changed too. The royal mausoleum housed the grave of not only the royal ancestors, but also the great heroes and prominent figures who had accomplished extraordinary feats alongside them. Before setting out, we received ample information from Charlotte about such matters. Even though we claimed to have no interest in the royal remains, Charlotte had helped violate her ancestors' mausoleum and facilitated the use of wicked power there. It was a difficult decision Charlotte had made on her own. We were crossing the bridge connecting the southern and northern parts of the imperial capital. To the north, the imperial palace Imperato stood atop a hill, and to the south, the temple was visible. The vast refugee camp on the outskirts of the imperial capital was not visible from the city's central locations. It was perhaps better that way, as seeing it would only bring despair. It seems things are serious if even the magic train is out of operation. Indeed. Resources, including magic stones, were so scarce that the magic train, the core means of transportation on the imperial capital, was not in operation except for military and administrative needs. So we traveled on foot. We felt the reality that most of the Empire's national power was consumed in constructing and operating the Titans, as we observed the halted magic train on the Imperial capital. How were they coping with the monsters that occasionally raided the refugee camps? It was better not to see and be plagued with such unnecessary thoughts. Olivia muttered as she looked at the distant castle. Even heroes have ranks. Well, that's natural, I suppose. Not every person who achieved glory could be placed in the royal mausoleum. Only a select few war heroes enjoyed the honor of being interred in the royal mausoleum. Generally, such honors were granted to the deceased, and very few living individuals had already secured such distinction. In any case, not all heroes resided in the royal mausoleum. We could just raid the national cemetery in the northern part of the imperial capital instead of the royal mausoleum. According to Charlotte, the National Cemetery in the northern part of the imperial capital also contained the remains of individuals who had accomplished great deeds. It made sense, since not all heroes could be placed in the royal mausoleum, which would be overcrowded. The privilege of sharing a tomb with the royals was not something everyone could enjoy. Therefore, the National Cemetery was naturally larger in scale and housed more remains than the royal mausoleum. The Great Demon War and the Gate Incident. At least those who die in the two wars, the Great Demon War and the Gate Incident, and achieve great feats are more likely to be found in the National Cemetery rather than the Royal Mausoleum. Strictly speaking, those whose remains haven't yet decayed or who have a higher chance of returning are there. It's easier to enter the National Cemetery on the outskirts than to sneak into the Royal Palace. I think we should try going there first, says Harriet. Olivia shrugs at Harriet's suggestion. What are you talking about? We're going to both. I thought you'd say something like that. Harriet sighs. We need to use everything we can. Who knows, maybe one of the famous heroes will wake up and help us. The 5 hero companions, Ragnar Artorius, Ragnar Olfi, Sageria, Mulleran, Shadin. Their tombs are undoubtedly in the royal mausoleum. Of course, we'd need the assumption that the corpses are there, and we can raise them. I can't not go. I don't know how helpful the undead versions of the hero companions would be, but still. Of course, it's only possible under the assumption that there are properly preserved bodies. Charlotte made sure to tell us this. Ragnar Artorius's tomb is in the royal mausoleum, but there is no body inside. Neither Ragnar Artorius, who fought and disappeared with the Demon King, nor the Demon King Valia's corpse is present. Ragnar Artorius's body is gone, so we can't revive him. However, the other 4 heroes' remains were retrieved. Although some can only be called incomplete remains, they were recovered. So, excluding Ragnar Artorius's tomb, the bodies of the other 4 heroes are definitely in the royal mausoleum. Ragnar Artorius is impossible, but for the others, we have to try because we never know. Olivia says that, looking at me as if she knows. Can we call this revenge, Reinhardt? Technically, we're reviving those who contributed to my father's death as undead to fight. If it helps, it helps. If it doesn't, it doesn't. Is there a need for such grand words? Sometimes you seem to have no emotions at all, especially in this regard. Well, that's because he's not my actual parent, so it can't be helped. If I were the real Valia, I would have hated Ellen, and things wouldn't have turned out like this. But I didn't say that. There can be no affection or attachment to the Valia Senior. We've never even had a conversation. But there is some guilt. Valia wished for the gate incident not to happen. But in the end, I was the cause of the gate incident. Valia Senior's desire was forever destroyed because of me. From there stems a sense of guilt and responsibility. That's the extent of the feelings I have towards Valia Senior. However, I couldn't say those feelings were insignificant. Chapter 552, the Royal Mausoleum is located within the Imperial Palace. Infiltrating the Imperial Palace is almost as difficult as infiltrating the temple. Of course, now that the temple is nearly empty, infiltrating the Imperial Palace may be more difficult, but the condition of breaking through the entrance is the same. One must have a pass related to entry, and unauthorized entry is impossible. Naturally, entering through magic, including teleportation, is impossible. The warp gate in the Palace of Spring is inoperative without the activation artifact, and even if it were present, the gate is already broken, making entry impossible. Sakigar could change into a bird and enter the temple, but I cannot do that. Strictly speaking, even if I could transform, I wouldn't be able to fly. Even if I could, there would be no use in me entering alone. I can wield the power of corruption that resides in Tiamata, but I cannot control it as freely as Olivia can. Charlotte suggested several ways for us to infiltrate the imperial palace, but all involved significant risks and were far from perfect. It would be strange if Charlotte knew how to infiltrate the imperial palace without permission in the first place. Most of the Empire's elite, including Shanifel, have left their posts. Even if we somehow infiltrate the Imperial Palace and are discovered, we may be able to cause havoc and escape. But the news of the Demon King's return would be problematic for both the Empire and the Alliance. People are afraid of me. Just the thought that the Empire might collapse under the Demon King's attack while I destroy the gate could send the Alliance into a panic. We came here to carry out a daring plan, hoping that no commotion would arise. Infiltrating the Imperial Palace is not solely my responsibility, at least for now. Not yet, since we're not entering now. So, for now, we're in a safer place, the National Cemetery in the northern hills of the Imperial Palace. This place is indeed an honorable resting place for those who have made great achievements. Not only those who entered the Royal Mausoleum are heroes. It's amazing. We were standing on a plain where the National Cemetery in the northern part of Imperial Palace could be seen from afar. It was more like a park than a cemetery, being a large, well-maintained area. The reason it remains intact despite being on the outskirts of the Imperial Palace is that monsters see no value in destroying this place. Monsters are not interested in corpses after all. Surprisingly, there are people coming and going. They have to be here. Of course, there were troops at the massive entrance, and quite a few visitors were seen. They could be family members or people who came to comfort the deceased warriors. No matter how difficult life is, there must be those who come to pay their respects. In fact, there might be even more visitors during such times. People mourning, remembering, and grieving for the dead. We came here to steal corpses from them. Anyone can come to pay their respects, and anyone can be in this place. There are troops and gatekeepers, but one doesn't need a special status to enter here. That's why we were able to enter the National Cemetery without any hindrance, just like the others who came and went freely. It's more like a massive park than a cemetery. The Royal Mausoleum is, of course, a place where only royalty can enter, while this place is open to the public. One might wonder what the point of having such a massive park-like national cemetery is for those struggling to survive. Perhaps it was fortunate that the foundation of the royal capital had not crumbled enough for outright tomb raiding to occur in this place. Given that it was a burial site, the people passing by maintained a somber demeanor, regardless of their appearances. As they entered, they did not immediately find a dense collection of tombs, but instead discovered a map indicating various spaces designated for memorial purposes. Looking at the map, Olivia crossed her arms. The area is divided into sections. It seems the cemetery has been expanded to the east. There's a section specifically for the fallen soldiers. The areas accessible to them differed according to the level of their achievements. Some were buried in outdoor tombs, while there were temples and underground catacombs for those with great accomplishments. First, we'll visit the soldiers' cemetery, and then we'll head to the central catacombs. They were certainly strange people, considering they wouldn't be punished for their actions. While others mourned with somber expressions, they were plotting to steal. No, their intentions were even worse than theft. There are quite a few people around. It's still early in the day. We should wait until night to take action. Though time had passed since they arrived at the royal capital due to their walk, it was still daytime. We have some time. Let's go there. Seeing where I pointed, Olivia tilted her head, and Harriet did the same. The place I pointed to on the map was no ordinary location. The unclaimed grave. Merely looking at it weighed heavily on their hearts, but Charlotte had told them. They're there, Eppinhauser and Loyal. They had heard that their tombs were here, on the day the gate incident happened. Eppinhauser, Loyar, Lucinil, and Sarkigar had come to rescue me. Eppinhauser and Loyar died, while Lucinil and Sarkigar were captured. Their corpses wouldn't have been placed in this national cemetery from the beginning. Although the details were unknown, they were buried in the unclaimed grave of the national cemetery through some means. Both were seen as humanity's traitors, siding with the Demon King. Thus, they couldn't have their names engraved on tombstones. Burying them in the national cemetery's unclaimed grave might have been a form of regret and atonement by the Guardia's royal family. Not that it would bring back the dead. Olivia and Harriet knew that Eppinhauser, a teacher, had died fighting to save me, and they also knew about Loyar. Eppinhauser and Loyar, who couldn't have their names engraved on tombstones due to their identity, became the owners of the unclaimed grave. Nameless tombstones spread out around the memorial tower. I didn't know which of the numerous tombstones belonged to Loyar and which to Eppinhauser. Harriet and Olivia had stern expressions as well. Were they afraid of what I might say? A dreadful imagination. They couldn't help but think of our purpose here and its connection. They might think I would try to resurrect Loyar and Eppinhauser as Death Knights. Reinhardt. Even if they come back, they probably won't have their consciousness or self-awareness. Raising the dead is different from becoming a Death Knight while alive. Eppinhauser, who had been a swordmaster. Loyar, who was believed to have been even more skilled. Naturally, turning them into Death Knights would be helpful, but that wouldn't be the case. Why would I do that? It might be selfish, but there was no other way. I don't want to turn someone I know into something like that. I came here to create expendable tools for war, and I have no intention of engaging in the horrible act of using those who were once precious to me. However, creating such things from strangers doesn't make the act any less horrifying. No, the very idea of considering it acceptable for strangers, but not for loved ones, is even more disgustingly selfish. As horrifying as the thought may be, I must create tools that I can treat as expendable. And these people are beings I cannot consider as mere tools. They are the ones who sacrificed themselves for me. Let's leave them be, at least. Raising them again won't bring back their souls. No, if their souls were to return, it would be a horrifying thing. I can't say for certain how much of a difference there is between exploiting the deaths of strangers and exploiting the deaths of those who mattered to me. But perhaps such favoritism is unavoidable. What did Loyar want? It seemed like she wanted the reconstruction of the demon realm, but it also seemed like she didn't. She didn't seem to be very loyal to me, but in the end, she was a loyal subordinate, no different from Sakigar. Everyone in the Rotary Club died. After losing everything, Loyar died while trying to protect me, the last thing she had left. I don't know much about Loyar, and I know even less about Eppinhauser. I still don't understand. What don't you understand? Why Eppinhauser died trying to save me. Eppinhauser's attempt to save me was not related to the Black Order. In fact, the Order tried to kill me, and the remaining core forces were annihilated. The scattered remnants were not worth worrying about, so in a sense, the Black Order was essentially destroyed. Eppinhauser believed in me. I don't know what he believed, but he tried to save me because of that belief. Do you remember when I fought against the Orbis class guys? Yeah, the fights against Lilka Iren and Oscar de Guardias. Those events eventually led to the Orbis class academy crisis. Eppinhauser said something in the disciplinary committee. What did he say? He said that I was the most talented individual in temple history. I thought it was just a lie to protect me. How could I be called that when Ellen was around? After the disciplinary committee ended, I told Eppinhauser that, and he sternly replied that he genuinely believed it. I know my abilities better than anyone else, but no matter how much I thought about it, I didn't think I was that exceptional, so it was a bit disconcerting. What did Eppinhauser see in me? But looking back now, I can't say that Eppinhauser was wrong. Neither Harriet nor Olivia could respond to my words. I don't know if I am comparable to Ellen. But at this point, only a handful of people could face Ellen, and I am one of them. If I can defeat Ellen, then Eppinhauser's words would be true. I don't know why he died protecting me, or what he saw in me. I have no intention of reviving him as a Death Knight, and even if I were to revive him, conversation would be impossible, so I will never know. From the start, I preferred the curt and seemingly uninterested in students, a class teacher Eppinhauser, over the gentle and affectionate B-class teacher like Muslang. But I was wrong. Eppinhauser was not a teacher who lacked interest in his students. I still don't know Eppinhauser. Let's stop here. However, it seems he knew me. Chapter 553, high-quality translations of foreign novels, Chinese novels, Korean novels, Japanese novels, AL, Squad 18 minutes 23 minutes, Chapter 553, having escaped the unclaimed grave, we had to wait for the night. Once night fell, we would cast a curse upon this land, and using the power of corruption, raise the dead to form our army. However, Loyar and Eppinhauser would be exempt, and there was no justifiable reason for this. That's what we had decided, so that's what we would do. But then, an unexpected situation unfolded. There were many mourners. In particular, there were an excessive number of people wearing military uniforms, and that number was increasing in real time. It wasn't strange for those in military uniforms to be in the capital, but their significant presence at the National Cemetery was undoubtedly strange. They all seemed to have expressions of having been away and recently returned. Soon, they wore the expressions of those who had been stationed at the Allied base. They were soldiers, returning soldiers. Did they finish occupying Sarandia and receive group vacations? It seems so. The Alliance army planned to lie low until winter. Because of that, not everyone could return to the capital, but some individuals had undoubtedly received the privilege of returning. There were many places that those who had been away from the capital for a long time might visit first. But this national cemetery was likely to have the grave of soldiers, knights, and mages who fought during the Gate incident. So it was perhaps only natural that Alliance officials would visit the national cemetery. In the original work, the Sarandia campaign was not a winter event, and during the winter in other regions, the Alliance army had chosen to endure. That's why the war of attrition to protect the base continued. However, now that Sarandia was pacified, the Alliance army had sufficiently secured the safety of the nearby garrison. In a relatively safe environment, while the entire army couldn't return, high-ranking officials or special individuals could spend the winter in the capital or in their safe homeland. Of course, it would vary from person to person. Now that the monsters in the vicinity of Sarandia had been wiped out, the area would be considerably safer. That's why soldiers returning to the capital through mass teleportation existed. Among the places that the returnees could visit, the National Cemetery would be highly likely to be included in their itinerary. It's where their fallen comrades rested, so many would visit, either in groups or individually. They had been on a long march, so there were those who received vacations. Naturally, ordinary soldiers wouldn't be able to return to the capital unless there was a significant reason. The ability to move through mass teleportation wasn't a right that anyone could enjoy, unlike warp gates. So, only high-ranking officials of each army, imperial high commanders and nobles, high-ranking knights, priests, or mages, and the royal class personnel who could enjoy the privilege. Perception inhibition magic wasn't infallible. Exceptional knights, as well as high-ranking mages, could detect magic without even casting it. The same applied to invisibility and other types of stealth magic. While it could be an advanced deception, there was no deception that could fool everyone. Even supernatural abilities had rare cases of resistance, and I belonged to one of those cases. Therefore, there was no such thing as magic that could deceive everyone's eyes. Of course, Harriet could use high-level stealth magic, but casting it carelessly could expose her suspicious movements. Among those who were entering the national park, there would be those who knew nothing about magic. But as a diverse group of people came, there could also be those who could detect our perception inhibition magic. I am capable of near-transformation disguises, but Olivia and Harriet cannot do the same. We can evade the gazes of the unspecified military personnel for now, but we never know when we might be discovered. We haven't arrived at a dangerous place, but it's becoming one. Let's get out of here for now. It would be a headache if we suddenly caught the attention of one of the royal mages. Right, we should. We must leave before more dangerous people arrive at the National Cemetery. There shouldn't have been any vacations for the Allied forces. But looking at those entering the National Cemetery, it was clear that the Allied forces were attributing great significance to this victory. You can tell by their ranks, not just commanders, but many others as well. This means that the Allied forces are giving a wide range of leave. Honestly, there's no other choice but to give them leave after achieving such a crucial victory. Whether to call it an escape or not, we, Olivia and Harriet, left the National Cemetery before attracting unwanted attention. In a nearby quiet park, Olivia and I sat absent-mindedly on a half-broken bench. Pop. I checked, and the Allied forces keep returning to the square in front of the Imperial Palace. It seems like they're using mass teleportation. Harriet, who had quickly scouted the situation of the returning Allied forces through short-distance space travel, said so. The Allied forces are really ecstatic about this victory, aren't they? Olivia crossed her arms and clicked her tongue at the ill-timed situation. Victory. Yes, there were irreversible deaths, but it was by no means a defeat. No, rather, it is precisely because of such victories that rest is needed. It must be for morale. There were a lot of sacrifices. The situation has stabilized, and the military will have a long break. That's why they will send back those who want to return to the imperial capital, like free tickets. Of course, it will take a long time to reintegrate those who have been sent back into the battlefield. Most likely, not many will return anyway. But this might make the regular soldiers who can't go back even more depressed. Harriet seemed worried about whether this was the right thing to do, regardless of how much it interfered with our strategy, and if it had any meaning for morale. Could it be that she thinks only high-ranking officials can rest in the imperial capital and others would feel deprived? At Harriet's uncertain reaction, Olivia chuckled. Do you think there are many people with places to return to? Most people won't want to go, even if they are allowed to. Didn't you see earlier? This place is considered where they can't even get a proper meal. If the imperial capital is like this, what about the other cities that are still left? Ah, I see. Not everyone's hometown is in the imperial capital. Those who joined the army out of fear of starvation might be afraid to leave the army as well. Many regular soldiers might find the barracks, where they are provided with food and shelter, cozier than their hellish hometowns in the imperial capital or various places of the allied forces. To think the battlefield is more comfortable. The reality of the allied forces is that most people can't enjoy their vacations even if they want to return to their hometowns, simply because they have no place to go. So, only a very small number of people would actually want to return to the imperial capital, which is why even relatively low-ranking soldiers can return there. Anyway, the problem is that we can't tell who's going to be where in that joint cemetery now, not just ordinary visitors. The number of people in the capital was increasing, and among them, it was impossible to guarantee that there wouldn't be a master class or a great mage. We can't try again if we get caught or run into any problems the first time. The security will be strengthened. Of course, we could just kill everyone and proceed with the ritual, but you, Reinhardt, wouldn't permit that from the beginning, right? Sis. Then the reason for making the Death Knights becomes meaningless. I didn't say we're not doing it, did I? Anyway, once the Allied forces start marching again, we won't have the time or energy to focus on this. And we'll be busy too, so actually, we might be the ones running out of time. Damn, we should have come a day earlier. There was nothing to be done about what had already happened, but the situation seemed to be dragging on endlessly. As Harriet had said, the goal of creating Death Knights was to reduce casualties. But killing everyone in the National Cemetery to make Death Knights would be a contradictory action, regardless of right or wrong. For now, there shouldn't be any visitors at night, so the number of people should decrease quite a bit during that time. But there's always a possibility of an emergency. And in this situation, we need to realize that the overall combat power of the Empire has increased significantly. If a commotion breaks out, I guess so. High-ranking officials were not just powerful, but also had a high probability of having returned, like Shanifel's Knights or the Royal Mage Corps. If an unavoidable battle breaks out, something absurd might happen. We could escape through Harriet, but there's always the possibility of unforeseen circumstances. It's obvious that there won't be many people in the National Cemetery at night. However, there might be a few who are strong enough to be dangerous or who can detect our ritual. Perhaps it would be better to find time to come after winter passes and people leave the Empire. The National Cemetery is vast, even if there are one or two people in that vast area. Once Olivia begins creating Death Knights through the ritual, someone will see the ground or the coffin lids being kicked open as the Death Knights emerge. Let's change the order. Order. The number of watchful eyes in the National Cemetery has increased. There's one place that hasn't changed much, a place where most ordinary people can't even enter, the Royal Mausoleum. Let's start there. It's likely that the place is deserted even now, as many soldiers are on leave. Therefore, even if we loot the place, it will take some time for the theft to be discovered. We will first target the Royal Mausoleum and then return here. I have been helping Bertus unilaterally, but I never sought his permission for that. This is a matter that goes far beyond crossing the line. After this incident, if Bertus genuinely tried to kill me, I would have no excuse. There's no difference between the National Cemetery and the Royal Mausoleum. If Bertus knew that I was planning to resurrect the corpses and bones there as Death Knights for our forces, he might bite his tongue and die on the spot. Since it's unilateral assistance, I'll also carry out unilateral plunder. The National Cemetery seemed easier, but due to the circumstances, it has become more complicated. The more watchful eyes there are, the higher the risk of detection, and those eyes are likely to belong to dangerous individuals. First, we will target the Royal Mausoleum and then the National Cemetery. After securing the Death Knights, we will make our escape. So, it seems we'll have to infiltrate the Imperial Palace now. We were currently situated north of the Imperial capital, and the massive, fortified walls of the Imperial Palace Imperatos could be seen to the south, a place fortified both physically and magically. A magical barrier of the same caliber as that surrounding a temple. So impressive that, when the barrier is at its maximum power, it can block a significant number of meteors, and a barrier that prevents the entry of demons. In the case of Sarkagar and myself, we could pass through after transforming, but Aerie couldn't. Of course, Charlotte, who was half demon, had managed to live there without any issues, so we assumed that in some cases, the barrier could be temporarily deactivated or not really matter within the palace. Charlotte had shared a few methods with us. Firstly, there was the option of using the underground waterways. There's a way to access the palace's sewer system by riding through the waterways. The Empire isn't foolish, though, so the waterways are naturally guarded against people passing through. And while I'm not sure if dispelling the barrier is possible, if it is, then we could enter that way. At least it's not a place where we would easily attract attention, she explained. There were gaps in the security, indeed, but they were prepared for intruders, and that preparation would certainly be beyond the ordinary. Charlotte had said that alarms were installed and that the floodgates wouldn't be easy to break through. If we could break through, we'd be able to enter the palace without anyone noticing. The only uncertainty was whether or not we'd actually be able to do so. If Charlotte knew ways for just anyone to infiltrate the palace, she, as a member of the imperial family, would have been in a position where she should have blocked those methods at the source. So it didn't make sense for Charlotte to know how to sneak into the palace in the first place. We could hide in a carriage carrying tribute or other goods into the palace. Of course, we'd have to avoid being detected at the checkpoint, and we'd need to disguise or bribe a tribute carriage, which would put more than just us at risk if something went wrong. I see, Harriet sighed. For me, all I'd need to do is knock out someone with access to the palace and steal their identification, but that's pointless if I'm the only one who can get in. Using tribute goods as a cover, disguising one's identity, using the waterways. While there was also the option of posing as someone's servant, that was impossible since we had no connections to the royal family anymore. Naturally, asking Bertus to open the doors for us to rob the royal mausoleum was out of the question. If nothing else works, we could dig our way up from the underground waterways beneath the palace. But of course, that would mean tampering with the barrier. So ultimately, we'd need some magical defenses. It was too much to ask even a capable person like Harriet to handle this on her own. Magic wasn't the solution to everything. All the methods Charlotte knew of were already well guarded against. Despite her best efforts, Charlotte could only inform us of methods that didn't guarantee success. How did you plan to get into the palace if nothing works? Olivia pursed her lips. It's not that it's impossible, it's just that it's dangerous. In the end, it was only a matter of possibility. There was no absolute guarantee that it couldn't be done. It was just dangerous, and we should be as discreet as possible. Is it really going to be a mess? If it was a day earlier, I wouldn't know, but now the scale will be a bit larger. There is no guarantee that we will die, but there is no guarantee that we can escape either. There's no need for words like, "Is there a reason?" or anything like that. We were caught trying to dig up the royal mausoleum or trespass without permission at an unexpected timing, so saying that there were various circumstances would only be nonsense. We're going to do something really bad, and persuasion is pointless. Magic won't get us in, right? I don't know the method, but yes, realistically speaking, teleporting into the palace is impossible. There are various ways, but in the end, there is only one safest method at this point. Let's use psychic powers. If magic doesn't work, supernatural powers. Supernatural powers. You don't mean? Yeah, we met one recently, didn't we? We need Konolint. I'm not sure if he's arrived yet, but there's a promised meeting place. Let's head there. He might already be there. A promise. Lint agreed to help with this. When? Did you visit the Allied base in the meantime? Did you have time for that? At my words, Harriet's eyes widened and she shook her head. No, I never made a promise with him. What? Then who did you make a promise with? With Sarkigar. At my words, Olivia and Harriet's expressions soured. Didn't I have time to talk to Kono Lint in the first place? I made a promise with the person I planned to bring along, of course, without considering their own will. Wow, Reinhardt really never changes in some ways. Neither Olivia nor Harriet could hide their disgusted expressions. The promised meeting place was none other than the former headquarters of the Rotary Club. It was the underground waterway beneath Bronze Gate Bridge. You crazy bastard. What do you want me to do? Kono Lint, who seemed to have been forcibly brought there, was captured by Antirianus, and there was a person who was definitely disguised as a female soldier of the Alliance, with a face I had never seen before, but it was undoubtedly Sarkigar. There's something you need to help us with. You and I. The scale is quite different now. As I put my arm around his shoulder, his face turned pale blue. Don't touch my body, you perverted freak. Of course, he was disgusted, but for a different reason than before. Everyone else seemed to not understand the meaning of the word pervert at all. Why should I help you? Kono Lint's frightened voice echoed through the sewer. There was no Rotary Club anymore, and the refugees were in evacuation camps, so there were no homeless people living under the bridge anymore. Even if he shouted and it echoed, there was no one to hear it. It's because there's no one else who can help me in this situation. Is that the attitude of someone asking for help? That's right, though. Supernatural powers are almost impossible to block unless one is a few special individuals, and infiltrating the Imperial Palace is a piece of cake for Kono Lint. Plus he can bring others in as well. No, didn't you come here after hearing about it? What's the point of not being able to help after coming this far? If I had known it would come to this, I wouldn't have come on my own. What? Then what did you think was going on? It was only then that I got a clear look at Sarkigar, who was standing beside Antirianus. Sarkigar, disguised as a female soldier of the Allied forces, with an inexplicably youthful appearance, a beautiful girl at that. Could it be, am I right in thinking this? Has this guy fallen for this pattern again? No, it's not. Whatever you're thinking, it's not that. Chuckle, what's going on? As Sarkigar transformed from the appearance of an Allied soldier into the form of Count Argon Pontius, a disguise he had once frequently assumed, Kono Lint's face turned pale. He's witnessing this kind of thing for the second time. The transformed Sarkigar grinned and said, "It was easy, Your Majesty. He followed me without question when I asked for help." A pitifully beautiful girl who seems to have been conscripted at an age when she should know nothing of fighting. It was a sight that couldn't help but wrench Kono Lint's heart. He mumbled with a lost expression, "I've been deceived again. There's one thing about you that never changes." It wasn't me who said that, but Harriet. No, I'm the type to help anyone who asks. It's definitely not that. I swear, damn it. Kono Lint's face reddened and he shouted, "Yes, I get it. From now on, the only girls who'll mess up my life are ones like you. Damn it. I won't be fooled again." In the end, he broke down and wept. Come to think of it, isn't he the greatest victim of my misdeeds? Do you experience this often? What are you talking about? What do you mean? Naturally, Olivia and Harriet tilted their heads at the bizarre remark. You don't need to know about that. I glared at Kono Lint, as if to say I'd kill him if he said another word. Chapter 554, High-Quality Translations of Foreign Novels, Chinese Novels, Korean Novels, Japanese Novels, AL Squad 16 minutes 20 minutes, Chapter 554, Kono Lint, who had been at the Allied forces' stronghold, was lured by Sarkigar and taken to the outskirts of the stronghold where Antirianus was waiting. After being dragged there, it seemed Antirianus had used mass teleportation while Kono Lint was under a hypnotic trance, bringing him here. Thus, Kono Lint had no idea what was happening, yet he did not try to escape, most likely because he had a history, albeit a negative one, with Antirianus. The last time he was kidnapped by him, so while their relationship wasn't a good one, they had a connection. Truthfully, Kono Lint could have escaped easily if he wanted to. However, despite being in a panic, he ultimately didn't run away. So, what do you want from me? Kono Lint knew that I was trying to handle the gate situation in my own way, although I hadn't explained everything in detail. He was fundamentally a good guy. To be honest, he was probably here to help not just because he was dragged by a woman, but also because he couldn't turn a blind eye to someone asking for help. Of course, it wouldn't be true to say that the fact she was a woman had nothing to do with it. What could I possibly want from you? My supernatural power. Yeah, I need to get into a place that's difficult to enter. Kono Lint was a fool, but he wasn't a complete idiot. At this point, With all the great wizards hanging around the imperial capital, it was obvious that I had sought him out because I needed to enter a place that couldn't be accessed by magic. Temple. What are you planning to do in the temple? Ellen is stationed at the base. He was indeed a serious fool, even lacking in tact. Oh, it's not my place to say, but I know I'm a scoundrel. Kono Lint didn't seem to notice Olivia's expression turning icy in an instant. Why would I go to a temple? We're going somewhere else. Somewhere else. You can't mean, finally realizing where I intended to go, his face turned pale. You can't mean the Imperial Palace. What are you planning to do there? Are you trying to involve me? What do you want me to do? I won't do it. I'm going back. He tried to shake off Sarkigar and Antirionus' grip on his arms. Mr. Lint, we don't necessarily need your voluntary cooperation. Antirionus stared at Kono Lint with a smile. Oh no, what nonsense is he going to spout now? WH. What? If we damage your brain and turn you into a puppet that only listens to me, you'll be broken as a human, but you'll be a great tool. Stop talking nonsense. I won't do it. I said I won't. I was only asking for temporary help, not intending to use him for the rest of his life. However, Antirionus wouldn't stop. Even if Mr. Lint escapes from our grasp, where else can he go besides the imperial capital and the Allied forces base? The entire world has become a place where humans cannot tread. You might be able to run away for now, but eventually I'll be able to find you. Ah, it's a good time to put a tracking spell on you. Help. Please, grandfather. I never said I would kill you. I'm merely going to tinker with your brain a bit. Ah, stop it already. You're killing me. To be fair, Antirionus is evil, but his evil is more like malevolence than wickedness, as he prefers to torment or frighten his opponents rather than kill them. Kono Lint rolled his eyes, and his face began to turn pale. I didn't intend to threaten him, but Antirionus's threats turned out to be surprisingly effective. Indeed, although he has the capability to escape from us now, he has limited places to go. We can find Kono Lint whenever we want if we grit our teeth and search for him. Unless he chooses to live as a wild man in the wilderness, it's certain. It's useless to flee since we can catch him again anyway. It seemed clear that this had broken Kono Lint's will to escape. No, I didn't mean to scare you. I just wanted to ask for help, politely. Don't pay attention to what that old man said. You tried to seduce me with beauty, and now you're talking about being polite. Nonsense. Well, I can't argue with that. Although I never ordered Sakigar to seduce Kono Lint using beauty, I had used a similar tactic in the past, so I have no retort. Anyway, help us. We need to get into the palace. All you have to do is let us in and then take us out at the designated time. Why should I do that? It's a serious crime. If I get caught, I'll be hanged. It's treason. I suppose that's the response I get for asking nicely. Looks like asking nicely won't work. Fine, do whatever you want. I won't help you. Do it, I said shortly, looking at Kono Lint. Just do it, kid. Do you think I'm a pushover? In the end, it comes to this. Kono Lint grumbled under his breath with a sullen expression. As expected, a king's request is more of a command than a plea. Follow my orders, and if you get caught, just use my name. Say you were ordered to do it. Say you did it because you were threatened with death. You don't think I'd actually kill you, do you? But if Antirionus is malevolent, am I not just a scoundrel? In the end, Kono Lint decided it was futile to run away due to my coercion and Antirionus's threats, and quietly began to follow me. I sent Sarkigar and Antirionus back. After raiding the royal mausoleum, the next destination was the National Cemetery. Our group had grown by one. Me, Olivia, Harriet, and now Kono Lint. Thanks to Antirionus's useless actions of abducting Kono Lint during the Sarandia preemptive strike, we now had his help, or more accurately, coercion. Neither Harriet nor Kono Lint were particularly close to each other. Even with me, they were not close. But now, Kono Lint was traveling with the three main enemies of the Empire. But, even if we're wearing hoods, is it okay to walk around like this? All three of our faces are well known on wanted posters. So it seemed he was worried that if we were caught, the entire imperial capital would be turned upside down. We have magic to hinder perception and noise-cancelling spells. Of course, there might be some magicians who can detect us, but don't worry about that. There aren't that many people who are on such high alert. I see. The crowd itself serves as a curtain. Wearing a hood may seem strange in a place like a national cemetery, but here it's a common sight. One cannot be suspicious of every person on the street. Kono Lint looks at Olivia, who is walking silently this time. You are. Olivia lands. Right, so you know me. It would be strange if I didn't. During the time at the temple, it would be strange not to know her, and now it would be strange not to know her as well. In fact, since Olivia often visited our dormitory, Kono Lint must have known her. Even though he knows we're not doing malicious deeds as known to the world, he can't help but be scared. It's inevitable that this guy is nervous, especially since he's with us, who seem to be their colleagues. But what are you planning to do in the palace? You're not going to, Bertus. Do you think I would do that? Of course not. There's no reason for you to do that. But then, why are you going to the palace? Should I tell him or not? Harriet had a gloomy expression, and Olivia shrugged her shoulders as if telling me to decide. There's no need to tell him explicitly. If he hears what we are planning to do, he will naturally be shocked. And knowing that he helped with such a task will make him feel guilty. It's strange to tell him, and it's strange not to tell him. On the other hand, it seems better to just use him, but it also seems like he has a right to know. I'm not sure. In the end, it's a task that will help the war, but many people won't understand or accept it. I give Kono Lint the choice. Do you want to live without knowing, which is a good thing, or do you want to live knowing something you won't like? At my words, Kono Lint looks at me from under his hood. He must have guessed that we were not trying to do anything ordinary by infiltrating the palace. How long have we been walking? I don't want to be used without knowing anything. Although he seems the same, Kono Lint has changed during the war. I need to know what I'm doing. In that case, he should know. We're going to enter the royal mausoleum and resurrect the war heroes' remains as death knights. You're insane. I knew you'd react like this. I quickly cover Kono Lint's mouth. Just as we were all appalled when we first heard Olivia's suggestion, Kono Lint's first reaction was inevitable. But after screaming once, he was speechless for a while. His thoughts would not be much different from mine and Harriet's. They're already dead. They cannot return, and what we use are only the traces of those who have disappeared. If so, if we can save the living with those traces, shouldn't we do it? Is it really such a terrible thing to do? He must be thinking these thoughts. However, just like I decided not to turn Eppinhauser and Loyar into death knights, there's a contradiction. Do you think this is right? Kono Lint's thoughts seemed to lead nowhere but to lingering questions, and Harriet had no words to offer either, as she too could not come to a conclusion on the matter. Neither did I wondered if it was neither hypocrisy nor abomination, but merely a terrible thing. Such a thought crossed my mind. This is right. However, it was not I but Olivia who answered. War is what happens when people claim to want peace. Such contradictory actions have been a long-standing tradition handed down through generations of humanity. Olivia covered her mouth as if to laugh at something. Perhaps she was laughing at the whole world. But since she would be the one creating the Death Knight, she would be laughing at herself the hardest. I think this is right. If I'm wrong later, then it's all my fault. Let's just go with that. Although Olivia said she would take all the blame, we could never think that way. We're almost there. The walls of the Imperial Palace, Imperatos, were getting closer. Near the western side of the Imperial Palace, we entered a narrow alleyway in a sparsely populated area. Although there was no avoiding the stench, it wasn't as bad as the first place we had entered. We didn't have a map of the Imperial Palace, but Harriet had a schematic drawn by Charlotte. Charlotte can draw too. Olivia gaped at the overly detailed sketch of the imperial capital, considering it was just roughly drawn. Indeed, Charlotte seemed to have a negative opinion about painting. We had discussed it at the Spring Palace. Of course, this had nothing to do with painting, but Charlotte had accurately drawn the map as if she had measured it with a ruler. She knew and could do a reasonable amount of various knowledge that one didn't necessarily need to know. What does it mean to be royalty? When I think about it, there's something fundamentally wrong with me being a king. It's natural to be bad at it. Kono Lint flinched at the mention of the missing princess's name, but it was no surprise since everyone knew that I had disappeared with the princess during her execution. The drawing, as Olivia had mentioned, was very detailed for something roughly sketched. Central Palace Tetra. The seasonal palaces located in the east, west, south, and north. Not only that, but the auxiliary buildings of each palace and their locations, as well as the surrounding areas of our target, the royal mausoleum, were precisely recorded, even including the tram lines and the locations of the palace guards' barracks. Charlotte drew this. Yes, Then Charlotte knows too. That's right. Kono Lint looked stunned as he tried to guess what the princess was thinking when she drew the map. That's right. It's like asking her to draw a map for grave robbing her ancestors. Actually, it wasn't a request, but Charlotte had drawn it anyway. What was Charlotte feeling when she drew this? Harriet looked up at the winter sky between the alleys. It would be better to move when night falls. As time passed and daylight grew short, darkness began to set in. According to Charlotte, the entrance to the royal mausoleum is always closed, and two guards constantly guard the door. Naturally, the guards protect the entrance but can't enter the mausoleum themselves. It's not a place that's open to the public at all times. So, once we get inside, the place is empty. That's right. It's not accessible to just anyone at any time. Of course, there are maintenance personnel who come and go periodically, but it's usually closed. They change the staff once a week, and that's not today but tomorrow. That's good news. The lock isn't operated by a key but by magic. It seems that the mage in charge of managing the mausoleum knows the spell to unlock it. First, I'll try to dispel the magic on the door and see if it's possible or not. And if it's impossible, then it gets a bit complicated. We'll either have to find out the unlocking spell from the mausoleum's caretaker or sneak in when it opens tomorrow. We'd have to do the job twice, and of course, there's still a risk. Even if they managed to get inside the palace, entering the mausoleum wouldn't be easy. However, the defensive magic on the mausoleum itself shouldn't be too strong. There's also the aggressive option of breaking through a window or the ceiling. Reinhardt, you can use your aura blade. I'll disable the alarms and use noise-cancelling magic. It should be easier to bypass the building's alarms than the lock on the door, so we don't necessarily have to wait until tomorrow. Since it's a one-time mission and they won't be coming back, they can take the risk. The idea that bypassing the building's alarms would be easier than unlocking the door seemed plausible, according to Harriet. Of course, it's a bit strange to think that breaking through a wall or window is easier than opening a door. But on second thought, that's probably true for any building. If they can't enter quietly, they'll make some noise and leave traces behind. Harriet now looked at Kono Lint, who had the most critical but seemingly easiest role. Lint, your job is to get the three of us over that wall. Then I'll use all the stealth and disguise spells I know. Spatial teleportation magic is blocked inside the palace. I don't know how long it will take us to work inside, but... Wait just a moment. Kono Lint interrupted Harriet's explanation. So, I just need to get you guys in and out, right? Yes, but from what I've heard, wouldn't it be easier for all of us if I got you into the cemetery? Well, yes. Harriet and I were silent at Kono Lint's puzzled question, and Olivia nodded. He's right. If Kono Lint doesn't just help us get inside the palace, but assists us from start to finish, the job would be much simpler and easier. It's true, but putting such a burden on you, Lint, and it won't be a pleasant sight to see. It was inevitable that Harriet hesitated to ask him to do more. Kono Lint is an outsider, and they brought him along through coercion and intimidation. If he also helps with infiltrating the mausoleum, he becomes not just an accomplice, but a key player. He would even have to witness the resurrection of the Death Knights. In essence, Kono Lint would be doing almost everything. It's ironic not to involve him too much, given that they forced him to join them. If Kono Lint saw the former heroes becoming Death Knights with his own eyes, it might even traumatize him. Initially, we only intended to ask him to help us get in and out of the palace. However, he shook his head. Once we've decided to do this, there's no difference in doing more or less, right? I don't know if this is the right thing to do. He looks at me. But regardless of whether it's right or wrong, if I'm going to play a role in this, I won't half-heartedly interfere. After all, I've already agreed to help. Kono Lint can neither fully approve nor disapprove of this task. That's why, if he's going to play a role, he seemed determined to oversee everything rather than assisting half-heartedly and later claiming ignorance. Kono Lint looks at Harriet. Don't make me a coward. I'm sorry. That was rude of me. Harriet apologized, realizing that her consideration to exclude him from crucial tasks was, in fact, impolite. No, it's not exactly like that. Well, he stuttered, seemingly not expecting Harriet to apologize. We're going to plunder the royal mausoleum, resurrect the heroes' remains as Death Knights. You do understand that, as you said, this is a major crime that could go down in history, right? At my words, Kono Lint smirks. To leave a mark in history, history must continue, right? That's true. Everyone grows. That's evident, even when it's not by one's own will, but by the influence of others and the environment. In the end, all we could do was let out a bitter laugh. Chapter 555, high-quality translations of foreign novels, Chinese novels, Korean novels, Japanese novels, AL Squad 24 minutes 31 minutes. Chapter 555, Kono Lint was capable of teleporting all three of us, including himself, at once. Good, we can all move together in one go. Though it was a short distance, we were all able to teleport instantly as Kono Lint activated his ability while holding hands with each of us. How many people can you transport at once? Since it was her first time experiencing teleportation through supernatural powers rather than magic, Harriet asked. It's not about the number of people, but the weight. I'm not exactly sure, but excluding my own weight, maybe a little more than 200 kilograms. Also, the object's size cannot be too large. No matter how light, I can't teleport something incredibly huge. He added that it was an issue determined by mass and volume, rather than a simple number. It appeared that if the combined weight of the three of us exceeded 200 kilograms, he would not be able to transport us. It seems fortunate, in a way. Harriet revealed a subtle smile. When you think about it, she was more of a thinker than someone with a high level of physical activity. Watching Harriet breathe a sigh of relief, Olivia puffed out her chest and spoke confidently. You're still young, so it's not a problem now, but if you don't exercise enough as you age, your body will become flabby. Brace yourself for that. Of course, Olivia was very active, a close combat specialist, and had even become something akin to a necromancer. She was far from being physically inactive, so as expected, in many ways she was quite formidable. What are you talking about, old muscle pig? What? I'm not old nor a pig. Where is this firm body even remotely pig-like, you tiny thing? Aren't you going to age eventually? Regardless, you'll always be 5 years older than me. In fact, you already seem a bit saggy, don't you? I'm not saggy. I'm not. My physical age is younger than yours. You've been hunched over books in a corner all the time, so you have a bent back and a turtleneck. What? That's not true. My neck isn't bent. As Olivia and Harriet bickered, Kono Lint looked at me. Are those two always like that? Even in a place like this, it seems. Ah. It wasn't that we had infiltrated the palace yet, and we were in an empty alley, so it didn't matter if they argued. The two of them would always fight when they met, and that was no different here. It was embarrassing. My household management skills were clearly lacking. No, it wasn't exactly about household management. It was more like managing a nation or something like that. Ah, it's still a long way to nightfall. Let them fight it out. Should we? Bent, you little turtle. Your spine must be bent too, surely. What's with this old muscle pig? I'm not old. I'm not old. I'm still in my prime. And I'm not a pig. You said that 3 years ago, so now you're old, right? Arg, I'm going to kill you. If you don't give in, you lose. Since Kono Lint had agreed to cooperate fully, we had a fast pass to infiltrate the palace and even enter the inner sanctum. He was a possessor of an ability more like a cheat code for infiltration than even Sarkigar. If only Kono Lint's combat prowess had reached the level of Erich, history would have been different. The fact that Kono Lint had no talent or skill in battle was like a balance patch. Of course, I was the one who made it so. If Kono Lint had the same combat prowess as me, there would be no one who could stop him, even if he went on a rampage to become an emperor. In a way, I forced a plethora of drawbacks onto him because of his incredibly powerful abilities. With Kono Lint's help, we crossed the walls of the Imperial Palace. We were just inside the outer wall, hidden in the shadows where no one's gaze could reach. There might have been guards on the wall, but there were no people on the ground. It's so easy, it's almost disappointing. It was impossible to know how long it would take to find a way over the wall while interpreting and analyzing the Imperial Palace's barrier, or if it was even possible. However, with his supernatural abilities, it seemed he felt disappointed that it happened so easily. All right, the next location is over there. Got it. We moved cautiously, making use of blind spots and spaces where intruders could go unnoticed. Although it was not impossible to be detected, the four of us used magic for camouflage and concealment, sticking close to Kono Lint as we moved together. In the center was Tetra. To the north was the Spring Palace where Charlotte lived. To the west was the Winter Palace where Bertus lived. There was no business in the now empty Winter and Spring Palaces. To the south were the government institutions, including the Autumn Palace. To the west were the royal residences, including the Summer Palace. Our target was the royal residence area in the west, and the cathedral housing the royal mausoleum further inside. We could move quickly using consecutive teleportation, and there were many people in the spacious palace grounds. We could pretend to be palace officials and move around, but there was no need to be unnecessarily bold. Pop. With Kono Lint's power, we moved slowly and carefully, sometimes utilizing rooftops and blind spots to move bit by bit. Experiencing it firsthand, Kono Lint's abilities were so incredible they could hardly be described as a cheat. If I hadn't done the balance patch, the gate incident might have been resolved by Kono Lint's power alone. Soon, we arrived at a garden crevice where the royal mausoleum was faintly visible. It was a massive cathedral, and as Harriet had said, 2 guards stood at the main entrance, guarding the door. To enter through the main entrance, we needed to secure a dispelling magic, hypnotize, or subdue the guards. If not, we had to deactivate the building's alarm magic, block noise with noise cancelling, and break into the building through a blind spot. However, with Kono Lint, all those plans were unnecessary. We're going straight inside. Right. Pop, we instantly moved into the cathedral housing the royal mausoleum. Naturally, there was no one inside the cathedral where the royal mausoleum was located. However, the interior was brightly lit. Just in case, all 4 of us lowered our stance and looked around. The long vertical windows allowed anyone to see inside the cathedral where the mausoleum was located. In front of the cathedral's massive worship hall, there were 5 giant statues of the gods, and in the middle of the statues was a wide, colossal staircase that led down to the underground. Although I hadn't expected an overly extravagant atmosphere, the cathedral overall exuded a solemn feeling with its grey-toned texture. One might think that the Royal Mausoleum's cathedral was almost crude at this level. However, the monotony evoked a sense of solemnity more than a glamorous tomb would. Considering this, the solemn atmosphere of the central palace tetra and the empire itself didn't seem to pursue extravagance too much. In terms of extravagance, the cathedral was even more so. Of course, in the end, the cathedral was an imperial institution as well. Let's go down. Crouching low so that no one could see us through the window, we entered the staircase. Now, we didn't have to worry about anyone seeing us from the outside. The mausoleum remained empty, as no one was allowed inside unless there was a special occasion. But as we descended into the eerily quiet royal mausoleum, we couldn't help but hold our breath. It wasn't so much that we were worried about the possibility of someone being there. It was also clearly because of what we were about to do. The underground was just as well lit. As we descended the long, circular staircase, we entered a high-ceilinged underground space. Just like the ground level, the underground tomb was dominated by grey tones. It was a place where solemnity and grandeur were felt more than glamour. The underground tomb. It wasn't the creepy and gloomy space commonly known as a catacomb. No tombs were visible as soon as we descended. Upon arriving in a large, vault-like space, we were met with 4 corridors branching out in all directions. At the entrance of each corridor were stone sculptures with different patterns. By the way, those things. They're not gargoyles, are they? I pointed to the stone statues resembling guards in the catacomb. I don't feel any magical energy from them, and if there were gargoyles, I would have told you first. Really? Wouldn't they have made something like tomb guardians? At Olivia's question, Harriet let out a short sigh. Considering that the presence of intruders in the royal mausoleum means the palace itself has been breached, there might not have been any need to make them. Of course, we still managed to get in. When you put it like that, it makes sense. I can't even imagine that someone with ill intentions who managed to infiltrate the palace would come to the mausoleum. They would go elsewhere. That's true as well, but now we've come to a place where no one expected anyone to enter, right? It seems that way. A relatively unguarded location. It would be impossible to anticipate the crazy things we were doing. If money was the motive, one would rob the royal treasury or the treasure vault. If assassination was the motive, there would be no need to come here. And if information was the motive, there would be no need to come to a place where only the silence of the deceased existed. In a sense, this place had no value to anyone in the palace, except for the royal family. So we were the strange thieves who came to the easiest place to rob, but where not even a speck of dust could be found. Of course, we had come to steal the remains of people who, though without any particular value, could not be left out in human history. A place with no value but tremendous symbolism. In the four branching paths of the royal mausoleum, Harriet examined the directions and symbols. The north was the burial ground of the royal family, the west for those with great scholarly achievements, the east for artists, and the south for those who had built their reputations in martial arts. What we needed were not those with clever minds, outstanding inspiration, or noble origin. We needed the remains of warriors who had achieved martial arts feats on par with war heroes. Kono Lint, tense or not, held onto my arm. What's with this guy? What's wrong? I am scared. Olivia was scary, and Harriet had changed a bit but still seemed irritable, given her harsh exchange with Olivia earlier. So he was holding on to me, but shouldn't he be most afraid of me? Ah, right. He still has motion sickness. People seem to change, but then again, they don't. But if you think about it, shouldn't you be most afraid of me in this situation? Whatever, damn. What's so scary about this? We came here to do something even scarier. Well, that's true, Kono Lint whispered, as if someone was listening. But lowering our voices was a matter for all of us. Our footsteps and conversation became quieter, almost involuntarily. Was it because of the grave or the thought that we shouldn't be discovered? There was something ironic about those who had come to disturb someone's eternal rest, trying not to disturb the quiet of the grave. Let's go. Harriet led the way, and we followed. As this was a royal mausoleum, the structure was not haphazardly expanded, becoming labyrinthine. After walking down a corridor for a while, the space opened up, and we were able to enter the Mausoleum of Heroes. An open space appeared, with a long, straight area and stairs leading down once more. The mausoleum starts here on the first floor, and I heard there are 5 more underground levels. But I heard that only up to the 4th underground level is actually filled. The cemetery for the great heroes of human history. It was quite intuitive. Stone coffins with only the lid visible, buried in the ground, and tombstones symbolizing the heroes' achievements. And on those tombstones were stone tablets with a phrase summarizing their accomplishments and a brief biography. And behind those tombstones, even statues. Behind each grave was a statue of the hero, seemingly carved in their likeness. They looked solemn, dignified, and sometimes dynamic, wielding their weapons. The statues differed due to the different periods they were made in. Emperor Lankruten of the Swift Feet, resting here. I wasn't interested in the history of the empire, but of course, there was history in the integrated temple courses. Thus, among these tombs, I recognized the names of heroes from the history of the empire. Of course, I didn't know every detail. All the big shots are gathered here. Looking at the tombstones, inscriptions, and names of the buried heroes, Olivia grinned, seemingly recognizing almost all of them. There were about 40 tombs on one floor. With 5 underground levels, though only 4 were actually filled, there would be over 100 tombs in total. Was this number large or small? It was hard to tell. Probably. The heroes from the Heroes' Companions or the Gate Incident and subsequent war heroes would be on the 4th underground level. That's what I heard. It's not likely that all of them will rise. The older skeletons might not be able to. So, we need to go underground. Yes. Whether or not these burial arrangements affected the decay of the skeletons, the older ones were less likely to hold any significance. The recently deceased bodies. How many death knights could we potentially revive from these tombs? If we could revive them, and the more powerful the deceased warrior was, the stronger the death knight would become. Just how powerful could the death knights be? We descended the stairs, heading deeper underground. We passed statues and tombstones of heroes, eventually reaching the 4th floor below ground. Upon arrival, we noticed that the structure of the tombs was different from before. Those 5 really are treated differently, aren't they? Olivia remarked. It seems so. Harriet nodded in agreement. So far, the tombstones and statues had been on both sides of the walls as we descended the stairs. However, as we reached the bottom of the stairs, we saw 5 statues and tombs right in front of us. And in the center of them all, there was a statue of Alspringer, held high in the sky. Similar, yet different faces. The savior of humanity, the architect of justice, champion of Al's the one and only, the eternal warrior, Ragnar Artorius. May he find peace. In the center stood Ragnar Artorius' statue, with 2 statues on each side of his fellow warriors who accompanied him. A mage, Mullaran. A priest, Sageria. A ranger, Ragnar Olfi. A sword mage, Shaden. These five, who achieved the greatest feat in human history by slaying the Demon King, were given the most special place in the royal mausoleum, the Hall of Heroes. In front of us were the tombs of the warriors, but there were still tombs on both sides as well. Looking at the years, there are 2 tombs added since the gate incident. Harriet confirmed as she surveyed the corridor. I saw the names too, but they were unfamiliar. From the Empire's perspective, those who were buried here must have achieved great feats before their deaths. Are you suggesting that we resurrect Ragnar Artorius and his fellow warriors as Death Knights? As if to question whether this was allowed, Kono Lint looked at me with a pale face. Ragnar Artorius was Ellen's brother, so wasn't it wrong to do that? It's as if he was asking whether I would do such a thing. But when you think about it, shouldn't I be the one to do it? After all, I'm the son of the Demon King. I understand what you're thinking, but Ragnar Artorius' remains aren't here. Why? There weren't any remains of his body in the first place. It's understandable that he would ask such a question, since he didn't know that both the Demon King and Ragnar Artorius' body had vanished without a trace. What if it had been there? Would I have agreed to turn Ragnar Artorius' remains into a Death Knight, or would I have opposed it? I think Olivia would have agreed, while Harriet would have disagreed. As for me, honestly, I'm not sure. Just as we decided not to resurrect Loyar and Eppinhauser, I don't think I would have done the same to Ragnar Artorius. But if his remains had been here, wouldn't commanding the Death Knight of Ragnar Artorius, who killed my father, be an incredibly malicious and satisfying revenge? I have no such intentions, though. There's no time for idle chatter. We're going to perform the ritual. I can't say for sure how many will rise, though. Swish, in Olivia's right hand, the demonic sword Tiamata was summoned. There was no time to indulge in admiration, nor was there any need to worry about the non-existent remains of Ragnar Artorius. They were to resurrect the greatest heroes in human history. Although they would only be shells, it was certain that even those shells would possess great power. Kono Lint's eyes widened as he looked at the corrupt black energy swirling in Tiamata. Well, let's get started. Olivia showed a wicked smile. In the clutches of the villains of the century, the insult to the heroes of the century begins. The time was night. However, no one entered the mausoleum, and it was deep underground, so there was no way our ritual could be detected from the outside. Though someone outside might be able to detect this energy, that part was being taken care of by Harriet. Seeing that she told us not to worry, it seemed Harriet had her own countermeasures. Olivia was murmuring something in the center of the fourth-floor tomb, with the demonic sword Tiamata stabbed into the ground. Dark, sinister energy flowed from Tiamata, seeping into each tomb. It was clear that malicious energy was being infused. Harriet, Kono Lint, and I were watching the ritual silently from the edge of the stairs leading to the 3rd floor. But I know she's a priestess of Tarn. What the hell happened? And what's that black sword? Come to think of it, Kono Lint followed us without knowing the details. He had no idea how Olivia Lands could wield such wicked power. It's Tiamata. Tiamata. Tiamata is a holy relic, isn't it? That's not ominous at all. Let me explain briefly. Gods and demons are essentially the same being. What are you talking about? That's Tiamata. No, explain properly. What are you talking about? I'll explain. Perhaps sensing that my explanation was too brief, Harriet grabbed Kono Lint and explained everything in detail. The misunderstandings between the gods and the demons, and the phenomenon of the holy relics changing their properties. The ritual went on for a long time, so there was enough time for Harriet to explain everything to Kono Lint. Of course, it was still difficult for him to understand or accept the explanation calmly. It doesn't make sense. People's beliefs have been wrong all along. But it's strange. If there are no demons, then it doesn't make sense for that demonic power to exist. Is that power, holy power, is not some kind of dark magic? Think of it this way, Lint. Gods are entirely different beings from what we think. In the first place, the gods might not even be the beings called the 5 great gods. Those names were given by mortals, after all. It doesn't make sense. Kono Lint didn't have a strong belief in the gods. However, no one denies the attributes of the gods as beings. There were the 5 great gods, and the demon god cult emerged. In fact, even that was wrong, and the name of the 5 great gods might be incorrect as well, since it was merely a title given in relation to some absolute power. In reality, I learned that the origin of vampires was the gods themselves in Rizera. Gods are unknowable beings, and that applies to me as well. I'm unsure if there is such a thing as willpower, and if so, how and when it manifests itself. Thus, discussing the gods may be a futile endeavor. All that exists is power, and it simply manifests itself. Urkono Lint blankly stared at Tiamata, which emitted ominous darkness. There was no need for words like impossible or nonsense. Since such a phenomenon was occurring, it was possible. What one sees is everything. This can't be the power of the gods of purity, that power manifested as the opposite ability. Olivia was concentrating her mind, only mumbling something without moving, for a very long time. About 2 hours had passed since Olivia started the ritual. Ah, Kono Lint tried to yawn but closed his mouth, thinking it wasn't the right time. Well, we could at least yawn. I feel like yawning too. Does it always take this long? The guy tilted his head. Well, rituals tend to be like that. I've never created a death knight myself, and I've never seen Olivia create one. But when Olivia purified the corrupted Tiamata, it took a whole day. If it takes this long, it might be a bit difficult in the National Cemetery. It was Harriet's remark. Indeed. I didn't expect it to be easy, but if it took too long, we might have to drastically revise our plans. Here, no one's eyes could see us. But in the National Cemetery, who knows when and where someone could see what we were doing. Even at night, it would be very troublesome if we were caught. No. However, from afar, Olivia shook her head as if she had heard our conversation. It doesn't usually take this long. Snap. Olivia plucked Tiamata, which was stuck in the tombstone floor with a furrowed brow. Is it over now? Has the Death Knight transformation ended, and it's now embedded in the demon sword, or has it been counter-summoned? As we went down the stairs and asked, Olivia shook her head. It hasn't even started. What? There's no reaction at all. No matter how much divine power I pour in, it stays the same. Olivia stared at the silent graph. Did they do something? Whether I purified it with pure divine power or blessed it? Olivia hummed and crossed her arms. I'm not sure. Is it because too much time has passed since death? At Harriet's question, Olivia shook her head. I've heard stories of death knights being created from bones by demon god cult. Even in cases where everything has decomposed, my divine power should be enough to scrape together the remnants and forcibly resurrect them. Olivia's power was immense. It was strong enough to make the impossible possible, but it didn't work. Harriet's expression turned puzzled as well. Did they prepare for such a situation? I haven't heard anything about it from Charlotte. Exactly. Even if Charlotte dislikes us, she wouldn't make Reinhardt take a futile journey. As a member of the royal family, Charlotte would know something about the royal funeral rites. If they were prepared for this, she would have definitely mentioned it. Could it be that it was too basic to mention? That's possible. Or maybe she had too much faith in my abilities. But honestly, I'm confident I could even resurrect the ashes of the cremated. Is this because of the Empire? I wonder if there's some special method I don't know about. In the end, it was a failure. We couldn't revive the corpses in the Hall of Heroes. Since these are special people, it might be possible. Anyway, this isn't the end. We can go somewhere else, right? Harriet comforted the unusually sullen Olivia. Harriet was right. This place wasn't our only option. There were countless tombs in the National Cemetery. It was a shame we couldn't revive the heroes of the mausoleum, but there was no point in lingering here. We're going. To try somewhere else. Kono Lint seemed appalled that we had another round of mischief prepared. Yeah, you don't have to come along this time. We'd appreciate your help, but it's not necessary. No. Well, what should I do? Kono Lint wouldn't be necessary this time, though no one could match his help when it came to escaping in case of emergency. It wasn't a palace or temple, so Harriet could handle it too. Kono Lint seemed to be pondering whether or not to participate in these misdeeds again. It wasn't grave robbing the royal mausoleum, since we tried but failed. There's no need to join in if you don't have to do anything bad, right? Just as I was about to say that it wouldn't be bad for him to bow out here. No matter how I think about it, this is strange, Olivia said. What's strange? At my question, Olivia bit her lip. It's strange. Is it hard for her to accept that we failed? There's no one with divine power comparable to Olivia's. But if the Empire had taken some special measures and prepared countermeasures, what could we do? It's strange. This. Suddenly, Olivia walked somewhere, towards the tomb. What? What are you doing? Harriet's face turned pale as she looked at Olivia standing in front of the tomb. Olivia crouched down in front of the stone coffin, grabbing the lid with both hands. The veins on Olivia's forehead bulged. Heave, grrr. The massive stone coffin lid, which a normal person wouldn't be able to move, began to open with the sound of stone scraping. Wait, what is she doing? Ya, cha, grrr. Thud. With the sound of stone scraping, Olivia forcibly opened the closed stone coffin. I knew it. I had a feeling. A chilling smile appeared on Olivia's lips as she looked down at the stone coffin. Then Olivia turned to face us. It's empty. What? Ha! There's nothing in there. Curious about what she meant, I approached Olivia and couldn't help but be stunned. The inside of the stone chamber was completely empty. There was nothing there. Kono, Lint, and Harriet both approached with blank expressions, their faces draining of color when they saw the empty chamber. Could this be a case like Ragan Artorius? Ludina Yen, the great hero who stood alone against the darkness of Darkland, protecting tens of thousands, rests here. I don't know who this is, but if it says that they rest here, there should be some remains. Despite our trio being flabbergasted, Olivia began opening other chamber lids. Grrrr, thud, empty too, thud, and this one, thud, thud. In no time, Olivia had opened 5 other stone chambers, her expression growing grim. They're all empty. It wasn't that Olivia had failed. From the beginning, there wasn't a single set of remains to be found. Chapter 556 high-quality translations of foreign novels, Chinese novels, Korean novels, Japanese novels, AL, Squad 15-19 minutes, Chapter 556. They're all empty. Heroes Hall, 2nd floor. Olivia and I opened the various stone coffins and confirmed that the remains were missing. There were too many coffins to open them all, but it was clear that they would all be empty without checking. Not only Harriet, but Kono Lint's spirit was gone too. This must mean, Harriet stared at me quietly, the idea we had could be something others thought of as well. Yeah, reviving past heroes as undead and using them as a force. Olivia's idea was bizarre and sinister, but ultimately a product of human thought. There was no rule saying others couldn't have the same idea as us. But for someone else to come in here like we did, and resurrect the corpses before escaping, Kono Lint's spirit was drained. It's strange that there's no uproar about this yet. Honestly, if it wasn't for my ability, we wouldn't have been able to get in here this easily. If the royal tomb had been raided earlier, there should have been a huge commotion. While we could avoid getting caught, Kono Lint's point that others would surely leave traces behind was true. Where's the evidence that it had to be another faction doing this? What? What a foolish child. If it was the work of the royal family, there wouldn't be any commotion, would there? Who would know? The royal family reviving the remains of the royal tomb as undead. It's a horrifying thought, but it can't be ruled out as impossible. Only the royal family can confirm that. No way. The Empire doing such a thing. Bertus. We would do everything we could to survive and win the war, employing all means at our disposal. So it's possible that Bertus would make such a choice as well. It's not certain yet. We haven't figured out that the Empire is controlling the undead. There might have been other circumstances in the Empire, or it might have nothing to do with the undead at all. It's just a conjecture since the corpses disappeared. Olivia spoke with a stern expression. We need to check the National Cemetery. We can't know what exactly happened at the royal tomb, but there's no more business for us here. This might not be the end. Olivia had her eyes wide open, as if she was imagining something ominous. All the stone coffins in the Heroes' Hall were empty. Technically, we stumbled upon a bizarre incident while planning a major crime. We don't have a duty to investigate this matter, but we must find out what happened. The most likely suspect is the Empire. However, Olivia believed that this might not be the end. Kono Lint didn't have to accompany us to the National Cemetery after we finished our business at the tomb. But he seemed to want to know the truth about this strange turn of events and followed us. To be precise, he didn't so much follow us as lead the way with spatial teleportation. We quickly left the Imperial Palace, and together with Kono Lint, we moved to the National Cemetery under the cover of deep night. As it was night, the cemetery was naturally dark, and there would be no reason for visitors to be in this place at this late hour. So, while the vast grave were empty, there was a light shining in the chapel. The priests, administrators, and guards who resided there would still be around. Though they couldn't enter the Hall of Heroes, there was a tomb area designated for those who had distinguished themselves. We arrived at the outskirts of the cemetery, where the light and gazes from the chapel couldn't reach. What on earth could be happening? Kono Lint looked fearfully at Olivia, whose expression had grown cold and hard. I won't know until I see it with my own eyes. Olivia began scanning the tombstones in the darkness, one by one. These were the tombs of fallen warriors. Though she wouldn't recognize any names, Olivia gazed intently at each tombstone, passing them one by one. What are you looking for? Dates. Olivia replied succinctly to Harriet's question. Silently scanning the tombstones, Olivia soon stood before one particular grave. Perhaps she was looking for a tomb that had been buried more recently. We'll start the operation. Cover us. Are you sure? We're not doing anything on a large scale. Even if we wanted to get caught, it would be difficult with just one. Since we were about to undertake a task different from the original plan of a large-scale undead resurrection, concealment would be easy. There was no one coming and going, but it wouldn't hurt to be cautious. Harriet cast a series of concealment spells, including invisibility, and Olivia began pouring her corrupt divine power into the tombstone, her hand resting upon it. Kono Lint glanced at me with a fearful expression. Could it be that you think even these tombs might all be empty? If not only the hero tombs, but also the National Cemetery's warrior tombs were all empty. What would become of this situation, and how should we accept it? His lips trembled. I don't know. Nothing's certain until we check for ourselves. At my words, Kono Lint hung his head. How much time had passed? Whoosh. The flat, blue grass behind the tombstone began to stir. The stirring meant something was trying to emerge from the ground. Could this place be intact? The fact that something was resurrecting was evidence of that. Arg! Kono Lint's face turned pale, and he began to shiver. Gulp, gulp, swoosh. Soon the grass stirred, and a bony hand, all that remained of the body, pierced through the earth and revealed itself. The resurrection of the dead. To be precise, it was resurrection while still dead. Kono Lint turned his gaze away from the sight, while I watched the half-revived figure crawling out of the ground, its arm extended. Grew, and with a chilling moan, we soon saw the creature that had crawled out of the ground clearly. The corpse, buried and decaying in the soil, rose up, wrapped in the black aura of corruption. Some flesh still clung to it, making the sight even more horrifying. Kono Lint didn't dare look, and Harriet covered her mouth as if she were about to retch. Olivia gazed silently at the reanimated corpse. At least the corpses here are still here, right? It seems so. Olivia gave a vague response to Harriet's words. Olivia stared at the skeleton, its hollow eyes staring back at her. It was nothing more than a rotting body that had come back to life without a soul. We'll need to raise a few more to be sure. For a while, Olivia stared at the revived skeletons, and she briefly muttered. Instead of a large-scale ritual, Olivia revived the corpses one by one, as if she were stealing in the dead of night. In total, 5. Considering the size of the entire graveyard, it was a very small number. Say something, please. If you know, say you know. If you don't know, say you don't know. As Harriet mumbled anxiously, watching Olivia revive the corpses without saying a word and just staring at them blankly. The revived skeletons mindlessly followed us. Go back. Ignoring Harriet's words, Olivia briefly commanded. Grrrrrrrrr, and the skeletons began digging back into the ground from which they had emerged. Return everything to its original state. Make sure no one notices the disturbance. Ha! Do as I say. I'll explain soon. Having just revived them, Olivia sent the creatures back to their tombs. With a dubious expression, Harriet blankly watched as the creatures that had crawled out of the ground started digging to return to their grave. Harriet used telekinesis magic to bury the disturbed soil and grass and patched up the torn grass. Though it wasn't perfect, it was enough to deceive the eye to some extent. Finally, Olivia looked at me. I tried 5 warriors' tombs, but I couldn't create a single death knight. What could be the reason? Olivia said she had failed 5 times to create a death knight. This place is a graveyard for those who have achieved military accomplishments, especially warriors, not mages or others. There should have been at least 1 or 2 death knights, but all had failed. It seems like all the corpses have been switched. It was different from the royal mausoleum. There were corpses, but there was a possibility that someone else was buried instead of the tomb's owner. The undead Olivia had painstakingly raised returned to their tombs. She had brought them back to life, only to let them rest again. Every corpse I've revived has been buried after the gate incident and after the coalition army's departure. Olivia had been reviving corpses based on the date, not their names. These were buried relatively recently. According to Uncle Sarkigar, the coalition army mostly cremates corpses. However, the fact that these corpses were buried in the National Cemetery after the coalition army's departure means that they are very important people, important enough to transport them through the imperial capital and hold funerals instead of cremation. You understand the meaning, right? Yes, I understand. But it doesn't make sense that I couldn't create a death knight with even one of the 5 corpses buried in the warriors' tombs. These were the corpses of those who had established military accomplishments, important enough to be transporting through the imperial capital and buried, instead of being cremated. Their power in life must have been significant. It should have been optimal conditions for creating death knights, as the corpses had not been buried long. But to Olivia, they seemed subpar. Of course, it could happen with 1 or 2 corpses, but it had happened 5 times in a row. In conclusion, it's simple. In the National Cemetery, there's no corpse that can be turned into a death knight. Olivia coldly reached her conclusion. Is the Empire really creating death knights? Does the Empire also have someone who can wield the power of a necromancer, like you? At Kono Lint's words, Olivia shook her head. It's not necessary to assume they're death knights, but attempting to secure the corpses of those who possessed great power during their lifetime could suggest they're either creating something similar to death knights or conducting some sort of experiment. And even without Kyr's power, wouldn't it be possible to create undead with strength comparable to that of death knights? That's what dark magic is for, isn't it? Ah, the process may be different, but the result would be similar. Even without knowledge of the power of the Demon King, creating undead is possible. Dark magic and Kyr's power share similarities, after all. If we were to create Death Knights using the power of corrupted divine power, the Empire could create them using dark magic. As I said, they might not be Death Knights. They could be doing something different than actually creating undead. But the Empire cannot be uninvolved. This place, as well as the Royal Mausoleum, are all under the Empire's control, so hoping that it's the work of a third party rather than the Empire would be overly optimistic. Olivia concludes that the Empire is definitely involved in this situation, and I think so too. The Empire might be using the corpses of the deceased for creating undead, or for something even more sinister. What we're trying to do is no different than what the Empire has already done. It's pointless to argue whether it's evil or not. However, it is shocking. That means the act of repatriating corpses to the imperial capital is more likely a ceremonial act created to secretly use the bodies for other purposes. That's probably true. The process of honoring the dead and burying them in the imperial mausoleum is a cover-up. Other bodies are buried while the real corpses are used elsewhere. Sending the corpses to the imperial capital is already an excuse in and of itself. But we've never seen the Empire use an undead army, have we? Right. We've neither seen nor heard of such an army. Those were the words of Kono Lint and Harriet. They must be saving it for later, for when it's needed. Just as our alliance with the coalition forces would be noticeable, if the coalition forces began using a Death Knight army, it would undoubtedly cause chaos. It's an army that can't be used unless truly cornered. Olivia looks at me. If that were to happen, they'd have a plausible excuse. They could just say it's the Demon King's army, right? The Empire has too many things they can blame on you. That's true. Let's say the Empire really needs to deploy a Death Knight unit. They could just claim it's an unrelated Demon King's army, and that would be that. The coalition forces would panic. But it's better than admitting they're the ones controlling the Death Knight unit. As Olivia said, most people would simply accept the blame if the Empire blamed all the bad things happening in the world on me. The Empire is stockpiling power. The power they've stockpiled, even as they resurrect the corpses of fallen warriors, will only be unleashed in the direst of situations. Bertus chose the path of resurrecting the corpses of fallen heroes because he now has the excuse of the existence of the Demon King. It wasn't in the original work, of course. Back then, there was no convenient excuse of a new Demon King. Even if there had been, it wouldn't have been used until the very end. There's no reason or right to blame. If Bertus hadn't done it, we would have. However, Kono Lint could not close his mouth in shock, as the Empire was actually doing such a thing with their own hands. When we do evil deeds, it's no different when the Empire does the same. I can't believe it. For a while, he just mumbled blankly. Yes, at least if the Demon King, who is considered an enemy, were to do this, it would be somewhat understandable. But in this case, it's a betrayal. While calling those who died for humanity heroes, they're secretly raising the dead as an undead army in preparation for emergency situations. It doesn't matter if my case becomes known. I am the Demon King, and it's expected for a villain to create an army of the dead. In fact, I intended to do such a thing regardless of Bertus's wishes. When a villain does a villainous act, people ironically get angry, but ultimately accept it as human nature. I might be like that, but the Empire is not. However, if it becomes known that they're doing such a thing, the Empire will be torn apart. Bertus seems to be taking an excessively dangerous gamble. I couldn't help but say that. A gamble that is too dangerous, even if it is risky, but a gamble that must be taken. Now we can't reinforce the Death Knights. With a complicated expression, Harriet sighed. Raising dead heroes as an army is not a proper thing to do. It's fortunate that we didn't do it with our own hands, but it's clear that others are already doing it. So it's both fortunate and unfortunate. As Harriet said, we failed in reinforcing the Death Knights and were left with a very awkward suspicion. At Harriet's words, Olivia shrugged her shoulders. No, there's still one more place left. Huh, what's she talking about? What's left? There was one more place we intended to go. That's where we'll go. Olivia gently placed her hand on Kono Lint's shoulder. Lint, can you help us one last time? Yes, you'll help us, right? Yes, of course. Unfortunately, our Lint was not someone who could refuse such a request. Where are we going? In response to my question, Olivia squinted her eyes. If this is the Empire's doing, then places outside the Empire's influence should still be safe, right? Yes. Ah, no way. I didn't understand, but Harriet seemed to get the idea and was flabbergasted. The Tomb of the Saints. The Tomb of the Saints. Naturally, the tomb managed by the Holy Knight Order and the five great religions would be beyond the reach of the Empire's influence. In the case of someone like Charlotte, she must have thought that we would loot the Hall of Heroes, and even if Bertus had created Death Knights, he wouldn't have touched the royal family's remains. But the Tomb of the Saints. I can't mention it directly, but it's obvious what's there. Is it? Is it okay to do that? Olivia's stepfather, the former commander of the Holy Knight Order and the man who died by my hand. From my perspective, he died as a villain, but he is known to have honorably perished while fighting the Demon King. Surely, the tomb of Rivria Lands must be there as well. I couldn't fulfill my filial duty while he was alive, so I'll take this chance to do so. Olivia smiled brightly, and we were left bewildered in the face of that smile. Chapter 557, High-quality translations of foreign novels, Chinese novels, Korean novels, Japanese novels, AL, Squad for 18 minutes, Chapter 557. The Tomb of the Saints was located beneath the headquarters of the Holy Knights. Just like the majority of the allied forces, the Holy Knights and the five great religions had also dedicated all their resources to this war. Consequently, the Holy Knights' headquarters was operating with a minimum number of personnel. Naturally, there were no defenses like those found at the Imperial Palace or the temple at the Holy Knights' headquarters. Besides, I wasn't an undead, so it wasn't impossible for me to enter. Thus, compared to the Imperial Palace or the temple, infiltrating the Holy Knights' headquarters was relatively easier. The place we needed to go, the Tomb of the Saints, was bound to be an area with minimal human presence. Initially, the infiltration was already easy, but with Kono Lint accompanying us with a let's see this through to the end attitude, entering the Tomb of the Saints was practically effortless. Damn, I really don't know what's right anymore. When Kono Lint had to forcefully help us, he must have had doubts about whether it was the right thing to do. But now that he knew the Empire was doing something like this first, his judgment of good and evil seemed utterly meaningless. The one who does wrong first is the rightful owner of the deed. And so, Kono Lint ultimately decided to help us create a Death Knight in the Tomb of the Saints for the third time. It's not as grand as the Royal Mausoleum, but this place is still quite impressive. The Tomb of the Saints. Located beneath the Holy Knight's headquarters, the tomb was not as vast as the Royal Mausoleum, but it was still filled with a dignified and solemn atmosphere. The overall ambience was different from the Royal Mausoleum. On the giant walls of the tomb, the divine titles of the gods that the deceased saints had served were engraved at regular intervals. along with the names and brief histories of the deceased saints. It was almost like a memorial hall. The ashes of the deceased saints must be inside those walls. It felt like a columbarium with coffins instead of urns. The coffins within the walls were arranged in over 10 vertical layers. However, the spacing was quite wide, so the coffins at the very top were almost 7 meters high. The tombs of the great saints, however, were not on the walls but on the ground, with their tombstones erected and coffins buried behind them. The history of the Holy Knights is not very long, so there aren't many saintly ashes. Would there be more tombs in the Basilica of the Five Great Religions? Yes, but except for the Basilica of Als in the imperial capital, the rest of them have likely been destroyed, so it's pointless. The Holy Knights were created for the Great Demon War, and their history wasn't very long. Thus, there were more saintly ashes in the other basilicas. Still, as the history is short, most of the saints admitted to the tomb were chosen for their military achievements, not their theological accomplishments. So, we can probably secure more Death Knights from here. I don't think we need to go to the Basilica of Als. Those who died in the Great Demon War, those who died due to the Gate incidents. In the end, their achievements were based on their combat, so most of the Holy Knight saints would be priests or paladins. Although the absolute number of saints was small, their ashes would be true to the purpose of creating Death Knights. Make sure you block the entrance well. It'll be a headache if someone comes in and sees us. Yes, at the massive entrance to the underground tomb, Harriet takes on the role of guarding the door. Reinhardt, can you check? It'll be troublesome if there's no corpse this time either. Yes. I head towards the shared wall and place my hand on the entrance to the sealed stone coffin. The stone coffin has no handle because there's no reason to open it once it's been pushed into the wall. If there's no corpse this time, the problem becomes much more complicated. Grrrr. Thud. I break the stone coffin embedded in the wall with my bare hands and check inside. It's here. Good, that means the Holy Knights have never participated in this undead game. It was quite strange that no one was surprised by me breaking the stone wall with my bare hands. Kono Lint was no exception. Anyway, the moment it was confirmed that the Empire was the cause of the disappearing corpses, it was clear that the Allied forces were not involved. Otherwise, the tombs of the saints would be empty. What's happening now is the Empire's unilateral action. In the end, we confirmed that the corpse was still intact this time. Clang! Olivia stands in the center and plunges the demon sword Tiamata into the ground. All right, let's really get started. Woo-woo-wong. The power of corruption begins to seep out from the demon sword. There will be no failure this time. Olivia had said from the beginning that it wouldn't take long. It only took a while because we didn't know that there were no corpses in the royal tomb. Still, it was not something that could be done in a short amount of time. About 30 minutes after Olivia began the ritual, thump thump, a heavy, pounding sound, as if something was striking the wall, could be heard. Ah, ah, Kono Lynch shudders and slowly clings to me. Yeah, it was a moment that would make anyone nervous. As if something was starting this time, strange vibrations continued from the wall of the saint's tomb. A sound like something was hitting it. Thud, thud, grey dust mixed with stone powder rises from the wall, and the vibrations are felt even on the shared ceiling. The stone statues and symbols of the gods tremble. Thump, thump. The vibrations from the wall begin to intensify. The slow tremors gradually become faster. Thump, 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 crack. And the stone coffin embedded in the wall, the square tombstone, and the lid simultaneously begin to crack. Bang! With a burst of dust and dirt, a lid flies off, and something crawls out from the wall. The bones of the saint, who had been resting in peace while embedded in the wall, emerge. Grrrr, with pitch-black darkness oozing from its hollow eye sockets and all over its body, the bones squeeze out of the narrow room and fall to the ground. Thump! The body, which was nothing more than bones, crashes to the ground and slowly gets up. One corpse has been resurrected, and the skeletal saint, with black energy flowing from its body, stands still. Grrrr, the skeleton, growling in a strange voice, wakes up and slowly walks towards Olivia. The pitch-black energy flowing from its body soon becomes a cloak of darkness, covering the skeleton from head to toe. A skeleton clad in darkness, the most powerful undead. The resurrected saint, now a death knight, kneels before Olivia. Good. Thump, thump, thump. Like a bird trying to break out of its egg, the sound of beings awakening from slumber and striking the stone coffins filled the tomb. The ritual took an hour and a half to complete, 75 in total. Now, 75 Death Knights had been resurrected. There were certainly some that didn't rise. However, the corrupted bones of the saints who had become Death Knights were clearly before our eyes. The underground tomb was hazy with the stone dust rising from the shattered coffins. Thanks to Harriet's noise cancelling, no priests had detected the disturbance and come to investigate. There was no intention of restoring anything. After all, we were to leave this place and never return. The Holy Knights would surely be furious when they discovered that nearly half of the saints' tombs had been destroyed. But it was none of our concern, since we had already achieved our goal. This wouldn't be enough. But securing a sufficient number of Death Knights was impossible from the start. In this war, a sufficient number of forces was an unreachable figure to begin with. Death Knights essentially took the form of skeletons. Scars from their lives, or missing parts, had been reconstructed by the power of corruption. GRRRRRR Death Knights, emitting strange low rumblings, had no sense of self from their previous lives. They were merely empty shells. Olivia approached one of the numerous Death Knights. We all watched the scene in silence. One of the 75 Death Knights. Behind it was the tomb of Rivria Lands. Olivia placed her hand on the cheekbone of the Death Knight, which was dripping with the dark energy of corruption. "You've suffered a lot." We looked on, appalled, as the corners of Olivia's mouth twisted into a creepy smile. The Death Knight, being nothing but a shell, was not Rivria Lands. It was merely what had once been Rivria Lands. The one who had been close to immortal met his end by my hand, pierced by the demonic sword Tiamata. And now he had been brought back from death by his daughter's demonic sword Tiamata. Olivia, wearing a sinister smile, stared intently at the dark, smoky tears streaming from the empty eye sockets of the Death Knight. When she had said that we needed more Death Knights, it was clear that Olivia had intended to resurrect Rivria Lands. The resurrected Death Knights melded into the smoke and were absorbed into the demonic sword, and we escaped the Saint's tomb. Is this the end? It seems like we could go to the Basilica of Owls, but I don't think there's much meaning to it. There will only be ancient, useless bones. As if there was no need to do more work just to secure one or two more Death Knights, Olivia shook her head at Kono Lint's question. Our business in the Imperial capital was finished. Can we leave now? How about it? Shall I take you to the Allied forces camp? No, I can find my way back on my own. He had been forced to help with something that he would never have experienced in his life, being entangled with the Demon King people. However, Kono Lint carried a larger doubt than witnessing the grotesque process of creating Death Knights. The suspicion that the Empire itself might be doing something like this, or even worse. Everything had become unclear. Just so you know, don't try to dig too deep into this matter. It seemed that I had hit the mark, as Kono Lint couldn't respond to my words. Even if your abilities are optimized for infiltration, there's no need to take unnecessary risks. And besides, there's nothing you can do about it even if you find out. You're right. This was the kind of matter that should not be known. If he tried to figure out what was happening on his own and got caught by the Empire, even stranger things might occur. Anyway, you've worked hard. If it weren't for Kono Lint, things would have been much more complicated, but they progressed smoothly and quickly. It was fortunate that everything ended swiftly and neatly without any conflicts with the wrong people. Kono Lint remained silent for a moment, then cautiously opened his mouth. It seemed like he was debating whether to say it or not, but finally decided to share the story. Do you know about the kids in our class? I have a rough idea. The people who died in this battle and the injured Ludwig. Although it was like informing me that he was scouting the Allied forces, there was no reason to pretend I didn't know. I would have known that he was gathering information on the Allied forces from the beginning. Seeing that sorrow, Kono Lint might have thought that he had to prevent someone else from dying in this war, even if it meant relying on an unjust power. But was it right to use the deaths of those killed in the war? It would be complicated to determine if the Empire itself should be doing this. To prevent someone's death, they created Death Knights, but they also turned someone who was already dead into a Death Knight. It's enough that you know. Kono Lint didn't speak explicitly about that sadness and regret. We didn't really have a conversation either. It was simply a sad, horrible, and cruel topic. Now it was time to go back. However, Kono Lint didn't leave, and his complexion paled as if he realized something while looking at me. Hey, but you. It seems like you'll keep calling me like this whenever you need me. Is that my imagination? You know it well. Why, I hate this. I'm with the Allied forces. Weren't you already on our side? You're already an accomplice. There's no way out. At my forceful statement, his complexion grew even paler. Get lost. I won't help you anymore, even if someone asks me to. I won't fall for it again. Pop. Kono Lint disappeared with a resentful expression, teleporting away. With his abilities, he could quickly travel from here to the far-off Allied forces base. If Kono Lint loses his humanity, it will be all my fault. Will we need Lint again next time? Harriet tilts her head. Well, I don't know. But I'm sure he'll fall for the same pattern again. Definitely. Come on, no way. He'll suspect that it's just Uncle Sarkigar. Olivia tilted her head, as if to say that Kono Lint couldn't be that foolish. Really? I think he'll follow us even if he knows it's Sarkigar. Ah, seeing how resigned he was, he might follow us later, thinking that it wouldn't be so bad if he could become a pretty girl. He might be getting used to the idea that it might not be so bad after all since he's been fooled so many times. I'm sorry, Lint. It seems like I've ruined you. By the way, wouldn't it be good to check what's happening in the Empire? True. Although it might not be dangerous for us, we should still know what they're up to. Harriet and Olivia's opinions were reasonable. Although I told Kono Lint not to investigate on his own, our situation was a bit different. We don't necessarily need to interfere in the Empire's affairs, nor do we intend to. However, we need to know what they're doing. We'll find out eventually. With Sarkigar and me present, we will gather information and find out what they're up to. As early as tomorrow, the headquarters of the Holy Knights Order will be in chaos. Our work in the Imperial capital is finished. Speaking of which, I had a thought. When Olivia tried to secure a Death Knight from the tomb in the basement of the Holy Knights Order's headquarters, I thought of a potential location. Wouldn't there be a cemetery or something similar in the Demon King's castle? The very Demon King's castle. Like the Imperial Palace, wouldn't there be a tomb or something similar for past heroes or high-ranking demons in the Demon King's castle? Why are you asking us? Oh right, you don't have any memories. Harriet reacted as if wondering why the Demon King would ask us about it. It's worth checking out. But Reinhardt, you accused me of doing strange things, yet you're thinking the same way, aren't you? Right. When I think about it, Olivia revived her foster father as a Death Knight. But I'm even worse, aren't I? What if I resurrect the ancient demon kings as undead, using them for my own purposes? I had such a despicable thought. We headed to the Demon King's castle in Darkland for the last time. However, there was no tomb for the past demon kings in the Demon King's castle. Whether there had been tombs that were already destroyed, or if there were no tombs at all from the beginning, we couldn't tell. Fortunately or unfortunately, in the end, we couldn't secure a Death Knight from the Demon King's castle. Chapter 558, high-quality translations of foreign novels, Chinese novels, Korean novels, Japanese novels, AL Squad for T-18 minutes, Chapter 558. Although we had harbored some expectations for our journey to the Demon King's castle, we ultimately returned empty-handed. However, we managed to secure 75 Death Knights, which, according to Olivia, are of the highest quality. These Death Knights are far more powerful than the ones we had previously encountered. Though they may not be the war heroes of the Empire, the heroes of the Knight Order who were promoted to become saints should not be underestimated. After returning to Edna, we shared the results of our operation with the Elders' Council and other relevant parties. The tombs were empty. Well, not all of them, but it seemed that most of the tombs in the Hall of Heroes were empty. Naturally, Charlotte's reaction was the most horrified. Upon hearing that the Empire appeared to be doing the very thing we intended to do, Charlotte could not close her gaping mouth. What on earth are they planning? They'll probably use that force when they reach their limit. We can't know when that will be. It's an incredibly powerful army, but using it would undoubtedly have significant side effects. Unless faced with a truly desperate situation, Bertus would not deploy that army. Ideally, it would be best if that force never had to be used. A cornered rat will bite a cat, and cornered humanity will do whatever it takes, even if it means spitting on the ethics and morals established thus far. In order to survive, one must be willing to do anything, and this is just one example of that. I had expected it to take several days, but surprisingly, everything was wrapped up in just one day. This was partly due to unforeseen circumstances, and also thanks to Kono Lint's assistance. After sharing the situation, Harriet, Olivia, and I had a late dinner together. Harriet quickly finished her meal and left to visit Lucinil, saying she would learn about soul manipulation techniques from her over the winter. Sis, you should go rest too. I don't get to do this often, so I want to stay with you a bit longer. Is that okay? Olivia tilted her head cutely, asking if it was okay. Even when she was blatantly acting cute, she still looked adorable. As much as I thought I would get used to this behavior, I never really did. Well, all right. Shall we go up there, to that place you often visit? I had planned on taking a walk, but Olivia seemed to have a specific place in mind. Olivia and I climbed to the top of the tower with warm tea in our cups. From this place, I often looked down at Edna. When I had nothing better to do, I would spend my time here, lost in thought. Of course, such occasions were rare. Whoosh! As it was winter and we were up high, a cold wind blew at the top of the tower. Wow, it's chilly. We weren't greatly affected by the cold, but it was still inescapable. Olivia took a sip of her tea and shivered. It would be so pretty if it snowed, right? Olivia gazed down at the landscape of Lazak in the winter night, making that comment. People would only struggle more in the snow. Wouldn't it be better if it didn't snow? Maybe so. If it snowed, people would suffer even more due to the frozen ground. Olivia gazes at me with a subtle glance. Why? No, it's just that I find it interesting you'd think that way. I suppose so. Instead of thinking about how beautiful the scenery would become when it snows, I ponder how people's lives would change when snow falls. At some point, did I lose my sense of appreciation and only think about practical matters? I'm not fit to be a king, and I have indeed abandoned that role. But I cannot help my transformed mindset. You were originally an archdemon, so maybe it's natural for you to think that way. Maybe. It's strange. Olivia sits beside me, resting her head on my shoulder. Looking back on it, you hid so much during your time in the temple. I'm sorry. I'm not saying this to receive an apology. I'm just saying it was like that. Back then, everything was a lie. Those lies shaped the situation and relationships, and they created this world. I feel like the you from the temple days is the real you. This Reinhardt, who became the Demon King, somehow feels fake. Olivia looks up at me with a faint gaze. There are no secrets now, but you, who have lost all secrets, feel even more like a fake. Whatever, as if you're trying to force it somehow. As if you're trying to wear clothes that don't fit you. That's how it seems. You're the Demon King, so this should be your true nature. I don't know. I think you would have been better off just being Reinhardt. Bad-tempered, rough-spoken, violent, but when someone asks for help, even if you scowl, you eventually end up helping anyone. I think that Reinhardt is your true self. I think living like that, just going on without any problems, would have been better, like now. Only thinking about the pain and trying to endure it. You seem sad. The essence of being the Demon King. It seemed Olivia knew that it didn't suit me at all. I wore a mask in the temple, and my current appearance should be my true self. In a way, Olivia's words were right. Everything during my time with a false name should be fake, and everything now, with my true name, should be real. But my real self was in the temple, and this current appearance is just a fake, forcibly imitating something else. I can't be the Demon King, nor a king. But I have to be, so I'm forcing myself to do it. It was exactly what I usually thought. Everything is burdensome because I'm trying to force myself into clothes that don't fit. I wasn't entirely thoughtless, but myself in the temple was closer to my true self. That might be true. At my simple reply, Olivia giggles. Did I seem really crazy today? ... It's a problem that you don't think you are usually. What? Olivia narrows her eyes in a challenging way. No, you're right. You're always crazy. Not knowing that is even stranger. That's even crazier. And the fact that I even suggested going to the Demon King's castle makes me a madman too. You're only harsh to me. You're not like that with the brat, Charlotte, Ellen even more so. You know you're always admiring them, tolerating them, and forgiving them, while only treating me like this. It hurts my feelings, you know. Want me to tell you everything that's piled up till now? Go on, tell me you want it. I'm sorry. But do you know that? Olivia suddenly wraps her arms around my waist. You know, I don't actually mind it that much. Why? Why is that? Because I think you're the most comfortable around me, and honestly, I kind of like that. I accept that her slight roughness comes from her being closer to me. It might not be true, but thinking that way makes me feel a little better. What kind of rhythm should I follow? I can't figure out what to say as her expression shifts from sullen to cheerful to gloomy. I'm trying, trying not to be upset. I have a lot to apologize to Olivia for. Even though she has plenty of reasons to be upset, she still tries not to be. Olivia once said that even if the whole world abandoned me, she would stand by my side, and she has kept her word. Though the whole world hasn't abandoned me, the fact that Olivia is my eternal ally hasn't changed. Actually, it's kind of weird for me to be upset after you've saved my life so many times, isn't it? But I've saved you too, haven't I? That's a separate matter. Isn't that something you say in the opposite situation? When my identity as the Demon King was discovered, Olivia used her status and influence to cause a commotion and try to save me. And it undoubtedly had an effect. Of course, there were various incidents that led Olivia to realize I was the Demon King. The lingering question of why the Demon King killed Rivria Lands and facilitated her own escape. Once that was resolved, it was inevitable that she would trust me more after learning I was the Demon King. In Ellen and Charlotte's case, it was a situation where they could only feel betrayed, while Olivia was the opposite. Actually, the fact that you couldn't attend the Miss Temple contest because of me, looking back on it now, it was a rather pleasant incident. No, your life was at stake. How could I attend the Miss Temple contest in such a situation? In the end, I couldn't see Ellen in a dress, but the gravity of the situation was incomparable. Even if I went back to that time, I wouldn't have been able to attend the Miss Temple contest, since I would have chosen to save Olivia and Adriana. Anyway, you came to me. That's what's important. Olivia tightens her embrace around my waist. Looking back, you couldn't have defeated my stepfather at that time, right? Reinhardt, you didn't have any hidden strength or anything like that. That's right. People on my side naturally know that I didn't have any hidden strength in the temple. I was genuinely powerless. Most of the power and skills I've gained were indeed cultivated at the temple. Olivia has never actually seen me fight. How did you win? I used the demon sword. He was not only unharmed by the storm of fire and lightning, but he was also a monster that regenerated even when his heart was pierced. If I hadn't used the demon sword Tiamata, there would have been no way to kill Rivria Lands. Even if you used that, it wouldn't have been enough to beat him. That's also true. I should not have been able to defeat Rivria Lands. Of course, there were many factors and assistants that contributed to my victory, and it wasn't just me fighting alone. But even with the demonic sword in my hand, Rivria Lands was an enemy I should not have been able to face. Well, it all worked out somehow, didn't it? Somehow, it had all come together like this. There was nothing more to say. In the end, I went to face an enemy I should not have been able to face, and I won. It was reckless, but I somehow managed. I risked my life to save Olivia and Adriana. At my words, Olivia sighed deeply. You're a strange one, like you're one to talk. Fine, you did something for me, so I'll put up with your annoying behavior. Saying it was all because I saved her, Olivia hugged me even tighter. The topic of Rivria Lands shouldn't come up between the two of us. After all, I killed Olivia's stepfather. But the situation was rather peculiar. Olivia had no choice but to hate her stepfather. She even went so far as to resurrect his own corpse as a death knight. No matter how I think about it, you and your stepfather have some bad karma. Right. Well, looking back, that guy messed with me from the beginning to the end. It's almost a wonder, isn't it? Rivria Lands, the Holy Knight Commander. He was demoted from his position because of the truth I uncovered. Then he tried to use Olivia as a puppet for his 1,000-year empire and died by my hand. Now, he had risen as a death knight and had to fight for us. What a twisted fate. At this point, even if Rivria Lands came back from the dead and put a knife to my throat, I wouldn't have anything to say. I'm not only responsible for ruining his life, but also for using him even in death. But it's absurd that all this would have never happened if you hadn't messed with me. Isn't that so? My entanglement with Rivria Lands was all because of Olivia. I saved her twice, and once at her request, a ridiculous and eerie connection. Rivria Lands was, of course, not a good father. If he had been, he would not have died by my hand in the first place, and Olivia would not have turned him into a death knight. Being forced to be a good child and to live up to expectations was Olivia's life. She lived a life where sacrificing herself for others was taken for granted. Of course, Olivia is no longer such a person. The person who was once called the Saint of Iridian has become twisted through various events. She's become selfish, violent, foul-mouthed, and even suggests committing horrible acts without any hesitation. My father wanted a 1,000-year empire. You know, he did. He wanted to make the Holy Knights the core force and completely separate the Church's power from the empire. I didn't want any part of that. It was disgusting. I lost interest in gods and all that, so why did he try to force that on me? Olivia gazed down at the landscape of Lazak quietly. But ironically, after my father died and the world started to fall apart, I ended up becoming the leader of the United Holy Church, which combines the beliefs of the 5 great religions and the demon god cult. I find it strange sometimes that I now willingly do what I once refused, when my father tried to force it upon me. Do you dislike doing it? I'm not sure if I dislike it, but I don't particularly enjoy it either. Olivia looks at me. It's similar to you playing the part of the Demon King. I don't like it, but I do it because I have to. It's not forced upon me. Both Olivia and I are doing things we don't particularly want to do, but we have to. It's like trying to force oneself into clothes that don't fit. Sometimes, I think that at this rate, we might end up going to war with the Empire, either destroying or absorbing the 5 great religions, and becoming the ruler of the 5 great religions. What do you think? It wouldn't be called the 1,000-year Empire, but it was what Rivria Lands wished for Olivia. Somehow, Olivia was getting closer to that goal. Would it really be possible to establish a new faith in this land? Olivia Lands, who would rule over it all. It wasn't impossible for Olivia to become something like the first holy emperor of that world. I wonder how happy my father would have been if he were alive to see this, Olivia says. It was a terrible joke, not a single bit of sincerity in it. Please stop talking nonsense. Why, isn't it a common story for someone to not understand their parents' intentions and disobey them while they're alive, but come to their senses after their parents have passed away? Exactly, so please stop. No matter what, my sister is definitely not a filial daughter. Even if Rivria Lands was a garbage-like father, that doesn't mean my sister becomes a filial daughter. If anything, she's worse now. Anyway, Olivia wraps her arm around mine. It's cold. As she said, the wind was chilly. The 12th month. It would only get colder. No matter how much our strength was enhanced, it could never be enough. But we had completed the first phase of our power enhancement, and we began to solidify our foundations in preparation for the next advance of the Allied forces. Olivia seemed to be considering ways to strengthen the already created Death Knights or permanently turn monsters into undead with the Holy Order's priests and knights. Charlotte was still handling administrative affairs and focusing on the management of Edna's government. Harriet continued her usual magical research, sometimes alone and sometimes with Lucinil. And if I wasn't doing dream training with Airy, I had nothing else to do in Edna. Charlotte already knew more about Edna than I did and had become my perfect superior, so I thought I might be a hindrance if I stayed. That's why I arrived at the Allied Forces base to undertake my next task. Meow, a black cat. To see for myself what had changed and how, to understand the current state of affairs. I'm going to verify it with my own eyes. Chapter 559, high-quality translations of foreign novels, Chinese novels, Korean novels, Japanese novels, AL Squad 13 minutes, 17 minutes, Chapter 559. Though it would be possible to stay in the form of a kitten forever, that would be unnatural. The onlookers couldn't help but wonder why this creature never seemed to grow, so every time it appeared, it had grown a little bit. It's alive, this little one. The guards stationed at the Royal-class garrison had grown familiar with the kitten. Quite a clever one, hiding and following us around like that. Indeed, this charade couldn't continue until the end of the war. As the guards had pointed out, this army wasn't stationed in a fixed location, and the battles with countless casualties continued. A cat that somehow survived and reappeared was quite a suspicious existence. Quite some time had passed since the end of the Sarandia occupation battle. Naturally, the atmosphere at the Royal-class garrison was still subdued. 3 had died in the last battle, and with the Royal class being few in number, the empty spaces left by the deceased were significant. Delphine Izzard. Like Ludwig, she was a kind and good-hearted person. According to Sarkigar's report, both Scarlet and Ludwig were in danger, and Delphine died trying to save them. Any death would be regrettable, but Delphine's death was particularly devastating. After all, she was the most described character in the original work. Elemental magic is very powerful, but in an instant, one could lose their life. and this situation made it all too real that there were no exceptions. Even if I had foreseen my future death after the battle with Ellen, if I let go and waited for death in the next battle, I would die. Changing the future is easy. It's just difficult to change it to the desired future. I had to check on Ellen's condition, but for now, I planned to wander around the Royal Class garrison. The first classmate I encountered in the garrison was Cliffman. Within the royal class, there were those who were obsessed with the cat and those who weren't. Ludwig, Cliffman, and Redinna were among those who showed no interest. To be precise, they belonged to the group that ignored the cat, as if they had no room in their hearts or minds to care for such a small creature. But now Cliffman stared at the cat he had ignored all this time. "You're alive." He then gently bowed his head and stroked my head once. His gesture, seemingly relieved, felt loaded with meaning. He then left without saying anything else. He didn't seem to think that more important people should have survived instead of such a small creature. As a cat, I tend to engage in dual thinking. I'm not the cat. I'm just borrowing its form. So when someone strokes me, I think they're stroking the cat, not me. If I don't think like that, I won't be able to stand people touching me all the time. I try to think that I'm just borrowing the cat's form and that the cuteness belongs to the cat, not me. Of course, dual thinking, as it is, amounts to nothing more than sophistry. I just feel like I go insane from self-loathing if I don't think that way. As Kono Lint put it, I must be a pervert. Seeing the beast transform like this, it's truly a bizarre pervert even among perverts. Naturally, not everyone stationed at the royal class is a former classmate of mine. There are seniors and juniors as well. Although the atmosphere is somewhat gloomy, they seemed happy to see me, the cat, after such a long time. Honestly, when I'm in cat form, the most troublesome thing isn't being stroked by someone or having my paws touched constantly. "Are you hungry? Eat this." They keep trying to feed me something. I'm not really a beast, you know. I don't particularly want to eat something like warm milk. Do you have any idea how humiliating it is to stick my head into a plate and eat like that? Real cats probably don't think about that, but I do. "Aren't you hungry?" Meow. Moreover, there are those who offer me their leftovers from the dining tent. It's annoying. I've had to close my eyes and eat it a few times, fearing that if I refuse, they might say I'm a wild animal with a refined palate. It's a struggle having to act like a beast when transformed into one. Amidst the overall gloomy atmosphere, I wandered around the royal class garrison. "Are you resting? You never know when we'll need it. We should charge it up as much as possible. We haven't even filled half of it yet." "What's the hurry? We're going to be here until winter ends anyway." In the distance, I could see Redinna and Care arguing. What was different now was that the situation seemed reversed somehow. I had seen Redinna always nagging Care about charging the Arc Crystal, and I knew their relationship was quite bad. "There are still monsters out there. You were the one who said we should always keep it charged since we don't know when we'll need it." "No, I mean, how many times do I have to say I was wrong? Why do you have to be like that? I admit I made a mistake. How many times do I have to tell you that this isn't because you did something wrong to me? Why can't you understand?" I know, but there's no need to rush like that. Why can't you understand me either?" However, now the situation was odd, with Redinna trying to stop Kea from doing his task. "I can handle it, you know. It's not always too much. Just leave me alone." "Ah!" In the end, Redinna, with tearful red eyes, started crying, and Kea left her alone, walking off somewhere. "That bastard is at it again." As I turned my head at the sound coming from the side, Kono Lint was standing there with his arms crossed, clicking his tongue. He looked down at me and then picked me up. "Where have you been hiding all this time? This isn't something you say to Reinhardt, is it? He probably hasn't realized that I can transform into a beast, right? Even if he did, honestly, it wouldn't make much of a difference. The only change would be Reinhardt, the perverted demon king, becoming Reinhardt, the crazy perverted demon king." Kono Lint stared at me intently, as if he was thinking about something. "You're an idiot, right? A total idiot." He muttered something inexplicable and then put me down. After walking alone for a while, he looked back at me. Meow. I tilted my head in response. "Ugh." The rascal hesitated once more and then left, as it seemed like he had some sense, but in the end he didn't. He was a fool after all. Of course, there were those who paid attention to the cat, but it wasn't like it used to be. There were people who were relieved that this small creature was still alive, but inevitably they could only imagine those who had disappeared with such thoughts. The royal class garrison wasn't just barracks and dining halls, of course. Khan, can we try it one more time? Yes. I watched Ludwig picking up the fallen sword at the outdoor training ground of the royal class garrison. His opponent was Scarlet. With an awkward smile, Ludwig grabbed the sword with his left hand and took his stance. Sorry, I'm not used to this. Ludwig was practicing with a left-handed sword. I didn't think he'd give up easily, but was he trying to find a breakthrough in a situation where he only had his left arm? Scarlet looked at Ludwig with a tearful expression. Ludwig, I can help you as much as you need. I can do more, but even with only one arm, I can still use magic body strengthening. Ludwig wasn't wrong. In that state, he would still have combat abilities far beyond an ordinary soldier. Losing an arm didn't change the fact that he was a superhuman. But due to Munchen, Delphin Izzard had also become a superhuman. And yet, Delphin had died. In a battle where anyone could die, Ludwig would likely die with a high probability in that state. It was no different from a suicide attempt. Ludwig, I'll fight for both of us. It's because of me. It's because of me that you're like this. Delphin, too. No, it's not. As Scarlet was about to burst into tears, Ludwig firmly shook his head. No, it's not your fault. It's my fault. It's all because I was weak. It was an odd statement. If Delphin's death wasn't Scarlet's fault, then it shouldn't be Ludwig's fault either. But Ludwig was blaming everything on himself. A pathological level of self-loathing. Had Ludwig succumbed to it as well? I'm sorry. I didn't think about how this would be a burden on you, Scarlet. I'm sorry. No, it's not. It's okay. I'll do it alone. It's not like I need swordsmanship for this kind of fight anyway. It's not about skill when it comes to killing monsters. Saying that being able to wield a weapon with his left hand was more important than needing skill. Ludwig, holding his sword with his left hand, began to practice magic body strengthening alone. Scarlet had offered to help, but Ludwig had refused, saying it would be better for her to focus on her personal training. In the end, Scarlet left the training ground, wiping tears from the corners of her eyes. Responsibility. Guilt. It was heartbreaking and pitiful to see those who shared such feelings from afar. Ludwig wasn't the only one on the training ground. There were many other people, both seniors and juniors, who were practicing duels, magic body strengthening, and other things, all diligently working on their tasks. I sat in a corner of the training ground watching Ludwig. Hup! Quoom. Not only the sword in his left hand, but also his kicks and heavy blows were part of his training. The training of the superhumans was no ordinary affair, and the straw dummies they practiced on were not ordinary either. These special dummies were designed to withstand powerful blows and physical force. Thud, bang, collapse. However, it seemed as though Ludwig couldn't properly maintain his balance, as he stumbled and fell, trying to swing his sword only to have it bounce back and hit him in the head. Ludwig was right-handed, but ultimately, swords are often used with both hands, especially in battles against monsters. Having lost his dominant hand, he could no longer use two-handed sword techniques. Losing an arm is not a trivial matter. It's not just that he lost half his combat ability, but most of it. In essence, Ludwig had lost almost everything, but he continued to struggle with just his left hand, using what remained of his abilities. Bang! A loud noise echoed. The noise did not only come from the dummy Ludwig was hitting. However, his seniors looked at Ludwig with a slightly bored expression. Despite sustaining injuries severe enough to be crippled, Ludwig's persistence, while covered in cold sweat, must have been chilling to witness. Ludwig was fundamentally diligent. This had been evident from the beginning of his enrollment. But could one call it diligence when he lost an arm and continued to strike the dummy in an effort to fight more? This was not diligence, but madness. Ludwig was a superhuman, surpassing ordinary human limitations. But in the end, he was like a cart with one wheel missing. Bang! Ka! He kept falling, unable to maintain balance, and his swordsmanship was understandably abysmal. Someone's desperate efforts might inspire admiration, but Ludwig's plight was nothing but despairing. He was attempting the impossible. Even without an arm, one could fight. If one had no legs, they could fight with prosthetics. But if one's opponents were not humans, but monsters, lacking even one component while fighting in the best possible condition would inevitably lead to death. If Ludwig had been a mage or a supernatural, perhaps things would be different. However, fighting with just one arm was essentially seeking a place to die. So, the seniors, juniors, and classmates alike couldn't help but be disheartened by Ludwig's condition. Currently, the Allied forces were reviving the dead as Death Knights, but this didn't mean that Ludwig absolutely had to fight. That was just an obsession. The obsession to try and do something, anything more. It was simply succumbing to evil. Ludwig didn't scream in pain or throw his sword away. He didn't kneel and cry out, asking why things weren't going well, nor did he curse the world. Bang, thwack, crash. He lost balance and fell, picked up the weapon that had bounced away, and despite his attacks lacking proper force, he ceaselessly struck the dummy. As if there were no shaking, despair, or pain, he just relentlessly and pathetically beat the dummy. Never giving up was Ludwig's characteristic, a trait I had assigned him. But I couldn't help but feel disturbed by Ludwig's refusal to give up, even in situations where he should have. At this point, he should give up. He will die in the next battle. Ludwig thought that the world would grant him what he desired, but it took his arm instead. Ludwig was no longer the protagonist. Therefore, there should be no next time, and he should give up now. But he doesn't. I would rather have Ludwig give up and fade into the background of the story. I hope he doesn't rush towards an obvious death. But it seemed that nothing could stop Ludwig. That obsession bordering on madness, that longing that compelled him to do something, it seemed unstoppable. There are times when humans must give up. I realized just how inhuman Ludwig's trait of never giving up was as I saw it with my own eyes. Ludwig's figure wasn't sublime. It was despairingly wretched. As the sun began to set and the disheartened seniors and juniors gradually left, someone approached the sweat-drenched Ludwig, still in the training field on this cold day. Ludwig, yes, stop it now. I don't know how many days it's been, but you can't fight anymore. Cliffman, with a serious, stern expression, stood in front of Ludwig with his sword still sheathed. Go back to the imperial capital. With your accomplishments so far, that's more than enough. Ludwig shook his head at Cliffman's words. No, I can still do more. No, you can't. It seemed that Cliffman couldn't bear to watch Ludwig's pitiful state any longer and had come to intervene. If you don't understand why you can't, I'll show you now. As if to invite Ludwig to attack, Cliffman assumed a stance, facing Ludwig, who was wrapped in blue mana. Ludwig quietly nodded as he looked at Cliffman. Or asking for a duel, then you should use magic body strengthening too. I don't need it. Cliffman was unarmed. It's not necessary to deal with a cripple like you. It seemed that Cliffman would rather make Ludwig realize reality and disappear from the battlefield than watch him rush toward an obvious death. Chapter 560. Ludwig did not react with anger or rage at Cliffman's comment about his disability. He was not that kind of person to begin with. Instead, he remained devoted to the duel. Thunk, bam, crack. It was painful to watch. Cliffman truly faced Ludwig without magic body strengthening. Ludwig was wrapped in a blue aura of magical energy, but he couldn't even touch Cliffman properly. Having only one arm, his superhuman agility and strength proved to be obstacles for Ludwig. For starters, he couldn't charge properly. His balance was off, and even running seemed awkward. Cliffman, without any weapons, used Ludwig's strength against him, knocking him down or tripping him up by sweeping his legs. He ruthlessly attacked Ludwig's empty right side, only targeting his weak points. Even without magic body strengthening, Cliffman toyed with Ludwig. Ludwig's left-handed sword could not touch any part of Cliffman. Rather, the sword itself seemed to be a penalty for Ludwig, as Cliffman used the trajectory of Ludwig's sword against him, either grabbing the blade or kicking it away while suppressing Ludwig. Using a weapon was turning into a weakness. You were already strong, but it seems like you've gotten even stronger. Ludwig got up, leaning on his left arm and offering an awkward smile. Cliffman neither laughed nor showed anger. You know that's not true. It's you who's gotten weaker, pathetically so. Ludwig couldn't respond to Cliffman's brutal assessment. If Ludwig were in his original state, even without magic body strengthening, Cliffman wouldn't have been able to dominate him like this. There are people who have trained with only their left or right hand, becoming masters in the use of weapons. It's not impossible. There have been one-armed swordsmen, even among the master class. Cliffman spoke. But you only have 2 months at most, maybe 3. It's impossible for you to reach that level in such a short time. It's just not feasible. He needed to adapt to his changed body and the altered way of fighting. Perhaps after 20 years like this, Ludwig could become a master class capable of slaughtering monsters with a single hand. But time was against him. Thinking he could become skilled enough to fight like this in just 2 months was not only arrogant and conceited, but also the delusion of an overly optimistic fool. I have to do something. I can't give up like this. Even if I die, if I can save at least one person because of me. Seems to me like Delphin wouldn't have died if it weren't for you, right? At Cliffman's harsh words, Ludwig's eyes widened. When did the socially inept Cliffman become someone who could say such cruel things? Too many deaths had changed them all. Cliffman was no exception. If I say Delphin died trying to save you while you were overexerting yourself for Scarlet, is that rude? It's not rude. It's the truth. Ludwig nodded calmly at Cliffman's harsh words. No one would have thought about Cliffman's words more than Ludwig himself. That's why he would have been reproaching himself. Ludwig didn't get angry at what Cliffman said. He just quietly nodded. That's right. I killed Delphin. It's all my fault, my weakness. If you know it's wrong, you shouldn't make more mistakes. Yes, so I'm trying to find something I can do with this body. That's an even bigger mistake. Cliffman shakes his head. You think if you die while trying to do something, at least you've made an effort, and there's no shame in that. Don't you consider how the people left behind would feel? You know how those left behind would feel, yet if you die fighting like this, how do you think they'd feel? Ludwig, it seems like you're planning to beat up dummies until winter is over, but don't. Your best course of action is to return to the imperial capital. Stop acting like you're going to die any moment. Go back to where there's no fighting. It's not that Ludwig doesn't understand why Cliffman would say such things to him. Doing nothing is helping. Dying like this would only cause more pain for others. You're very considerate. You're kind, and you can't bring yourself to say harsh words to anyone. I know. As if knowing Ludwig's nature, Cliffman approaches and places his hand on Ludwig's shoulder, staring into his eyes. Consideration. Kindness. Right now, you need to be considerate to us. You're casting a huge negative influence on the entire atmosphere of the royal class garrison, an obsession with fighting that borders on madness. The sight of him gritting his teeth, falling, and getting up again, all while missing an arm. People don't see the greatness of humanity in that sight. They only see a one-armed man floundering in despair. People now despair when they see Ludwig. Killing one more monster like this isn't considering us or anyone else. Your return to the imperial capital is what considers us. Saving your life, at least, will give us some hope, so we can think you're safe, in a safe place. Go back. True consideration. Ludwig probably had no idea that he was becoming a burden to others. He didn't know how much his self-pity, acting like he's about to die, was hurting people. Ludwig doesn't know how to give up. But Ludwig is fundamentally kind and tries to be considerate of others. You're better off not being here. That's consideration. So give up. Ludwig couldn't deny Cliffman's words. Cliffman hurled a torrent of abuse at Ludwig and left. In the dim training hall, Ludwig was alone. As Cliffman said, there was a strong shadow of death in Ludwig's actions. In Ludwig's desperate appearance, one could only feel death. That's why people not only pitied him, but also couldn't help but think that he would die soon. It was harmful to everyone. If his actions affected only himself, Ludwig would be stubborn. However, Ludwig learned through Cliffman's words that his stubbornness was harming others as well. For a while, Ludwig stood silently in the training hall, not saying a word. After hanging his sword on the weapon rack, he left the training hall. It was impossible to know whether Ludwig would give in and quietly return to the imperial capital, or whether he would still try to fight more. However, it seemed clear that he thought about how his actions, rushing towards an obvious death, would be perceived by others, and how the people left behind would feel if he really did die. After watching Ludwig's actions, I continued to roam around the royal class garrison. Ah, you're here. Adriana spotted me and crouched down to gently stroke my head. I'm glad you're safe. Within Adriana's faint smile, a deep sadness lingered, the death of Ard de Gritis. The relationship between Ard and Adriana was an odd one. They were friends, but at the same time, it was difficult for them to return to being just friends. Regardless of whether they were friends or not, the fact that they were comrades who had fought together on the battlefield remained unchanged. It was only natural that Adriana grieved for his death. At first, Ard and I had clashed, but after we exchanged apologies, there was no lingering animosity. In the end, I thought he was a good guy. After stroking my head a few times, Adriana headed off somewhere. Of course, it's not like people cry every day just because someone has died and disappeared. It is impossible to sob and grieve every moment. One can still laugh, enjoy conversations, and even sing songs. But even if one doesn't cry every day, shadows of grief accumulate. I saw those shadows of unerasable sadness gradually adding to everyone's faces and heavily layered on Adriana's. I couldn't find Ellen in the garrison, whether she had been absent from the beginning or not. I couldn't see her even when I went into her quarters. Strangely, she was nowhere to be found all day. Though I was curious about Ellen's situation, I came to the Royal Class garrison to grasp the overall situation and gather information. So after checking that Ellen's quarters were empty, I continued to wander around. The most important thing at this point was the evidence that the Empire was reviving corpses. First, what happened to the corpses in the royal tombs? And what happened to the swapped corpses in the National Cemetery? And what was happening with the corpses of fallen soldiers? If such work or experiments were actually taking place, there must be a secret space somewhere in the Allied forces garrison where it's being done. Various conjectures had been made, but nothing had been confirmed. In the case of the Titan developed by Adelia and the Archduke, information had been obtained beforehand. While the detailed technology and methods were unknown, the fact that they were building a massive weapon was not a top-secret matter. There was no need for it to be a secret, since morale would be significantly boosted once the weapon was completed. Many soldiers who witnessed the might of the Titan felt hope in this war as they watched it pulverize enemies. However, reviving corpses must be kept top secret. That's why neither Sarkigar nor I had any information on it. That was the frightening truth. The deceased of the royal class, could they, too, be resurrected as Death Knights? In the cases of Ard and Delphin, their corpses were not found. In the case of first-year Cardinarine, there was a corpse. The details of the funeral proceedings were unknown. However, it may have been secretly taken away and turned into a Death Knight. What would happen if one knew that a deceased friend had become a Death Knight? And an even more frightening speculation. The likelihood of dark magic being involved in raising someone as undead without using Kyr's power is high. B-6, Anna de Journa. A person with a talent for dark magic who actually raises dead monsters to fight in battlefields. I saw that her tent was empty. The time was night. She didn't return even though the night was deep. It's still uncertain whether Anna is involved in that operation or not. However, it's pointless to question if they would involve a 20-year-old mage in such an important and secretive task, no matter how talented she is. The magic research group that created the power cartridge and Moonshine. Anna, too, is as good as confirmed in her ability, having helped Christina create Moonshine. And from the beginning, wasn't Adelia, despite being only 20 years old and having the knowledge of the Archduke and the Duchy of St. Owen, instrumental in creating the Titan. Second-year students from the temple are special even within the royal class. Although there was one third-year student included, the inner club consisting of second-year students created two artifacts that would go down in history during their student years. On top of that, they created the Titan. It includes the Demon King, of course, and even the hero. The second-year students from the royal class are now regarded as a very special breed in the long history of the temple. So the possibility of Anna de Journa, with her talent in dark magic, being involved in the secret project currently being carried out by the Empire, must be considered high. I reluctantly gained Kono Lint's cooperation in creating the Death Knight. There's no law saying the Empire shouldn't make such a proposal to Anna either. For the same reason, they could also order Anna to revive the corpses of fallen warriors. Besides, the temple has a dark magic curriculum and dark mages, so Anna isn't the only available dark mage. I stare at Anna's empty tent. Where could she have gone? Will she come back? I entered Anna's tent, which was open, and looked around, but of course, there were no objects that would yield any useful information. Gagging and I mistakenly smelled the repellent odor in the tent and got stunned for about 30 minutes. Plague. Anna's tent was a minefield for me in another sense. Why isn't my poison resistance talent working against the repellent? I barely escaped Anna's tent after getting out of the repellent leaves. Considering that Anna doesn't return even though the night is deep, will she stay somewhere like a laboratory throughout the night? As I staggered out of Anna's tent, I heard the sound of armor clanking in the distance. Good work, hero. Yes. From afar, Ellen was returning to the royal class garrison. It seemed she had been on a mission somewhere until this night. Meow, ah. Hearing the crying sound from afar, Ellen's pace quickened. Seeing me in front of Anna's tent, Ellen's expression changed, as if she had remembered something she had forgotten. It must be obvious that she wouldn't have the time to worry or think about anything, being terribly busy, and having tasks to do even now that the vicinity of Sarandia had quieted down. Approaching in her armor, Ellen crouched down to touch me but hesitated. Ellen looked at her gloves. Dried, thick bloodstains covered them. Had she returned from fighting monsters? She carefully removed her gloves, then gently tickled the tip of my nose. In truth, it wouldn't have mattered if she hadn't removed them, but she seemed worried about affecting me. As she took off her glove, Ellen's delicate, pale hand was revealed. She touched my nose a few times with that hand. "Have you been well?" She stopped talking and closed her mouth. Perhaps she thought that asking if I had been well didn't suit the reality of this place. Ellen seemed to be in so much mental pain that she had to choose even the words to use with an animal. "You've grown a lot." Meow Ellen stroked me a few times and then looked towards her tent. "It must be cold. Let's go inside." Purr white breath escaped from Ellen's mouth. The cold weather was undeniable. Ellen led the way, and I followed. There was no point in probing for information about Anna today. Like everyone else, Ellen's face bore an indelible shadow. How was the issue with the vengeful spirits progressing? As Ellen's mental state worsened, it became harder to bear. However, there wouldn't be any significant battles during this winter, so there would be relatively fewer deaths. Entering the tent, Ellen removed her armor and headed for the bathroom. No, she stopped walking and looked back at me. "Do you want to wash?" Meow. "You still don't like it, huh?" Ellen went to the bathroom alone, as if she wouldn't force me. According to my double life, I'm a cat, not Reinhardt, so it shouldn't matter if I join her. That's not the point. Inside the bright tent, not only Ellen's gloves, but also her armor was stained with dried, thick blood from the monster she had fought. No, it wasn't from fighting a single monster, but rather from facing a horde of them. Even in the moments when the garrison held its breath, people like Ellen and Savelin Turner would have no time to rest. I sat on the makeshift bed and waited for Ellen to finish washing. But I always feel this way during these times. Let's say everything is resolved in the end. I don't know if it'll be reconciliation or something else. Anyway, let's say it's resolved. When Ellen finds out that this cat was me, wouldn't that be like getting killed on the spot? Honestly, I wouldn't have anything to say in that case, right? This is an exceptionally perverted act, even among perverts. I found it amusing as I thought about it. I'm worrying about getting caught when I don't even know what will happen. If everything could be resolved, it wouldn't matter if I was caught a million times doing something like this. Amidst such complicated thoughts, I yawned like a cat, and soon Ellen returned. Ellen had changed into comfortable clothes and wore slippers. The only time Ellen could truly relax was when she returned to this tent. Usually she would be clad in her elaborate armor, which must be suffocating. Wouldn't it be uncomfortable? No, even if it were uncomfortable, the armor wouldn't be the most suffocating part. Other aspects would be more stifling. Ellen sat on the makeshift bed for a moment, then placed me on her lap. She began to stroke my back as if scratching it. It smelled nice. I'm not sure if it's because I'm a cat, but, well, it's a bit strange, but anyway, it's nice. And it's a very peculiar feeling. If I were caught, I'd be executed for sure, right? Even in her everyday clothes, an unidentifiable charm hung around Ellen's neck. Could that charm be protecting Ellen? Or is it just that Ellen is strong, that she's special and enduring everything? I'm not sure, but Ellen is still here. Ellen, who has me sitting on her lap, looks down at me. I'd forgotten. Meow, could it be that she had completely forgotten about having a cat like me in her quarters, petting and taking care of me? It's not so much that she forgot, but rather she had no time to think about it. She had too much on her mind, and even after this battle ended, Ellen still had many things to do. So, when she saw me in my cat form just now, Ellen's expression seemed as if she had rediscovered something she had forgotten about for a long time. Ellen lifts me from her lap and looks into my eyes. Ellen tilts her head. "Do I owe you an apology?" Mew, I feel strange. Meow, if I think I'm relieved that you're safe. It doesn't seem right. In a battle where too many lives were lost, where even royal class members suffered casualties, it's too much to rejoice over the survival of a single cat. How much pressure and responsibility must Ellen be feeling? It seems there are people who shouldn't have been born. Ellen holds me and then hugs me tightly. It seems there are people who would have been better off not being born. Is she even thinking that far? We end up wishing we never existed, seeing everything as our own responsibility. We wish for a world where we never existed in the first place. And so, Ellen and I both, we end up having the same thoughts. If I had been small like you, that would have been nice. Having too much influence on the world, and that influence being a horribly great evil. But still, having to fix that. It seemed as if Ellen longed for insignificance. If she had been an insignificant existence, she could have only had an insignificant influence, and she wouldn't have to deal with all of this because of herself. If I had been a nobody, that would have been nice. Ellen's words, that would have been nice, sounded unbearably sad.